Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Nigma inspected the check carefully, verified its authenticity with a sharp eye, and then handed it back to Niji. Falcone's industries, finance, banking, transportation, and plenty of shady ventures, move 10 million like it's pocket change. He probably sends out more every month. Niji frowned. But if you take his money, doesn't that mean you're joining him? Falcone's just a greedy crocodile. Shaking his head, Niji replied calmly, money is money. Business is business. There's no future sticking with someone like Falcone. I just need your help to maximize this, without getting tied to him. Nigma tossed the two books beside him to the floor and propped his feet up on the couch, fingers clasped together as he pondered. Money works best when it's moving.
We were broke before, but now?
I say you buy a house first.
A house.
Niji blinked, caught off guard. The idea was tempting. 3 of them crammed into one grimy room was suffocating. Only Jerry's habit of never sleeping at home made it barely tolerable.
Yeah, a house.
Remember our director. Nigma leaned forward, eyes gleaming. His place is on the market. You should snap it up. There's a sewer line right under the house. With Otis around, it could be the perfect fallback spot.
Niji thought it over.
Wei Fei's 2-story villa was indeed up for sale. A hidden sewer access would make it an excellent escape route if things ever went south. And Bar Zero. I originally planned to have Oswald help us grab it. But now that Falcone basically dropped it in our laps, it feels risky.
Niji tossed the bar's key onto the table.
Despite the risk, he still wanted it. The location, smack in the heart of the chaotic Upper East Side, was prime. Money flowed there. Chaos just made it easier to move unseen. Take the bar first, Nigma advised with a smirk. But make sure you transfer it to someone you trust. Otherwise, Falcone might just drown you. Niji chuckled, covering his face with a hand. Good thing I know how to swim. Then get moving. I've got codes to crack, Nigma said, waving him off. Give me a few more days, and you'll see real magic. Niji rose to his feet.
I'll wait. See you around.
Nigma didn't bother getting up, already engrossed again in the cryptographic riddles scattered around him. Solving each was a thrill. The so-called world's best cryptographers were nothing but amateurs compared to him. He believed it with absolute certainty. Meanwhile, inside Arkham Asylum, Jeremiah sat bound to a chair, muscles slack from the relaxants and mind dulled under Strange's hypnotic influence. Strange pocketed his watch and snapped his fingers sharply. Tell me, who sent you? Jeremiah's vacant eyes stared ahead. It took nearly a full minute before his lips moved.
Yes. Mrs. Bowles. Strange's expression hardened. Full name.
Mrs. Maria Powers, Jeremiah murmured. Strange frowned deeply.
He knew the name.
Maria Powers, matriarch of the Bowers family, owners of luxury hotels across Gotham, second only to the Zeus hotel chain. They were influential, tied to both money and politics. But why would a woman like Maria Powers know anything about the Joker? Strange pressed further. Who is she, really? Jeremiah, his voice hollow, answered, My godmother, my guide. The jury of the Court of Owls. Strange stiffened, the words crashing over him like a tidal wave.
The Court of Owls.
Long whispered about in Gotham's underground as nothing more than a myth, urban legends to scare children. But now, proof they were real. Leaning back against the wall, Strange contemplated the implications. What would the Court of Owls want with Joker's body? Turning back to Jeremiah, he asked, Why? What's the purpose?
I don't know.
Disappointed but undeterred, Strange smirked darkly. Pulling out his pocket watch again, he spoke in a silky, commanding voice. From now on, you will obey only me. The hypnotic pull of his words seeped deep into Jeremiah's fragile mind, taking root. That night, at the Villain Bar. The bar glowed with gaudy neon lights as waves crashed against the rocks outside. Inside, it was chaos, music, and blood. Meowmoo, known to some as Sapling, had dropped Jason off at the police station for homework duty before venturing here. He figured he deserved a night out, maybe even find that generous female referee from last time to warm the cold Gotham nights a little. He wasn't living just to survive anymore, he had to live a little too. Jason had begged to come along, but Niji had shut that down with brutal efficiency, handing him homework and 2 officers for supervision. The sight of Jason's tear-filled eyes had almost made Sapling laugh.
Work hard.
Study hard, Sapling had said solemnly. One man's joy, another suffering. Now he sat at the bar, scanning the menu.
1 whiskey, no ice, he said.
The bartender nodded and slid a glass over swiftly. Niji took a slow sip, then casually asked, "Where's the bartender who used to work here?"
The woman.
He was thinking of Helena, sharp, unsentimental, driven purely by money. A rare kind of honesty in Gotham. The name brought back memories. Helena Wayne, Batman and Catwoman's daughter in another universe. A life where Batman had actually retired peacefully. Niji drowned the thought with another gulp of whiskey. The octagonal fighting cage at the bar center was alive with brutality. No technique, just raw violence. Blood flew, hair was torn out by the roots, screams and roars filled the air.
It was grotesque. It was Gotham.
"You were looking for me?" A familiar voice interrupted. Helena, in her black and white uniform, approached with a teasing smile, her hips swaying confidently. Niji turned, pulled a crisp 100 from his pocket, and slid it across the bar. "I want information." Helena flipped the bill between her fingers before tucking it away.
Ask.
"If I know, I'll tell you." "I need news about Falcone," Niji said, swirling the whiskey in his glass. "Shouldn't be too difficult for someone like you." He needed to know how Falcone's empire, once so mighty, was about to crumble. Batman had done it somehow, but details were hazy. Falcone had escaped the old days of bloodshed, transforming into a polished figure of Gotham's upper crust. Niji intended to feast on the scraps when that empire collapsed, or at the very least, grab a healthy share.
Roman?
"You're asking about him." Helena's tone grew awkward. "There aren't many in Gotham who know much about him, and those who do don't talk." "Then tell me," Niji said casually, one leg crossed over the other, leaning against the bar. His gaze drifted lazily toward the octagonal cage where a brawl raged. He wasn't sure if the commotion below was part of the show, or something far worse.
Crush his balls. Twist them. Someone bellowed.
The fighters in the cage froze, exchanged a look, and lunged for each other's groins. Every man in the crowd winced in sympathy, Niji included. The silence cracked under the sheer absurdity. "Hey! Are you even listening to me?" Helena slapped the table, snapping Niji from the ghastly scene. "Ha!" Niji tore his gaze away. In the cage, the 2 fighters trembled violently, veins bulging, teeth gritted in pain as they grappled each other's crotch. It was unbearable to watch. Helena followed his eyes, grimacing.
"Disgusting," she muttered. Then, "Ah!"
One fighter crumpled to his knees, sobbing and clutching his bloodied crotch. The supposed victor didn't fare much better, collapsing with a groan, both men defeated by mutual destruction. Niji inhaled sharply and turned back to Helena. "Right. You were saying." When he'd come out tonight, he'd been expecting a good time, maybe even flirtations and body warmth. Now, all that excitement had been iced over by brutal reality. Helena crossed her arms, exasperated.
"Roman?
His money still comes from the same thing it always has, ruthless business wars. No one dares to challenge him in the ring anymore. Those who did."
She smirked.
"Guess what happened?" Niji took a slow sip of whiskey. "They ended up sleeping with the fishes?" Helena clicked her tongue in mock disappointment, treating him like a naive kid.
"Worse."
"You know the meatpacking plant out by the western suburbs? The one famous for its luncheon meat?" Niji nodded grimly. He'd heard the rumors. During one notorious stretch, the canned meat had included human fingers.
"You don't mean..."
"Exactly what you think." Helena shrugged. "Roman doesn't just win. He ends you. Even your police director isn't clean, he's in Roman's pocket." She leaned in, waiting to see shock on Niji's face. Instead, he merely smacked his lips and shrugged. "I always figured his money smelled foul. Just couldn't pin it."
Niji quipped dryly.
Helena stomped her foot in frustration as Niji downed the last of his drink, tossed a few bills onto the bar, and stood up. Outside, the salty night air carried a chill. Niji breathed it in, feeling clearer, away from the stench of blood and cheap whiskey. Helena followed him, hands stuffed in her jacket pockets.
"You're a cop, right?" "Sergeant."
"Arkham Precinct. You should know the name." Niji lit a cigarette, glancing back toward the seedy bar. "Another piece of Roman's empire?"
"Technically, yes.
But it's run by one of his vassal families, Helena answered, flapping her arms lazily like a bird. I'm looking for someone to help with cleanup, Niji said between puffs, half turning to her. Helena tilted her head, intrigued. Me? Niji raised an eyebrow. You? Overthinking it. I'm talking about that female referee in there. Wondered how much they pay her to officiate that madness. Helena flushed crimson, furious. Go to hell, she snapped, stomping back toward the bar. Niji just laughed, the easy, smug laughter of a fox who'd outwitted a hound. This girl. She's got spirit, he mused, strolling along the boardwalk, cigarette dangling from his lips. Meanwhile, back in the bar, Helena stormed toward the utility room. She yanked open a suitcase, revealing a sleek black combat suit. Without hesitation, she suited up, her eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Down by the beach, Niji flicked away his cigarette and snatched a crab scuttling from the low tide, pocketing it for a late-night snack in Chinatown. His squad car sat parked by the pier, a battered relic nobody in their right mind would steal. But vandalism? Different story. As he crossed the street toward a cigarette stand, a faint whoosh sliced through the night air. Niji's instincts flared. He dove into a tactical roll just as a crossbow bolt slammed into the asphalt, trembling with lethal force where he had just stood. Gun drawn, safety off, Niji scanned the darkness, senses sharp. His eye of true-seeing ability activated, letting him pierce through shadows and tricks of the night. Across the street, Helena clung to the shadows like a ghost, reloading her crossbow. Her black hair was tied tightly behind a tactical mask, eyes gleaming with competitive fire. She hadn't meant to kill him, just spook him. But Niji's reflexes were fast, faster than she'd expected. Now, the hunter in her stirred. She aimed again, fired. Niji snatched the incoming bolt midair, catching it between his fingers. In one fluid motion, he raised his Glock and fired back, sparks exploding off the iron fence where Helena had crouched. Helena moved, sleek and swift. Niji gave chase, switching smoothly to his M500 revolver, cocking the hammerback with his free hand. The hunt had begun.
The sound of gunshots echoed around. Helena was like an agile wild cat, using the surrounding obstacles to hide, skillfully loaded the crossbow, and inserted the crossbow arrows forged from fine steel. But, this is a seaside road, and there aren't many places to hide. Niji caught up with him in a few steps. The Glock 17 he was holding in his right hand was replaced by an M500 revolver. He aimed at the figure who was dodging quickly in front of him and pulled the trigger directly. He didn't have any merciful thoughts. Someone came out of nowhere and wanted his life. Bang, bang, 2 gunshots. The recoil of the M500 revolver was almost non-existent in Niji's hands, and even the muzzle bounce was minimal. Helena, whose hair stood on end, quickly threw herself forward and fell to the ground, leaving a dog chewing on the mud. She looked very embarrassed. But if she had not fallen, she would have been hit by at least a .500 Magnum bullet, causing a wound the size of a fist file. Damn it, is this guy crazy? Helena roared in her heart. This seedling doesn't look like a policeman at all, but like those scavenger professional killers from mafia families, who are too decisive in their actions. Helena rolled to her feet, picked up the crossbow in her hand, and aimed at the position where the seedlings were standing just now, only to find that the road was empty and there was no one left. Don't move, otherwise your head will be no different from a broken watermelon. You can expect that your brain will be white. The slightly hot gun barrel was pressed against Helena's head from behind, and the unmistakable sound made Helena feel suffocated. The crossbow was thrown to the ground by her. Helena folded her arms and turned her head slightly. The gun barrel behind her head prevented her from moving too much. Are you going to shoot me, or are you going to take me to the police station? You guess. Niji, who was holding a pistol, also acted as the Riddler, and enjoyed the feeling of making the other party uncomfortable. Guess you are a big-headed ghost? Although she wanted to shout out like this, Helena could feel the murderous aura on Niji. If she had made any other moves, the guy would definitely shoot. Helena didn't want to gamble that a murderous guy could behave in a gentlemanly manner, in case a lady comes first. Come, lie down on the ground, put your hands where I can see it, and slowly take out your things one by one. Otherwise, I don't mind letting Miss Helena's beauty disappear. Niji tilted his head and said, taking out a tactical flashlight from his pocket, shining it on the black asphalt road, and asked Helena to lie down. Helena gritted her teeth, slowly reached out from under the cloak behind her back and took out the telescopic stick. It is made of metal, and although it looks like a short stick file size, when you turn the outline on it, a section of each end will pop out, turning it into a long stick. It is an unexpected weapon. Don't do anything stupid, I don't like to joke. Niji warned in a cold voice and controlled Helena. He basically knew who this girl was. After all, in places like Gotham, where hot weapons are everywhere, there are really not many people who use crossbows as weapons. Huntress, the lawful chaos among the Gotham vigilantes, brutally kills street criminals like a hunter. At the same time, she is the only daughter of the mafia Bertinelli family. But looking at it now, it seems that the Huntress has not yet started her hunting journey, and there are no criminals nailed to the wall by crossbow arrows. You know, even Batman can't stand the hunts of the female hunter. Compared with those guys who commit crimes for the first time on the street, Batman teaches them a physical lesson and waits with his old fists. The huntress has only one choice: kill. Just like shooting a rabbit, she pins the person to the wall and shoots him to death with a crossbow. To use a buzzword, that's blackened 3 times better. Helena was extremely reluctant and threw the telescopic stick on the ground, along with an Italian mafia execution robe, a backpack containing steel crossbow arrows, and a curved-edge hunting knife. Okay, don't you need me to strip naked for you to see? Helena said with an angry voice. Well, if you don't mind, I'm still happy to watch. Nikki put back the pistol and said with a smile. Helena's face immediately turned red. She felt the barrel of the gun behind her head being removed, and immediately kicked her back. Rogue. Nikki, who had been well prepared, jumped back when Helena kicked out, just in time to avoid the kick. Tisk, 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 is this the legendary one-word horse? Nikki rubbed his chin with his fingers and commented sluggishly while squatting on the ground. I heard that in the Roman casino, there is a stripper who can perform a horse show. She has such a good figure. I really want to see it. You. Helena almost choked to death, turned around suddenly, jumped up, and a metal blade popped out from the back of the flat boots on her feet, and she kicked her like a high-heeled shoe. Nikki dodged sideways with a calm expression. Helena's kick was still very violent. If it were Nikki a few months ago, he would definitely be beaten, but after so much, this kick was just like this. Although it looked violent, the movement was obviously jerky. Nikki stretched out his arm to clamp Helena's long leg, and raised his other hand forward. Just as she lifted Helena's chin, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks sounded. There was actually a little bit of romance in this moment. For the sake of your beauty, I'll give you a face today. I'll pretend I haven't seen you, otherwise you'll have to spend 2 days in the police station. Nikki let go of his hand and pushed his legs forward under his arms. Helena took 2 steps back. The metal blades on her feet hit the ground, which made her a little uncomfortable and almost fell down. Looking at Nikki, Helena's eyes were a little complicated, and she suddenly couldn't understand this guy, even though she didn't understand him at first. But, at least I'm free. Bending down and reaching out, Helena took back the metal blade on her combat boots without seeing Nikki's cunning smile. Let you go? Do you really think I am a good person? Nikki rushed forward and kicked Helena directly on the leg, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Sitting on Helena's back, suppressing her movements, Nikki moved his palms. What do you want to do? Helena, who felt bad, yelled and struggled to get up. What are you doing? You dare to shoot me with a crossbow. Do you know you are attacking the police? Woman, you are playing with fire. Nikki raised his hand and slapped it on Helena's very elastic buttocks. There was a snap, which was not leaking at all. Ah! Helena screamed, angry and annoyed. However, the soft elasticity still made Miyama feel a little excited, but when he thought of someone taking a crossbow and shooting a rabbit at night, his mood suddenly became not good. After 6 or 7 slaps, Nikki rubbed his numb hands and stood up. Do you still dare? Nikki turned around and asked. Helena burst into tears. She got up from the ground and glared at Nikki fiercely, wishing to bite off a piece of meat from him. The burning pain came from her buttocks, and Helena turned around and ran away aggrieved. Nikki thought that this woman couldn't bear the blow and was going to run back and cry into her pillow. However, Helena is an authentic Gotham. Although she has spent many years in Italy, she still cannot conceal her simple blood and good nature from Gotham City. So Helena's way of venting her grievances was grabbing the crossbow on the ground, turning around and shouting, I'm going to kill you. Whoosh! The crossbow arrow came through the air, and Meow Mew was a little numb, so he turned around and ran away, still wanting to make a joke. With a bang, Miyamo hit the telephone pole. No, it's not a telephone pole, it's a person. It was a man who was tall and stronger than a telephone pole. He wore a jaguar mask on his head. He glanced at Nagi, stretched out his hand, caught the straight shooting crossbow arrow with 2 fingers, and clicked it. The crossbow arrow made of fine steel was cut into 2 sections by his 2 fingers like scissors and pliers, and fell to the ground. Helena was also numb. Those were crossbow arrows made of fine steel. They would not necessarily lose in a head-to-head encounter with bullets. Just like that, it was pinched between 2 fingers. Fake, right? Surprised, Helena immediately fully loaded the crossbow, adjusted the scale on it to achieve the maximum power of the crossbow, and at the same time grabbed the crossbow pouch on the ground. He added arrows to the crossbow, pulled up the rope and telescopic staff, and stared at the tall man. The aura of that man made Helena very afraid. Standing in front of the man, Nagi's hair stood straight up, and even the hair wax combed back could not be held down. His arms trembled slightly, and goosebumps appeared on his body. This was the first time he had such a big reaction. The guy in front of him was ridiculously strong. Nagi raised his head and glanced at him. He was more than a head taller than him, nearly 2 meters tall, and his body was extremely strong. Even the yellow-striped fighting uniform could not hide the outline of his muscles. Especially the jaguar headgear, it was just like a real one. At first, Nagi thought it was a humanoid jaguar invading. But as his body reacted with vigilance, Nagi also remembered who this guy was, one of the strongest fighters in the world, Bronze Tiger. He doesn't have any super abilities, but he is one of the few people who has trained his body and martial arts to the highest level. This guy is so strong that he defeated Batman more than once, and even tied him once when Batman was fully armed. He is so powerful that only a fully formed Batman who has gone through countless battles in the future can defeat him. Moreover, he is a fellow disciple with Richard Long, one of the strongest fighters, and Ms. Siwa, the strongest fighter among them. Tong Hu looked at the seedlings, the first target he was about to hunt, raised his hand and struck straight down. A simple strike with the hand knife allowed Nagi to see the miserable state of his head being chopped into pieces. He raised his hand to block it, and the blade on the gauntlet of his right arm popped out. Bronze Tiger is also made of flesh and blood, but he has a way to make his skin and flesh become as strong as steel in a short period of time. This kind of kung fu is called hard qigong in the Far East. In the temples where martial arts are inherited, it is called golden bell cover, or the indestructible golden body. There was a clang, like a metal collision, and the energy in Miyamo's body surged, and his trouser legs and sleeves all swelled up. He forcibly withstood Tong Hu's blow, and at the same time his arm was shaking. He changed his hand and punched Tong Hu's abdomen without hesitation. 4 moves in 1 move, the Iron Monkey Fist's unique move, the superimposed powerful impact hit Bronze Tiger almost twice as hard. But Nagi felt from his fist that this punch was like a mud cow thrown into the sea, almost useless, just like hammering on a stainless steel shield, as hard as a road roller. Tong Hu was a little curious and delighted when he saw the punch Nagi made and the eyes under the jaguar mask. He was a martial arts fanatic, or a top fighter. He has an extremely strong curiosity about any martial arts that he has never seen before, and only by learning from each other's strengths can he make progress. But Nagi didn't have this consciousness at all. He missed a hit and immediately retreated. His movements were so fast that people were surprised. Tong Hu stood still and didn't move. He wanted to see what kind of surprise the fighting boy in front of him could give him. If Nagi could hear his voice, he would definitely stretch out his middle finger and howl, "Go to the street, surprise." In reality, Nagi did the same thing, took out his pistol, pulled the trigger, and emptied the magazine. As the gunfire rang out, Nagi roared, "Times have changed, old man. Come and take the bullet." Facing the bullet, Bronze Tiger immediately jumped up, just like the legendary bird that was as light as a swallow. This time it jumped at least 2 meters high, dodging the bullet, and with its hands like claws, it rushed towards the seedlings like a tiger descending from the mountain. His fingers were like hooks and his palms were like tiger palms. When he went down, he would disembowel his body and tear his body into pieces. Nagi turned around and ran away. He was joking about having a close combat with such a fighting master. He was not crazy. Bronze Tiger fell instantly, leaving several traces on the solid asphalt road surface. Holding the scattered stones, Bronze Tiger looked at the escaping seedlings and raised his hand to wave. The gravel in the palm of his hand was instantly aroused with strength, just like a shotgun shot. As soon as Meow Mew ran out, he was hit by these gravels. The coat he was wearing turned into a sieve. Fortunately, for his own safety, Nagi wore a double-layered body armor, with a close-fitting inner layer and an outer layer with inserts. He was not injured this time, only his shoulder was bruised. However, taking this opportunity, Nagi fell to the ground and took out the M500 revolver, which still had 3 bullets. Bronze Tiger was about to rush over and give Meow Mew a fatal blow. With a whoosh, a steel crossbow arrow came through the air at a faster speed. Bronze Tiger could only hold back its momentum and dodge the arrow. Helena quickly loaded the crossbow, placed the crossbow arrows, and raised it to aim at the copper tiger. She even hoped that the crossbow arrow could be inserted into the seedling's butt. The pressure from the Bronze Tiger was too much, and the pressure of the predator almost made it impossible for her to concentrate. Moreover, she doesn't want Nagi to die here. At this moment of opportunity, Nagi seized it, raised his hand to face Bronze Tiger who was dodging the crossbow, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot of the M500 revolver is louder, just like the 2 kicks exploding in the hand, and it is also more powerful. Tong Hu had just dodged and saw the bullets flying towards him. His hands reached out like lightning and caught the 2 flying bullets. There was another one that couldn't be grasped. Tong Hu gritted his teeth and groaned, his chest muscles swelled up instantly, and the fighting uniform on his body burst. The bullet landed on his chest. Even a .500 Magnum bullet could penetrate a real steel plate, let alone flesh and blood. The blood flower bloomed, and Bronze Tiger screamed in pain, blood filled his pupils, and his fierce energy exploded. He immediately rushed to Miyamo, raised his foot and stepped hard, and Miyamo quickly rolled sideways. With a bang, a footprint was trampled on the ground. At the critical moment of life and death, Miyamo also risked his life. He turned over and jumped up, reached out with his hand and fist in the air, poked his palm, and struck twice. This move was aimed directly at Tong Hu's wound. Tong Hu blocked with one hand and punched with the other, and the 2 punches staggered past. Nagi was directly knocked away. He knelt down on one knee and stopped his retreat. Nagi took out a lighter from his pocket, looked at Tong Hu with a fierce look, and brushed his finger against the wheel. The white flames ignited instantly, like a lightsaber in the hands of the seedlings. The Bronze Tiger rushed towards the seedlings again without any pause. Nagi held the holy flame hammer with one hand, stood up, stepped heavily on his feet, his energy exploded, and he was ejected. The length of the white flames suddenly increased from 1 meter to 3 meters, and the attack range directly increased by 2 meters. Before he could rush over, Meow Mew swept across with a swing of his sword. Tong Hu slipped and fell, lowered his head, turned sideways, swept his feet, rolled over like a lying fist, dodged the sweeping move, and got close to Nagi's side. There is strength in the palm of his hand, as if a wave is brewing. Tong Hyo raises his hand and pushes towards the seedling. Meow Mew, who had no time to change his moves, slashed the flame downwards, but Bronze Tiger had already dodged it. BD. Nagi gritted his teeth. It was too late to change his tactics. He directly held the flame and thrust it into the ground, while turning on the maximum firepower. The flame burned instantly against the ground, and with the seedlings as the center, a huge amount of circular impact was instantly formed. The Bronze Tiger that hit Miyamo with a palm was hit by the flames and was knocked away. Miyamo also vomited blood and fell out. With a whoosh of a crossbow arrow, it shot towards the Bronze Tiger. Bronze Tiger opened his mouth to bite the crossbow arrow, spat it aside, turned over, and stood up, looked at Helena who was loading the crossbow. Bronze Tiger picked up the crossbow arrow on the ground with his toes, and kicked it over. The crossbow arrow whirled and flew through the air. Helena instinctively picked up the crossbow to resist. With a clang, the crossbow string broke and the steel grooves of the crossbow were scratched. Helena was so shocked that her jaw went numb and she almost let go. Nagi got up from the ground and vomited out another mouthful of blood. It felt like there was a blender installed in his stomach. It hurt so much. Tong Hyo looked at the seedlings that were like candles in the wind. He reached out and tapped a few acupuncture points on his chest to stop the bleeding wound. He stretched out his hand and took out the warhead from the bulging muscles. After flicking it with his finger, Tong Hyo took the bullet and pointed it towards Nagi. He no longer wanted to compete with Nagi. Before you die, can you tell me who wants to kill me? Nagi took out the wine bottle from his pocket and sat down on the ground, looking depressed and resigned to his fate. After all, you are also the strongest fighter in the world. You can't let me die in confusion like this, right? Who did I offend? Every wrong has its own owner. If I go to hell, I have to know my enemy. Vomit. Nagi spit out another mouthful of blood, coughed violently, unscrewed the wine bottle, and poured a sip into his mouth. Even if it takes a little longer, Tong Hyo is still very disciplined, so maybe. Naoji thought to himself. Because when Bronze Tiger was traveling around the world and honing his martial arts path, he worked as a killer in the Assassin's League and as a mercenary, but he chose to do it with bare hands. Do everything on your own. He is very proud of his martial arts skills. Although he has been defeated by his junior brothers and junior sisters, he is still a qualified martial arts fighter. Tong Hyo looked at the way Nagi was vomiting blood and was basically sure that his internal organs had ruptured and he would die suddenly on the spot in 10 minutes at most. The finger popped out, and the metal bullet flew out with a swish, grazed the tip of Miyamo's hair, and shot towards the back. Ah! Helena screamed from behind. She covered her shoulders and fell to the ground. The telescopic stick she was holding fell to the ground. She wanted to run, but she couldn't run away anymore. The bullet penetrated directly through her shoulder. If she hadn't turned her body, the bullet would have penetrated her heart. Nagi kept pouring wine into his mouth, and he drank all the wine in the jug in a few seconds, leaving only the jingling gems clinking in the jug. You are really reticent. Nagi put the wine bottle back, spit out another mouthful of blood, and stood up tremblingly like a flashback. It's the League of Assassins, right? Are you working for them? The eyes behind Jaguar's hood turned cold. Tong Hyo looked at Nagi. His mission in Gotham was to clear those obstacles for the Assassin's League. The first one was this little policeman, and that Batman who appears at night. Now that you know, then go on your way with peace of mind. This dirty and sinful city will also go to hell with you. Ha 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 ha. Nagi covered his eyes with his hands, raised his head and laughed wildly. I'm just afraid that hell won't hold you back. As soon as the voice fell, Meow Mew rushed towards Bronze Tiger. The distance was only 7 meters, almost in the blink of an eye. Nagi rushed over. This sudden scene also made Tong Hyo stunned for a moment. A person who was about to die rushed over as if nothing was wrong. Anyone would be stunned. Tong Hyo immediately raised his hand to fight back, but a step too late. Miyamo clenched his fist and landed heavily on Tong Hyo's face. This time, Tong Hyo failed to use hard Qigong to improve his defense. 4 consecutive strikes from the Iron Monkey Fist made Tong Hyo take several steps back, just when he started to counterattack. With a mouthful of blood in his mouth, Meow Mew sprayed the blood into Tong Hyo's eyes with a pop, blocking his vision. Nagi became furious immediately. The immortal wine brewed from the Dionysian gem had restored his body's injuries just now. He raised his leg and gave a knee, which hit the wound on Tong Hyo's chest. Ah! Immediately afterwards, Nagi roared, raised his arms and bowed left and right, his muscles all tense. A series of bombardments fell heavily on Bronze Tiger. The wound sealed with acupuncture points on Bronze Tiger's chest also burst open under the bombardment of the seedlings, and another bloody flower exploded. When Nagi's fist fell again, Tong Hyo, who had stabilized his body, followed his instincts, like driving a wooden stake, raised his hand to strike, elbowed, kicked sideways, and swung his arm to hit hard. The series of attacks made Nagi spit out a mouthful of blood again, especially the heavy blow, which made Nagi dizzy for a while. You can't fight him to the death, retreat. Miyamo struggled to get away, kicked Bronze Tiger, quickly distanced himself, and ran desperately. Helena got up from the ground, holding a long stick and wanted to help. Seeing Nagi running towards her, Helena quickly ran away with him. Tong Hyo shook off the blood on his eyes, glanced around, and could no longer see Miyamo and the others. As if venting his anger, Tong Hyo punched the street lamp next to him. The metal street lamp post was smashed with his fist, leaving a deep punch mark, and he took out a positioning communicator. Tong Hyo said briefly to the pager, The mission target escapes. I will continue to pursue. Ask for intelligence support from the other party. I want to know where he will go. Arkham Asylum, a research room hidden in the basement. The glass culture jar was filled with light green liquid. Joker's pale body was suspended inside, with his eyes closed tightly. Only the smile on his face was fixed at that moment. Hugo Strange, wearing a white coat, looked at the various data on Joker, took a special liquid, and injected it into a tube. The liquid flowed into Joker's body along the tube. Teacher, this is the research material you want. Jeremiah came in from outside with a stack of information in his arms and placed it on the table next to him. Jeremiah, do you believe in the legendary resurrection from the dead? Strange put his face in front of the glass culture tank and looked at Joker inside, with a look of doubt and eagerness on his face. Teacher, is this a legend? Jeremiah smiled. He obviously didn't believe such a thing existed. It doesn't matter, I will figure it out in the future, but I won't resurrect such a madman, it's too funny. Strange turned around and walked over, picked up the documents on the table and looked through them. There were surveys on some people of the right age. He has not forgotten that the old immortal from the League of Assassins exists and that he also has a proud disciple living in Gotham City. If he cannot be defeated, the heir to the Assassins League will have no chance of his own. His only clue is that the ascetic is not very old, only in his early 20s and less than 30 years old. But he is a rare genius. He has been trained under the leader of demons Lei Ziogo for many years and has traveled around the world. A genius who has strength will naturally not be willing to be lonely. In fact, Strange already has a target, which is the big bat that appeared that night. Only he is the most qualified and has outstanding strength to challenge the entire Gotham underworld on his own. The only question is, who is this guy's true face? Strange flipped through a list, which was obtained from the Bowers family using Jeremiah's identity. Contains objects of additional attention from the Court of Owls. This is Bruce Wayne. Strange looked at the name above and his brows twitched. It is clearly marked with the date Bruce Wayne disappeared, as well as the places where he appeared after his disappearance. In the culture tank, the corner of Joker's mouth moved slightly. At the Arkham police station, two weird uncles with flattering expressions on their faces stared at Jason after finishing his homework. Dragging her school bag, she walked into the gym opposite the police station, skillfully opened the refrigerator, took out the midnight snack that had not yet frozen into ice, and walked upstairs. Teacher Nigma, have you not eaten again? Jason opened the door, hung his school bag on the bookshelf, and shouted to Nigma who was busy with his midnight snack. Although Nigma always said he was stupid, Jason still liked this Riddler with a strange temper. At least he didn't curse people because of his origin or anything else. Oh, are you back? Nigma raised his head in the middle of his busy schedule and glanced this way. I hope the education in school can make your brain evolve a little bit. According to your in terms of age, you are very promising, 1/10 as smart as me. Haha. Jason took this as a compliment, picked up a midnight snack and stuffed it into the microwave. Then, he sat at a desk by the window, picked up a thick tome and got up. Then, he lay on the table and copied the poem above. When he reached a sentence, Jason started reading. Let this little life of yours come into the world. If it turns out to be nothing, you have nothing to lose, Teacher Nigma. Jason turned to look at Nigma who was transcribing and decoding. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, he asked me what my future dream was, but I didn't say it, and I was laughed at. It's normal. The so-called dream is the imagination in the dream. If you are willing, I will ask Nagi to recommend you to study as a lawyer, or to become a member of parliament, or this damn archaeologist. Nigma was so furious that he threw an archaeology book to the ground and stepped heavily on it. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would definitely tear this BD book in half. He was using a picture of a mural above to decipher it, but only half of the mural was photographed. Half? It's like meeting a legendary mermaid, only to find out that her upper body is a fish. Who can accept this? Jason had long been accustomed to seeing this scene. Once Nigma was interrupted after concentrating, he would immediately be like a hibernating bear being awakened, with a scary temper. Suddenly, a series of alarms sounded outside the window. Jason looked over there, originally thinking it was a temporary police dispatch. After Naomu announced that he would get more work and maintain law and order in Arkham District, the number of police cars dispatched was significantly increased. However, something doesn't seem right tonight. Jason picked up the telescope hanging on the wall. He bought it in Star City when he and Nagi went on a trip. It was mainly used by Nagi to look at bikini beauties when he was resting on the beach. Opening the mirror cover, Jason looked towards the police station opposite. It happened that the window on the second floor of Arkham Police Station was broken, and a policeman was thrown from above and hit the police car below. The siren on the police car blared, the lights flashed, and gunshots rang out inside the police station. The sound of gunfire at night is particularly clear. Especially around the Arkham Police Station, there is absolutely no one who is blind and dares to shoot and cause trouble here. If there is someone, then they can't afford to mess with it. What's the situation? Nigma, who came over after hearing the gunshots, looked at the police station opposite, quickly ran to the side to open the computer, tapped the keyboard, and brought up the surveillance camera in the police station. A jaguar's head suddenly appeared in front of the camera, and Nigma was so frightened that he shouted, FKU. After hanging out with Nagi for a long time, this mantra becomes smoother every time. The jaguar took a step back, raised his hand, and destroyed the camera with one finger. In the office on the second floor of the Arkham police station, looking at the flashing camera, Tong Hu waved his hand. The wound on his chest had been simply bandaged. He reached out and picked up a photo on his desk. It was a photo of Nagi wearing a police uniform with his arms folded and grinning widely. Who? Outside the office, a policeman rushed in with a shotgun. After looking at Tong Hu, he shouted sharply, "Put up your hands? Quick!" Tong Hu grabbed the desk in front of him as easily as he picked up a bucket of water, and threw it towards the door. The solid walnut desk was much heavier than it looked. Before the trigger of the shotgun was pulled, the policeman was hit by the desk. Tong Hu put down the photo and walked outside. "Let's go." Nigma closed the computer, stuffed it into a backpack on one side, and threw it to Jason. He ran over and picked up the Alchemy Codex, as well as some deciphered and decoded documents, and stuffed it into another bag. "What's wrong?" Jason was a little confused while holding the computer. He didn't see the Jaguar's head and didn't know what happened. "Someone has broken into Arkham Police Station. It's not safe here. I have to take you away first. This way. Follow me." Nigma opened the drawer, took out a pistol and loaded it, and called Jason to go upstairs. They had just reached the rooftop on the third floor. 2 more policemen were thrown from the second floor window. Tong Hu jumped down and fell on top of a parked police car. The moment he fell, the police car seemed to have been hit by a steel coil falling from the sky. There was a loud bang, the roof of the car flattened, and the wheels were crooked. Nigma's face changed instantly after witnessing this scene. He had seen Nagi break 7 bricks with 1 punch, and he had also specially collected those Superman-like things on the internet. But, this is beyond the standard? Numerical values such as energy conservation and universal gravitation swirled around in Nigma's mind, and finally turned into one sentence. "I believe in science that can't be compared with dogs. Even Newton can't control it." Nigma dragged Jason and used a ropeway hidden as a wire on the roof to slide directly to the roof of the opposite building. After coming downstairs again, the 2 of them walked towards the D'Angelo sewage treatment plant. Nigma took his mobile phone and contacted Otis and the others. Jerry and Milo are both seconded to the Gotham Crime Unit. At this time, they have to contact Nagi. Their hometown has been kidnapped. Nigma took out his cell phone and looked at it before calling Nagi. Jason, who was holding his hand, suddenly felt something was wrong. He felt terrified, just like the old man he saw in that valley, scared. He didn't know how to explain it, but a scene he had seen appeared in his mind. A little mouse was stared at by a cat, and the cat raised its paw. "Someone!" Jason shouted, dropped the bag in his hand, jumped up suddenly, and kicked the wall behind with a roundhouse kick. Good intuition. Bronze Tiger praised, walked out of the dark shadow by the wall, reached out and grabbed the right leg that Jason kicked, like grabbing a towel, tossed it in the air, and spun it around. It was as if Jason was sitting on a gyroscope that was rotating at a high speed of 360 degrees. He vomited out instantly. What was even more frightening was that his face was covered in his own vomit. "Let Jason go." Nigma instantly raised his pistol and pointed it at Bronze Tiger, with unhesitating determination in his eyes. "Let him go, otherwise, I swear I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Let him go." Oops. Before Nigma could finish his cruel words, Jason was thrown to the ground by Bronze Tiger. "Tell me, where is Nagi?" Bronze Tiger tilted his head slightly and looked at Nigma's ringing cell phone. He would not allow his mission to fail. After completing 100 tasks, he can have a showdown with David Kane, the strongest assassin in the Assassin's League. This kind of showdown between masters should not be missed. Upper East Side, in front of Ms. Tompkins' hospital. Nagi sat on the steps, holding a wine bottle in his left hand and a bottle of medical alcohol from the hospital in his right hand, pouring it into it. Dionysian gems are also useful when soaked in water, but they are not as absorbent as wine and can act directly on the blood. Tonight's fight with Bronze Tiger, is that really special? Is that still a human being? Taking bullets with bare hands is so outrageous. After filling the wine bottle, Nagi shook it vigorously twice, stuffed it into his coat pocket, and the door behind was pushed open. Ms. Tompkins came out and stared at Nagi with a strange look, which made Nagi feel a little cold on her back. What happened? Nagi turned around and asked. He was kicked out by Ms. Tompkins. To be honest, Nagi felt aggrieved now. He was obviously the one who carried Helena over. The woman lost too much blood and passed out on the road. Why, have you become a bad guy who bullies women? You can have some fun between boyfriend and girlfriend, but you can't go too far, you know. Ms. Tompkins glanced at Nagi. "Nagi, I don't know what you are talking about. She and I are just friends at best, and I am not a messy person either. That slap print looks like your hand." Ms. Tompkins snorted coldly, put her hands in the pockets of her white coat, and said something slightly teasingly. "In fact, I don't blame her for imagining things." In the middle of the night, the woman was dressed strangely and was delirious. There were wounds on her shoulders and fingerprints on her private parts. Anyone would have to think in that direction. Nagi was a bit hard to explain, but the phone rang just in time, breaking the awkward situation. Ms. Tompkins glanced at him, turned and walked towards the house. "The girl will stay with me. You can hand over the medical expenses to the people who collect donations on the street. It can also be considered as a contribution to charity." "Okay." Nagi raised his hand and shouted carelessly, picked up the phone and looked at the call from Riddler Nigma. He just remembered that Nigma had said, there will be a breakthrough in the alchemy code tonight, and something will be deciphered. Nikki answered the call, put the phone to his ear, and said with a smile, "Hey, what did Edward get? Are you in big trouble?" Nigma's voice said with a hint of resentment, as if he was reminding him of something. As a seedling who understood the riddle, he immediately reacted, "Bronze Tiger? He is the only one in big trouble." "Tonghue, are you listening?" Miyamoto asked in a deep voice. In the Arkham neighborhood, Nigma was standing on the roadside, holding his mobile phone and looking at Tonghue, who was standing in the middle of the road. "You are a smart man. I can let you choose a way to die, or you can choose your own graveyard, and I will wring your neck with my own hands in the style of a fighter." Hearing Tonghue's undoubted voice, Miyamoto raised his head and looked at the sky, but could not see anything in the pitch-black sky. "How about giving me a day? Tomorrow night, at the same place where the fight will be today, I will call you Batman as well, and you can break his neck by the way." This time it was Bronze Tiger's turn to be silent. Batman was indeed one of his targets, but 2 against 1, when he thought about Nagi's sudden recovery tonight, and those delaying methods. "You must be afraid, right? No wonder Ms. Siwa can beat you. It seems that your junior brother has also beaten you, right?" Nagi immediately opened his mouth and said provocatively. Anyway, Tonghue couldn't follow the communication signal and strangle him to death, so he just shouted, "Bronze Tiger, inferior way to provoke generals. You also take care of Ms. Siwa's children and work as a kindergarten nanny." Tonghue was stunned for a moment. Is this happening? Why didn't he know? Nagi also shut up. It seems that Ms. Siwa has not yet gone to the Assassin's League to give birth to the top-end talented daughter, Shanrid Kane, with her sister-killing enemy. I let it slip. What a mean mouth. Nagi raised his hand and slapped his mouth, and continued to challenge, "Are you afraid of me, or are you afraid of Batman? If you are afraid of me, only Batman will come to you tomorrow night. If you are afraid of Batman, get out of Gotham right now. The gangsters on the streets of Gotham are not afraid of Batman. You are a top fighter in the world, but you are afraid of a little loser like him? Huh? No, are you really afraid?" What Nagi said is true. Those gangsters on the street are really not afraid of Batman, because they don't know whether it is true or not, and they always want to try. Then there is the choice between hospital and prison. Nagi's mean voice came from the phone, and Nigma raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He could clearly see that Bronze Tiger's eyes widened. This low-grade provoking method actually worked? "I will twist off your heads and bury you together," Tonghue said through gritted teeth. "Wait until you can do it." Nagi hung up the phone. Tonghue reached for Nigma's cell phone, clasped his hands together, and pressed it hard. With a bang, the phone was crushed into pieces and shook out of his hand. He turned his head and glanced at Nigma and the others. He turned around and left here. He could kill people for the mission, but he would not anger others. It was precisely because of this that his psychological bottom line was grasped by Nagi. A gentleman can bully someone in his own way. However, Nagi considers himself not a good person, so he doesn't feel any psychological guilt. He just wants to kill him. "Stupid foreigner, you actually dare to ask a Gotham for a fight, and you dare to confirm the venue. Who gave you the courage? Do you know what a despicable and insidious local is?" Nagi took out the wine bottle from his arms and poured a sip into his mouth. The smell of medical alcohol was hard to describe. Swallowing it with a frown, Nagi called Otis and asked him to arrange for Nigma and Jason to be protected first. As for himself, he went to the Gotham police station. As for the despicable and sinister local, he was definitely Gotham's leader, Batman. The key is to pull Batman over and let Bronze Tiger beat him, so that he can have a chance to deal with Bronze Tiger. There's also the matter of the League of Assassins. Nagi's footsteps became a little heavy. He really had to contact Batman, otherwise, Gotham would have to be turned into a dish. The League of Assassins is not just as simple as Les Ioga. With hundreds of years of accumulation, who knows what will happen there? If you look at the world's strongest killers in the DC universe, the League of Assassins almost takes the top 3, and Ms. Siwa is among them. The strongest. If Bronze Tiger is a fighter with a bottom line, Ms. Siwa is the god of destruction. She likes to kill the strongest fighters with her bare hands. She steps on their corpses to reach the highest position in martial arts. Many top martial arts masters are also proud to die under her hands. They fight tooth and nail to distinguish between superior and inferior, as well as life and death. Besides, Nagi is not a dull turtle. How many times has the Assassin League come to your door? If you don't go back with revenge, how can you sleep? After a busy night, Batman took advantage of the light of dawn to ride in the Batmobile and left Gotham City, which had experienced the baptism of darkness. Along the suburban path, just in time for the first ray of sunlight to shine, we returned to the Batcave washed by a waterfall. The tank slowly opened its roof, and Batman got out of the car. Unlocking the folding mechanical fist armor in his hand, a warhead fell from it. Batman reached out and picked up the bullet. Looking down at the pits on the armor on his chest, he shook his head and walked forward, taking off his helmet and placing it on the shelf. It seems, there seems to be something missing today. Bruce Wayne frowned, picked up a makeup remover wipe and wiped the black eyeshadow from his eyes, and looked at the silent elevator. Alfred didn't come over today, so Bruce quickly took off his armor, put on a white bathrobe, and walked toward the elevator. At the same time, he turned on his cell phone and looked at the situation in the Wayne mansion. Sure enough, there were people chatting in the living room, and Alfred was entertaining guests. Bruce breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Alfred was sick. After all, he was already quite old. Although they have a master-servant relationship, emotionally Alfred is Bruce's adoptive father, his most indispensable elder, and a companion who always supports him. However, if Aldred knew this, he would definitely say with a straight face and a touch of contempt, "I don't need someone who can't even take care of myself to worry about my old age." After coming out of the elevator and walking from the passage to the bedroom, Bruce opened the bedroom door and shouted lazily, "Afu, where is my breakfast?" He looked like a rich second generation living decadently. Just hearing the sound made people feel disgusted. "Master Bruce, good morning." Alfred stood up, looked at Bruce standing on the stairs, raised his hand and introduced, "This is Master Jeremiah, the heir to the Arkham family, and an excellent psychiatrist." Jeremiah, who was wearing a smart suit, stood up with a smile on his face. "I've heard the name for a long time, Mr. Wayne. I am Jeremiah Arkham. Maybe the name Arkham Asylum will make you more familiar." Bruce blinked, pretending to be an idiot, and asked in a low voice, "What is Arkham Asylum?" Jeremiah was directly embarrassed on the spot. Alfred couldn't hold back his laughter and coughed, "Breakfast is in the kitchen, Master Bruce, you can wait a moment." Alfred looked at Jeremiah and asked, "Master Jeremiah, do you want to enjoy breakfast together? There is fresh milk from the ranch this morning and some salami. If you like, there are also some carrots, great for vegetarians." No need, I'm here to visit the head of the Wayne family, and..." Jeremiah smiled shyly, "I'm still here to seek help. It's really unspeakable." When Bruce heard this, he walked down the stairs and looked at Jeremiah. He didn't look like he was pretending, but like a young man who had just entered the workplace and was unable to speak for the sake of funds. Alfred understood a little bit. He was here to do charity work for the Wayne family. To put it crudely, he was here to beg for money, so he was very shameless. So, Alfred went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Although the Wayne mansion was large, the main servants were only 2 gardeners who came only once every other month. There is also an old cook who retired and returned home some time ago, and now Alfred is the only one left. After Alfred walked away, Bruce Wayne came over, sat down on the sofa, picked up today's newspaper, read it twice, and then quietly looked at Jeremiah. After confirming that Jeremiah had not changed much, Bruce stopped making things difficult for him. He dropped the newspaper and put his hands together on his opponent. "What's the matter with you coming to me? My time is precious. I'll give you 3 minutes to tell me why." The arrogant voice made Jeremiah feel very uncomfortable, but it also made him less embarrassed. "It's like this. Arkham Asylum was founded by my grandfather. It was already a building completed in the last century. When I came here, I found that the facilities in Arkham Asylum were seriously aging. And not long ago, a patient escaped from prison. The patients admitted to Arkham Asylum all have serious destructive tendencies and are all antisocial elements." Jeremiah spoke a lot freely, and explained the current situation of Arkham Asylum and all the things that needed to be changed. In the end, it fell to solving the problems, including insufficient manpower, old facilities, and poor environment, and these all require money to solve. So, I hope to get help from the Wayne family. I know that the Thomases are good people in Gotham, so, they're dead," Bruce said coldly. Jeremiah was embarrassed again. He couldn't accept these words. He couldn't go over and say that people can't be resurrected, so he expressed his condolences and accepted the change, right? "Afu." Bruce turned towards the kitchen and shouted. Alfred, who had already prepared the check receipt, came out and took it out on a plate along with breakfast. Bruce looked at the plate in front of him, picked up his fork, inserted a piece of bacon, and took a vicious bite. Jeremiah, who was sitting on the sofa, was a little restless and was about to say goodbye. Bruce threw a check on the table, took a sip of the milk that exuded a strong milky fragrance. "I don't like those crazy people running around in the streets, but, like you said, they need help and treatment, and this is the help I can do." Jeremiah looked at the numbers on the check and his mouth opened in surprise. "Master Jeremiah, let's have breakfast together." Alfred brought out another breakfast and placed it on the table. No." Jeremiah stood up, bowed to Bruce, and said in a sincere voice, "Thank you for your generosity. Those patients will also praise the kindness of the Wayne family. Thank you." After bidding farewell to Jeremiah, Alfred closed the door and shook his head. He is a good and polite boy. Bruce was eating breakfast and chewing bread. He didn't know what he was thinking. "Afu, is it cold this winter?" Alfred looked at the extinguished fireplace and then looked at the thermometer in the room. "If you feel cold, I can light the fireplace, although the room is not cold." "No, will it be very cold in Gotham this winter?" Bruce picked up the milk and drank the rest in one gulp. "Yes, it snows every winter, and it will snow this winter too. Distribute a batch of aid funds to Gotham's charity soup kitchens, welfare homes, and relief organizations, as well as winter aid supplies. This winter shouldn't be cold." Bruce stood up and walked to the window. The window glass had not been wiped for a while, and there was a layer of dust on it. "They will thank you for your kindness, but where will your money come from? Why don't you discuss it with President William and say that you want to run for Congress? Maybe he will be happy to do it." Alfred made a joke. After all, Bruce is really a pauper now. No, at least he still has a mast-ending sports car in the garage. Bruce turned to look at him and said, "I think we are not short of money, right? This is a lady. If you are willing to accompany her to the charity gala, I think you will collect more funds. You must learn how to make good use of your influence." Alfred took out a business card from his pocket and placed it on the table, completely ignoring Bruce's gloomy face. Lars Investment Group, Thalia. After leaving Wayne Manor, Jeremiah got into the car, took out the check and handed it to Hugo Strange. I think he is just an ordinary playboy, Jeremiah said while sitting in the car. What can you see? You don't know anything, get out. Strange shouted unceremoniously. Jeremiah was a little dissatisfied and wanted to say something, but the suppression in his subconscious made him obey the order and get out of the car. Strange, who was sitting in the car, picked up the banknote, shined a UV light on it, looked at a fingerprint mark on it, and then turned to look at Wayne Manor behind. Clenching the check in his hand, Strange sneered, there really are such coincidences in the world. After seeing the injured Arkham police officers in the hospital, Nagy walked out and stood on the roadside and stamped his feet. The water on the ground had turned into ice, and the hot breath coming out of his mouth turned into white mist. Nagy tugged on the tattered coat on his body, put his hands together and lit a cigarette, looking at a group of pigeons flying in the sky. His face was indescribably weird. Last night, he went to the Gotham police station to ask for help. Gordon, who was in charge of the serious crimes team and took over the night shift, personally led the team and went to the Arkham police station to rescue people and call an ambulance. By the way, Gordon also activated his secret skill and summoned Batman. Although there is no such tall thing as the Batlight, which can be called a Gotham landmark, Gordon and Batman have agreed on a way to help each other. It wasn't until Gordon took out a homing pigeon from the pigeon cage on the balcony of his home that Meow Mew understood. Their so-called confidential contact information is a medieval thing called flying pigeons. It's surprisingly useful if you think about it carefully. At least you don't have to worry about eavesdropping. The only problem is to worry about this homing pigeon being shot down from the sky, cooked and eaten with wine. However, the location and reason have been sent to Batman, so that guy will basically not be absent, probably. Nagy is really not at ease with him. After all, he is Bronze Tiger. He said so many harsh words last night. AFK, you're a coward, do it while you're alive, and you'll have to die. Nagy yelled fiercely and walked to the other side. A dilapidated dark red Ford car stopped on the side of the road. Nagy. Nigma stuck his head out of the car window and shouted. Nagy threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, stamped it out on the ground, grabbed his coat and walked over there. Why did you come out? Didn't I ask Otis to arrange for you to go to the metropolis? The enemy is facing us, where do you want us to hide? Nigma smiled and patted the steering wheel, picked up a backpack from the passenger seat and handed it to Nagy. I still need to rely on you for food, don't die. I got this from the evidence department of the police station. Nagy took the backpack, which was quite heavy. When he opened it, he saw a battery and half a pair of gloves inside, which looked familiar. Isn't this the guy who electrocutes people? Nagy looked at it and recognized it. That guy caused him a lot of trouble. Everything was burned, so I found some parts, and I dismantled some other things and put them back together. Nigma raised his finger and pointed at the diamond-shaped battery. This thing can only be used 3 times. It can stun an African elephant once. It should be enough for you to defend yourself. You don't have enough time. Otherwise, you can be better prepared. Nagy looked at the equipment in the backpack, smiled a little moved, and said in a relaxed tone, it's simple, let alone a copper tiger, even a real tiger, I will beat him to death. If it's a real tiger, I won't have to worry about it. Nigma yawned and said a little tiredly, I actually want to sleep. It's so rare. This kid, just send him to school. Driving while fatigued is not good. With that said, Nigma opened the car door at the back, and Jason, who was carrying a school bag, got out of it awkwardly. A big light brown mouse poked its head out of his school bag, holding a small piece of cake in his hand. Nagy looked at Jason, shook his head helplessly, closed the car door, go back to bed early, and I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow morning. When Nigma drove away, he stretched out his hand from the car window and showed his middle finger, if you die, I will mummify you and sell you to the old nobles in Europe, and grind you into powder and drink it as coffee. Go away, you are an aphrodisiac. Nagy laughed and cursed and kicked the rear of the car, watched the Ford car leave, turned to look at Jason, okay, let's go to school. Arkham Asylum, in the underground research room. A somewhat clumsy old doctor, wearing a dirty white coat, was cleaning the laboratory, monitoring data, and cleaning some experimental equipment. When he cleaned Joker's body culture tank, he showed a weird smile on his face, took out a bottle of pure green liquid from his pocket, and replaced the injected corpse preservative. What perfect madness and chaos! He raised his black-gloved hand obsessively and touched the glass jar. I haven't seen such a perfect work in 200 years. It would be a pity to have it lying here. The day you wake up, let madness burn the entire Gotham and summon my great Lord God, Darkseid. In the name of Barbados, surrender, and you will gain eternal life and all the chaos and madness. He he ha ha, sarcastic shrill laughter echoed around, as if Joker's soul heard these words, holding his stomach, laughing until he was rolling on the floor. The door of the research room was pushed open, and a white cold air rushed in from outside, making the room instantly colder by several degrees. Dr. Hurt, have you finished cleaning? Strange, who came back from Wayne Manor, took off his suit jacket, put on his white coat, and asked a habitual question. Simon Hurt is a psychiatrist at Arkham Asylum, but in a place like this, no one really knows whether the patient or the doctor is crazy. Poor Dr. Hurt is like this. He is crazy, to be precise. He has no self anymore, like a walking zombie, a robot that can only act according to instructions. When he was crazy in the early years, he liked to wander around the hospital at night, scaring some people into thinking that the ghost of Amadeus, the founder of Arkham Asylum, was wandering around. Strange cured him and also transformed his thinking and cognition. Now he is Strange's loyal assistant and the chief physician of Arkham Asylum. Dr. Strange, I have finished cleaning today. Patient No 1621's consultation is at 10 a.m., and I still have time to drink a cup of coffee, Simon Hurt said with a smile, stuffing the rag in his hand into his pocket. The smile on his face was weird, looking as fake as the smile on a plastic doll. Strange is already used to this kind of smile without emotion and emotion. After all, he was the one who caused it. Today's coffee must be delicious. I hope you remember to add sugar cubes. Don't add too much. Let's go out. Strange waved his hand, like a slave, asking Simon Hurt to leave here. He also wanted to consider how to make that Batman die happily. Bruce Wayne is so interesting. Strange turned on the computer and checked the surveillance video of Simon Hurt in the research room. After confirming that there were no errors, he turned off the video and called up all the surveillance videos of Arkham Asylum. Arkham's funds are limited, and only a few important places are monitored, while other monitoring is done on critically ill patients. This is a high-quality experiment. No, the objects of observation are high-definition cameras purchased by some doctors with their own money. Whether their papers and journals can reach a higher level depends on these lovely patients, so they are very willing to do so. But this just helped Strange. He took out a green gas can from the drawer, shook it, and put it in his pocket. Strange stood up and picked up the ward round list on the table. It was time for him to go to work and see those patients who could be cured. Can I go with you when you move at night? At the school gate, Jason turned around and asked, clenching his fists with a determined look on his face, very manly. With a snap, Miyama raised his hand and slapped him on the head, pulling his ears and shaking them. What the hell do you want? I'm going to kill people, not for an outing. Go to school well and don't bully your classmates, but you can't be bullied either. You're being bullied, go back to Arkham after class, and I'll let Chief Maize take care of your dinner and homework. The parents around them frowned frequently when they saw Nagi's rude behavior, and even wanted to call the police. By the way, this pocket money is given to you. Don't buy random things. Eat your lunch at school and take care of it yourself. Nagi took out his wallet from his pocket and stuffed a bunch of green banknotes in it. It had only been a few days since his salary was paid, and he was a serious wealthy man. He took out a few and stuffed them into Jason's school bag. Let Bastion eat less cake, he should lose weight. Nagi glanced at the big mouse hiding in Jason's school bag and eating bread, and said with a serious face. Bastion, who was grabbing a piece of bread and chewing it, was stunned when he heard this. The bread in his hand instantly lost its flavor. As a companion who accompanies Ratcatcher Otis, Bastion's IQ is not low at all. He clearly knows what weight loss is and what exercise means to starve. Okay, it's not a matter of life and death. Hurry up and go to class. Nagi pushed Jason, and Jason walked towards the school. When he reached the school gate, Jason suddenly turned around, clasped his fists with his hands, left hand on top, right hand on the bottom, knelt on one knee, raised his head and shouted with a serious face. Master, your martial arts fortune is prosperous. Win. This standard hand-over-hand salute and the bonus of a great victory made Nagi stunned for a moment, but he waved it casually, turned around and left with a smile. The students who were coming in and out were a little curious when they looked at Jason kneeling on one knee, but his majestic aura was very intimidating. Meow Mew left the school gate and stood on the street, thinking about how to use the right time, location, people to get rid of Tong Hu. If there were only bronze tigers, he really wouldn't worry, but the Assassin League was not a fool either. What if there were a few more? Sir, can you help the orphanage? A young man wearing a dark poncho came over holding a cardboard box with a fundraising label on it. There was a blank look of fear on the young man's face, and there was only a pitiful banknote and 2 coins in the donation box. Nagi wanted to turn around and leave, but when she remembered that she owed Ms. Tompkins a medical fee last night and donated it to a charity project on the street, Nagi stopped. Okay, may I ask, what am I raising donations for? Nagi shrugged helplessly and took out his wallet from his pocket. Yes, it's for Mrs. Gunn's welfare home. It's winter and we can't pay the heating bill and there's no gas bill. Okay, young man, you and my son are about the same age. Are you a member of Mrs. Gunn's orphanage? Nagi asked in an adult tone, taking out the banknotes from his wallet. Yes, my name is Edward Nashton. The boy looked at the banknotes and nodded quickly. A few $100s was a big step away from the amount they needed to collect, and the difficulty was reduced by 1/3. Edward, you have the same name as my friend. He is also called Edward Nigma. Here you go back and live. Before Nagi could finish speaking, a shrill scream suddenly came from the restaurant not far ahead. A man in a chef's uniform covered his bleeding wrist, opened the door, and ran out of the restaurant. He suddenly fell to the road, causing the pedestrians around him to scream. The man's hand was cut off directly, and only the empty wrist was bleeding out. The scene was extremely terrifying. Especially inside the restaurant, there was a chef wielding a machete, slashing and smashing things like crazy. Damn it, what the hell are you doing so early in the morning? Nagi cursed and walked over there. The action of taking out the money in his hand turned into throwing it away, throwing his wallet into the donation box. Under the extremely surprised look of young Nashton, Miyamo rushed across the street, kicked open the glass door, and ran in. What's going on? Put down the knife. Nagi shouted to the chef holding the knife. After just one glance, Nagi was sure that he was hallucinating due to taking too many drugs. Because the chef was holding a knife and muttering about man-eating cows and monsters, his face twitched with fear. The kitchen knife he was holding was still a bone-chopping knife used to chop beef bones. It clattered on the table, sending sawdust flying. Nagi grabbed a chair on the ground, swung it up and hit the knife-wielding chef on the head, knocking him down with a thud. The chef was still struggling on the ground, and Nagi went up and kicked him hard on his fat chin. The next moment, the chef closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. That is to say, Nagi held back his strength, otherwise his jawbone would have been shattered with one kick. Bah, I took drugs so early in the morning, I really don't want to live anymore. Nagi held up a chair. He planned to have breakfast here, but he saw their signboard from a distance. The pot in the kitchen was boiling gurglingly, hot steam was coming out, and the thick soup inside was boiling out. Nagi followed the blood stains on the floor towards the kitchen. Someone had already called the police and first aid outside, so just wait. The kitchen was filled with smoke, the boiling broth extinguished the fire, and the incompletely burned gas leaked out. Meow Mew raised his hands to cover his face, walked over, and turned off the stove. He didn't want any more sparks to explode here, but the beef soup looked good. Nagi picked up a big spoon and planned to make a meal here. He opened the lid of a pot, and white-hot steam rushed out directly. The spoon in Nagi's hand reached in, and suddenly, Tong Hu punched him, and Miyamo was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He quickly jumped back and hit the cabinet behind him. The dishes above fell down and shattered into pieces. Miyamo grabbed the things around him and threw them forward. Bronze Tiger's figure dissipated like mist. Dream? I stayed up too late and hallucinated. Nagi leaned against the wall, his eyes widened and his heart pounding. He didn't believe that he was hallucinating. That dangerous aura just now was definitely that of Bronze Tiger. You can't take the hallucination as reality, can you? Nagi looked around and saw that he was still in the kitchen, but why had the surroundings changed? Why was the corner dark? Breathing became rapid, and Nagi quickly reached out and took out the wine bottle from his arms. In just a few seconds, Nagi's hands started to tremble a little, and he felt danger everywhere. Danger? As soon as the medical alcohol entered his throat, Nagi grinned and frowned. This was really unpleasant to drink. Especially the alcohol at Ms. Tompkins' hospital, in order to prevent it from being drunk by drunkards. She added some special seasonings to it, and the taste was like putting your tongue on the road and being run over by a car. However, this time he regained his energy, the hallucination became much lighter, and Nagi's rationality returned. In an instant, he realized something was wrong in the pot. There was also steam in the kitchen, and he felt scared. Is this pot a scarecrow? Nagi looked at the steaming pot in a daze. All he could think of was the scarecrow that created the fear gas. The fear in Gotham is absolutely inseparable from a scarecrow with a torn sack mask on his head and a body as thin as a hemp pole. It is an inconspicuous object anywhere, but in Gotham, such an inconspicuous person has become a super criminal. The fear gas he developed caused several critical hits to Batman, so much so that it became ineffective against Batman later on. Nagi stood at the door of the restaurant wearing a mask, watching the ambulance take away the injured. Well, 2 of them were taken away. The League of Assassins destroyed Gotham, but they had dozens of plans, including but not limited to dropping viruses, blowing up reservoirs, building nuclear bombs, and manipulating the economy. From this point of view, Gotham is really in trouble. But the League of Assassins, mixed up with Scarecrow. Nagi looked at a pigeon that had fallen on the roof with a slightly deep look. Then don't blame me for being rude. As the sun set, Nagi wore a thick windbreaker to cover the battery hanging on his waist, as well as a double-barreled shotgun with a sawn barrel, a pistol, and a strong metal rope. After everything was ready, Nagi picked up the cigarette on the table, looked at the broken window, bit it in his mouth, took out the lighter, lit the cigarette and walked outside. Mumu, Sheriff, Boss. As soon as Nagi walked out, various names rang out. Jerry was wearing a thick body armor and carrying a Thompson submachine gun on his shoulder. The round drum was filled with bullets. Otis was holding the hunting fork, leaning against the wall, wearing a gas mask on his face, and waved to Nagi. There were 6 police officers around, all wearing body armor. The money was not spent in vain, and the people were not in vain. If they dare to choose seedlings, they are also choosing their own future. After all, there are not many people above who treat people below as human beings. There's nothing more to say. I don't care about that son of a BCH. Dare to touch Arkham. Dare to touch my Nagi brother? Then there is only one word, let him die. Nagi kicked a table next to him, knocking it over and falling heavily to the ground. Come with me if you are not afraid of death. There is no reward based on merit when you come back alive. But if you die, your parents will be my parents? Your brothers will be my brothers? Your sisters will be my sisters? Your child is my child? Your wife is my biological sister. I, Nagi, just leave these words here. I will support you when you are disabled. I will carry your coffin when you die. I, Nagi, have a life. No one loves me and no one loves me, but I have come so far because of my courage. Work hard and have some luck. I believe I still have some luck. I will charge at the front of you. Others don't treat you as human beings, but I treat you as brothers. Today is not about anything else. Someone bullied us in Arkham. He sent more than 10 of our brothers to the hospital. Tell me, what to do? AFK them. Niggy's inciting words, together with the shouts of Jerry and the others, directly boosted morale. The team of less than 10 people shouted with the momentum of 1,000 troops. Let's go and show them what they've provoked. Niggy grabbed a shotgun and led the team outside. 2 bulletproof vehicles seconded from the Gotham Police Department were parked on the road. At 8 o'clock in the evening, on the seaside road, the waves washed against the rocks. The wind was so strong tonight that people standing on the road were shaken by the wind. Bronze Tiger wore a fighting suit with tiger-like stripes on it. Under the Jaguar's hood, Bronze Tiger closed his eyes tightly and listened to the news in the sea breeze. What was different from before was that the equipment Bronze Tiger wore today had metal wrapping at the joints, and added protection on the chest and back. What was even more conspicuous was that there were 2 weapons shaped like tiger claws on his waist. Apparently his previous fight with Niggy made him defensive. Coming? Tong Hyo opened his eyes, like a ray of cold light, and looked at the road in front of him. The first thing he saw through the headlights was a black police van, crashing towards him at an alarming speed. The driver of the car, Niggy, leaned against the window with his arm and a cigarette in his hand. When he saw Tong Hyo standing in the middle of the road, Niggy stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, accelerated and hit him. Tong Hyo looked at the speeding police car, his expression unchanged. When the distance between the 2 sides was less than 20 meters, Tong Hyo moved and ran forward, as if he was seeking death. A few seconds before he was hit by the car, Tong Hyo did a backflip, as if performing an acrobatics, turned around in the air, landed directly above the police car, and reached out to grab the finger tiger at his waist. Suddenly falling on the roof of the car, Tong Hyo used his strength and punched the roof of the car with a muffled thud. A dent was made in the roof of the car. Fortunately, the car was bulletproof. If it had been a normal roof, it would have been smashed through. Niggy hit the steering wheel and hit the brakes. The box-type police car ran directly across the road and almost rolled over. The tires rubbed against the ground and left several scorched marks before the heavy box-type police car stopped. Miyamu pushed open the car door and got out of the car with a shotgun. Tong Hyo did not hesitate, and the 2 of them had no intention of talking. Now they are just fighting to the death. As soon as he picked up the shotgun, Tong Hyo punched it down. Niggy raised his hand to block it, and with a clang, the shotgun was almost broken by Tong Hyo, and the barrel showed signs of bending. Niggy raised his leg and kicked out, causing Tong Hyo to take a step back. Niggy picked up the shotgun, gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger directly. There was a muffled sound, and the muzzle of the gun flashed. Bronze Tiger hurriedly dodged, and the dense steel balls passed by. Niggy loaded the shotgun and pulled the trigger repeatedly. The muffled sound echoed around him. Bronze Tiger is like an acrobat, doing backflips, sideways flips, and carp jumps, always a little faster than Niggy, letting bullets fly past him. Densely packed steel balls landed on the railing next to them, and were instantly shattered into pieces. As soon as the bullets in the shotgun were empty, Tong Hyo immediately pounced on him. Although Tong Hyo was not very interested in firearms, as a mercenary, he still knew the parameters of various firearms very well. No matter how powerful the firearm is, the bullets will eventually run out. Only a well-tempered body is the best weapon. Niggy held the shotgun and threw it forward. Tong Hyo punched out, and the punch landed firmly on the shotgun. The barrel of the gun was bent directly, as if it was run over by a truck, and fell to the ground with a clang. The Bronze Tiger's fist was like a tiger's claw stretching out to strike, with a fierce momentum and a frontal pressure. You are the one waiting for me? If you dare to come alone, just lie down. Niggy roared, and punched Tong Hyo head-on with all his might. Tong Hyo has practiced for many years and has strong muscles and bones tempered by wind, rain, and fire, so how can seedlings resist it? Even with the powerful energy bombardment of the Iron Monkey Fist's 4 moves, Niggy was shocked and took several steps back. And this was the opportunity that Niggy wanted to create. He raised his left hand, wearing a glove-like equipment, spread his fingers, and like a sleeve arrow, a white arc shot out from the cuff. It's a stun bomb that Nigma modified from the police station's explosion-proof stun gun, making it more subtle and dangerous. Bronze Tiger, who had just punched with all his strength and pressed his feet firmly on the ground, instinctively raised his hands to block the attack, and did not repeat the previous scene of catching bullets with his bare hands. The arc is very thin, like a glowing fishing line, but the danger on it is much more terrifying than the bullets fired. The electric shock bomb landed on Tong Hyo's body, just like a needle piercing into his clothes. Miyamu only felt that the wires hidden in his sleeves were extremely hot and uncomfortable in an instant. Huge amounts of electric current passed through the thin wire behind the electric shock bomb and spread to Tong Hyo's body. The white light flashed and even a tough guy like Tong Hyo raised his head and screamed. An electric shock bomb stuns an African elephant? Miyamu only thinks that this is false propaganda, or that this quantitative standard does not count adult African elephants. Because Bronze Tiger was still jumping around, he raised his hand to shake off the electric shock bomb and rushed over quickly. Miyamu quickly dodged and raised his hand to block. The blade on the gauntlet popped out and collided fiercely with the Bronze Tiger's glove, causing a burst of sparks in the night. However, the effect of the electric shock has already appeared, and Bong Hyo is a little unable to do what he wants, and the force of his fist is much lighter. Even Nagi could completely block his attack. Nagi retreated while fighting, and when Copper Tiger received this electric shock, his body would not be able to recover in a short time, it would consume him to death. Tong Hu suddenly stopped and clicked a few times on the acupuncture points on his body with his left hand, trying to get rid of the paralysis and convulsions on his body. How could he possibly get what he wanted? The moment the copper tiger stopped, Nagi saw an opportunity. He reached forward with his left hand, opened his 5 fingers to trigger the mechanism, and the electric shock bomb was fired from the cuff like a snake spitting a message. A glint flashed in Tong Hu's eyes, making Miyamo suddenly feel something was wrong, but the electric shock bomb flew over. Bronze Tiger's figure suddenly shook, as if he had become shorter for no reason. A strong sense of aura erupted from his body, like a pale white protective shield, tightly wrapping him. The electric shock bomb that flew past was directly protected by the strong sense of aura and flew away, falling to the ground, just like a goldfish that landed on the ground, jumped around for a while, and then turned off. Bronze Tiger's feet trembled, as if he were stamping his feet, and these chi sensations returned to his body again, practicing muscles, bones and skin on the outside, and breathing on the inside. Everything has its own chi in everything. Those who use this kind of energy to fight are called Qigong masters. This skill is also the most powerful move of the Bronze Tiger. I admit that you are very strong. Not everyone can be so prepared and come to you without fear of death. Bronze Tiger's steps drew a circle on the ground, and his feet shook again. All the muscles in his body seemed to be washed away by the sense of chi, trembling, paralyzed, and all the previous states were swept away. Nagi's face was expressionless, and he was already scolding in his heart. The Bronze Tiger's feet trembled, as if it were stepping on a cannonball, and flew directly over, both claws coming out. It was really going to tear apart the heart, destroy the dead, and completely kill the seedlings here. You want me to die? Take your next life. With a ferocious expression, Nagi raised his right hand and knocked it out with an elbow. The gauntlet and the finger armor collided again, sparks flew out, and they tore with a squeak. The double-layer body armor on Nagi's chest was directly grabbed open. With his eyes red from the pain, Meow Mew took out his sawed-off shotgun, pressed it against Tong Hu's body and pulled the trigger. 2 muffled thuds made Tong Hu spit out a mouthful of blood. The fighting uniform on his body was bulletproof. But after being hit by 2 shotgun shells at such a close range, any bulletproof effect is useless. The impact and damage are all real. Tong Hu took a step back and raised his hand to sweep past. As expected, this move could directly chop off the head of the seedling. Whoosh whoosh, 3 breaking wind sounds sounded. Tong Hu's slashing hand was directly hit by a bat dart. There was a loud explosion, affecting both Tong Hu and Miamu. The impact knocked them both back a few steps. Bronze Tiger's steps were steady, but he only took 3 steps back. Nagi was quite embarrassed. He took 2 steps back, became unstable, and sat down on the ground. The other 2 bat darts, with the design of boomerangs, flew from behind again, targeting Bronze Tiger's back. The previous losses suffered by Nagi and the explosion of the darts made Tong Hu full of vigilance. He stood up and kicked out both bat darts. Who? Tong Hu turned around and shouted. Throwing darts secretly to hurt someone should be said to be despicable and shameless. But Tong Hu never minded this. He couldn't see through life and death, which was the reason why he lost to his junior brother and junior sister. He is not pure enough, so he travels around the world. He doesn't care about the despicable and shameless methods used by his opponents. He only cares about himself and whether he abides by the dignity of a fighter. Tong Hu, I have heard of you. Batman quietly walked out of the dark corner, and who knows how long he peeked there. Anyway, Miyamu didn't want to know. He just took out the wine bottle and sprinkled some on the wound while Tong Hu didn't notice him. The alcohol irritated the wound, and the pain that shot straight to the sky made Nagi's expression completely distorted. Gan. Tong Hu glanced at Batman and then at Nagi. The 2 tasks collided and it was better to complete one first. Thinking of this, Bronze Tiger stepped out and rushed towards Miyamu, and swung out a punch, like a fully drawn hard bow, with arrogant power, and rushed towards Miyamu's head. Batman's eyes turned cold and he dared to do something in front of him? He quickly stepped forward, used Jeet Kune Do moves to block Bronze Tiger's punch, and then used his strength to counterattack. But as soon as he took over, Batman's expression changed. Fighting too many street gangsters in Gotham, ending the battle with the most direct moves, like a fish fry game that tortured vegetables, made his kung fu not only not improve, but also deteriorated. They completely misestimated the terrifying power of the Bronze Tiger. It was like a gate supported by a few wooden sticks, which could not stop the raging flood at all. The move was directly defeated, and Bronze Tiger's fist landed heavily on Batman's chest. The alloy breastplate that had been updated and improved several times hit Bronze Tiger's fist. This terrifying force reminded Batman of the time he was hit by a sniper rifle bullet, causing him to fall backwards. Although he misjudged Bronze Tiger's strength, Batman's body reaction was still very fast. Relying on his strong core strength, he did a backflip and landed steadily. At the same time, he also removed that strength. Just like Lei Xiaogo took his air, Batman Bruce Wayne's strongest thing is not his physical strength, nor his own bones. It is his ability to learn and master quickly. Even in battle, he knows how to change in order to solve the current situation and relieve his own crisis. At the same time, the seedlings pretending to be dead on the ground, like spear-headed vipers hidden under the dead leaves, suddenly launched an attack. Lifting his legs and pouring in energy, like a snakehead that suddenly launched an attack, his feet stabbed Bronze Tiger's defenseless abdomen heavily. No matter how hard you train, the abdomen is always the most difficult place to protect a creature, and it is also the most deadly. Bronze Tiger received a blow to the abdomen and his steps were unsteady, but he immediately made a choice, raising his feet and sweeping across at low altitude. If there were a ranking list of pure fighters in the world, Bronze Tiger would be among the top 5, with top-notch reflexes and abilities. Nagi was hit by a kick and rolled out on the ground. He stretched out his hands to hold on to the ground and stabilized his body. Just like the starting position of running, he kicked the ground heavily with his toes. Miyama started to rush out, sacrificing his body and kicking Tonghu hard on the chest. Miyama fell to the ground again. Since he came to this world, Nagi has never felt that he is any worse than others. Even if he lives a garbage life, he can still live his life with brilliance. No one can shit or urinate on his head. If you don't have a backer, then be your own backer. If you don't have friends or brothers, then treat each other sincerely, and you will never be short of anything. It's not bad today, and it won't be bad tomorrow either. I'm going to die, and I've never been afraid of death. If you want to kill him, you have to have the consciousness to die with him. Bronze Tiger fell to the ground due to this kick, and Batman pounced on him like a swift cheetah. No opportunity should be missed. Batman raised his fist and hit Bronze Tiger hard in the face. The night in Gotham is destined to be uneventful. Bronze Tiger, who had received a heavy punch from Batman, raised his leg, grabbed Batman's shoulders, and pushed him to the ground. Bronze Tiger didn't hold back. He grabbed Batman's arm and pushed his knee upwards, trying to break it completely. At the critical moment, the exoskeleton armor on Batman's arm bounced open. With mechanical power, Batman violently moved Bronze Tiger's arm away like an arm wrestler. Bronze Tiger did not adapt to Batman's sudden burst of power, but relied on more arrogant strength to hold Batman's armor. The exoskeleton made of alloy made an unbearable creaking sound, and even tended to deform a little. Tonghu's fingers were like hydraulic pliers, pinching it tightly. Catch him. Nagi got up from the ground, sprinted at a speed of 100 meters, raised his foot and kicked a powerful football towards Bonghu's head. Bronze Tiger was attacked from both sides and had to raise his left hand to resist the kick. As soon as he raised his hand, Batman punched Bronze Tiger in the face with his exoskeleton. This kind of exoskeleton is specially prepared for large monsters and those with outstanding brute strength. It can double the output of Batman's strength. The Copper Tiger blocked Nagi's kick, but he didn't avoid Batman's fist. He hit the target with one punch. Batman stepped on it and raised his fist to continue bombarding. Bronze Tiger kicked Batman away and distanced himself. Before he could relax, Nagi punched him in the stomach again, and the Iron Monkey fist exploded with all 4 moves. At this time, Bronze Tiger felt the double force impact, stepped heavily on his feet, and gritted his teeth to resist. The body that has been trained for many years and days and nights cannot be defeated so easily. Just when Bronze Tiger swung, Batman suddenly came around behind him, stretched out his hand, intercepted Bronze Tiger's arm, and smashed it with his elbow at the same time. Tonghu blocked again, and Nagi hit Bonghu's face with another elbow. Although it was the first time for Nagi and Batman to cooperate, they had a tacit understanding of their cooperation. Both of them are people who are unwilling to suffer losses, and they both have keen intuition and will not let go of any opportunity to take action. After taking several shots, Bronze Tiger fell into a siege and could only raise his hands to block. As soon as he blocked Batman's fist, he was kicked by Nagi. Batman found the opportunity and controlled Bronze Tiger's arm. Miyama's face was happy. He reached out and grabbed the hood on Bronze Tiger's face, and lifted it hard, and the Jaguar's hood was lifted up. Bronze Tiger's true face was also revealed, a man with bronze skin and a resolute face, who looked like the Dharma Protector Vajra carved out of copper, wood, masonry, and stone in the temple. Welcome to Gotham. Miyama shouted. A green sponge-like object slipped out of his hand, pressed it directly on Tonghu's face, and squeezed it hard. The sponge block instantly exploded into a cloud of spray, covering Bronze Tiger's face. Bronze Tiger quickly held his breath, disassembled his arm joints, and broke free from Batman's control. He turned around and hit Nagi hard with his elbow. At the same time, he kicked out and kicked Batman out and fell to the ground. Nagi received an elbow on his shoulder and covered his shoulder, his face twisted in pain, but he had succeeded. Tonghu took a few steps back, distanced himself and adjusted his breathing. His right arm dropped weakly, and he raised his hand to pick it up again. With waves of dizziness in his head, Tonghu bit his tongue to stabilize his mind, and suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Ms. Siwa. Sandra, what are you doing? No. Tonghu shook his head quickly. It was impossible for her to be here, impossible. But it was too similar. Ms. Siwa came over and suddenly stretched out her hand to stab her. Tonghu relied on his body instinct to dodge. In the eyes of Nagi and the others, Bronze Tiger is just dodging in the air. The function of the fear gas is to release signals from the subconscious, making you believe that this is true. What's more, the fear spray in Nagi's hand is a highly concentrated form that Nigma spent a whole day refining. Among them, Nigma also added a little something else. It's coming. Batman suddenly turned his head and looked at the shops and high-rise buildings on the roadside. From just now, it had been quiet there without even a sound. Nagi took out the jug and drank it, burped, tightened the lid of the jug, and stuffed it into his pants pocket. This really needs to be fought hard. Before he finished speaking, a series of whistling sounds sounded in the air, like a dense flock of birds flapping their wings. Unfortunately, what flew over was not a bird, but densely packed darts, all kinds of darts, piercing the air and falling in this direction. The force that was thrown at it was much worse than that of bullets. Batman unfolded the cape behind him and turned around fiercely. Electricity passed through the cape and hardened instantly, covering Batman's body like bat wings. Grasping the handles on both sides of the wings, Batman glided between buildings, spinning violently like a shield. Originally, he wanted to protect Nagi and the others together, but Nagi had no intention of relying on his protection. Grabbing the collar of his windbreaker, Miyagi yanked it off, took off the windbreaker, and pulled it forward hard. The falling dart was wrapped in the windbreaker and was deflected directly. When Batman saw this, he put the cape over his head, increased the current, and changed the material of the cape. The surface hardened like metal, and the darts fell on it, crackling like rain. As for Tonghu, who neither of them dared to care about, although he was trapped in a subconscious hallucination, the sound of the dart falling through the wind had already been heard by his ears. With a step of his foot, Bronze Tiger punched away Ms. Siwa in front of him, mobilized the energy in his body, and gathered it in the palms of his hands. When a dart fell, Bronze Tiger pushed it upward with both hands. The movement felt very slow, as if he was pushing an extremely heavy thing. As soon as the dart touched Tonghu's palm, it was instantly frozen, like same S**X repulsions on a magnet. The next second, the dart flew directly over, and the impact and lethality of the original fall were also released laterally. The darts on Bronze Tiger's head all collided with each other like tops and flew out sideways. This is touching the chi in the object. Everything has its own chi. You can even suck a knife with bare hands and wield a sword out of thin air. We can't let you hinder our progress. Let's bury you here. Get rid of them. A hoarse voice sounded in the darkness, followed by a gust of wind, and a killer assassin who fell silently and moved like the wind. Batman was the first to fight back. His cloak wings suddenly opened, and 3 batarangs flew out sideways. Dang, 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 3 collision sounds were heard, and 3 bat darts were all blocked by the personality. But this was what Batman expected. He turned around suddenly and wrapped his head in a cloak that softened into cloth after the power was turned off, blocking his vision and hearing. The next second, there were 3 muffled sounds. The noise of more than 180 decibels and the shock bomb with a brightness of 8 million lumens made everyone around him deaf and blind in a short time. Especially in such a dark night, the effect is even worse. The damage and effects caused by the shock bomb cannot be restored to normal within a few seconds. Now, it's his time to show off. The cloak fell slowly, Batman looked behind him sharply, stepped on it and rushed over. In the crowd of unsuspecting assassins, Batman can chop melons and vegetables as easily as he can. If he catches a person, he will kill him on the spot, break his arm, and directly kick the calf bone. Batman, who had studied in the League of Assassins, knew very well how destructive these people were, so he showed no mercy at all. Why don't you remind me of your ancestors? Nagi covered his eyes and lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The glare of the bright light was simply fatal. The key shock bomb, this thing has a stun effect. In his heart, Nagi greeted all the 18 generations of Batman's ancestors. He just threw down his windbreaker and planned to fight, but his eyes went white, he couldn't see anything, and his ears buzzed. Batman didn't care about Nagi's scolding, because this thing was originally prepared to oppose Nagi, and not just anyone can pick up his batarangs. The result was unexpectedly good, especially after the battle with Red Claw. Batman's omnipotent belt definitely had this special model of batarang, and its effect was enhanced. Just when Batman raised his hand to knock down an assassin with an elbow, he suddenly felt something. He turned around quickly, raised his arm, and heard a metallic friction sound. A long knife shaped like a shark sliced across Batman's arm armor. The wide blade made it impossible for the hook blade on Batman's arm armor to capture, and the serrations on the back of the knife gave off a cold light that penetrated people. Batman quickly raised his other hand, punched it hard, and at the same time used the hook blade on the gauntlet to jam the blade and then broke it. He has broken dozens of swords with this move, including a collection-level European longsword. But this knife is different. Its blade is too wide, just like a vicious and bloodthirsty great white shark. Ordinary fishing nets and harpoons cannot harm it at all. The long knife suddenly stabbed straight at him. Batman raised his arm and thrust the blade upward. At the same time, he kicked forward and tried to grab the knife, but was blocked by the opponent. This feeling is the knee. Before Batman could attack again, the opponent kicked him over and swung his knife across, trying to cut off Batman's shoulder. The move was extremely cruel. However, Batman responded immediately, squatting down directly, crossing his hands, blocking the long knife with the hook blade on his arm armor, and using the strongest breastplate on his chest to resist the kick. There was a clang sound, and a small round hole was kicked out of the breastplate. It was a high-heeled shoe? Is the other party a woman? Batman didn't have time to think about it, and quickly took advantage of the opponent's new strength and the old strength to be released. He hit the blade with his shoulder, crossed his hands and bumped forward, blocking the handle guard. With his feet on the ground, Batman gritted his teeth and exploded with all his strength, knocking the opponent backwards. Batman immediately turned around and swept with a high line. The opponent also moved very quickly. The moment he landed, he turned around and hit Batman's kicking leg with the hilt of his knife. He took 2 steps back and performed a sharp knife trick. He stood with a knife behind his back, an unmistakable murderous look between his brows, a ghost fang mask on his face, and a black combat uniform on his body. The few seconds they fought had allowed many assassins to buy time to recover their vision and hearing. Bronze Tiger, it looks like you won't be able to complete the mission, Thalia said in a hoarse voice. She is very good at imitating, whether it is voice or action. Moreover, she was also very curious about this Batman. She really wanted to know how tall the apprentice her father always praised was. If possible, she would take this master disciple back to see his old man, just with his head. Strange must destroy Gotham and defeat this master disciple to prove that he has the ability to take over the Assassin's League. And Thalia also wants to prove her ability. She is not only a woman, but also the daughter of the head of the devil, Lei Ziogu. Tong Hu stood up on the other side and shook his head vigorously. The shock bomb just now made him feel a little uncomfortable. What Nigma added to the fear spray began to take effect. There was a large amount of inhaled anesthetic in it, and even a rhinoceros fell to the ground and fell asleep. Although Tong Hu didn't inhale much, the phantom consumption of the fear poisonous gas, coupled with the fact that he had just used the sense of energy in his body to resist the darts, now he gradually felt powerless. And, the hallucination is still there, but it doesn't matter anymore. It just feels like a trance, as if you're still in a dream before you wake up. Lie down. Miyamo shouted loudly and flew forward with a kick, kicking Bronze Tiger away. The slow responsive Bronze Tiger did not block the kick. Before falling from the air, Nagi stretched out his left hand, spread his fingers, and the last electric bomb from his wrist flew out. As hot currents surged through the wires fixed on his arms, Tong Hu screamed as he was shocked. The layers of blows and conditions caused him to fall into a temporary coma. Miyamo fell to the ground and kicked Tong Hu in the face. After making sure that Tong Hu fainted, Miyamo breathed a sigh of relief. Without this tiger, the Assassin League's lineup would be much easier to deal with. Nagi didn't want to provoke Ms. Siwa, the strongest fighter in the world, otherwise he would directly draw his gun on the Bronze Tiger and hit it with a last hit. Shaking his neck, Nagi looked at the recovered assassins around him. They were all wearing black combat uniforms, arm armors, shoulder armors, and body protection. The key is that their gazes are like a pack of wild wolves that are ready to attack at any time. Fierce and cruel are their descriptions. Everyone, welcome to Gotham. It's great to have friends from far away, so enjoy the enthusiasm of Gotham people. Nagi smiled grimly, took out a flare gun, pointed it at the sky and pulled the trigger, making a hissing sound. A green flare pierced the night, and the engine of a box-type police car roared towards this direction. Kill him. Talia frowned. This damn policeman will cause trouble, and all old and new grudges will be calculated. He will never be spared. Just when Thalia wanted to go over in person, a batarang flew from behind. Thalia turned around and swung her knife, splitting the dart aside. Batman had already taken the opportunity to rush forward. Lower your body and dive down, hug and throw. Batman picked up Talia and threw her back. Talia quickly stabbed her long knife back and stabbed it on the ground to steady herself. The two were in a stalemate for less than a second before Batman let go of his hand and fought back with a clenched fist. Thalia turned around with the knife in hand, like a stuntman, holding the knife in one hand to stabilize her balance, and lowered her slender legs to sweep across. On the other side, the assassins who heard the order rushed forward. Nagi took out the M500 pistol and held it in his hand. He raised his hand and used his arm armor to block the slashing katana. Nagi smashed the pistol into the assassin's mouth with his backhand. The metal handle of the gun smashed open his teeth like a hammer. Another curved machete with a unique shape came at him diagonally. Nagi dodged the knife and directly pulled the trigger. The bang of the gunshot directly shattered the man's shoulder. The fragile metal shoulder armor could not stop the .500 Magnum bullet at all. The assassin still shifted his position and avoided the vital point, but he miscalculated one thing. The bullet fired by the gun would cause damage if it missed it, and hit the vital point. Unless you grab the bullet with your hands like Bronze Tiger and use your air drum muscles to intercept the bullet, you will be dead. The front lights came on, and the police van accelerated directly into the crowd, but did not knock down anyone. The assassins reacted extremely quickly, but what was faster than their reaction were bullets. Before the car door was opened, Jerry, who was holding a Thompson submachine gun with a fierce look on his face, pulled the trigger from the window. Kicking open the car door, Jerry was like Rambo in First Blood, holding a submachine gun and shooting at the assassins. To deal with the Assassin's League, what Nagi wanted was to have the final word, to hit the opponent directly and break his heart. Otherwise, if there is an assassination every 3 days, even the Transformers will not be able to withstand such a scourge. It is said that a thief can only be a thief in 1,000 days, but there is no way to prevent a thief in 1,000 days, let alone these assassins and killers who take human lives. In order to prepare for this game, Nagi thought carefully for a long time. First of all, the bait must be big, otherwise these assassins will not go out en masse. Nagi alone is not even qualified to be a bait, but with Batman it's different. Nagi is very clear about the grudges between Batman and the League of Assassins, and the League of Assassins will never miss this opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole follows, and now the oriole comes out. Click, click, click. The sound of the Thompson submachine gun was accompanied by the flickering gunfire in this dark night. Directly shooting at those assassins, no matter how hard they dodge, they could only move their vital parts away, but the bullets that swept over directly beat an assassin into a sieve. Kill them. Jerry, who was holding a submachine gun, roared angrily, and the Arkham policemen in the car gritted their teeth and rushed down. They held the submachine gun in their hands and pulled the trigger. The recoil shook their faces ferociously. The Thompson submachine gun, a standard weapon of the mafia, has become famous in Chicago. Tonight, the people of the League of Assassins will know what a Chicago typewriter is. What is Gotham's welcome ceremony? At such a close distance, in a split second, several assassins were directly killed by bullets and fell to the ground. Blood gushes out from the wounds and flows freely on the ground. You dare. The fierce gunshots made Thalia have to take a distracted look. This sight made her eyesight split, and she was not in the mood to cover up her voice anymore. The elite warriors of the Assassin's Alliance were harvested by bullets like wheat in the field. After kicking Batman away, Talia rushed directly towards the place where the gunshots were concentrated like an agile cheetah. The long knife in his hand slashed forward, smoothly cutting an incoming bullet in half. The anger in Thalia's eyes almost turned into substantial flames. He waved his hand and slashed with the knife, but one of the police officers had no time to dodge, or in other words, he didn't dodge at all. He was frightened by Thalia's astonishing aura, and he just stood there blankly, with the trigger tightly squeezed and the muzzle of the gun vibrating, leaving him without any reaction. Swish! It's like the sound of two blades scratching. A line of blood appeared from the police officer's left shoulder to his right abdomen, and then blood mist sprayed out directly, and the submachine gun in his hand was cut into two pieces. Shulif. Nagy, who had just shot and killed an assassin, saw the policeman named Shulif Yale's eyes widening, a bloody spray bursting from his body, and his body falling backwards weakly. Nagy raised his pistol, pointed it at Thalia and pulled the trigger. He still remembered the way the boy saluted him. A silly boy who came out of the slums, couldn't find a supporter, stumbled around in the Gotham Police Department, and was thrown into Arkham to fend for himself. Maybe in a few years, he will also be the kind of despised old man who wants to take cards, but he is not, at least not now. He also wants to join the crime squad. He also wants to be a policeman who eliminates violence and protects justice. It's silly, but it's not a joke. 3 consecutive gunshots sounded. Talia turned around suddenly, and swung the long knife in her hand continuously. Dang, 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 all the bullets were blocked by the long knife. But the sharp edge of the long knife was also broken open by bullets, just like vegetable leaves bitten by insects. Thalia looked at Nagy fiercely. It was this guy. She had already figured it out. This place had become a trap, but they stepped in without knowing it. The top priority is to withdraw. We must not let the elite warriors of the Assassin League be lost here in vain. Thinking of this, Thalia threw the long knife in her hand towards the seedlings, and the sharp tip of the knife pierced it like a javelin. Nagy dodged sideways, raised his hand to block it with his gauntlet, and slapped the flying long knife to the ground. Remove, disperse. Thalia took the opportunity to shout loudly. When the assassins who were suppressed by the fire and running around heard this, they quickly ran towards the shops along the street in front, without any cover on the road. With the sea as its back, there is even less opportunity to escape, because there is no soft beach under the road, but dark rocks. Only the shops along the street in front have enough cover. As long as they are covered by darkness, they can hide immediately. Isn't it too late to run away now? Nagy sneered. When they stepped into this battlefield, they had already put a life-threatening rope on them. The first assassin who rushed into the darkness let out a piercing scream as soon as he entered, and then stopped abruptly with a creepy sound. The assassin who wanted to rush in behind stopped and did not dare to rush in because the smell of blood inside could be clearly smelled even through the mask covering his face. Jerry and the others quickly took the opportunity to replace the drum. Although the firepower just now was fierce, the firepower network set up by several submachine guns directly stunned the Assassin League. 6 or 7 bloody corpses were left on the ground, as well as 4 or 5 seriously injured people who were twitching on the ground and did not die. But there were still some people who directly avoided the fire net and launched a counterattack. Jerry's body armor also had a cross-shaped dart inserted into it. If they choose to come with Neoji, they have already put their life and death on the balance, and it is a matter of life and death. This bloody and pungent road battlefield with corpses strewn everywhere suddenly fell into a tacit silence. The crowd that had been fighting to death just now all stopped. Thalia stood in front of the assassins, looking at the blood flowing out of the alley, and turned her head sharply to look at Nagy. After loading the M500 revolver with bullets and closing the magazine, Nagy raised his head and smiled. I told you, welcome to Gotham. Roar. A roar of a ferocious beast sounded from the dark alley, and 2 monsters like wild wolves climbed out of it, illuminated by the street lights. I could barely distinguish the appearance of these 2 monsters. They were rats. The big rats looked like wolves and dogs, with ferocious blood stains on the corners of their mouths and staring at them with glowing red eyes. This is the work of Dr. Milo, a scientist who likes to hide his clumsiness. Nothing he can do will surprise the seedlings. It's just that there are only 2 rats of this type, which came in handy tonight. In addition to them, there are tens of thousands of rats gathered by Otis around them. Are you really a policeman? Thalia suddenly asked. She did not hide her voice, which had a magnetic voice, much like the voice of an opera star. Arkham PD, Task Force Sergeant, Nagy. After saying that, Nagy raised his pistol and pointed it at Thalia, and Jerry and the others also raised their submachine guns loaded with bullets. And the assassins were also ready for the final blow, with sharp blades exuding a chilling chill. If they were in another place, they would be terrible killing weapons, but here, success or failure is not determined in this way. Bang! Nagi fired first. Click, click, click. The distinctive gunfire of the Thompson submachine gun swept across again. Thalia spread her hands, and several smoke bombs flew out of her hands, falling to the ground and instantly turning into grey smoke screens. The assassins also launched an attack, with the throwing knives, the figures moving like the wind, and the cold light. A high-pitched whistle sounded from the corner of the shops along the street, like the vibration before the river embankment collapsed, and countless rats rushed out of the alley like a raging wave. Batman stood on the telephone pole, staring down with cold eyes, when the police van crashed into him. He reacted right away, but he didn't expect Nagi to be so decisive and shoot directly with a submachine gun. But he did not intervene, he just quietly withdrew from the battlefield. He restrained himself by not killing, but this was not a restraint of others, and he would not impose his restraints on others. Grey smoke covered the entire road, and a surging tide of rats rushed out of the alley, swallowing up the assassins like a wave. Fierce gunshots, flashes of cold light, blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the smoke screen. Nagi carried the revolver like a hammer, swinging his hand and smashing it in the face. Although he couldn't see far in the smoke screen, the assassins were all coming towards him. With such unconcerned momentum, he would take him away even if he died. The barrel of the gun was pressed against the face of an assassin, and Nagi directly pulled the trigger. The dull gunshot blasted the assassin's head to pieces, and spattered plasma fell on Nagi's face. It made him look even more ferocious, like a killing god, and another long knife struck from behind. Nagi turned around and blocked it with his arm, and the blade on the arm armor popped out, blocking the long knife. Get back here. Nagi turned around, picked up the pistol, and hit the assassin's temple with the handle of the gun, hitting it with all his strength. There was a crack of bones, and the assassin screamed. He was kicked out by Nagi and hit a box-type police car. Jerry next to him turned his gun and killed him on the spot. Whoosh, the dart came through the air. Miyamo looked at Jerry behind him and raised his hand to blow up the dart. Thalia, who was hidden in the smoke screen, flashed her eyes, holding two short-edged daggers in her hands, and pounced directly, like a hunting mantis, ready to kill. It sent chills down Miyagi's back, and he instinctively raised his arm to block. With a clang, he blocked the dagger piercing his neck. The other dagger stabbed Miyamo's abdomen heavily, and the body armor that was cracked by the copper tiger did not stop the blade this time. The cold blade pierced into the body. For the first time, Nagi felt the distance of death. It turned out to be so close. In the Arkham police station, Nigma was looking at the computer in a daze when he heard an exclamation from behind him and turned his head to look over. Jason, who was lying on the table copying text, looked at the broken glass on the table with a horrified look. It was the glass from which Nagi usually drank water, and there was a pesticide sticker on it. It's okay, remember to clean it up, this thing can't be scratched. Nigma didn't take it seriously and continued to look at the computer screen in a daze, holding two glass beads and bumping them back and forth between his fingers. My master. Jason couldn't help but want to ask. He's fine. This guy's words will count. By the way, this is for you. Nigma took out a copper key from his arms, threw it to Jason, and explained patiently. This is a bar. It's yours now. He regards you as his godson, and he also left some thoughts. He originally had a check for 10 million, but it seems to have been lost. This one is also okay. I don't want it. Jason threw the copper key on the table and burst into tears. He turned around and walked outside, but was stopped by Nigma. Where are you going? Nigma frowned. I'm going to find him. Jason shouted sonorously. Come back, it's useless if you go, you're still a burden. Nigma raised his feet, put them on the table, and stretched. I gave you the key. It was Nagi's order. Didn't you even listen to him? I'm still your teacher. Nigma's casual tone made Jason throw his head back and cry. He raised his hand and slammed it on the wall. He hated his own powerlessness at the moment. Tomorrow at noon, you take the bus to the metropolis. The seedlings have been arranged. You were supposed to leave yesterday. I bought the ticket for you. You go to the metropolis first and come back when everything is fine. Nigma made arrangements in a calm tone, just like Nagi arranged their stay yesterday, so calmly that it was scary. What about you? Jason asked with a trembling voice, a pleading look on his face because he had already thought of something. Of course I have my own things to do. Nigma smiled and looked at the computer. If he would receive news of Nagi's death tomorrow morning, there is no need to wear this police uniform. There is 1.3 million in this safe, which was obtained from a lawsuit in Star City. There is 50,000 of yours in it, and the rest belongs to others. Nagi has already told me the specific use. This guy is a pretty good guy. Nigma laughed as he spoke, threw the glass marbles in his hand on the table, and waved his hand. Don't be so pessimistic and continue copying. Nagi is looking forward to this. After you finish writing, I will continue to decipher it. Jason wiped his tears and walked back, sitting at the table and continuing to copy the words on the alchemy code. A long time ago, he knew that crying was useless. Tears would not fill the stomach, nor make the body warmer. They would only make people weaker and easier to be bullied. Nagi also said that men who bleed do not shed tears. Nagi roared angrily, raised his arm and threw away the dagger in front of him, grabbed the dagger pierced into the abdomen, and pinched Thalia's wrist tightly to prevent her from twisting the blade to expand the wound. You want me to die, you're thinking too much. Miyagi's ferocious face hit Thalia on the head, and then raised his legs and knees. Thalia couldn't get away, so she could only raise her hand to block, her pretty eyes slightly wrinkled, trying to compete with Nagi for strength, twisting the handle of the dagger. Nagi gritted his teeth, veins popped out on his arms, and he forcefully pulled out the short knife from his abdomen. At the same time, he tightened his muscles to shrink the wound and apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Thalia looked at the pulled-out dagger and cursed in her heart. She had underestimated this guy after all, and then thought of Strange's inexplicable look before he left. Holding the dagger in her hand tightly, Thalia threw the dagger towards Nagi, and the blade of the dagger cut through the air. However, Nagi did not dodge and punched him directly. The blade of the dagger grazed his forehead and opened a wound. Thalia failed to dodge in time and was hit by Nagi's punch. The powerful energy exploded, causing Thalia to take several steps back before she could regain her balance before she could attack again. Howling strong winds sounded in the air, and a helicopter approached. Its searchlight pierced the smoke screen and landed on the ground. The strong light caused the people below to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Everyone below puts down their weapons. You are surrounded. Put down their weapons. Gordon's voice sounded from above. This is a helicopter temporarily deployed by the Gotham Police Department. It was recruited by Gordon after receiving a warning from Batman. Gordon rushed here in a hurry, especially after knowing that Jerry from the Arkham Police Department had transferred a batch of arms from the evidence room of the headquarters. Gordon couldn't sit still. The helicopter descended slowly. Thalia looked around and felt as if her heart had been stopped. There were rat corpses everywhere, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As for the elite warriors of the Assassin's League, only 2 or 3 are still standing. The person's eyes were blinded by the strong light. This was the only chance. Thalia looked at the seedlings who raised their hands to cover them, and then glanced at the people from the Assassin's League. She gritted her teeth and shouted, and when the helicopter landed, she led the people out of here. The helicopter landed on the ground, and Gordon jumped down from it. The sticky blood under his feet made Gordon's face even more ugly. It seems that Batman still called the police. Nagi squatted on the ground, raised his eyebrows, and smiled teasingly. What are you? Gordon didn't know what to say, especially when he saw Jerry leaning against the car, dripping with blood, and the lifeless police officer lying on the ground. All the words were stuck in Gordon's throat, making it impossible for Gordon to spit them out. Nagi held his stomach, walked to the body of a policeman, squatted down, and raised his hand to brush his eyes. He was decapitated with a knife, his neck was cut in half, and blood flowed freely on the ground. Miyama sighed. Gordon came over, looked at the body and asked, "Why didn't you notify me of such an action?" "Because it was me who was going to die, but they helped me fight for my life, and I have to live for them." Nagi stood up, covered the bleeding wound, walked to the other side, and shouted without looking back, "Chief Gordon, please thoroughly investigate the tap water poisoning case. I can only help here. Go to the hospital? Don't be brave." Gordon shouted. Today is an extraordinary day for Gotham University. Early in the morning, a team of police officers rushed into the psychology classroom of Gotham University with an arrest warrant. "Jonathan Klein, you are suspected of 11 charges including public endangerment and poisoning. You are arrested." Milo, who was holding the search warrant, shouted righteously. The students in the classroom all looked at the person on the podium, Professor Jonathan Klein, with disbelief. "I don't know what you are talking about," Jonathan said with a suspicious look on his face. He was thin but very tall. He looked like he was holding up his suit on a clothes rack. Wearing glasses that symbolize authority on his face, he is already in his 30s, but he looks very much like a man in his 60s. Perhaps because of his thinness, he looks very old. "Don't worry, you will know everything in the defendant's seat in the court, Mr. Poisoner." Milo was not polite at all. He took the handcuffs from his belt and cooperated with the policeman next to him to put the handcuffs on Jonathan. "Okay, give me some time to think about what made me commit the crime." Jonathan raised his finger and tapped his forehead, as if he suddenly understood. "Are you talking about this?" Jonathan took out a torn sackcloth from under the podium with some white chalk scraps on it. "Put it down." Milo slapped it down. Jonathan picked up the handcuffs and put them on him. Jonathan raised his wrist, and a stream of light green gas spurted out from his cuffs and landed on Milo's face. "I told you, what did you do wrong?" Jonathan whispered, raised his hand, and sprayed another police detective in the face. Only then did Jonathan have time. He took off his glasses slowly, put on the sackcloth hood, and pulled hard. "I should let you suffer for a while first. And you." Jonathan, no, he should be called Scarecrow now, turned to look at the students sitting in the classroom, with a playful look in his eyes. "Experience the ultimate fear. This class is free." The Scarecrow reached out and pressed it under the podium, and the gas tank hidden in the ventilation duct was immediately activated. The rich light green gas spread from the ventilation duct, and filled the classroom everywhere. The students who had inhaled the gas all trembled and fell to the ground. There was a noise of desks, chairs, and benches, and there were screams of terror, as if the world was ending. What a beautiful sound. Only absolute fear can make people know their own insignificance. "God, this is your hymn." The Scarecrow stood on the podium intoxicated, with his hands raised high. He turned around and was about to leave. He trembled on the ground and got on Milo. With all his strength, he slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed the Scarecrow's trousers. Don't even think about leaving." Milo gritted his teeth and shouted. He was so frightened that his whole body was shaking, his legs and feet were weak, and hallucinations appeared in front of him one after another. The Scarecrow turned to look at him, like looking at an inconspicuous ant, raised his foot and stepped on Milo's hand, then slowly squatted down and grabbed Milo's hair. Look at me, tell me, what are you afraid of? File-sized beads of sweat broke out on Milo's forehead. He looked at the torn sack mask on the Scarecrow's face, and he saw the Scarecrow, inserted in the dark wasteland, with blood flowing all over his body. As the hallucination deepened, Milo fainted directly. The Scarecrow shook his head disdainfully, walked through the door, opened the ventilation facilities of the classroom, and spread the poisonous fear throughout the university. This can be considered my farewell gift. They will all like it. The Scarecrow laughed and walked out of the classroom with swaying steps. Someone was already poisoned in the corridor. They staggered around and fell over a large area, and some even screamed out of fear, and some even fought with fists and kicks. The more fear gas is inhaled, the faster it collapses, like a frightened goat that can only be slaughtered by others. Gotham Police Department, Major Crime Division Office. Barbara was chewing gum and sitting in front of the computer, sorting out the information on the computer. The crime team lacked manpower, especially those who knew how to use computers. Gordon, who had been busy all day and night, directly recruited his daughter to be a young man when no one was available. Barbara was very happy about this. After all, the internal computer of the police station sounded mysterious. When she opened it, Barbara felt something was wrong. Why were there so many network secret doors in the police database? There are network secret doors one by one, allowing outside computers to come in, which is easier than drinking tea. There is no possibility of keeping the police station's database confidential. Barbara tentatively broke through a secret door, only to find that the secret door actually jumped. It was a virus set by an expert. Virus damage began to appear on the computer in front of Barbara. This discovery made Barbara very curious, and she took out her computer and USB flash drive from her backpack. Barbara rubbed her hands. She was a master among internet masters. This little virus could be defeated directly. Just as Barbara was firing on all cylinders, she wanted to know who was so bold as to leave a secret door in the police database. At the same time, in the Batcave, the Batcomputer sounded a red alarm. Someone has invaded. Someone has invaded. Bruce Wayne, who had not slept all night, was sitting in a chair, filling out a plan survey. When he heard the sound of the alarm, he turned around and saw that the Batcomputer's firewall had been breached 3 times. Bruce was a little confused. How could anyone dare to attack the Batcomputer? This computer was borrowed from the Wayne Group's warehouse and debugged by the technical director Lucius himself. The defense measures are tighter than the Pentagon's computer system. Someone has broken into it? Bruce stood up quickly and walked to the computer, although his research on the computer was limited to using it as a super searcher to extract useful information from various databases in Gotham. However, that doesn't mean he doesn't understand computers. As soon as he checked the data, Bruce frowned. The attack address was Gotham Police Department? Are there computer experts there? Bruce tried to fight with the opponent several times, but was defeated. The opponent could not break through the special firewall in the Batcomputer, but he used other methods to lock the Batcomputer's location. Mr. Fox. Bruce picked up the phone next to him and called Lucius Fox, the warehouse manager of Wayne Group, the technical sweeper, and the developer of Bat technology. That's right, although Bruce can't deal with this computer hacker, he can find foreign aid and directly fight for him. Hello, Master Wayne, do you need new protection for your rock climbing shooting plan? Lucius said with a smile. Rather than being called by others, he sounded more like he was talking to a friend he had made over the years. Although according to seniority, Bruce should call him uncle. Before Thomas Wayne was shot, Lucius, a technology tycoon, built Gotham's rail system with Thomas's support and became a member of the board of directors. Of course, as an emperor and a courtier, after the death of Thomas Wayne, the environmental protection plans, defense systems, and consumer goods plans prepared by this technology tycoon all became prototypes. The board of directors has shifted the scientific research direction of Wayne Group to the more profitable development direction of medical care, arms, and high-end real estate, and will also get involved in the financial industry. The reason why Lucius was sent to the warehouse was because the product he developed was very poor. Whether it is the Karov multifunction protective suit, the zero-based flying hook system, or the heavily armored bridge construction vehicle, they cannot bring a lot of profits to the Wayne Group. Therefore, Lucius and his works were thrown into the confidential warehouse under Wayne Tower. If nothing else happens, he will spend his time at Wayne Group from working to retirement in that confidential warehouse. Well, my computer has been hacked, can you help me solve it? Bruce said tactfully, after all, my privacy will arouse a lot of people's curiosity. Okay. Lucius could only agree, you can open the remote control and I will see what to do. Bruce operated on the computer and asked on the phone, okay, what else can I do? With your hands off the keyboard, you can go have a cup of coffee. When you come back, there will be no problems with this computer. What's up? Barbara in the Gotham Police Department, who was originally relaxed and simple, has now become anxious. She had just dismantled several firewalls, and the hacker came out and fought with her twice before being killed by her. Just when she was about to get the address of the computer and trace it offline, the other side directly used the data flow to rush her away. The vast data flow was like a tsunami, hitting her head and face. The other party showed no martial ethics at all, and did not give her a chance to surrender. It was just a smash, and the computer began to overload. The laptop that Barbara bought with her scholarship already had a burning smell, and it cut off the power before she even reached out. There was a pop, sparks flashed, the computer was overloaded, the keyboard bulged, and black smoke rose. Oh my god, is this a barbecue? Detective from the Major Crime Squad, Renee Montoya, walked in holding her nose, looking at the burnt laptop and Barbara with an annoyed look on her face. She didn't realize what was going on for a moment. What's wrong with you? Renee Montoya asked. Barbara looked like she was about to cry. Renee walked over quickly and asked, "Who offended our little baby? There is no way that such a large data stream has no place. It must be in a large database to have such a volume," Barbara said while thinking. The tears that were about to burst out were held back, and she thought seriously instead. Now she was extremely curious about the unknown hacker. Although the other party used the data stream to flush her away, his traces were also exposed. _II hashtag. Sister Renee, what are you here for? After thinking about it, Barbara determined the direction of the investigation and then remembered that Renee was still there. You heartless little scoundrel, you didn't hear anything I said to comfort you just now. Renee raised her hand and pinched Barbara's face, pulling her face and rubbing it. I'm sorry, Sister Renee. Barbara pouted, and Renee smiled and squeezed her again before letting her go. Barbara quickly covered her face with her hands, fearing that Renee would come and pinch her again. Renee leaned next to the desk, took out an iron cigarette case, reached out and picked up a cigarette and asked, "By the way, where is Chief Gordon? I didn't even see him. There was an explosion in the rental apartment on Sterling Avenue. I was about to report it to him. He was called by the Internal Affairs Department and said he would be back this afternoon. I heard something big happened," Barbara said, rubbing her face. "Isn't it a big deal? Many people died." Renee shook her head and did not continue the topic. She just glanced at the burnt laptop on the desk. "Aren't you repairing the computer? Why is it broken?" When she heard this, Barbara was so aggrieved that she wanted to cry again, but she would never let those people succeed. Absolutely. Sister Renee, does the police station have other computers? I need to connect to the internet. Someone has tampered with the police station's database. Computer. Renee frowned and thought for a moment. The computers in the General Bureau are all internal computers and cannot connect to specific networks. Only computers in the department can connect. There is also an unused one in the evidence office. The former evidence manager put it together using spare parts. Go and see if it can still be used. You can't touch other computers. I'm going right now. Barbara got up and ran outside. Her furious look really looked like Gordon's. Renee shook her head, but Gordon was not here. How to deal with the bombing? After thinking about it, let's put it in the file first. In the luxurious suite on the 17th floor of the Gotham Royal Hotel, Ms. Thalia, the representative of Lars Investment Group, lived. Lars Investment Group came to Gotham to seek partners with sincerity. There are already more than a dozen group companies vying to come here to extend an olive branch representing cooperation. However, Lars Group was unmoved by this. According to rumors, Wayne Group, a well-known enterprise in Gotham, was going to cooperate deeply with Lars Group and join forces. At the same time, rumors also say that young Master Bruce of the Wayne family will attend Gotham's charity gala with Miss Thalia. However, the current Miss Thalia is not as beautiful as the outside world said. She stood up from behind the sofa in disgrace and looked at the table that was shattered by the explosion. There was still the smell of gunpowder smoke from the explosion in the room. The steel balls flying away from the surrounding sofas were all filled with holes, and some glass ornaments were all smashed. It was a mess. A piece of paper fell from the air, and Thalia grabbed it with her hand. There was only one sentence on it: "Welcome to Gotham, Nagi." Thalia gritted her teeth and shouted someone's name. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something and turned around sharply. A snake-shaped ring on his finger suddenly popped out, like a slender dart, shot out directly and landed in a corner above the bookshelf. Squeak! A mouse screamed. With a thud, it fell from the bookshelf to the ground. On the thick camel hair carpet, the mouse struggled a few times and then lost its breath. The slender dart was poking at its neck. This is an ordinary gray rat, a common sight in the streets and trash cans of Gotham. But, it's not normal to appear here. Thalia walked over, glanced at the mouse with sharp eyes, reached out and took out a capsule camera from the mouse's neck, with a slender wire on it. No need to think, there is someone behind the camera watching this scene. With a bang, the camera was crushed by Thalia. Her face was as gloomy as if it was about to rain. She had not yet sought a chance to retaliate for last night's fiasco. The other party made the first move, manipulating the mouse. Other people? Thalia immediately remembered that she had been hit by a bomb, but where were the others? She shuddered at the thought. He quickly ran to the phone and called a member of the Assassin's League using the contact information in his memory. They sneaked into Gotham secretly in various ways. Some of them were tourists, students, reporters, lawyers, drivers, and job seekers. They are like a drop of water, quietly blending into the bottomless black river of Gotham, and no one will discover their true identity. No one would think that their affable neighbor next door is a terrorist planning to destroy the entire city. In a shabby cheap hotel on Gotham's Upper East Side, the most frequented ones are pimps and prostitutes who sell their bodies. The walls are thin and there is no soundproofing option at all. However, rather than sound insulation, the person lying on the bed was more worried that the two fierce strivers upstairs would shake down the already cracked ceiling. The phone rang, and a man in jeans sat up from the bed. He smelled faintly of blood, and had a thick bandage wrapped around his neck. His unremarkable appearance made him look a little ordinary, and no one would notice him if he were thrown into the crowd, but there was a sharpness in his eyes that was difficult to conceal, and it penetrated people like a sharpened cold weapon. Just as he walked over to answer the phone, there was a knock on the door. The man stopped vigilantly and shouted outside. Who? Hello, this is a takeout from a Mexican restaurant. Someone ordered a potato and beef burrito for you. Open the door. I have to rush to deliver the order. Otherwise, I will leave it at the door for you. The delivery boy outside was very grumpy. He shouted out from behind and shook the door hard. The man pulled out a short knife from his waist and said in a deep voice, I didn't order food. Did you go to the wrong place? You're right, it's a customer named Thalia. The food I ordered for you will be placed at the door for you first. There was a sound of footsteps going down the stairs at the door, and the phone on the table was still ringing, making it very noisy. The man held the short knife behind his back and slowly opened the door. He saw no one, only a lunchbox on the ground. It's the kind of paper box where cakes are placed, with a rose on it, which looks very strange. The man bent down and picked up the box. It did smell like food inside, but in the corner above the stairs, a mouse lay there, with the capsule camera around its neck pointed right at the man. Nigma, who was sitting in the car, looked at the situation displayed on the laptop screen and directly pressed the detonation button on the remote control in his hand. Bye-bye. Before Nigma could finish his words, a dull explosion sounded in the hotel. Hundreds of steel balls ejected instantly. The man holding the box was directly beaten into a sieve by the steel balls, and fell to the ground in a bloody mess. In Gotham Royal Hotel, after Thalia couldn't get through the second call, she immediately hung up the phone, packed her things and left. Now they are in the light and Nagi and the others are in the dark. Those guys are like hidden poisonous snakes and will attack them at any time. As soon as Thalia came downstairs, she felt the possibility of being watched. She glanced at the people around her and saw no changes. However, it might not be human. Thalia looked at those inconspicuous corners. The file-sized mouse with the camera could go anywhere and could be hidden better than anything else. Hello. Thalia reached out to stop a waiter. Can you help me drive out? Thalia picked up the key to a Porsche sports car, waved it in front of the waiter, took off her glasses, and winked playfully. The waiter's face turned red instantly and he bowed quickly. I am willing to serve you. Go ahead. Thalia said with a pretty smile, looking like she was looking at her little lover, which made the waiter's heart beat faster. He quickly stabilized his posture and trotted towards the parking lot. After the waiter left, Thalia's face turned cold instantly, and the feeling of surveillance had not disappeared. She hated this uneasy feeling, and she felt even more regretful that she didn't kill the seedlings last night, because she felt that there would never be such an opportunity again in the future, and women's sixth sense was very accurate. But at this moment, Thalia has no hope that this premonition is accurate. Is the Assassin's League's plan going to fail? At the entrance of the hotel, a silver Porsche sports car drove slowly over, with a streamlined body and shining noble liquid silver. From a distance, this car runs like a sharp blade, cutting through the air. This is also Thalia's favorite car. She likes the color and the sharpness of the blade. Just like Lei Xiao, ancient one who has lived for 700 years, he has witnessed the rise and fall of countless dynasties and the changes of various weapons. However, in the end, only people are the strongest weapons. This is also the force respected by the Assassin's League, which makes people as sharp as weapons, fearless, and invincible. But when this car drove over, Thalia's face was not happy at all. This car had been tampered with. Even if she didn't go out, she just took a look through the glass and knew clearly that if she left here in a car, she would really die, whether there were explosives in the car or on the road. Thalia believed in her instincts. The other party's desire to kill her was definitely no less intense than her own desire to kill them. Welcome to Gotham, hee. Thalia sneered, and she seemed to have found a way to break the situation. Miss, your car. The waiter who drove the car ran over, stood there, and extended his hand to invite Thalia over. This car is given to you. Please help me contact the TV station and say, Lars Investment Group will participate in the Gotham Charity Cooperation Gala. Please help me contact your manager to arrange the venue. After Thalia gave her instructions, she turned around and walked towards the elevator, raising her head proudly. Since someone wanted her to die, she would make a big show of it so that no one would dare to do anything to her. Police, then come and kill me. When Thalia walked into the elevator, she suddenly turned her head and looked at an oil painting on the wall. On the frame of the oil painting, there was a little mouse lying on it, like a gray glutinous rice ball. People coming and going didn't notice this little secret. Thalia didn't kill him, although she could do it, but she raised her hand and blew a charming kiss, as if to declare victory, and walked into the elevator with her head raised. The little mouse watched the elevator door close and keep rising. In a car outside, Nigma looked at the picture on the computer screen with a gloomy face and played with the bomb remote control in his hand. After several attempts, I still failed to press the detonation button and blew up a valuable sports car. It was of no use. This woman is much smarter than she looks. It's also much trickier. I really want to blow her up like this. Nigma sighed, closed the computer, picked up the pager and gave a few instructions. Otis, you can evacuate. Let's go to the next point. You meet me on 3rd Avenue, Arkham Asylum, Strange's office. What happened last night was hidden from many people, but not from Hugo Strange. The Assassin's League was almost wiped out, which was not good news for him. Especially, his own allies were discovered. Strange turned his chair and looked at the scarecrow Jonathan, who was sitting on the sofa. He was wearing the broken sack mask on his face and was watching the scene on the TV. It is reported that Gotham University was poisoned by terrorists. The number of injured has reached 371. Most of them are students in class. The ventilation ducts of the school have become. Wow, the TV is turned off. Scarecrow Jonathan slapped the sofa angrily. What are you doing? This is my biggest experimental plan. Strange threw the TV remote control on the table and rubbed his forehead helplessly. You are a wanted criminal now. Don't you have any other ideas to do something bigger? Bigger things? Is there a bigger plan than plunging Gotham into desperate fear? Let those damn bastards know what fear is and what fear is. Jonathan was like a magic stick, clenching his hands and reciting his ambitions like a fool. But with those shining eyes, it was obvious that he didn't think so in his heart. Also, as an expert in psychology, Jonathan was not as simple as he appeared. Otherwise, he would not have embarked on this criminal path. He wanted to see the fearful and painful eyes of those people, just like seeing himself who had been bullied. Those people stuffed the insects and snakes he was afraid of into his clothes. He was so scared that he cried, trembled, and begged for mercy. Jonathan hated himself at that time, just like he hated moths and ants. He hated himself at that time, but he also wanted to see himself distorted by fear. Just like a snake clinging to the leg, the cold touch is like the spread of fear, the embodiment of substance. Strange was too lazy to understand what he was thinking. He was just thinking about how to be more beneficial to himself. The Assassin's League can't count on it. That idiot woman Thalia actually suffered such a big setback. She will definitely not give up. But, that little policeman is really awesome. At the same time, in the underground laboratory of Arkham Asylum, there was only the hum of some instruments running in the empty laboratory, and there were culture tanks filled with malforin antiseptic fluid. Joker's pale body suddenly opened its eyes, its pupils dilating and shrinking, adapting to the changes around it. But after a moment, Joker closed his eyes again, but the frozen smile on his face became deeper. In the Gotham Police Department's evidence department, Barbara, who was searching for treasure here, dug out a computer case from a pile of randomly scattered evidence. Just taking a look, Barbara had a look of surprise on her face. Although the outer casing was very inconspicuous, the parts inside and the assembly effect were much better than her computer. Moreover, looking at the interfaces on the chassis, there should be supporting equipment. Barbara turned her head and looked at the warehouse full of evidence, and the smile on her face suddenly collapsed. The evidence piled up randomly included everything from bloody machetes to unopened bullet boxes, as well as a bunch of random things, making the place look very messy. Finding things in here is a bit difficult. Regardless, Barbara ran out with her computer in hand, connected to the internet at a desk, and planned to continue searching the Gotham Police Department's database and dismantle all the secret doors. Just after the computer was turned on, a yellow question mark popped up, followed by a green background screen and a riddle. I feel your every move, I know your every thought, I have been with you since birth. What am I? Barbara muttered the riddle above and twisted her hair twice in confusion, but she thought about it for a while. I tentatively entered an answer above. Reflection, only shadow exists at the same time in every move. After Barbara entered the answer, the computer's password lock popped open. On the computer interface, as if it had been modified by obsessive-compulsive disorder, all files were distributed in playing card suits. However, some of them have been encrypted and cannot be opened. There are only a few left. Barbara moves the mouse and clicks on them. Mail. Ding. The adventure treasure has been refreshed. Please explore by yourself. The muffled sound of dong 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 covered up the sound in my mind, and the heavy fist hit the tire pillar hard. Nagy's back was bare and his abdomen was wrapped with a white bandage. The muscles on his body were as strong as cast iron. He waved his fists and hit the tires in front of him like a violent storm. The wooden pillar in the middle was penetrated by the strength of Nagy's fist, making a crunching sound. The doctor told you to take less activities and it's best to take some time off. Holding a cup of black tea, Nigma walked to the door of the gym, sat on the lounge chair next to him, and watched the sunset in the distance. Doctor? Damn, he even gave me a sedative. Nagy retracted his fist, put his feet into a horse stance, exerted force on his toes, united his waist and horse, and instantly punched the tire hard. The wooden pile behind the tire seemed to have been bombarded by a cannonball. Smashed wood chips flew everywhere, and an incomplete semicircle appeared, as if it had been bitten by something. Look, it's still intact. Nagy smiled and patted his abdomen, picked up the jacket on one side and put it on. We don't have enough manpower, do we need to recruit some people? Nigma took a sip of black tea and admired the afterglow of the setting sun. These days, he and Otis were busy hunting down those members of the Assassin's League. It's a pity, these people's sense of smell is too sensitive, even with the help of Otis's rat pack, they can't kill everyone. After all, there is a shortage of manpower. If there were more manpower, there would be no need for fixed bombs. Just hold the submachine gun and kick the door open, and there will be a sudden burst. It's not like they can't do what the mafia can do, and they can do it even more powerfully than they do. Nagi put on a close-fitting body armor and stab-proof Kylov plate armor, and thought about it for a while. To be honest, recruiting people is not difficult at all. As for the current environment in Gotham, there are many homeless people, bankrupt companies, and closed factories, which have directly made a large number of employees unemployed. Coupled with the increase in illegal immigrants, the environment is terrible. From a jobless vagrant to a robber, there is only a knife's distance away. With a knife, you can do whatever you want. As long as you are willing to give money, a gang of several hundred people can be established in an instant. The only problem is how to feed these gang members. Nagi's current base is the Arkham Police Department. It would definitely be good to raise his own private soldiers with the salary of the City Hall. However, Nagi does not want to expand this scale. Arkham District is too poor to support too many police officers, and what Nagi needs at the Arkham Police Department is to send those young and promising police officers outside. If he hadn't been too short of helpers, Nagi wouldn't have asked Jerry to come back to take charge of the overall situation. Jerry should develop in the Gotham Police Department or other divisional police stations. I'll think about it again. Nagi didn't settle on the matter, put on his jacket and sat on the chair next to him. Nagi reached into his pocket and said a little aggrievedly, "FK, I'm just confused. There are still people who dare to steal the policeman's wallet." Nigma shook his head helplessly. "Stop dreaming, just pretend it's not happening, otherwise it will make you feel even more distressed. At 10 million, even if the price is discounted by half, you can still get several million. Stop talking." Nagi clutched his chest with some heartache. He couldn't listen to this, it was too painful. The key was that besides the multi-million check, his salary was also included, 1 month's worth. That's really hard-earned money. After working hard for a month, I was gone within 2 days. That check should be back in Falcone's hands. It can be considered a good thing. People from the Internal Affairs Office have come out. You have one less handle and more security, Nigma advised. Internal Affairs Office. When Nagi heard this title, he was stunned for a moment. After thinking carefully for a while, he remembered that, just like the military police wearing white hats, they were a department responsible for investigating police officers and officials. However, this department is just a decoration in Gotham. Besides Gordon, is there another policeman who does not accept dirty money? Nagi and the others did not let go of the welfare dividend provided. This was already a default rule. At most, it's just a question of whether to handle personnel matters. Anyway, the Arkham Police Department collects money, arrests people, and doubles the fines. The surrounding gangs are complaining, and it can be said that the people are living in dire straits. If it weren't for the intimidating power of seedlings, someone would have jumped out and tried to give them some color. Although those gang members did not dare to take action against Nagi, they also did not dare to take action against those at the level of sergeants and detectives. But throwing dead cats and dogs into the house, and shooting 2 windows at night, disgusting people can still do it. If you are more advanced, just send an envelope to your home and put a bullet in it. After Gordon captured Maroney, the bullets he received at his home could fill a file-size box. Gordon was called to investigate for 2 days. On the day he came out, Gordon dropped 2 coffee cups. "Hey," Nigma said this and shook his head meaningfully. It can make a good old man like Gordon unable to bear it. What the Internal Affairs Office does is really not pleasing to people. It's not like the Gotham Canal doesn't flow past Arkham District. If you dare to come here to show off your power, you're in the wrong place and looking for death, Nagi said murderously. In the Gotham Police Department, he might give those people a face, but in Arkham District, it would be strange not to kill them. By the way, what are you going to do about that woman Thalia? She appears on TV every day and is almost touted as the most beautiful woman in Gotham, Nigma asked seriously. This woman put herself in the spotlight, which really made Nigma restrained. It was definitely not a rational choice to attack her at this time. However, Nigma was not willing to let her go like this. Nagi sat on the chair, crossed his legs and shook them twice. He had also read the information that Nigma had searched for. Talia al Ghul, this is indeed no ordinary person, the daughter of the leader of demons, Lei Ziogu, and the assassin princess of the Assassin League. Of course, she also has a more unique name, Bat Knight. Well, yes, it is indeed a knight. This killer princess drugged Bruce Wayne, and after a one-night stand, she gave birth to the most promising child in the League of Assassins, Miriam Wayne, in a villa next to the Red Sea. Also known as Mi Aotian, the bloodline of the Wayne family continues, and he was already at the peak of human physical fitness at the age of 10. He is proficient in various martial arts and weapons. He is already a master in cold weapons. He has personally killed a Siberian tiger and hunted a great white shark in the Atlantic Ocean. He was the successor recognized by Lei Ziogo himself, passed the challenge of recognition from the Assassin Alliance, and killed an entire assassin team. Keep an eye on her, she's more anxious than us. When she leaves here, we'll give her a ride. Nagi grinned. I have to return this knife no matter what. By the way, are you going to Blackgate Prison? The dead shot I was looking for before, I found out that he is serving his sentence in Blackgate Prison. Nigma remembered that when he looked up the information before, he saw the personal information of deadshot Floyd Lawton, who was actually in prison under their noses. There was no one left, Nigma thought he was dead. Blackgate Prison has a thick defense like an ancient city wall, plus a moat, high-voltage barbed wire connected to the sky, and special forces stationed around it. Gotham's most famous heavy-duty prison, Nagi. who came here for the first time, really wondered how someone could escape from a place like this. Looking at the DC universe, those supervillains can escape from prison as easily as drinking cold water. Is the opponent too strong, or is this place too weak? But it wasn't a big problem. Nagi submitted the application, stuffed a banknote inside and went in immediately. Chief Nagi, are you going to interrogate a fool who was hung by a bat? The fat prison guard accompanying him looked at the name on the application form and couldn't help but joke. Because it was the easiest to capture Deadshot, he was hung in midair on the roof of the building and fainted when he was put down. Do you have many Batmans sent in? Nagi put his hands in his pockets and asked curiously. Looking behind the iron bars on both sides, he saw a cell that was as lively as a zoo. The prisoners in orange uniforms looked like man-eating beasts, and they did not hide the ferocity in their eyes. Yes, and many people are afraid of him. Look at this. The prison guard smiled and picked up the electric baton in his hand. There was a yellow bat sticker on it, which looked like it was hand-painted. I call it the Bat Punisher. Every time someone makes trouble, I'll poke them in the butt and then discharge them. As the prison guard said this, he made a stabbing motion, which made the seedlings tense up. The prisoners around them had expressions of disgust on their faces, but they did not dare to make a scene. They did not hold on to the railings with both hands and shake them vigorously like in those movies. Because these iron bars are really electrified, outside they may be powerful and ruthless characters, but here, the prison guards have 10,000 ways to keep them honest. Of course, if they were given the opportunity to leave this iron cage, they would definitely find 10,000 ways to get back. Here we are, right here. This guy is very capable of beating, so he will be put in a single cell. After the prison guard finished speaking, he raised his hand and muttered quietly. This guy bit off a prison guard's ear. People here call him Little Tyson because they look alike. I'm talking about skin color, you know. The prison guard raised his eyebrows. I understand, open the door. Nagi nodded, and the two prison guards next to him came over and opened the iron door with a key. There was another door inside. Nagi walked in. It was indeed a single room. It was called a high-pressure room in Kuruman prison because it was like a pressure cooker, with only one air outlet, and was surrounded by thick concrete walls. Just like the place where Fire Cloud Evil God is imprisoned. The second iron door is specially thickened, and only the upper ventilation window can be pushed and opened. Little Floyd. Nagi opened the ventilation window and called inside. The lights were on, but nothing could be seen. You have no right to call my name. A swift figure fell from the ceiling and reached out to grab the ventilation window. Nagi took a step back and dodged the fingers that stretched out from the grill of the ventilation window. The prison guard accompanying him was unhappy and took out his Bat Punisher and pressed it against the iron door. There was a squeaking sound, and electric current surged through. Deadshot quickly retracted his hand. The prison guard knocked on the door unceremoniously and shouted with a warning, if you dare to reach out again, your dinner will be gone today. Go away, you damn fat pig. Who wants to eat your pig food? Deadshot, who was tired inside, also cursed unceremoniously. It is absolutely painful to stay in such a high-pressure room for a long time. After the two doors are closed, there is no sound inside. Little Floyd Lawton, I have news about your daughter here. Do you want to hear it? Nagi asked, leaning against the door. Zoe? What's wrong with her? Lawton quickly moved to the ventilation window and looked directly at Miyagi. He wanted to know the news about his daughter so much. During this period, he had been thinking about how to escape. He didn't want to squat here for more than 10 years, but his escape failed. Who knows, since the last prison break, the City Hall has allocated a lot of funds to Blackgate Prison. At night, there are special patrol airships patrolling the sky. He had no chance to escape. The last chance he had was that he was stopped by the power grid. After he repaired the prison guard who arrested him, he was thrown into a single room like this. Your ex-wife has sued you in court. Nagi paused after thinking about it and reached out to count, about 5 times. Your alimony has not been paid for a long time, which has affected her life. Fake squid, that woman. Lawton didn't know what to say anymore. He clenched his fist and smashed it against the wall. Where is my daughter? She misses you very much. Your ex-wife's little lover doesn't like her. You should know that children without a father will always be bullied. She is also growing up. Nagi leaned in front of the door, folded her arms, and continued, and given her current situation, maybe you will become a grandpa early. You see, this kind of little girl is best lied to, that kind of little yellow hair from the community school. Nagi drawled a long tone, turned to look at Laodin who looked murderous. Needless to say too much, this guy has completely figured it out. Deadshot is very responsible for his family. When he was working in the suicide squad, his only condition was that his daughter should go to a better school and have a better environment. The only weakness is his daughter. Because of his daughter's obstruction, Deadshot even put down his pistol and was voluntarily arrested by Batman. It was the same now. Nagi began to think about how to get this guy out. Although the evidence that he assisted in the escape was conclusive, it was still not difficult to get people out of the prison. Who are you? Lawton also realized that no one would come to him to talk about these things for no reason. He had encountered this situation before, just like in the Metropolitan Prison, where he was recruited by the man wearing a mask. Me? Police, I need your help with something. Nagi took out his police badge and ID from his arms and gestured. Turning to look at the prison guard in charge, I need to talk to him alone. Can you open the door? Well, The prison guard hesitated. He injured several colleagues before, and there was nothing we could do, so we locked him here and opened the door. The prison guard shook his head. It was clear that he didn't want to cause trouble to himself. Nagy put the remaining money from his pocket into the prison guard's pocket and whispered, "Brothers, please have a glass of lunch wine." The prison guard reached out and touched the thickness of the banknotes in his pocket. He suddenly smiled and lowered his head and said, "It's only a few minutes. I have to ask someone to wait outside to make sure nothing happens. Don't worry." Miyamu took the key and inserted it into the iron door. The prison guard had already walked out and closed the first iron door. The key was turned and the iron door was pushed open. Lawton grabbed forward with one hand. He wanted to leave from here more than anything else. Taking Chief Nagy hostage was the best opportunity. Nagy took the key and smashed it into Lawton's face. The unexpected attack caused Lawton to pause for a moment. "Did I let you run away?" Miyamu shouted, avoiding Lawton's grasping hand. Compared with firearms, Lawton's fighting skills can beat the special forces until they are unable to fight back, but compared to Miao Mu, who has walked between life and death several times, it is still far behind. Just like Nagy, there is no way to compare with Lawton in terms of marksmanship, nor in terms of fighting skills. Nagy is still very qualified. Let Deadshot know what it means to have a fist as big as a sandbag fall on you. Wayne Manor. Alfred looked at his troublesome young master Bruce Wayne with a scrutinizing gaze. "Look, I should be fine wearing this, right?" Bruce straightened his tie and walked down the stairs. "Where are your cufflinks?" Alfred frowned and said, "He is like the most tricky and demanding judge in the world, not letting go of any detail." This. Bruce raised his empty cuffs and took a look. Alfred quickly stepped forward and put the two buttons with the Wayne family crest on his cuffs on Bruce. "You represent the face of the Wayne family, otherwise they will say you don't understand etiquette." Alfred adjusted his collar for him, took 2 steps back, and looked at it. "It's time to go. Don't keep Miss Thalia waiting. That's not a gentleman's behavior. A car has been prepared for you outside. A grey Ferrari suits your temperament and is very low-key. What a nasty moment." Bruce shook his head helplessly. His time should not be wasted here, but he must go to the charity party tonight. "Master Bruce, walk slowly." Alfred watched Bruce get into the Ferrari sports car and gradually moved away from the manor amid the sound of the engine. A gust of night wind blew by, and the empty Wayne mansion looked a little lonely in the lights of the hall. Alfred's eyes scanned the surroundings, then turned and walked back to the hall. Looking at an oil painting covered with a dusty white cloth on the staircase wall, he walked over and pulled off the white cloth. Behind the slowly falling white cloth is a superb oil painting, in which young Bruce is sitting between Thomas and his wife, showing a happy smile. "Master Thomas." Alfred looked up at the oil painting, memories of the past appearing in front of his eyes. When people get old, they always think back to the past. The sound of thumping footsteps sounded from the door, like the sound of sticks poking on the ground, and Alfred turned his head to look. The door handle of the door was turned by someone outside. The brass-engraved classical door handle, after turning a few times, bounced off the lock cylinder spring and was pushed open. Alfred's eyes turned cold. A thief was coming. A silver table knife slipped from his cuff and fell into his hand. He held it between his fingers and hid it in his palm. After Bruce ran away from home, Alfred has been guarding Wayne Manor, and has dealt with countless guys who coveted it. The door was pushed open, and a guy wearing torn sack clothes and carrying a scarecrow stood at the door. Those thumping sounds just now were the sticks underneath the scarecrow poking at the floor. The scarecrow had a simple drawing of Batman on his face, and Jonathan, who was wearing a torn sack hood, looked at Alfred, who was standing on the stairs with an old look on his face. Suddenly he lost some interest in the task assigned to him by Strange. He was just an old man and not worthy of his high-profile action. Aldred looked at the simple drawing on the scarecrow's face and knew that this was coming from a bad person, but he was mentally prepared for this. Jonathan placed the scarecrow next to the wall, stretched his neck, walked towards Aldred, took out a short stick from his waist, and an electric arc popped out of it. It is a physical hypnotic ability device used in the lunatic asylum to deal with some severely resistant patients who resist fiercely. It is very suitable for holding it in the hands of Scarecrow Jonathan. This gentleman, rashly breaking into other people's homes without invitation, is a bad behavior. Alfred said in a calm voice, staring closely at Jonathan's figure, and clenched the knife hidden in the palm of his hand. "Nothing, I just want to invite you to participate in a practical activity. You can understand it as a grand trial." With a playful look in his eyes, Jonathan walked along the steps step by step, approaching Alfred. "Oh, trial? Who is being judged?" Alfred asked curiously, because this word reminded him of some bad things. Like, the Court of Owls. Batman, Bruce Wayne. Scarecrow Jonathan said the name with a smile. "It is really unbelievable that the richest second generation in this city, a famous playboy, actually executes justice in this city at night. This is the funniest joke of the century." Jonathan walked up to Alfred, the electric baton in his hand making a crackling sound. "As a witness, you need to be present." After Jonathan finished speaking, he stabbed Alfred's body with the electric baton in his hand. "Please allow me to refuse. What I hate the most is arguing in court." Alfred kicked out and hit Jonathan's wrist accurately with his reflective leather shoe. The pain in his wrist caused the electric baton in Jonathan's hand to fly out. Alfred raised his hand and punched Jonathan hard in the face in a standard French boxing posture. The unexpected attack caused Jonathan to fall backwards and roll down the stairs, falling to the ground unable to get up. Alfred moved his fisting right hand, looked at the broken skin, and said with a sigh, "If it were 10 years ago, I wouldn't have used a second move to kill you." As he spoke, Alfred walked down and put the table knife in his hand into his pocket. This was a piece of Victorian silverware that he collected when he was working at MI6. How could such a stupid little thief want to come here? Alfred didn't understand a little, but that didn't stop him from sending this guy to the cellar, and when the milk arrived from the farm tomorrow morning, he would mail this guy to the next city. Just when Alfred reached out to grab Jonathan, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly raised his hand and pointed his fingertips at Alfred's face. The gloves made of linen had 5 small nozzles on the fingertips, which sprayed out light green fear gas at once. Alfred quickly raised his hand to cover his eyes. He thought it was something like explosion-proof pepper spray, but the next moment, he fell to the ground. The surrounding Wayne mansion also turned into a burning battlefield, and the whistling of cannonballs flew in the sky. The side was blown into scorched earth. A soldier ran over and was hit by a bullet in the next second. He fell to the ground weakly and stared at Alfred with a dead eye. Shulia. Alfred recognized that man. He was his former comrade in arms and his best brother. Just when he reached out to grab it, his whole body trembled and he fell to the ground. This old guy. Jonathan held the electric baton and covered his face. The previous punch made him still dizzy. After moving his neck, Jonathan began to check the things around him, took out a tape recorder from his pocket, placed it on the steps, and placed the scarecrow next to it. The scarecrow is wearing an Arkham Asylum hospital gown with the number 3124 on it. Jonathan stretched out his hand to drag Alfred, who was unconscious from the electric shock, and walked outside. Alfred, who was being dragged away, turned over, and the knife in his pocket fell to the ground. In the parking lot of the Royal Hotel, there are all kinds of luxury cars, like a grand exhibition. Among these dazzling luxury cars, the grey Ferrari driven by Bruce Wayne was indeed, as Alfred said, low-key and in line with his temperament. Although he was also one of the protagonists of this party, few people noticed that the richest playboy in Gotham had arrived at the banquet. However, Bruce is still a bit embarrassed. He was indeed not late, nor did he make the lady from Lars Group wait, but he was let go. Miss Thalia is in an emergency and has to go back first. She asked me to tell you that I'm sorry and hope to have dinner with you next time. The waiter conveyed Thalia's message politely, and Bruce didn't know what kind of expression to show. Looking at the banquet scene, it is not so much a charity party, but more like a ball salon for the upper class. The charity fundraising project behind it is just a beautiful show. Since there is a dance party, the people who come are not alone, but all bring their own dance partners. A well-known band from France is playing romantic dance music in the concert hall. The people here are all rich people who are well-dressed and have made great achievements. Although they are not young anymore, they have the power behind them to spend money like water. Let them be as energetic as young people, even more so. They are sitting on the sofa in the corner in 2s and 3s, discussing in a low voice their big money-making business. Bruce looked even more embarrassed here. He could only stand by the window with a glass of gin and look at the night scene outside. Compared with the drunkenness here, Gotham outside is also full of feasting and feasting. The flickering lights are dotted in the bottomless darkness, with a different kind of temptation. However, only Bruce knew what the darkness under the flickering lights was like. "Aren't you going to dance? Standing here alone is very unsociable, Mr. Bruce Wayne." A smiling man in a suit came over, holding a glass of sparkling champagne, and gestured to Bruce. The most famous playboy in Gotham shouldn't be like this. He paused and looked Bruce up and down, as if he was looking for the right words. "Are you falling out of love when you are so lonely? I heard that Miss Thalia from the Lars Group, but let's join hands with you to attend this charity party." Bruce smiled politely, and just as he was about to explain, the man continued. "I saw the president of Wayne Group in the next room, chatting with Mr. Philip of the Kane family. It seems that they are very happy that you can establish a relationship with Lars Group. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Cameron Van Cryer. I am an antique collector. Nice to meet you." Cameron stretched out his hand with a smile on his face, and Bruce also stretched out his hand to shake his hand. The two of them broke up as soon as they touched each other, keeping a suitable distance, making each other neither embarrassed nor unfamiliar. "Hello, I'm Bruce Wayne." Bruce also introduced himself, and Cameron couldn't help laughing while holding the wine glass. "There is no one in Gotham who doesn't know you. My dear young master, why are you alone here?" Cameron asked in a friend-like tone. He originally thought that Gotham's playboys were the kind of flamboyant, brainless, uneducated, and unskilled guys who indulge in family glory. But now, Cameron has changed his mind a bit. As he said, he is an antique collector, but the origin of his collection of antiques is not clear, and it cannot even be stated openly. However, this does not prevent him from participating in such high society evenings as a collector. If it were another place where no one was around, he would not care about his identity as an antique thief. Bruce's eyes were a little evasive and he complained a little bit. "Miss Thalia was in an emergency and couldn't attend the banquet. I feel like I came a little early. Maybe it would be just right for me to show up at the final charity donation ceremony." "Oh my god, are you really a playboy? I feel like those third-rate tabloids are slandering an innocent prodigal." Cameron's words made Bruce suddenly feel that there was indeed something wrong with his current personality. After all, in the impression of Gotham people, he is a rich second generation, and the beauties change every day. This was also due to the dinners Alfred arranged for him and the small tasks that suddenly appeared. Bruce didn't even know where Alfred's intelligence network was. Almost whenever he had time, he would find every opportunity to arrange a necessary encounter for him. Although there are no scandals about his ex-girlfriend or girlfriend in the market so far, from the simple perspective of Gotham citizens, this kind of chance encounter and then a one-night stand is a story that has to be told. He is simply the god who feeds those third-rate tabloids. And for those pretty girls, having a date with Bruce Wayne is something they have to brag about. Seeing the shyness and embarrassment flashing across Bruce's face, Cameron also changed the topic with a wink. Charity gala? Bruce, can I call you that? Of course, I'd love to, Cameron. Bruce smiled generously and Cameron nodded. Do you also want to attend the fundraising ceremony? Yes, I want to give some winter assistance to Gotham's currently insecure citizens. It may be clothing, food, or various kinds of help, but, with my own strength. Bruce shook his head. Even though he was the richest bachelor in Gotham, he couldn't solve these things by just snapping his head. Perhaps Alfred asked him to come here just to let him understand this truth. But Bruce felt that it was very possible that Thalia was a lady that Alfred recognized, so he used this as an excuse to push him here. You are really a kind person. The glory of the Wayne family shines on you. However, if you need a sum of funds, I have a small suggestion. Cameron said with a smile on his face. His words made Bruce Wayne a little curious. What advice? Do you mind having dinner with a kind lady tonight? There will be French food for dinner tonight. The theme of the banquet is French romance, but I prefer the grandeur of the Palace of Versailles rather than these desserts. Bruce blinked, a little confused, or he thought of something, but he wasn't sure. Since you don't say anything, it's for sure. I'm going to auction off your female companionship tonight, and let those caring young ladies add warmth to the winter of Gotham citizens. After Cameron finished speaking, regardless of Bruce's reaction, he grabbed his hand and walked towards the dance hall outside. Bruce didn't refuse, and he even thought it was a little fun. After taking off the heavy equipment and no longer hiding his face, he also had a little childlike innocence. Everyone, distinguished gentlemen, ladies, and ladies who are not accompanied by a male companion today. Cameron's voice covered up the complicated and clever music in the ballroom, attracting everyone to look over. Cameron dragged Bruce onto the stage where the band was playing, holding a microphone and shouting. Our richest bachelor in Gotham came to the dance alone today. When I found him, he was standing in front of the windowsill secretly feeling sad because he didn't have a beautiful female companion. At the same time, he is also a kind gentleman. Bruce Wayne wants to provide some assistance to the citizens of Gotham who are spending the cold winter. So, adding the two categories, tonight the first auction item is, the right to date with this handsome guy. Ladies, take a look, this is Bruce Wayne. Use your private money to add some warmth to Gotham's cold winter. The starting bid is $100, with no upper limit. Cameron raised his hand in front of the podium where the band conductor stood, knocked hard, and followed his words. The ballroom was silent for 3 seconds, and Bruce was so embarrassed that he broke into a cold sweat, but the next second, the ballroom was filled with the cheers of those famous ladies. Bruce Wayne stood there, with a figure comparable to the golden section, a handsome face, and an aristocratic atmosphere of education and etiquette. He was simply their dream lover, Prince Charming. $500. I'll give you 1,000. 3,000. Those beautiful ladies from all over the world, were like crazy fans chasing stars at this moment, waving the banknotes in their hands. The lively atmosphere was even more fanatical than the capitalists known as the Wolf of Wall Street. Even the wealthy people next door were alarmed by the sound of crazy price hikes. Never underestimate these women. You see, your influence is very great. Cameron raised his eyebrows at Bruce. The citizens of Gotham will thank you for your efforts tonight. Bruce just kept smiling. He didn't know what to say, but, at least his aid plan could be started. In front of Gotham's Three Gates Bridge, Jason was holding a wheel and was pulling a kite flying into the sky. The kite also had a small flashing light bulb on it, flying in the dark sky. Here, you can still see a trace of the moon's shadow. The wide Sandman Bridge is an old bridge built in the 19th century. Its architectural style is closer to the style of European bridges. However, during the years of repair and maintenance, the architectural style of modern steel bridges was also added. Nigma was wearing a dark green suit, leaning against the bridge, holding a black tweed hat in his hand, and a golden walking stick in the shape of a question mark next to him. Teacher Nigma, the car is here. Jason, who was flying a kite, looked at the silver-white sports car and rushed over like a bolt of lightning, almost as Jason finished speaking. The sports car drove onto the three-door bridge. Only the fierce wind roared here, and the red tail lights on the sports car were quickly moving away. Nigma did not look at the silver Porsche sports car. He just put the tweed hat on his head and took out the remote control from his pocket. Let's go back. We failed tonight. Nigma pressed the detonation button on the remote control and threw the remote control into the Gotham River under the three-gate bridge, as if nothing happened. Jason quickly took the kite down from the sky, and as if he felt something, he turned his head and looked across the Sandman Bridge. The burning fire was like a lit candle, burning brightly on the opposite road. The outline of the frame could still be vaguely seen, but Jason didn't pay attention. He collected the kite, rolled it into a roll, and stuffed it into the backpack behind him. Jason jumped 3 or 2 steps and caught up with Nigma in front of him. Teacher, where are we going? I know a place where the cakes are delicious, especially the tiramisu there. Please have a piece. Nothing happened today, do you understand? Nigma walked in front, holding a crutch under his arm, looking towards the Gotham pier in the distance. There were many ways to leave Gotham, but they should be classified carefully. There are only sea and land transportation. As for airplanes, anyone who has a few enemies does not believe in the safety of airplanes, unless it is a private jet that is responsible for their own security personnel. As soon as the sports car came out, Nigma was sure that the woman Thalia was definitely going in the opposite direction. The woman didn't dare to gamble and would only make safer choices. Nigma put down his walking stick and poked the ground. Jason, in this city, there is a pair who gave birth to each other, but they can never exist at the same time. What are they? The Riddler came online again, and Nigma stood beside him very gracefully, turning to look at Jason who was thinking. Sisters, this. Forget it, I shouldn't expect you, an idiot, to teach you a lesson today. Look up at the sky and see what it is. Jason looked up at the sky. The dark clouds over Gotham were still pressing on it, and it was pitch black. In the distance, there was an airship patrolling the sky, scanning the ground with a searchlight. Suddenly, Jason seemed to think of something. They can never exist at the same time. What can't exist? The moon and the sun. This is correct, but it is not consistent with the previous topic. Was born in this city. It's night? Night and day, darkness and light, day and night are completely different in Gotham. Jason quickly gave the answer. Nigma nodded and smiled. I can buy you a cup of coffee. You are a little smarter. Then you can deal with the guy blocking the way in front of you. Nigma got out of the way, letting Jason look at the few gangsters on the opposite side of the street, holding cigarette butts in their mouths and looking greedy. The night will embolden some people's courage, just like the vampire in the coffin. They are always afraid of the sun during the day and only dare to come out and do whatever they want under the cover of darkness. Jason pulled off the backpack behind him, shook it twice, threw it on the ground, and walked forward. Although he was only a half-year-old boy, he had a lot of momentum. Nigma nodded slightly and threw the crutch in his hand to Jason. Quick victory, you know how to use this. Jason took the walking stick, played a simple stick trick in his hand, put it under his arm, and walked forward. Do you know what you can't mess with in Gotham? A smile appeared on Jason's face, and he told the young gangster in front of him a riddle he had just thought of in a very naughty manner. The few gangsters in front did have the idea of asking Nigma and the others for money. After all, there was a civilian employee who looked like a weakling, and there was a boy in his teens. Moreover, the clothes he is wearing are not bad. He is a proper fat sheep, and he has enough money to have fun tonight. But after hearing Jason's questions, these gangsters became a little impatient, because Jason's aggressive gaze made them feel provocative. This boy was not afraid of them. Kid, I will make a big scar on your face. Let you know the consequences of provoking an adult. A gangster wearing a denim jacket took out a butterfly knife from his pocket, swiped a knife pattern between his fingers, and walked forward with a fierce look on his face. The few gangsters around him also took out their own weapons, rolled up their sleeves, and walked over with ill intentions. But what they didn't expect was that Jason rushed forward first, spinning the golden question mark cane in his hand like a baseball, and smashed it forward. With a snap, the movement was clean and neat, and it hit the knife-wielding gangster's face directly. The semicircular question mark handle drew a bright red mark on the gangster's face. Jason was as fierce as a little tiger, and kicked the gangster in the chest again, knocking him to the ground. Other gangsters attacked again. Jason used a walking stick as a hammer and smashed a gangster on the head. Although this crutch is light to hold, its hardness is not bad at all. The Riddler has implanted a lot of light but strong metals and powerful electric shock weapons into it. Nigma watched Jason fight with those gangsters and firmly gained the upper hand before putting down the pistol he was holding tightly in his pocket. The walking stick smashed a wine bottle that was thrown at it, and the broken glass fell to the ground. Jason swept over with his foot, and the sole of his shoe touched the ground, kicking all the broken glass away. Like raised gravel, like steel balls fired from a shotgun, they fell densely on those gangsters. Sharp glass fragments scratched their bodies, causing them to panic and scream. This was a move that Jason had used before when he saw Nagi and Rorschach fighting in Los Angeles. It was surprisingly useful. The stick turned in Jason's hand, holding the bottom of the stick. Jason's finger touched a small switch and pressed it with the tip of his hand. The question mark handle on the walking stick suddenly popped up a blue arc, just like a Tesla electric circle. Jason took the crutch and rushed forward, hitting those people without hesitation. Electricity surged out. The gangster knew that they were in trouble and wanted to escape quickly. But this walking stick is not the only one that discharges electricity from the front. Jason turned off the current, turned the cane, and pointed it at an escaping gangster like a gun. An electric shock bomb flew out from the bottom of the cane, carrying a slender wire, and pierced the man's body. With a bang and a scream, the gangster fell to the ground with convulsions all over his body. Let me tell you, people who tell riddles are the worst to offend. Jason picked up the walking stick and blew the non-existent gunpowder smoke forward. Let's go, don't waste time. Nigma walked forward quickly and said seriously, but the riddle you just said is really bad. You should read 2 more books to enrich it. Teacher, why are you laughing? Jason chased after him and asked, while Nigma walked forward quickly, unable to hide the smile on his face. On the cruise ship far away from the Gotham pier, Thalia, wearing a black travel suit, stood beside the ship's side, looking at Gotham City fading away with a look of reluctance in her eyes. She put makeup on herself, and her rough skin and wrinkles made her look like a 60-year-old woman, especially her dyed half-gray hair, which made her look even more aged. "Madam, it's windy at night, please go back to the cabin." A sailor wearing a Sea Soul shirt was packing up the cables on one side and tying them behind the cabin. He advised Thalia after seeing him. The Telenjikan cruise ship is a medium-sized cruise ship that will travel along the coast and stop in cities near the sea. "Okay, thank you." Thalia smiled slightly, just like the old woman in the past, and walked along the side of the ship towards the second-class cabin. Behind the cruise ship, a speedboat was accelerating to catch up, and a white wave was pulled out from behind. Bang! A throwing hook flew up from under the boat, hooked on the side of the boat, and the rope behind it was tightened. The sailor who had finished cleaning up the debris looked at the sudden appearance of the hook and glanced under the side of the ship with some confusion. A black figure climbed over the rope as nimbly as a monkey. In the dark night, with the sound of waves and wind, on the cruise ship far away from the land, cold sweat broke out on the sailor's back immediately. Before he could turn around and call someone, the escaping black figure on the rope had already rushed up, stepping on the side of the ship as if he were walking on flat ground, almost in the blink of an eye. The sailor's strong body hit the wall hard, and before he could struggle, black combat boots kicked him in the face. Seeing the sailor sleeping, Nagi, who was dressed in black and almost blended into the night, raised his hood and tugged on the rope on the throwing hook. Another black figure climbed up from below. As soon as Otis came up with a gas mask on his face, he raised his hand and blew a low whistle. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen mice crawled over. Otis pulled up the waterproof leather jacket he was wearing, and the big light brown mouse Bastion jumped down, touching their beards with several mice, exchanging scent searches with each other. "Here, second class, room 139. Otis raised his head and said, and a few mice led the way along the wall. Nagi took out a dagger from his pocket, said nothing, but walked forward with a cold look on his face and a murderous look on his face. The second-class cabin is a multi-person cabin, with accommodations ranging from 4 to 2 persons. Where Thalia is, it is a 2-person cabin. Although she was traveling in makeup, Thalia would not treat herself badly, and it was easy to make mistakes in a crowded place. 2 people are just right, and they can be used as hostages at critical moments. Thalia sat on the bed, leaning against the warm desk lamp, reading a book about philosophy and dreams in her hand. Her indifferent expression was like that of an old woman who had spent half her life and gone through many vicissitudes of life. The young female doctor opposite Thalia admired her appearance very much and even wanted to draw a sketch for her. But Thalia declined. She didn't want to have too much to do with her hostage. Useless feelings will only make people weak and unable to make decisive decisions. Dong dong dong. Someone knocked on the cabin door. Thalia looked at the book without moving her eyes, but her ears moved, her breathing became lighter, and she patiently listened to the sounds outside. "Who is it?" The female doctor on the bed opposite put down several psychological cases in her hands and asked outside, "Who is outside?" "Excuse me, is Thalia in there?" Nagi, who was standing outside the door, didn't hide it and said it directly, "Please let her open the door." Thalia was leaning against the bed, with veins popping out on the hand holding the book, and her teeth clenched together. "Still let him catch up." The female doctor sitting on the bed opposite was a little confused. "Thalia? No, right? Did you go to the wrong door? What's your name?" Nagi picked up the dagger in his hand. The blade was pitch black, and even the sharp edge was hidden in the black. This was the murder weapon used by the first assassin to assassinate him. He was the unlucky guy who was given a sip of immortal wine by Nagi, bit the poison, and struggled for more than an hour before dying in pain. The female doctor inside pointed at herself. She also felt something was wrong and looked at Thalia. Thalia had already put down the book, made a shushing gesture, and gave her a reassuring look. The female doctor strengthened her belief and shouted outside, "My name is Harleen Frances Quinzel. Who are you?" There was no sound outside, as if people were gone. Thalia took out a wrapped black cloth from her backpack and took out 2 sharp-edged daggers. With the blade in her hand, Thalia stopped pretending. The frightening murderous aura in her body flashed with the cold light of the blade, making the female Dr. Harleen sit down on the bed in fear. But there was still no sound outside, and Thalia didn't move, just staring at the hatch. Time passed minute by minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Even her best patience was gone at this moment. Thalia stood up, quietly walked to the window, and looked outside. There was nothing, not even behind the door, which made Thalia's heart instantly confused. What's more terrifying than meeting the enemy is that you don't know where the enemy is hiding? That really means you don't even know where you died? The cabin door was pushed open by Thalia. The moment the door opened, Thalia swung his knife and killed him. The sleeve arrow on his wrist was aimed at any place where Nagi might be hiding in this corridor, but none. The only place is. Thalia turned her head to look at the side of the ship, seeing the waves rolling below. Even at night, the cruise ship is traveling at a constant speed and is constantly moving forward. Here. Squeak! Dozens of rats ran across the corridor. Thalia turned around in an instant, swung the short knife in her hand, and a rat was cut into 2 pieces. This scene also made Thalia's face darken. It was the guy who controlled the rat again? Want to leave? Isn't Gotham good? Miss Thalia. Nagi's voice sounded from the side of the ship behind her. Thalia didn't hesitate at all. The two knives were like horns, and she stabbed them out the moment she turned around. Nikki, who had been prepared for a long time, squatted on the side of the ship, raised both hands, and instantly controlled Thalia's left and right hands holding the knife, kicked out, and kicked Thalia hard in the stomach. This move made Thalia groan, but Nikki's next move made her scream. After Nikki kicked Thalia, not only did he not take his foot back, but he fell backwards in the independent posture of a golden rooster. Below was the roiling sea. Thalia wanted to struggle, but Nikki's kick on her stomach became the best fulcrum and threw her down. There was a muffled sound, and the imagined scene of falling into the sea did not happen. The two of them fell into the cabin of the speedboat. The cabin of this speedboat is prepared for transporting cargo. It is called Big Fly along the coast and is specially used for smuggling. It is equipped with 6 high-speed motors on the back and travels at extremely high speeds. When there is no ballast cargo, it can fly directly against the sea surface. Nikki also borrowed it from the police station near Dixon Pier through his connections with the police station. The Chinatown food there can be sold at low prices not only because of the good craftsmanship. The two people who fell into the cabin of the speedboat had not yet gotten up. Otis, who was in charge of driving the boat, accelerated the speedboat. Just like a surfboard flying on the waves, the speedboat moved forward like a wave, causing the cabin to bump. As soon as Thalia stood up, Nikki grabbed her arm and hit her against the side of the ship. Thalia struggled to raise her elbow and hit Nikki's stomach, but the thick bulletproof vest cushioned the impact. "I'll return this knife to you, and we'll be settled." Nikki pulled out the dagger he carried with him, and without any hesitation, stabbed Thalia in the right abdomen. The sharp blade was like piercing into tofu without any hindrance. Thalia gritted her teeth, her eyes turned red from the pain, and she burst out of adrenaline and broke free from Nikki's control. Huh. Thalia covered the wound on her abdomen, stood beside the ship and took 2 deep breaths. He instantly raised his hand and shot the sleeve arrow hidden under his clothes towards Miyamu. The arrow with a faint light shot through the air. Nikki turned sideways and dodged the arrow, but his arm was still scratched by the arrow. He was instantly numb. It was extremely poisonous. "This knife is given to you by me, ladies first." Nikki held the dagger in his hand and stabbed it into Thalia's chest. He threw her off the speedboat with all his strength. The high-speed speedboat flew out in an instant against the sea. Thalia's body was like floating on water. She rubbed twice on the sea surface and was hit by a wave. She was instantly swept away by the waves and disappeared. Bah! Nikki spat, took out the wine bottle, poured a sip into his mouth, swallowed it, took out his pistol, pointed it at the poisoned arm, and pulled the trigger. 3 gunshots were fired in a row, and 6 holes were pierced through the arm. The blood dripping from the wounds turned black. Nikki pressed the wine bottle to the wound and fell down. The severe pain made him grit his teeth and roar. After pouring a bottle of wine, Nikki gasped and sat down in the cabin. This was already a long sea away from Gotham City. "Otis, let's go back." Nikki raised his head and shouted. "Alfred, I'm hungry. Did you prepare a midnight snack for me?" Bruce Wayne, who had just finished a charity gala and danced twice with the young lady whose name I didn't remember, felt something was wrong as soon as he opened the door and walked into the Wayne mansion. At this time in the past, Alfred would be waiting for him to come home at the door. Although it was already very late, he would definitely be there, and inside the house. Bruce let go of the door handle and quietly walked into the hall, looking at the scarecrow lying on the steps and the black and white striped clothes. As he was walking forward, something under his feet made Bruce stop. He reached out and picked up the silver table knife on the ground, and stroked the pattern on the handle with his fingers. Bruce's eyes gradually became colder. He wore a mask to act in order not to attract other people's attention, and he didn't want the people he cared about to be hurt because of him. Click, the tape recorder placed on the steps of the stairs started playing in reverse again. During this time, it had played it an unknown number of times. "Batman, or, I should call you, Bruce Wayne. As a psychiatrist, I am very worried about your mental health. After all, a transvestite boy, in Gotham at night wandering on the streets is not a healthy thing. Let me see, you probably don't know me. I could introduce myself, if that's okay. I'd love to treat you personally, and you can call me Scarecrow. This is a gift from me, a hospital gown. I also prepared a room for you. You can live in it with complete peace of mind. I will make you normal. By the way, your loyal old housekeeper is also here. I'll wait for you to come over. You shouldn't go the wrong way, right?" The tape has finished playing, but it is still spinning. After it completes this circle, it will rewind and play again. Bruce stood in front of the steps and looked at the scarecrow lying on the steps. The dry straw on it was woven into a gourd-shaped body with a wooden stick inserted inside. Just like the scarecrows made by farmers in the farmland to scare away the crows. "Alfred, wait for me." Bruce clutched the knife in his hand. Under his cold expression, there was terrifying anger brewing. Just like a roaring volcano, the hot magma was ready to explode at any time. However, he did not get carried away by his anger. Instead, he forced himself to calm down and inspected the scene. There were no signs of a fierce fight. There were very few people on the other side, maybe only one. There was no surveillance in the Wayne mansion, or even around it. This was tantamount to giving someone a handle. Bruce's brain, which can be called a top detective, has already restored the scene at that time. He retreated to the door and looked at the new scratches on the door lock. The other party had broken the door and entered. This kind of old-fashioned door lock can no longer protect against those thieves. The thieves are carrying scarecrows, and there are traces of collisions on the floor. The other party's physical fitness was not very good, there were signs of resting on the road, and there were signs of hiding outside the house. The other party waited for him to drive away to attend the banquet before taking action. After discovering this, Bruce's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water. The disguise he was proud of was useless. Returning to the hall, Bruce saw some traces under the stairs. It was not a fight, but someone rolling down the stairs. Bruce's heart skipped a beat, suspecting that Alfred had fallen off, but upon closer inspection, the marks were very shallow, and the weight of the other party was very light, at least not Alfred's size. The opponent fell down the stairs and knocked down Alfred here. There were not many signs of struggle. He was hit with one blow. It should be a weapon such as a stun gun that can quickly subdue him. However, what makes Bruce a little curious is that judging from these traces, Alfred had the upper hand and even defeated the opponent. How could he be controlled by the opponent? Bruce looked up at the ground and restored the previous scene in his mind. When Alfred was knocked down, there was no resistance. It was as if he was stunned by something, or suddenly in a trance, so that he did not see the opponent's attack. Bruce pondered for a moment, recalling the wrist-launched electric shock bombs that Nagi used not long ago, which were concealed but very dangerous. After he had an idea, Bruce also had some rough ideas on how to deal with the enemy, and walked over to check out the scarecrow lying on the steps. The straw is clean and newly made. Judging from the way the hemp rope is tied, it must be handmade, but the wooden stick underneath is a badly worn mop stick. The key is that the hospital gown above looks like a prison uniform with black and white zebra stripes and a number plate on the chest. Number 3124 should be the corresponding ward, plus the reminder in the tape. It is a lunatic asylum? Arkham Asylum? Only that place in Gotham has such a name. Even if there are mental patients in other places, they will not wear such hospital gowns. Only Arkham Asylum, where most of the patients are incurable mentally ill patients who have been punished by nature, would wear clothing similar to prison uniforms. This information gave Bruce a clear goal in mind. He reached for the tape recorder, turned off the power, and walked upstairs. When he reached the corner of the stairs, Bruce stopped and looked at the oil painting on the wall. Even if he didn't mean it, he could still imagine Alfred standing in front of the oil painting. He also understood what Alderd wanted him to do, whether it was to be a young man who destroyed the family business, or to become a wealthy philanthropist in the Wayne Group. But he chose the most dangerous path. People always say that we should forget the past, reconcile with the past, and calm down the anger, but can we really forget it? To this day, Bruce still remembers the 2 gunshots and the broken pearl necklace in that alley. The bodies of his parents lying on the ground gradually became cold as the blood flowed by. At that moment, he was already dead. After seeing the murderer, Bruce just wanted to kill him with his own hands. Anger was like an invisible demon, whispering in his ear that the so-called hatred must be washed away with blood, and revenge must be taken back in a deeper, bloodier, and crueler way. Bruce's body trembled and he clenched his fists hard. Alfred's accident made him lose control of his emotions. He didn't want to lose anything anymore. The flames of anger were overwhelmed by reason, and Bruce once again regained his usual calmness. He swore to his parents' graves to get rid of the evil that took their lives from the city. No matter what face, method, or shape this evil takes, he will fight for it to the end. He also believes that his vows and promises will be fulfilled one day, and he will stick to it until the last moment. In the gym across from Arkham Police Station, Nagi and Otis, who had finally rushed back from the beach, were sitting on a bench at the door. There was a TV next to them, which was playing a replay of a basketball game. Nagi was shirtless, only wearing a bulletproof vest, with thick bandages on his arms. He was holding a bottle of beer, 1 foot on the chair and 1 foot on the ground, watching the basketball game on TV. Otis sat next to him and yawned. Bastian lay underneath and gnawed on a piece of cake. Nagi reached out and picked up a piece of cream cake from the table and threw it into his mouth. Well, the cream cake paired with beer is quite unique. I couldn't sleep after being busy for so long, so I just passed the time. The buzzing sound of the engine sounded from the road not far away. Although the sound was not very loud, the surging power could still be heard, gradually moving away. Who the hell can't sleep and wants to go racing? I'm so idle, my balls hurt. Nagi chewed the cream cake and snorted in displeasure. Boss, I won't accompany you anymore. I have to go back to sleep. Otis couldn't help it anymore, stood up, waved his hands, and walked into the gym, where several hammocks were hung. As a precaution and to gather manpower, they simply stayed and ate here. Otis picked up a pillow, threw it on the hammock, and lay down on it without taking off his shoes. During this period of time, he was very tired. Under Nigma's command, he almost went through the entire city of Gotham. Nagi didn't bother him, turned off the sound of the TV, leaned on the bench, and watched the game above to pass the time. And with the sound of the engine going away, Batman jumped out of the tank, activated the Batmobile's hidden mode, and parked among the trees. Black became the best camouflage color. There was still some time before dawn, and Batman looked up at Arkham Asylum, although there were many people living in Arkham. But there is no house around Arkham Asylum, and no one wants to get close to these lunatics, let alone live nearby. Moreover, the location of the lunatic asylum was originally at the highest point in the Arkham district. With its pointed buildings and dilapidated exterior walls, the big tree had lost all its leaves and spread its branches with claws and claws. It makes this place look like the villain's castle in fairy tales, full of evil atmosphere. Batman stood at the door, looking at the locked iron gate, and jumped over the fence like a standard gymnast. He landed on his back, rolled to relieve his strength, and sneaked in silently, making him as scary as a black ghost. Even the world's top infiltration master would have to give Batman a perfect score after seeing this scene. However, in the era of high technology, there is only one bad thing, and that is surveillance. Batman's infiltration action was clearly seen on the screen. The surveillance probe with heat-sensing mode was slowly rotating on the wall, staring closely at Batman in the darkness. 90% of places in Gotham don't have surveillance cameras, and even if they do, they've been smashed by people. The remaining places with surveillance cameras are in various corporate buildings or museums. No one wants to let what they do become a videotape with conclusive evidence in court, so the camera must die. Even Batman didn't expect that such a thing could be equipped in a place like Arkham Asylum, which was short of funds. All I can say is, the despicable and sinister Gotham native never misses any fight and responds to every fight with 100 times more energy. 2 sticks. Strange, who was sitting in the office, looked at the surveillance picture on the screen with a proud smile on his face. The prey has been caught in the net. This is a rare opportunity. Strange turned his chair and reached out to press a switch button hidden under the desk. In the Underground Research Institute of Arkham Asylum, Dr. Jeremiah, who was on duty, was awakened by the piercing alarm. Like a conditioned reflex, he got up from the chair, ran to the wall, and turned off a series of electric switches. All the doors to the rooms for critically ill patients on the first and second floors of Arkham Asylum were opened. Some patients who had sleepwalking and could not sleep at night looked at the slowly opening door, with a look of joy in their eyes. They were madmen, but not fools. They never gave up the chance to escape from here. Batman has also walked to the lobby on the first floor of the lunatic asylum, and the dozing security guard didn't notice at all. Looking at the ward number on the wall, Batman looked for ward number 3124. On the way here, he had already looked through all the floor plans of the lunatic asylum, and there was no such ward. To be precise, Arkham Asylum is a prison that was converted from a hospital. The number of people it can accommodate is far less than that of a regular prison. Blackgate Prison can accommodate more than 3,700 prisoners, while Arkham Asylum only has about 500 places. Especially since some patients can only be kept in single rooms, the utilization rate is even smaller. Batman took 2 steps inside, planning to go up the stairs to the second floor, but he just took 2 steps. The road in front of him was blocked by a man. It was a man wearing a black and white striped suit. He was tall and had 2 intersecting scars on his face. His eyes were bloodshot and he was gnashing his teeth at Batman. Cavendish. Batman said the man's name, and the pupil camera he wore on his left eye was attached to the pupil like a contact lens. By connecting to the Bat computer, you can quickly obtain the other party's information through face recognition technology. But this thing is a trial product. There are only 2 of them. In a previous operation, Batman had worn it once, with Alfred's help that time. Not this time, but the Bat computer has fed back some information about Cavendish. A murderer with schizophrenia, an extremely strong tendency to murder, an irresistible taste for blood, a history of severe alcoholism, and went crazy after experiencing the shock of leaving his job. The first person he killed was his 3-month-old daughter, followed by his wife and neighbor. Within a week, he killed 11 people in a row. He had been detained in the lunatic asylum for 3 years. Blood, blood. Show me your blood. Cavendish clenched his teeth as if grinding them, roared from between his teeth, and rushed towards Batman. His movements were slow. Although he was tall, his strength was much smaller. Batman made almost no effort, just turned around and raised his foot, tripping on Cavendish's ankle. He threw Cavendish out, but Batman also discovered that there were many people around. Scanning his surroundings, he saw 6 or 7 patients in the lunatic asylum, and there were also people walking down the stairs. His actions were discovered. But Batman had nothing to worry about. He had known for a long time that he would be exposed, but he didn't expect it to be so soon, and he had to deal with these crazy patients. You came much slower than I thought, and you are also wearing this ridiculous mask, which is really annoying. So, I want you to suffer a little bit. You like doomsday scene. A slightly dry male voice sounded from the speaker in the corner. The security guard who was dozing at the door was awakened by the sound. He looked up and saw Batman's figure and screamed. But when he saw the madman walking out of the ward, he screamed loudly, like a screaming chicken toy that had been stepped on, and the sound was loud and noisy. Batman turned his head and glanced at him. As the security guard screamed loudly, green smoke came out of the ventilation duct in the corner and rolled towards the ground. With just one glance, Batman knew who was behind the scenes. The murderer of the recent Gotham University poisoning case was Jonathan Crane, an emeritus professor of psychology at Gotham University. Scarecrow? This green smoke may be some chemical substances. Batman raised his hand and pressed on the mask, and a straw like a scuba popped out and was bitten in his mouth. The fear gas was released from the ventilation ducts, and the biggest reaction was not Batman, but the madman coming out of the ward. As soon as they came into contact with the fear gas, their expressions instantly became crazy. Even Cavendish, who fell to the ground, rushed over with red eyes and reached out to hug Batman's leg. Not to mention the others, they rushed over in an instant, with their teeth and claws bared to tear Batman apart. Even their bodies were a little twisted. With the fierce heartbeat, the black and white striped hospital gowns on their bodies were torn, revealing their bodies with bulging blood vessels and swollen muscles. Batman didn't have time to care about this. He kicked Cavendish away and knocked down a madman with a backhand punch. But he obviously underestimated the madness of these lunatics. He usually punched those gangsters one by one, but even though he made them take a few steps back, they even fell to the ground. But they immediately got up, rushed over like zombies, opened their mouths and bit Batman. Batman didn't coddle him, and directly handed over his metal gauntlet. There was a click, and the madman's teeth were covered with blood stains. He was kicked back by Batman. He reached out and grabbed the madman again and again, then twisted his arm with his backhand and kicked him to the ground. Batman took out a pair of deformed handcuffs from his universal belt, pointed at the file-sized iron box, and instantly turned it into a handcuff, cuffing it on the lunatic's left wrist and right ankle. Let him fall to the ground, unable to even get up. This effective method made Batman feel much more relaxed in an instant, and he punched harder and went straight to those weak points. However, just when Batman and these madmen were fighting together, Hugo Strange, who was in the office on the top floor, took off his white coat and other clothes, revealing his strong body underneath. The strong muscles make him look more like a bodybuilder or a professional wrestler. Anyway, he does not look like a doctor with a weak psychiatry orientation, Dr. Strange stood up and pushed open the bookshelf wall behind him. A light came on from inside. A Batman suit that was perfectly reproduced according to his body type was placed in the display cabinet inside. Although it is a perfect one-to-one replica, in terms of materials, it is only superficial and not real. The cloak behind it is made of better fiber fabric, but it cannot be turned into a hang glider. The equipment on his body is a cara of body armor, but there is no thickened breastplate, and the golden bat logo on the chest is only good looking. The two bat hoods with pointed ears do not have remote radios placed in the ears, but this is enough. Strange looked at the equipment with a satisfied look on his face, reached for a box of black foundation, and applied it to his eyes. He loved the look of Batman, the perfect embodiment of fear, the knight, the bat. Whoever thought of that was a genius. However, tonight is the day that Batman dies, but it is not necessarily the day that Batman dies, but Bruce Wayne. Strange puts on this bat suit. He can also be Batman, but not the Batman who comes out at night, but the Batman who destroys Gotham. With the hood on his head, Strange moved his arms, body, and turned his neck left and right. The flexibility was great, and with a look of expectation in his eyes, Strange walked out of the office. On the first floor, Batman had penetrated the interception net composed of dozens of madmen. His fist landed firmly on the face of a madman, and with a plop, he was hit against the wall. Before he could struggle, Batman kneeled him in the stomach, punched him 3 times in a row until stars appeared in his eyes, removed his arm joints with a click, and threw him to the ground. It took less than 10 seconds, and the movements were so clean and neat that he couldn't even get up after being hit. The only 2 lunatics left on the stairs were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. They are crazy, they are subversive, they are crazy, but it means they are stupid, which is obviously unbeatable. But before they could run up the stairs, they were kicked down by Jonathan, the scarecrow wearing a torn sack hood. The 2 of them rolled down the stairs like gourds. Batman took the grapple gun and shot at the ceiling of the 2nd floor. The hook flew out, dragging Batman with the rope, dodging the 2 madmen rolling down, and landed on the 2nd floor. As soon as it fell, all the surrounding lights lit up. Suddenly there was light, causing Batman to raise his hand to cover his eyes and adapt to the brightness. Jonathan walked over gently holding an electric baton. He looked like a real scarecrow, with dry straw stuffed in his cuffs, collar, and under his trouser legs. The originally thin and tall body looked stronger due to the straw filling, but the frivolous steps were still the same. His so-called light-footedness could be heard clearly in Batman's ears. Go to hell. Jonathan grinned and stabbed Batman with the sparking electric baton. Batman, who had raised his hand to block his eyes, suddenly lowered his arm, and the batarangs he had prepared flew out towards him. There were 2 clanging sounds in a row, and the first batarang hit the electric baton held by Jonathan, causing the electric baton to be thrown backward. The second dart directly knocked the electric baton away. Before Jonathan had time to react, Batman punched him in the stomach. His stomach, which was filled with straw, made a muffled sound with a thud. Jonathan screamed and bent down to spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Batman would not give him a chance. When he bent down, he punched him in the face again. Say, where is Alfred? Batman grabbed Jonathan by the neck and slammed him against the wall. The suppressed anger in his heart exploded at this moment, and like a man-eating lion, Batman roared. Tell me, where is Alfred? Ahem. Jonathan coughed twice and reached out to grab Batman's wrist like a vice, trying to open his hand. However, it is somewhat wishful thinking for a thin psychology professor to compete with a young, strong, and well-trained crime fighter. After struggling twice, Jonathan stopped struggling and looked up at Batman's mask as if he had accepted his fate. Tell me, what do you see now? Jonathan tilted his head and said feebly, as if he had given up. A coward. Batman sneered unceremoniously, increasing the strength in his hand again. Although he could strangle Jonathan's neck if he wanted to, Batman would not do that. Haha, what an image, am I a coward? Jonathan raised his hand, his eyes full of innocence. As a psychologist, he knows how to show weakness, how to make the other party drop their guard, and how to make the other party walk into a trap. Like this? Jonathan pointed his hand at Batman, and a stream of green fear gas sprayed onto Batman's face from the thin tube on his finger. I have prepared some new gadgets just for you. This cannot be blocked by a gas mask. And, don't you feel that the surroundings have changed a little? Batman raised his other hand to cover his face, and at the same time increased his strength on his hand, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, catching nothing. The scarecrow disappeared. The gas? Batman also reacted, but the air filter in his mouth seemed to be unresponsive. Look here. Jonathan's voice sounded from behind Batman. Without any hesitation, Batman turned around and punched him. The scarecrow's body was like an empty sack, flattened by Batman's fist. But there seemed to be something colliding in the scarecrow's body, rushing left and right, causing his body to twist. Batman looked at the two holes on the scarecrow's mask that exposed his eyes, and a black shadow the size of a fist file flew out of them and rushed towards Batman. This familiar scene also awakened the fear deep in Batman's heart. It's a bat? A bat flew over and hit Batman in the face, making him lean back in fright. He seemed to have returned to that summer, the past he least wanted to remember. Then, countless bats flew out of the scarecrow's body, and dense bats hovered around Batman. Creep, creak, creak, the cry of bats echoed around. Bruce. A familiar voice sounded. Dad. Bruce said tremblingly. He fell to the bottom of the well while his father, Thomas Wayne, lowered himself on a rope and reached out to him. He also stretched out his hand, trying to grab him, and bang! A sudden gunshot made Batman's blood run cold. That alley in the nightmare, bang! There was another gunshot, and it fell to the ground with a clatter. Another bat appeared in front of him. The bat opened its mouth, exposed its teeth, and bit him. Ah! Batman raised his head and shouted, his rapidly beating heart pulling him back into the well. He is falling. He is not the invincible Batman who has learned hundreds of kung fu, but the weak and helpless Bruce Wayne, the boy who fell at the bottom of the well and broke his leg. Dense bats flew over, surrounded him, biting him with their teeth, biting every inch of his skin. Bruce. The familiar voice sounded again. He raised his head to ask his father for help, but what he saw was the body lying in a pool of blood, and Thomas's last reluctant look. No. Batman briefly broke free from the painful hallucination, like sticking his head out of a drowning dream and taking a breath of oxygen. Jonathan looked at him curiously. You are really strange. Unfortunately, I can't give you anything. I can only let you die in fear, forever, forever. In his voice, Jonathan raised the electric baton in his hand, like a hammer, and hit Batman on the head. Batman fell to the ground, his hands trembling due to excessive exertion. From Batman's perspective, two venomous snakes were wrapped around his arms, tightening his arms. One of the venomous snakes spit out venom and bared its fangs and rushed towards him. Batman struggled hard. Scarecrow Jonathan held an electric baton and hit Batman on the head hard. The electricity flashed and Batman fell to the ground gasping for breath. Fear had already taken root in his subconscious. You know what? Jonathan bent down and poked Batman in the face with an electric baton. I envy you very much. Look at this strong body and these strong arms. You are like a giant. Look at me again, just like a branch that falls when the wind blows. I hate this. Jonathan stretched out his hand to stuff the straw from his belly into his clothes to make himself look stronger. But, you tall giants, didn't you still fall at my feet? Just because you have a strong body, you are capital? Are you powerful? No, underneath your strong appearance, you are extremely weak. You are afraid of seeing your true self, you are afraid, you are scared like a puddle of mud, and when you scream at the top of your lungs, you are worse than a delicate little girl. Jonathan said excitedly, walking back and forth next to him. Since ancient times, villains have died from talking too much, but this kind of excitement makes people not speak out, which is really a pity and too uncomfortable. Just like a great work, if no one appreciates it, it will be the biggest failure. If possible, Jonathan would even want to go to the Gotham TV tower to announce his success to everyone. Oh, it seems someone is going to meet you. Jonathan took out a pager from his arms and walked upstairs with some boredom. Batman, who was lying on the ground, struggled to turn over and leaned against the wall. His head under the mask seemed to have been washed by water. He took 2 deep breaths. Batman gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Trying not to think about those painful things, he raised his hand and hit his waist, and a stinging pain came from his back. Batman fell to the ground again, his body shaking even more violently. In order to prevent the scarecrow from poisoning the air, he also made another preparation. On the back of his armor, 4 injection holes were added, each equipped with a poison gas sample obtained from Gotham University, a temporary serum made, and 2 potions to restore physical strength. As the potion took effect in his body, Batman gritted his teeth and roared in pain as scenes after scenes echoed in his mind. Bruce. In the moment of unconsciousness, Batman, no, Bruce Wayne, heard the voice of his father Thomas again. It was as if Thomas's soul was still guarding him. Although Bruce hoped so, the relief of pain easily shattered this beautiful imagination. This is the recording. This is the only recording of Thomas Wayne in the study of the Wayne Mansion. It is his voice teaching the young Bruce. Bruce could already memorize those lines. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and got up from the ground again. Those hallucinations emerged again and again under his actions. The surrounding area was not the second floor of a lunatic asylum, but in his eyes, it was more like a hell where demons danced wildly. When, faced with seemingly insurmountable odds, Batman forced himself to stand up, raised his head, and became one with the voice in his head. Your only option is to act quickly. Some people may even advocate abandoning rationality and removing the most dangerous elements first, and then, methodically, defeat those difficulties and challenges one by one. Batman walked forward, and the illusion in front of him was a bottomless volcanic crater, with hot lava flowing underneath, and hot air waves blowing in his face. He gritted his teeth and ran forward. Swarms of bats flew towards him, their membrane-covered wings flapping on his face, and their sharp claws scratching his body. Black combat boots hit the ground heavily, and Batman rushed forward like crazy, fearless of the mountains of swords and seas of fire that appeared in front of him, or the memories that made his heart tremble. Fear does not belong to him, but he is the one who brings fear to the criminals in the dark. He is Batman? Batman roared and rushed up the stairs, while Scarecrow, who had just climbed to the 3rd floor, heard the sound of an angry beast and looked behind him in disbelief, but before he could turn around, Batman swung a punch and hit him hard in the back. Scarecrow Jonathan flew out directly, his body scraped the ground, and he fell 3 or 4 meters away. Ignoring the pain, Jonathan quickly rolled to his feet. Batman had jumped over, the black cape puffed up behind him, spread out like a bat's wings, and fell towards him. How? Jonathan asked with a look of disbelief. The hallucination caused by this fear toxin cannot be eliminated. I've overcome my fear, now it's your turn. Tell me what you're afraid of. Batman yelled roughly, even the voice changer couldn't hide his anger. Jonathan's hand that wanted to make a sneak attack was grabbed by Batman and pressed on his face. The small air valve on his wrist was twisted to the maximum by Batman, and the green fear gas was sprayed out instantly. Tell me, what did you see? Who is your fear? After Jonathan inhaled a breath of terrifying poisonous gas, he looked at Batman who looked like a demon. Under the influence of the hallucination of the poisonous gas, his psychological defense collapsed instantly, and his pants were wet and stuck to his legs. Looking straight at Batman, his trembling body made him unable to even make a sound. Like a carp lacking oxygen, his mouth opened and froze together. Batman looked at the frightened Scarecrow, let go of him, and looked around. There was a conspicuous sign hanging on the wall. Ward number 3129 is located, and there is a red arrow on it, as if to guide the way. Batman swallowed and gasped, even though the fear toxin was released. However, he lost too much physical strength. Alfred? Batman stepped forward. Even if this place was hell, he would not hesitate to break in. Under the guidance of the arrow, Batman opened a ward door. Inside was a single room, or a safe room. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all wrapped in sponge. This kind of room is prepared to prevent patients from committing suicide, but you can see these sponges, as if they have been gnawed by wild beasts, with pits everywhere. A man in a white bondage suit with a black bag was tied to a chair. On the strong bondage suit, Alfred's name, Pennyworth, was written with a black oil-based pen. Alfred. Batman stepped forward and reached out to pull off the black bag, but under the bag was not Alfred, but a man with thick hair. The man raised his head, his eyes became confused after inhaling the fear gas, but his nose smelled something. The smell of fear gas on Batman's body, that special smell of poisonous gas, was like a chain reaction, making the man instantly furious, and he bit Batman with his mouth open. Oh. The man roared and stood up. The hair on his body grew longer and the muscles of his body swelled up. Just like the werewolf in Strange Legends, the restraints couldn't stop him at all and were torn apart. The pupil cameras on Batman's eyes also fed back information about the Batcomputer. Even without this information, Batman recognized this person. During the Arkham Asylum escape incident, the werewolf he defeated, the severely mentally ill patient, the star of Arkham Asylum, and even some military agencies all asked for his information. I'm suddenly curious as to who pulled the trick. Batman made a rare joke. The werewolf broke free from the restraints, raised his head and howled, as if to celebrate this hard-won freedom. Batman knows his situation, so he strikes first. He took a step forward, reached out, and grabbed the exoskeleton glove around his waist, and attached it to the back of his hand like a layer of metal skeleton. A heavy punch hit the werewolf's jaw. The werewolf, who had not yet celebrated, was knocked backwards by the punch. The hydraulic impact system on the exoskeleton gloves directly sent the werewolf flying to the ceiling before he could fall down. Batman stepped forward, kicked him, and punched him again without hesitation. With a thud, the werewolf's body hit the sponge wall heavily. The thick sponge walls became the best buffer. If it were an ordinary wall, the force of the impact would have caused the werewolf to fall directly and seriously injured. Ouch! The painful werewolf howled and raised his hand, the sharp claw tips glowing with metal under the light. Batman quickly raised his arm, and with a scratch, 5 deep marks were scratched on the metal armor. That guy's fingers are studded with metal. Discovering this, Batman quickly turned around to dodge. The werewolf waved his hands and fell to the ground, instantly scratching the sponge layer on the ground and tearing it to pieces like cotton wool. Batman rushed out of the ward, but the lights in the corridor outside went out the moment he rushed out. It was pitch dark all around and he couldn't see anything clearly, especially from a bright room to a place like this. The instant blindness effect made Batman very uncomfortable. Strange was standing not far away, wearing heat-sensing night vision glasses, looking at Batman standing in the middle of the corridor, not knowing which way to hide, and a smile appeared on his face. The next second, the werewolf rushed out of the ward. The darkness could not block his sense of smell, and he could easily locate the smell of fear gas remaining on Batman. Batman was knocked to the ground by him, and before he could get up, he waved his hand and hit the werewolf's face hard. With a click, the werewolf opened his mouth and bit Batman's fist. If it weren't for the protection of the exoskeleton gloves, this bite force would have caused Batman to lose a few fingers. Not only were the werewolf's fingertips inlaid with metal, but the teeth in his mouth were also the same, and the exoskeleton gloves were rubbed with scars. Batman raised his leg and kicked him away, then clenched his fist and punched him down again. The exoskeleton glove was a piece of equipment that had been upgraded and refitted several times and was not used at ordinary times. But against these tough guys, the destructive power caused by the hydraulic system above is huge amounts of. 3 punches hit the werewolf's head hard, and the werewolf screamed and howled. Batman took the opportunity to grab his claws, took out his grappling gun and shot the hook at the end of the corridor. There was a crash in the distance. The front part of the hook has been firmly shot into the wall, just like an expansion screw has been driven in. Batman immediately hooked the rope on the gun and wrapped it around the werewolf's hand. The werewolf struggled again, his wild intuition making him instinctively feel the danger. Have a good sleep. Batman took out a batarang, stuffed it into the werewolf's mouth, and started the power device on the grapple gun. Suddenly, the werewolf's body was dragged forward by the power of the hook and the gun. He could not be seen in the darkness, but the sound of heavy objects hitting the wall was heard. Immediately afterwards, the bat dart in the werewolf's mouth was intercepted by the impact and activated the detonation device. Boom. Huge amounts of flashes and noises lit up in the darkness, and the werewolf was knocked unconscious by the impact of the shock bomb. Batman stood up from the ground. This feeling of exhaustion reminded him of his special training with the Assassin's League. On high mountains with thin oxygen and on rivers covered with ice, he and teacher Henry Ducati are always there. Wonderful. A man's applause sounded from behind. Batman turned around and looked over there, and the lights above his head lit up instantly. This sudden change made Batman quickly close his eyes. Hugo Strange, who had been waiting for a long time, would not miss such a good opportunity and rushed over directly. Batman closed his eyes and waved his fist forward based on his intuition. Strange quickly knelt down on the ground, tilted his head back, and slid his legs across the ground, just in time to avoid Batman's punch. The blow missed, making Batman frown. Lifting his feet, Batman was about to kick the ground. Strange suddenly stood up, dived down, walked around behind Batman, and hugged Batman's waist from behind with both hands. Batman immediately knew what he was going to do, a German back throw. He had used this move before, so he naturally knew how terrifying it was, and he didn't have time to break it before he could do it. Strange clasped his hands tightly, the muscles on his arms bulged, and he plucked onions from a dry land, throwing Batman behind him. With no time to dodge, Batman could only hold his head with both hands and protect his neck, facing the fierce impact, and fell heavily to the thick water-milled ground. Without any pause, Strange immediately hugged Batman's legs, locked Batman's legs with his feet, and twisted them hard with both hands. No matter how strong your muscles are, you can't escape the horror of acrobatics. This is a move that Batman uses to deal with street criminals, but this time he used it on himself. With a crisp sound, Batman raised his head and shouted. With that crisp sound, Batman had confirmed his injury, the joint of his right leg was dislocated. The reason why it is not broken is because the protective measures added to the leg equipment to prevent fractures and inability to fight are now in use. Batman kicked Strange to the wall. At the same time, 3 batarangs were thrown out of his cloak and flew towards Strange. Facing the flying darts, Strange had no intention of blocking. He rolled and turned around to avoid them, while covering his figure with his cloak. With a bang, a shock bomb carried in the dart exploded without causing any damage or effect. However, Batman got a chance to stand up. Standing up from the ground, Batman reached out and turned several hidden buttons on his feet, tightening the wires inside. Enduring the pain, Batman stood firm again, and he temporarily recovered from the joint injuries on his legs. Strange also stood up, dressed in Batman's costume, which even surprised the real Batman. Surprised? My dear Mr. Wayne. Strange opened his hands, tugged on his cloak, and bowed with a smile like an actor in a stage play. As you can see, I am too, Batman. And today is your day to die, Bruce Wayne. Batman looked up at him with anger in his eyes, but still asked, has this identity been discovered? No, your disguise is good. Strange waved his hand. I don't think anyone in the entire Gotham City knows your true identity, and I don't like telling others. This secret will be completely covered up tonight. I know you are curious about how I found you and your true identity, but... Strange raised his head and his expression became extremely serious. The League of Assassins greets you, the heir to the head of demons, Bruce Wayne. Everything made sense. Batman raised his hands in a fighting stance and responded with all his might. If it is the Assassin's League, there is nothing to be curious about. The person they want to find will be found by them even if they hide in the ends of the earth. Alfred is here? Why do you want to arrest him? Batman asked in a deep voice, moving forward, using a martial art from an ancient Eastern country, the starting stance of Wing Chun. During the years when he traveled around the world, Bruce also went to the Eastern countries, and even worked as a bag carrier at the Hong Kong pier for a period of time, and was even arrested by the police. He has learned most of the martial arts in the world. Although he is not proficient in them, he knows everything about them. In terms of fighting, He cannot beat a professional fighter like Tong Hu, but facing other people, Batman's fighting skills are not weak at all, and he can even become one of the world's top fighting masters many years later. Alfred? Which old butler are you talking about? He is not here, but you will see him soon. Strange took out a syringe gun from his belt, tried it under the light, put it on his neck, and pulled the trigger. The medicine inside was injected into his body. Strange grinned and said, "Tell me, tomorrow morning's news, will it be the news that a rich man from Gotham committed suicide on the street?" He was answered by Batman's fist. There was almost no pause, and Batman's attacks were like a violent storm, all falling on Strange. Breaking through Strange's defense, he launched a complete set of Wing Chun punches without stopping for even a moment. They all hit Strange's chest, making the Slavic body armor make a muffled sound. "It's so cruel." Strange was beaten so hard that he stepped back, distanced himself, and gasped twice, clutching his chest. "If it weren't for a booster shot, I might not be able to beat him, but the drug is taking effect." Strange raised his head and shook his neck. This body may not be very good, but it is what he cherishes the most. Batman punched him again. Strange did not dodge this time, but easily caught Batman's fist with one hand. "Let's have some fun and see who is Batman." Strange showed a smile on his face, grabbed Batman's fist, squeezed it hard with his fingers, and kicked Batman's right leg at the same time. My right leg, which was already injured, made a snapping sound this time and the bone cracked. Batman's eyelids twitched from the pain, and he could only reach out and grab his leg, tightening the protective measures inside again, tightening the steel wire, and forcibly fixing his right leg. Strange rushed up, Batman flicked his cape, and several batarangs flew out under the cover of the cape. Strange's forward steps were interrupted by bat darts, but the target of those bat darts was not Strange, but flew around him and hit the light bulb on the ceiling. There was a crackling sound, followed by the darkness after the light bulb went out. Strange put on the heat-sensing night vision glasses again, raised his head and looked around. Batman's figure has disappeared without a trace, not even a trace of the heat sensor can be seen. Invisibility among all things in darkness is a skill that Batman has surpassed Lei Xiaogu in the League of Assassins. Of course, at that time, Lei Xiaogu was his mentor in the name of Henry Ducard. "You're really good at hiding, but I feel like you're here," Strange murmured to himself, trusting his instincts and reactions more than what he saw with his eyes. As an expert in playing with other people's psychology, Strange knows exactly how to confirm authenticity. At the same time, there was another guy who was played by him. He was in deep pain in the underground research room of Arkham Asylum. For Jeremiah Arkham, who came to Arkham Asylum with a mission, everything has been a nightmare since he arrived here. The only good thing is that the gambling debt he owed was paid off with a check given to him by Bruce Wayne. However, what pained him was that his mind had been manipulated and he could not resist Hugo Strange's order. Just like a dog, he was summoned here and there, but he couldn't make any resistance. It was like an invisible chain was tied around his neck, controlling his consciousness. He hasn't slept for several days. He can't fall into a deep sleep. It's like there is a nail stuck in his mind. Once he falls asleep, he will be woken up. He was going crazy. He had forgotten what he had eaten this morning. Maybe he had eaten nothing at all, but he didn't feel hungry in his stomach, but his stomach was growling. Jeremiah sat on the chair and fell into that trance state again, even hallucinating. Maybe he should get something refreshing, he thought to himself. Why did he hallucinate? Because he saw Joker in the glass culture tank, waving to him. Could this not be an hallucination? Joker is dead, and his body has been injected with antiseptic agents and has become Hugo Strange's personal collection. If it weren't for him, he might not be so unlucky. Jeremiah closed his eyes, hoping to fall asleep. Bang! A metallic collision sounded. Jeremiah woke up with a fright, but when he opened his eyes, he found that he was tied to the table and his clothes were taken off. Before he could finish being surprised, a man who frightened him came over. "He, you're awake? Just in time, I prepared a gift for you. Don't you hate the things in your mind?" Joker walked over with a playful smile, wearing the clothes he took off Jeremiah, which fit him just right, and he also held a piece of wire in his hand. The neutral wire and live wire in the wire were separated, and the copper wires in the two wires were twisted into a needle-like shape. Joker even collided with each other, causing an electric spark to appear. No, don't. Jeremiah looked at Joker, walked up to him with the wire, and struggled quickly. Joker doesn't care about his struggles, he just wants to have some fun and be happy first, like. Two needle-like wires were held by Joker and placed in front of Jeremiah's nostrils. Jeremiah was so frightened that he lost his voice. Suddenly, the wire pierced his nostril. Jeremiah's screams were accompanied by the surge of electricity, and blood spurted out of his nose. Jeremiah was like a fish that fell to the ground, struggling fiercely on the table. Joker looked at him with a satisfied smile on his face. "But I always felt like something was missing." Joker raised his head and thought for a moment, and the smile on his face fell instantly. "Barbados, this is such a boring monster." Joker snorted. He was still alive, so he might want to thank that guy. "Well, let's cut 3 holes in his head as a thank you, or bury him." Seeing Jeremiah screaming and struggling on the table, Joker soon became bored and took out a scalpel from the table next to him. Joker sat cross-legged on the table, and under Jeremiah's horrified gaze, he made a circle along his face, then stretched out his pale fingers and picked apart the skin with his fingertips. No, Jeremiah's tears fell. He already had a premonition of what would happen next, but he still wanted to beg Joker not to do that. Joker looked at him crying, shook his head pitifully, pierced his fingers along the cut skin, hooked his face, and pulled up hard. The sound of flesh and skin being separated became the sound of tearing cloth in Jeremiah's mind. Blood flowed from his face, and he felt a burning pain on his face, as if a layer of chili powder had been applied to his face. Joker held a piece of bloody face, put it on his face without any disdain, and smiled at Jeremiah. It's like saying, "Do I look good like this?" Joker hummed and shamelessly walked around the research room twice, and then saw the computer on the desk and the surveillance screen on the wide screen above. Wow, it's a little bad, or two. Double happiness? Joker immediately became energetic and looked at the surveillance screen above, even though the scene was dark. But under the heat-sensing surveillance camera, the whereabouts of the two of them can still be seen clearly from God's perspective. Oh, little bat, you are so cute. Joker clasped his hands together and said with a smile, and put the bloody face on his face, but it couldn't stick. He opened the drawer and rummaged for things. He took out a stapler and stapled the face to his face with a click. The blood flowed from his pale cheek, but Joker didn't care. Instead, he picked up the files in the drawer and looked at the other things until he saw a Batman logo painted on Bruce Wayne's files. He was angry, and even his face could not hide his angry look. That was Batman, that was a diamond he discovered, but now it has been touched by someone else. A panicked look appeared on Joker's face, followed by an evil smile that destroyed everything. He should be the protagonist of this game? These damn bastards stole his scene? Batman lowered his body and stood silently behind Strange. Following Strange's every movement, he moved his body and firmly occupied the blind spot of his vision. There is no real invisibility in the world, but you can deceive your eyes, deceive your ears, deceive your sense of smell and intuition. Strange could feel that Batman was here, but he couldn't see Batman. There was no heating object in the light green field of view of the night vision goggles. Only the werewolf hanging on the wall in the distance, emitting orange-red heat, allowed him to see clearly. Batman was accumulating strength in his body, waiting for the moment when Strange would reveal his flaw. He looked at the ground and relied on his senses to dodge Strange's gaze. That's weird, why are you hiding? Strange spun around in a circle, and Batman quietly stood behind him. Aren't you curious about the old housekeeper? I found a good place for him, where he can collect the body for you when he wakes up. The white-haired man will send the black-haired man. Strange tried to stir up Batman's emotions, but the surroundings were as quiet as a pool of stagnant water, without even a ripple. Well, I hate you, you should at least answer me. Otherwise, I stand here by myself, talking to myself like a fool, making me feel like there is something wrong with me. Where are the people? Strange couldn't help roaring, walking on the spot, turning his body, and looking left and right. The empty corridor made him restless. Perhaps I should take you up there to see what's the point of hiding in the darkness. Strange turned and walked towards the stairs. There was a light bulb at the top of the stairs, emitting light. Looking at the light over there in the dark corridor, it was like the legendary door to heaven. Strange walked up the stairs, suddenly turned his head, and Batman's fist hit him like a triggered crossbow. With a plop, Strange's body hit the stairs. He quickly reached out and grabbed the handrail of the stairs to prevent him from falling. With a click, a pair of black deformed handcuffs locked Strange's wrist to the stair railing. Batman reached out and grabbed Strange's head, and slammed it against the handrail of the stairs. With two thuds, one of the pointed ears of the Bat Hood was broken. You are looking for death. Strange struggled to stand up, kicked Batman away, clenched his fists, pulled the handcuffs with his wrists, and punched the stair railing, causing the wooden stair railing to break instantly. He no longer tried to cover up, and stretched out his hand to pull the hood off his head and tear it off. The blood vessels on his bare head bulged out, twisting and intertwining like tree roots, making him look very ferocious. Where is Alfred? Batman clenched his fists, shouted angrily, and hit Strange hard in the face with his exoskeleton gloves. Immediately afterwards, there was an impact caused by the hydraulic system on the exoskeleton, like a pickaxe on a construction site. With a bang, Strange's face trembled. He took 2 steps back and fell down on the stairs. Batman immediately rushed up and punched him again. The slope of the stairs has become Batman's best aid. Strange, who was sitting on the steps, had no time to get up or use any strength, and was knocked to the ground by Batman's punch after punch. Tell me, where is Alfred? Batman grabbed Strange's collar and asked loudly. Strange struggled again, trying to stand up from the ground, but what greeted him was Batman's punch after punch. With a click, Batman took out another handcuff and handcuffed Strange to the handrail of the stairs. At the same time, Batman grabbed Strange's arm and knocked it down with his elbow. Strange screamed, his arms drooped like cooked noodles, and were locked together by 2 handcuffs. Tell me, Batman yelled again. The last place you want to go is your grave, where I put him. Strange said with a sneer. Batman calmed down after hearing this. There was only one place he didn't want to go. Crime Alley? Crime Alley, that place has many names, but no one remembers the original name of that place. That's a bad place, whether it's people in high places or homeless people on the street say so. Batman turned around and left without stopping for a moment. Strange, who was sitting on the stairs, tugged his arm hard, but he couldn't use any strength, but the strong tug would only break the arm. Are you leaving like this? Strange shouted loudly. Batman stopped, but didn't say anything. He ran a few times quickly and knocked open the window glass. There was a crash, the glass shattered, and Batman spread out his cloak behind him, like spreading his wings, and flew out. Damn it! What did he take me for? As if he was humiliated, Strange pulled his unconscious arm and twisted the metal fence on the stairs. Do-do-do thump, thump, thump. A strange tone sounded from under the stairs, causing Strange to stop struggling and sit on the ground with his arms covered. Joker came up from upstairs, holding an elbow crowbar in his hand like a civilized stick, and danced the tap dance steps he once wanted to perform on the stage. He staggered up from downstairs. I should sue the drug dealer. He didn't tell me that this drug has side effects. I'm even hallucinating. Strange smiled in disbelief, but as Joker walked over step by step, the smile on his face disappeared. Joker wears a human face that sticks to his face like a mask, with staples stuck into his face. The pale human skin and the churning fat layer made Strange hesitate for a moment. That face looked a bit familiar. Look, who is this? A stupid fake bat whose wings were broken by a real bat? Ha 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 ha. Joker laughed unceremoniously. He held his stomach in an exaggerated manner, laughing so hard that his whole body trembled. The crowbar in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Fake bat? Strange looked at the black bat suit he was wearing, and his face suddenly darkened. Joker laughed so hard that when he got closer, Strange suddenly raised his right hand, which was still intact, like a hunting viper with a pointed head, and instantly thrust it out. He grabbed Joker by the neck and pulled him over. I don't know how you survived, but I will figure it out, Joker, Strange said in a serious voice as he put his forehead against Joker's. I will use every method to make you incapable of life and death. Now, confess to me, Joker? These are your last words. Strange squeezed Joker's neck hard with his hands. He had a strong body that he had developed and originally had a lot of strength. With the help of enhancers, even an adult silverback gorilla is not as strong as him. He easily broke Joker's unprotected neck, and Strange could clearly feel that Joker's trachea was crushed into a ball of rotten flesh. I'm dead, LA. Joker tilted his head and stuck out his tongue, as if he was dead. Because of his shame, he didn't stick out his tongue, but licked the blood, smacked his lips, and tasted the taste. Strange's eyes widened, a little unbelievable at the scene in front of him, but soon Joker's heartbeat disappeared. Is he dead? Strange dare not confirm. But his many years of medical experience told him that what he had in his hands was a dead man, a cold corpse. Strange looked at Joker and threw him out with all his strength. He fell to the ground and hit the wall. Strange did not dare to stop and quickly reached out to grab his unconscious left hand. Trying to break free from the handcuffs, Batman broke his arm, making it impossible for him to escape. The handcuffs on it were cut into his flesh. Just as Strange was pulling hard on the stair railing, the bent crowbar was picked up from the ground. Boom! Strange's body swayed and he blinked, as if he still hadn't realized what was going on. He turned to look to the side. The Joker pulled off his face, revealing his true appearance, holding the crowbar in both hands, with a ferocious smile on his face, as if he was playing golf, and raised the crowbar in his hand. With a whoosh, the crowbar cut through the air and hit Strange hard on the head. At this moment, Strange's head was smashed with blood, and his skull seemed to be dented a little. Good shot. Joker shouted excitedly, then picked up the crowbar and hit Strange again. Strange was lying in a pool of blood, and the bat suit was stripped off by Joker. Joker didn't mind the blood on it either, so he draped it over his shoulders like a trophy, hummed a tuneless tune, and walked forward. The face on the ground was stepped on by Joker and became hideous. Joker stood in front of the window where Batman jumped out. Touching his crushed throat and the green blood seeping out, everything seemed so unreal, but Joker didn't care. On the contrary, he liked this feeling very much. He took out a green gas bottle from his pocket and put it in front of his nose. Joker took 2 strong puffs, leaning against the window like an ecstatic drug addict with a look of addiction on his face. This is the fear gas he dug out from the scarecrow who peed his pants downstairs. He likes the smell, just like being drunk. He even saw Jenny. Who is Jenny? Joker tilted his head and thought for a long time. Oh, it seems to be my wife? But it's very boring. She is already dead. In Joker's eyes, there are only 2 kinds of fear that ordinary people see, interesting and boring. And those images of fear can't stay in Joker's crazy mind. I should go tell some people that I'm back, ha 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 ha. Joker laughed and jumped from the window. But he didn't have Batman's wingsuit cape, and this was the 3rd floor. Joker fell to the hardened ground without any accident. He hit the ground head first and fell to death on the spot. Maybe he's dead. A wandering figure walked out of the darkness, with a dull look on his face, and walked towards Joker, looking at Joker's corpse. And he is Dr. Simon Hurt, a special doctor in Arkham Asylum and Strange's assistant. The uncontrollable madness and chaos, it's just so bad. Dr. Simon Hurt said, and the dull look on his face became complicated. He reached into his arms with his black-gloved hand and took out a syringe with a special pattern. The needle tip was extremely sharp and it instantly penetrated Joker's head. Just like a toothpick inserted into a watermelon, a tube of green liquid was pulled out. He could see the crazy factors in the liquid, which he had contributed to, but looking at it now, it should be a failure. Crazy can't be restrained in the first place. After all, he thought too much, but this is enough. Dr. Simon Hurt stood up and walked towards the asylum. He took 1 step and was on the 3rd floor of the asylum in an instant. He bent down and picked up a face on the ground, looked at the footprints on it, stretched out his finger and scratched the corner of the face's mouth. The next second, he appeared in the underground research room of the lunatic asylum, looking at Jeremiah lying on the table, his face torn off, and he passed out from pain. Simon Hurt walked to the table, gestured with the cheek on his hand, and put it on Jeremiah's face. At the same time, he raised the syringe in his hand and pierced Jeremiah's head. Since there is no way to control madness, let's make it even more mad and let this city be completely destroyed. Just when he injected the crazy factor in the needle into Jeremiah's body, he suddenly felt something. The figure disappeared instantly, and he appeared again outside the lunatic asylum, where Joker jumped to his death. Joker disappeared. He turned his head and looked around, and his figure disappeared again. At this moment, he searched the entire Arkham Asylum. No, Joker disappeared? Simon Hurt doesn't believe this. He is the incarnation of the Great Barbados, a dead soul that has been wandering in the world for 200 years. Wait, he looked down at the ground, and there was a black cloak there. He didn't notice it just now, so he reached out and picked up the cloak. There was an improvised explosive device hidden under the cloak, with 2 gas tanks on top. After he picked up the cloak, the device was activated. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed around, and the glass upstairs was shattered. Immediately afterwards, the first floor of the lunatic asylum caught fire. It's gasoline? Gasoline from the basement incinerator? The fire spread instantly, and the entire asylum was engulfed in a sea of flames. From a distance, the high-rise Arkham Asylum looked like a burning bonfire. A trace of anger appeared on Simon Hurt's face, because he suddenly felt that he had been fooled. What did that damn Joker do? Simon Hurt doesn't want to believe this fact. He is an omniscient and omnipotent existence. How could he be fooled by this Joker, this lowly, dirty, ugly Joker? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Simon Hurt thought of something, disappeared, and teleported to the 3rd floor of the lunatic asylum. He wanted to verify something. On the stairs on the 3rd floor, Simon Hurt looked at a pool of blood on the ground, empty handcuffs, and the stair railings that looked like they had been damaged by monsters. There was everything except Hugo Strange's body. This was impossible. He saw with his own eyes that Joker beat Strange to death. Ha 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 ha. Simon Hurt raised his head and laughed, his dirty white coat split open, and black skeleton-like wings stretched out from his back. Great. This is perfect madness and chaos, uncontrollable. I am stupid. I will remember you. Following his shout, there was another explosion in Arkham Asylum, with a booming sound like an earthquake. Jeremiah, who was in the underground laboratory, opened his eyes, reached out to touch his face, picked up the stapler placed next to him, and stapled the face to his face, with light green madness in his eyes. Sometimes, people always think that they are smart, but God is just a fart, he he he. Jeremiah laughed twice, got down from the table, walked to the glass culture tank that was smashed on one side, and looked at the broken glass with a strange smile on his face. He picked up the scalpel on the ground, put it to his mouth, looked at the broken glass, cut the corner of his mouth, and let the blood flow out. Sir, you should smile. Seriousness will not make you better, and I am Joker. Draft it? What the hell? Nagi, who was outside the Arkham police station, had just fallen asleep when he was woken up by the sudden explosion. Not only him, but the entire residents of Arkham District were awakened by the explosion. Many people thought it was an earthquake. AFK. Nagi looked at the burning Arkham Asylum in the distance, and his expression suddenly changed. Get up. No, call the fire station to put out the fire? Hurry, hurry. Miyagi quickly gave instructions. It was already bright in the sky, and a white light had appeared on the distant skyline. Batman carried Alfred on his back and walked out of Crime Alley. It turned out that there was a large theater here. I seem to have overslept. Alfred woke up on Batman's shoulder, looking at the light shining in the east. Alfred, who was very concerned about time, quickly discovered the current time and place, this place. Let's go home. Batman walked tiredly, carrying Alfred towards the Batmobile parked on the roadside. I'm causing trouble for you. Alfred said apologetically that although he wanted to get off Batman's back, he had been lying in the trash can for too long, the blood was blocked, and his whole body was numb. Nothing. Batman smiled, helped Alfred get into the Batmobile, and walked away. And in Arkham Asylum, it was already a mess. The fire truck slowly exited here. The first floor of the lunatic asylum was completely burned by the fire, and turbid water flowed freely on the ground. This sudden accident made Nagi stay here for another day. The key is that many patients in the lunatic asylum ran away. At least no corpses were found in the burned place. This was even more uncomfortable than finding corpses. Who knows where these madmen escaped? However, it is not without good news. At least the murderer of the Gotham University poisoning case was caught by them. Scarecrow Jonathan was caught on the 2nd floor of the lunatic asylum, but his condition was very bad. He was just like a demented idiot, file size was incontinent, and he was no longer human when he was taken out. Several unused gas bottles were found from him, dark green with black paint and the symbol of a scarecrow painted on them. Fear gas? This is Scarecrow's specialty, and this sudden terrifying hallucination effect is even more difficult to prevent, so Nagi secretly kept the poisonous gas. The last time we fought against the Bronze Tiger, the effect of this poisonous gas was not that easy to use. It could definitely kill people indiscriminately in self-defense. Good news, bad news, which one should you listen to first? Nigma walked out of the lunatic asylum with a record sheet in his hand. Bad news. Nagi raised his head and said, Nigma looked at the record sheet. 27 people are missing, including 6 critically ill patients, 2 doctors, and Hugo Strange, the acting director of the lunatic asylum. Wait, Strange is missing. When Nagi heard this name, he was a little suspicious. What happened to this place last night? With the big villain Strange here, it can explain it a little bit. Last night was definitely not peaceful. But it is indeed not peaceful. They all went to the cruise ship to intercept the princess of the Assassin League. It is not surprising that something happened here. Where's the good news? Nagi put his hands in his pockets and asked with his head tilted. It was a bit cold today and the water on the ground was frozen. The good news is that the matter of Arkham Asylum has attracted the attention of the City Hall, and you can ask them for money. Nigma shook the record sheet and said, how have you considered the things we talked about before? This is also an opportunity. Otis knows some people who can come over to work. Nagi knew that Nigma was talking about developing power, and he had to at least prepare a group of people under his command. He could no longer act in such a hasty manner. If you get Deadshot out, in the name of the Arkham Police Department, it should be okay to get him parole, right? Nagi asked. No problem. If necessary, we can follow Gordon's path. The new warden of Blackgate Prison is Gordon's comrade in arms and a brother who has carried a gun together. Nigma said that he has very clear information about the characters in the Gotham Police Department, especially Gordon. Logically speaking, they can also be regarded as members of the Gordon faction. Hoo-ho. The seedling monster laughed twice, shook his head and said, no, if you can find less things to do with Gordon, then do so less. That guy is too serious and can easily turn good things into bad things. Okay, Deadshot, Floyd Lawton Jr., I will find a way to get him, but it will cost money. After all, I need to find a guarantee from the regional counselor. After writing down these things, Nigma reminded again, you have to think about it, we have to get some money from there. I know. Nagi nodded, looking towards a slum in the distance, with strange houses stacked on top of each other, and clothes that had just been washed were hanging wet on ropes. By the way, where did Oswald go? I haven't seen him for a long time. Nagi asked with some confusion. Sneeze. Oswald, the penguin far away in Colombia, was sitting in a street coffee shop and sneezed. Quickly picking up a tissue and wiping it, Oswald sighed helplessly. But the mission is almost completed. There is no credit for going back this time, but there is also hard work. The Romans can always let him go. Mr. Kopapi, Mr. Flamenco invites you to come. A strong man in camouflage uniform walked over and said with a serious expression. What's interesting is that he was wearing a pink vest underneath, which looked a bit sexy. However, Oswald would not say it out loud. He did not want to offend the gang boss here. After all, he still wanted to discuss business. He likes those green banknotes and Franklin's face, and he never gets tired of looking at it. Okay, I'll get ready. Oswald clenched the tissue in his hand twice, threw it on the table, picked up the heavy umbrella next to him, and walked outside. For this mission, he spent all the money he had saved over the years to revitalize the Kopop family and built this self-defense umbrella. There is a machine gun inside with 50 rounds of ammunition. The umbrella cover is specially made to be bulletproof, and there are some special designs on the umbrella. It is completely a small arsenal. There was no way. Who got him involved with Nagi? The Romans were even more worried about keeping him by their side, but they couldn't kill him directly, so they simply gave the penguin a task. He and a Mexican gang boss privately agreed on a special business in Colombia. The Romans wanted to monopolize smuggling channels. Once this kind of thing is known to other forces, Oswald will be chopped into pieces immediately. Stealing people's money is a mortal enemy. In a secluded villa, there were several sexy supermodels in the swimming pool, playing in the water in bikinis. Mr. Kopapi, you're a little slow here. A man sitting on a lounge chair next to the swimming pool, wearing sunglasses, turned around and said. Oswald raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. The road is a bit crowded, but I'm not late. Mr. Flamingo, do you still want to discuss business today? Flamenco stood up straight on the recliner. Under his pink shirt, there were ridiculously strong muscles and a head of white hair, which also made him look different. When we come here, we naturally have to discuss business, but I have a condition. Flamingo raised his hand and said, we are going to Gotham. The things are delivered, and the rest is up to you. But I have to remind you that the penitent cartel gang is very famous in Mexico, but in Gotham, you have to know that it is a Roman city. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Flamengo touched the beard on his chin with his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. I tell you, either pay back the money or work. I don't support idle people. Nagi's shout echoed in the apartment building. The apartment upstairs behind Bar Zero used to be Maroni's territory, but Falcone gave it to Nagi. This rental apartment was also the former stronghold of the electrocutioner, and it was also taken into the possession of Nagi, who also housed a doctor. What do you mean? Since when did I owe you money? Dr. Milo shouted with a broken face. The test tube in his hand was about to burst. He was baffled. I've done a great job experimenting here. Why do I owe money? Oh, since you said that, let's forget it. Nagi had been waiting for his words for a long time. He took out a bill from his pocket and threw it on the table. This is the medical expenses, this is the rent, this is the money you borrowed from me, as well as the experimental animals you want, and the basic equipment. These all cost money. Nagi stretched out his hand and said, there are also living expenses? You bought 2 bottles of champagne for the celebration last week, and the bill hasn't been added yet. Forget it, sir, I am merciful. The total price is 500,000 US dollars. According to Gotham's local loan regulations, you can pay me back 1.3 million and that's it. 1.3 million, why don't you grab it? Robbing is not as profitable as this. If you don't pay back, I can help you introduce a place. I know a few organ sellers on the dock. You are like this. Nagi raised his hand to rub his chin and looked him up and down. Dr. Milo was wearing a green apron, his unkempt hair was slicked back, and his face was red with anger. The broken leg was equipped with a homemade prosthetic leg. Although it was homemade, its flexibility was no less than that of a real leg, but it was a bit rough and some parts were exposed. There are several test tubes placed on it. It seems that this prosthetic limb also has the function of portable storage. If you are like this, you sell 2 kidneys, which are kidneys, and sell a liver. It probably won't be enough for the principal. You are too old. Otherwise, I know a gay bar, and you can. Stop, what do you want to say? Dr. Milo raised his hand. If he couldn't hit Nagi, he would have wanted to go over and slap him twice. Help me work and pay back the money, then I won't care. Nagi took out a planner from behind and threw it on the table. I can give you power. You want to talk to me about money? Talk about your power of paralysis, work, and payback. What I need is money, do you see these? Get it done for me. Nagi knocked on the table hard. On it was the plan he and Nigma had discussed. He didn't plan to take the traditional gangster path. It was too narrow and too unsafe. After all, there is a big nocturnal bat here, and being stared at by that guy is not comfortable at all. Dr. Milo reluctantly picked up the schedule on the table and frowned after just flipping through 2 pages. What are these things? Equipment improvements in canning factories? Manufacturing requirements for bread machines? Instant meal making machines? Dr. Milo put down his schedule and looked at Nagi with a strange look on his face. He couldn't help it anymore. Did you know that my scientific research direction is biological? Not those with PhDs in mechanical engineering. I know, but you are also a doctor. If you try your best, you can still beat a mechanical doctor who is just a few blocks away. Nagi came over with a playful smile and praised him. This attitude of being arrogant but respectful at the same time was very useful to Dr. Milo. It's not impossible, but you just said that I owe you money? How to calculate this? Dr. Milo turned around and asked. Doctor, I think your laboratory is too crude. I helped you find a chemical laboratory in Arkham District. Although that factory has gone bankrupt, it was once among the top 10 in Gotham's chemical industry. All equipment is available. Real? Dr. Milo asked with a surprised look on his face. Although he seemed to be free now, it was too troublesome to rub the experimental equipment with his hands in the rental house. Just like the centrifuge he is using now, he bought it from a thrift store and modified it himself. It can only be said to be effective, but the numerical value is appalling. In the past, this kind of thing wouldn't even have a chance to be thrown into the trash can, and he wouldn't even look at it. But now that he is dead, he doesn't dare to use any of his previous things, even the banknotes he hid in a Swiss bank, for fear that the Assassin's League will find out. Of course, Dr. Milo didn't know that Nagi had drowned Princess Thalia of the League of Assassins, otherwise he would have been so frightened that he would have run out of Gotham overnight. Nagi came over and patted Dr. Milo on the shoulder, describing how to eat the flatbread with a serious look on his face. The laboratory is done, but I am really short of money. You have to work for 2 days to get these things. Don't worry about money. I will help you increase your research funding by 10% every month. Real? Dr. Milo no longer knew how to describe his mood. He was indeed short of money, and so was he. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened champagne to celebrate just because of a small research result. In the past, what was the point of celebrating? Just get to work. Isn't this because he has no money? Although he has the technology and the enhancers he makes are expensive on the black market, he still has to dare to sell them? He heard from the secret network that one of his colleagues in New York had only an eyeball and a brain left because he betrayed the organization and attempted rebellion. Dr. Milo really wanted to see this miracle of life, but he didn't want to be like this at all. Losing a leg was already the biggest price for him. He cherished his life very much. Of course it's true. If I lied, I would write the character meow backwards from left to right. After fooling Dr. Milo for a while and making sure that he would do his job well, Nagi put his hands in the outer pockets of his jacket and walked down from the apartment building. The street outside was covered with a layer of white snow. It had snowed since the night before yesterday. Miyama walked to the roadside and looked at the number 0 bar that was being renovated. This was his property. The opening date of the bar has also been determined. It is on Christmas Day, which is a good day. After all, it is the birthday of Jesus. Hey, isn't this our sheriff? Why do you have time to visit the Upper East Side? Penguin's voice sounded from the side. Nagi quickly turned his head and looked over. Oswald the Penguin was holding an umbrella and wearing a shabby black trench coat, standing on the roadside with a smile on his face, but also a trace of unsatisfactory fatigue. I thought you were drowned. I haven't seen you for a long time, at least 2 or 3 weeks, right? Nagi asked curiously, where have you been? Saying that, Nagi walked over and patted Oswald on the shoulder. Nagi was very happy to see him again. It's hard to explain in words. Oswald shook his head and stood on the roadside holding an umbrella, looking like a down-and-out noble. Although, he can really be said to be a noble, well, once. Is the bar opening soon? Oswald looked at Bar 0 with a look of joy in his eyes. It's opening on Christmas. If you have nothing to do, can you help me plan it? After all, you know a lot about it, Nagi said with a smile. When he saw the shabby coat on Oswald's body, he knew that the penguin was not living a happy life. No, I'm just passing by. By the way, do you want to eat? Oswald took out a paper bag from his coat. There are 2 warm patty buns inside. If you stuff some vegetable leaves inside and add some sauce, it will be a burger, but unfortunately this is obviously not the case. But inside the bag, there is also a cup of hot cocoa, which makes a good lunch. What are you? Nagi was about to ask him what happened recently. This was obviously the Wayne Winter charity organization, which was distributing food on the streets. However, he couldn't say it out loud. Everyone is in trouble sometimes, and Oswald is a person who cares about face very much. Asking directly like this is not a good choice. Try it, it tastes really good. I added chili pepper when making the patties. I think it tastes better than the hamburger. Oswald took out a piece of bread and handed it to Nagi. Nagi didn't refuse. They could open a whole lunch and treat him to it, so what reason did he have to refuse? However, Nagi quietly took out his new wallet from his trouser pocket. When Oswald didn't notice, Nagi reached out to take the bread and threw the wallet into his pocket. Nagi and Oswald pulled 2 chairs at the door of the bar and sat down to eat. Nagi was very full from breakfast. However, this meatloaf bun is not big, so I just threw it into my mouth, chewed it for a few times and then swallowed it. Oswald ate slowly. If he was given a plate, a fork, and a knife, he could eat with the same style as in a French restaurant. As for why it is France, it is because there is no delicious food in the UK, and looking up at the stars is not something that ordinary people can afford. Want a cigarette? Nagi took out the cigarette case, shook out one and handed it to Oswald. He also held one in his mouth, but did not light it. I have a cigar, try it. It's a real Cuban product. I brought it back. Oswald realized that he seemed to have let slip something, and quickly changed the subject, take one and go to the circus show. Yet. No, the Zetera circus hasn't come yet, the others are all here. Nagi held out his little finger and shook his head disdainfully. There have been more circuses in Gotham recently, mainly the legendary Zetera circus, which is coming to Gotham for a tour. After hearing the news, other circuses also came to join in the fun. Christmas was coming soon, and they all wanted to make another profit. After all, that was the Zetera circus, the circus of the world-famous escape magic master, John Zetera. However, John Zetera has been missing for a long time. It is said that the current leader of the circus is John Zetela's daughter, Zaydana Zetela. A female magician who can turn a running elephant into a burst of flowers, or a female magician is the most correct. Under the guise of magic, he performs magic, and it is also an ironic magic passed down by his family. It is said that he can deceive demons and gods and use magic without paying the price. However, Nagi also knows some things, such as the current Batman, not Batman, but Bruce Wayne, who once served as an apprentice at the Zetera circus and learned escape techniques from John Zetera. Batman and Bruce Wayne still need to be separated. After all, Batman fights crime at night. What does it have to do with me, a playboy who likes to play helicopter skiing and boxing with orangutans? However, the relationship between Bruce and Zaydana is still a sweet first love, also known as unrequited love. The woman pursues the man, and the one she pursues is the straight man, because Bruce ran away after learning extreme escape. He ran away without a trace of memory. At that time, John Zetela really planned to treat him as his son-in-law, but he ran away. I'm still looking forward to it. Maybe I can see Master Zetera's extreme escape. Oswald held a cigar in his left hand and hot cocoa in his right hand, sitting comfortably on the chair. However, his intelligence information was obviously out of date, and Nagi had no intention of correcting it. He was more curious about what happened to the penguin. It looked like he was no longer as impressive as when he followed the Romans. Just like the unemployed guy on the street. Nagi really saw a lot of this kind of people who were completely beaten by life. During the restoration of Arkham Asylum, Nagi recruited more than 200 people. Really, there are all kinds of people. In order to count money, it is not impossible to move bricks, and they move them very seriously. Don't ask, I'm just taking a rest. I was too tired before. Oswald seemed to have noticed Nagi's curiosity, but he didn't explain it, just found a random reason. He is currently idle at home, and the Romans have no need for him for the time being. However, the Romans are very concerned about the business he negotiated. Only the issue of his loyalty remains to be investigated. If he was just idle, Oswald would not eat charity meals on the street. Although his small treasury was turned into a self-defense umbrella, the Romans still paid him a monthly salary. But he sponsored several college students who had escaped from the slums. As Christmas was approaching, he directly gave generous rewards to those who had received scholarships, allowing them to do it with confidence and boldness. As a result, he almost sold his home. He is planning to go out and do something. There is really no shortage of money. With a little bit of means, Gotham will be a big treasure house. Just like Nagi's reminder that night, Oswald realized one thing clearly. That is, money is easy to make, but talent is hard to find. Why should people with strength and ability work for him? If you can afford the price of 1 million, someone will pay more than 3 times the price. The money must be spent in the right place to achieve the greatest effect. Do you have any means of making money? Nagi suddenly whispered. It was not a lie that he was short of money. The maintenance funds for Arkham Asylum were blocked by Nigma, and he withdrew a starting fund from them. Miyamo has already planned it and built a shooting range, an arms store, 3 supermarkets, and a comprehensive fitness and martial arts gym. These shops make money, not much, but they are valuable and can house some of the staff. Miyamo has not forgotten his promise to share hardships together. The people settled here are all the family members of the police officers who sacrificed their lives, and they can also accommodate their subordinates. Only with common interests and roots can everyone stand together, but although these projects are ongoing. Moreover, with Nigma's amazing calculation ability, all costs and prices have dropped to the point where the listener is sad and the listener sheds tears. But there is still a lack of money. After all, those stores have been completed and cannot be opened until at least after Christmas. The current basic manpower has not yet been recruited. Oswald rolled his eyes. You can't go robbing with me, can you? That's definitely not possible. Is there no other way? If it's robbery, I'll just do it myself. Nagi said helplessly. Other way. Oswald rubbed his chin, hesitated for a long time, and finally shook his head. No more. TCH, I thought you had some good ideas. I'm leaving first. I have to go on patrol. Nagi stood up and walked outside, driving a police car on the side of the road and leaving. Oswald sat on a chair and watched the police car leave. He habitually dug into his pockets and wiped his nose with a handkerchief. As a result, he touched a wallet. Looking at the police badge pattern on it and the wad of bills, Oswald realized what he was doing. But Nagi had already left, so he accepted the money without hesitation and would just return it later. Oswald sighed, picked up his umbrella and was about to leave. When he turned around, he saw the program on the TV. It suddenly flickered, and then a picture of a green-haired Joker appeared. Dang, 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 Joker is having fun. A Joker wearing overalls, a white shirt, and a green slicked-back hair walked in front of the camera, holding a pistol in his hand. This is really a funny show. Oswald looked at the Joker scene on the TV with some disgust. These TV stations are really going to any lengths to get ratings, and they will use whatever sensationalism is available to them. Dear Gotham citizens, welcome to the Joker Party Show. Gotham TV welcomed a group of students to visit today, ranging from junior to senior grades. Alexis K, a senior, is taller than her peers and looks like a women's basketball player. She has long straight black hair and a pair of full-frame glasses, which makes her look very old-fashioned. Especially because she was wearing casual sportswear, some TV station staff thought she was an accompanying teacher. But Alexis K has no explanation for this. She likes this very much because she can move around freely. The TV equipment and studios have no attraction to her at all. She didn't want to be like those classmates who kept dreaming of becoming a big star or a host, performing themselves crazily in front of the camera, and her cute look was disgusting. What interested her was a boy, not her crush, but curiosity. That boy was 2 grades below her. In the queue at the back, Alexis pretended to be the accompanying teacher, but no one cared anyway, especially since she also wore a baseball cap. No one cared. The boy was leaning against the wall of the studio, holding a book on ancient Chinese characters in his hand, reading it with gusto, and occasionally holding a pen to record something on it. Alexis looked at him curiously. On the first day of school, this boy was known to the whole school. Several senior school bullies who provoked him were shot in the head with a chair. His name is Jason Todd, the son of a police sergeant in Arkham District, and he saved her once, although this guy has forgotten that fighting is as essential to him as drinking water and eating. However, Jason's grades did not decline like those bad students. Instead, they improved by leaps and bounds in some areas. Even the teacher thought he was a genius. Reading again. Alexis walked over pretending to be casual and stood next to Jason, following his example, folding her arms and leaning against the wall. Jason raised his head and glanced at her, then lowered his head, calculating the meaning of the words on it, immersed in the world of knowledge. Alexis didn't feel embarrassed, because she would always hit a wall when she was around Jason. This handsome boy had many suitors in school. Do you think this is fun? Is it cool? Alexis continued to ask. She actually wanted to know why Jason fought with those school bullies without fear. She doesn't know why, but the bloody violence always makes her feel happy, but she doesn't like watching wrestling and boxing programs on TV because they feel too fake. She could clearly feel that when Jason was fighting, he was like a hunting tiger, able to easily kill those prey, but he did not bite. She was looking forward to the moment when Jason killed those prey. Jason closed the book, put the headphones on his ears, listened to the music, crossed his arms and looked to the other side. He was too lazy to talk to these silly women. The elevator on the other side slowly rose up, and the elevator door opened, followed by gunshots and screams. The sudden panic caused the surrounding students to become confused, and even the teachers fell to the ground. Suddenly, a series of bullets hit the ceiling, some light bulbs shattered, there was a crackling sound, and broken glass fell from the sky. After Jason heard the gunfire, he immediately reacted. He pulled off his earphones and fell to the ground to find a place to hide. However, the silly woman actually stood there, looking blankly towards the elevator. Jason looked at her, gritted his teeth, got up and dragged her down to the ground. If you want to die, just jump off the building. Don't drag others down here, Jason said unceremoniously. Living with Nigma has also affected some of Jason's habits. In addition to the riddles he occasionally likes to tell, there is also this unique language impact. Alexis didn't speak, she just lowered her head and lay on the ground. Jason just thought she was scared, but he didn't see the excited smile on her face just before the submachine gun fired. The moment the elevator door opened, there was a massacre at the entrance of the elevator. A group of guys dressed as Jokers held guns in their hands and shot at the crowd visiting the TV station indiscriminately. Dozens of students fell into a pool of blood. Kay saw with his own eyes that a teacher's body had been pierced by bullets with several holes, and blood splattered from his body. Jason raised his head slightly and looked at the place where the blood was flowing. His face was livid, especially after seeing the Joker's clothes. His face became even worse. He had to contact Nagi and call the police, otherwise. Suddenly, another burst of gunfire rang out, and a staff member who pushed out the door from the soundproof studio was beaten into a sieve and fell to the ground covered in blood. Jason quickly lay down on the ground, raising his hands to protect his head, not daring to act rashly again, but those Jokers came over. "This place is great, everyone," announced to Gotham that Joker's nightmare party will be held here. The Joker in front said with a smile. He is different from other Jokers. He has green-dyed hair, pale foundation on his face, 2 scars on the corners of his mouth, and a big smile painted with conspicuous red lipstick. However, the name of this party is really vulgar. What a nightmare. I don't like it. It should sound better. Joker turned his wrist like a conductor of a symphony orchestra, holding an invisible baton in his hand. Forget it. After thinking for a while, Joker gave up the idea of changing it, or maybe he didn't think of any other better ideas. Joker hummed and walked towards the studio. The Jokers behind him looked like inferior versions, with only a Joker mask on their face. However, Jason quietly glanced sideways, and saw that the eyes of those people's masks were full of crazy nerves. These guys are not normal people, especially when Jason saw a Joker member holding an AK rifle. His hand was trembling and his finger was holding the trigger, which might trigger it at any time. And he was standing in the crowd, with many people lying around. Jason, who had studied anatomy with Nigma, immediately knew what was going on with this guy. This guy is an addict, and this is the anti-addiction. Jason quickly moved 2 steps back, quietly changed his position, and planned to run to report the news, but someone reported it before him. Joker, who was standing in the studio, and the Joker members hijacked the filming crew and broadcast it live directly to the TV. As soon as Joker finished his introduction, he grabbed a host in the studio, put a pistol into his mouth, and pulled the trigger in front of the camera. Let everyone watch as the bullet entered the host's mouth and flew out from the back of the head, bringing with it a burst of sticky plasma and hitting the wall. Ha ha ha, this is a small surprise. The big surprise is already in our hands. Let everyone take a look. Joker reached out and gestured to the side, and a bomb with a timer was thrown over. Joker caught it and sat on the table of the studio. Start the bomb's timer and detonate after 59 minutes. This is not a potato or a fake. Instead, they were actual mine explosives, shaped like ham sausages, wrapped together with tape. If it explodes, the people in this studio will be choked enough to survive. If there are enough explosives, Gotham TV will disappear today. The party has started. Let's randomly find 10 lucky spectators to come up and perform, and the winner can become Bang Bang. Joker took out a little yellow duck, a bathing toy, from his arms, squeezed it hard a few times, and the little yellow duck screamed. If they don't become bouncing people, we will all drown them. Gentlemen, please show your gentlemanly manner and give priority to ladies. Please let the lucky audience enter. Joker stood in the studio and shouted outside with a happy look. The camera lens, in the hands of a guy wearing a Joker mask, moved to the entrance of the studio. A few unlucky women were pulled in by their hair and screamed in terror, which was as terrifying as the end of the world. One woman in particular had a handful of her hair pulled out, and she screamed in pain. The Joker member even kicked her, as if complaining that her screams were too noisy. There was a bang and the Joker member fell down with a bullet hole between his eyebrows. Joker held a silver revolver and shouted with a cold face, "Show some gentlemanly manners, we are not robbers. We don't need to rob homes and make others afraid, you know." His voice echoed in the studio and could be heard by people outside. The woman who fell to the ground had her hair disheveled and was trembling with fear, especially as the blood on the ground spread over her. "Madam, please forgive him for being rude, and I apologize to you." Joker stood in front of the woman, knelt down on one knee, and stretched out his hand. Just like the young man proposing, the frightened woman was stunned for a moment when she saw this scene. The ups and downs in her mood made her lose her ability to think. Joker asked seriously, "Can you forgive him?" The woman looked dumbfounded and didn't know how to answer, but she nodded instinctively. She couldn't shake her head, right? Joker saw her nodding and breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. You are a kind lady. Then please go and tell him in person that you have forgiven him." Before he finished speaking, Joker put the pistol on the woman's forehead, and pulled the trigger under the woman's incredulous gaze. There was another gunshot, and the woman fell backwards to the ground, with a dazed look on her face. She would never know until her death why she encountered such bad luck. Then, Joker waved his hand, and the corpses were dragged out by 2 Joker members. 2 bloody carpets were painted on the marble floor, so that others did not dare to make a sound. "Okay, let's start our show. By the way, we also need a host. Who is willing to perform on stage?" Joker put his hands on his chest, hooked his thumbs on the straps of his body, and tilted his head as if he heard something. "What? You want me to host? No, 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 I am a referee, how can I be the host?" Joker said in embarrassment. If there is no referee, how should this game start? Let's be fair. Let me just point to the person I want. If he doesn't want to, I'll throw him down from the building. That's it. Joker turned around, facing away from the glass wall of the studio, raising one hand to block his eyes, and pointing with the other hand behind him, shaking his fingers constantly. Everyone outside was driven over by the Joker members and stood in front of the glass wall, waiting for the lucky guy this time. Jason shrank his neck and stood by the glass wall. He knew what kind of criminal Joker was. To say he was moody was a good way to describe him. He was a madman who did things regardless of the consequences. The 2 gunshots just now really scared him. Joker even killed one of his own people. This really can't be understood by Jason. Just like what Nigma once said, if you can think of going with such a madman one day, then you are also a madman. Jason doesn't want to become a madman yet, but he is also curious, is Joker dead? It was Nigma who went to check it out in person, and when he came back, he brought him 2 autopsy photos as a gift. On Jason's desk, there is a potato bomb ornament given to him by seedlings. It does look quite cute. Under his careful care, the potatoes have sprouted and grown into a section. Dang dang dang. Joker turned his head with a smile, focused his eyes on his fingers, and walked towards the glass wall of the studio step by step. It was like performing the duck dance in the peacock dance, which looked very funny. But no one present had the courage to laugh. Only those people prayed for God's blessing with trembling lips. Jason looked at Joker's footsteps and mentally cursed all the curse words he had learned while living on the streets. This BD is here for him. This is revenge? This is definitely Joker's admirers' revenge on him. After all, it was his godfather Nagi who threw Joker down the stairs. Think back to what Joker just said. Jason instantly stopped thinking about struggling and knew for sure, he would definitely be thrown from the upstairs. However, if you want to take revenge on yourself, there is no need to engage in such a big battle, right? Those who died. Fallen corpses, bloody scenes. It flashed before Jason's eyes, but he didn't feel any fear in his heart. He just felt a little pity that he was about to die just after a good life. Teacher Nigma's dinner will probably not be reheated for him, and there is also the pocket money that Nagi gave him. He hasn't bought anything yet, but he is ready to buy Christmas gifts. However, he can't let Joker live easy, even if it's for those who died. He wants justice. Someone will avenge him. Jason's expression changed, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He reached into his pocket and took out a wide-fingered tiger made of copper bullet casings, put it on his hand, and clenched it into a fist. Just when Joker walked to the wall, looked at Jason with a playful look in his eyes, and pointed his finger at him. A hand stretched out from behind the crowd, grabbed Jason's hand, and pulled him behind. The sudden pull made Jason a little distracted, but when he reacted, he was stunned. The person holding his hand was already standing in front of him. It was her. Jason looked at the black hair and immediately understood that it was the stupid woman just now. What was her name? Only then did Jason realize that he didn't seem to know her name yet, but Joker's finger was already pointing at her through the glass. Dang, huh. Joker was also stunned for a moment. Those people behind the glass wall breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Joker selected the person. Although the sound was very small, so many people exhaled together, as if a sentence had been pronounced. Joker didn't pay too much attention to it. It didn't matter. Anyone could do it, as long as it was interesting, although he really wanted to drag Jason out and beat him up in front of the camera. However, the program is the most important, and he is very responsible. Okay, let's welcome this beautiful host. Joker clapped his hands, took 2 steps back, and shouted loudly outside. 2 Joker members came over with submachine guns and dispersed the crowd before dragging Alexis towards the studio. Wait a minute, the person you are looking for is me? Nagi is my godfather. Jason stepped forward. He would not let others sacrifice for him, and he had nothing to hide. Go away. Joker members yelled unceremoniously. They were like robots obeying orders, pointing submachine guns at Jason. They didn't care about saplings or trees. Jason looked at these Joker members, their fingers trembling slightly on the trigger, and had no idea of taking a gamble. Standing under their guns is the biggest gamble. What's your name? Jason looked at the stupid woman standing in front of him. His stubborn character did not allow him to owe others. Alexis K. I am also your little fan. Alexis smiled, but before she could say anything, she was dragged into the studio by the Joker member. At the same time, police cars were already gathering under the Gotham TV building, and the surrounding traffic was blocked. Joker's live broadcast directly caused a sensation in the entire Gotham. The number of calls to the police was almost overwhelming, and the mayor personally intervened. Police Chief Loeb personally visited the scene and took command, trying to put this case to rest no matter the cost. Nagi, what are you doing? Sergeant Bullock, who was wearing a body armor, looked at Meow Mew, who lifted the trunk lid and took out an assault rifle, and quickly shouted, "No, what are you doing? We haven't figured out the situation inside yet. You are acting without permission, and the director is watching over there. Jason is in there. How can you tell me to calm down? That stupid Joker thing is a madman who jumped out of nowhere." While stuffing magazines into his body, Nagi checked the accessories on the assault rifle and turned on the infrared aiming. He even cursed in his heart, "Joker is dead." This was what Nagi saw with his own eyes. After all the autopsy reports were completed that night, he personally escorted the car to take Joker's body to the crematorium. He witnessed it with his own eyes from beginning to end, and in the end, he even sprinkled the ashes emitting residual heat from the bridge into the Gotham River. Nagi has been worried about this for a while. Is Gotham still Gotham without Joker? It turns out that Gotham is only better without Joker. But, why did a Joker appear here? Is this thing refreshed randomly? Gotham lost one Joker, and another one appeared. FK. Miyagi cursed angrily, hung the assault rifle on his body, took out an Uzi submachine gun, replaced it with a magazine, and hung it on his leg like a pistol. Armed like special forces going to fight a world war. I said, don't worry, I'm sure everything will be fine. By the way, Jason is your son who got AA+ in the exam? I've never heard you say that before. Bullock put on his equipment, leaned against the car, acted as a wage thief out of habit, and started chatting. Stop talking nonsense. You haven't paid back what you owed me last time. I'll rush in later and stand in front of me with a bulletproof shield. Nagi closed the trunk hard, turned to look at Bullock, and said with a threatening expression. After being tricked by Bullock last time, Nagi still wanted to settle the score with him. And it was also because of Joker last time? Thinking of this, Nagi's already angry mood became even worse now. You can't say that. I helped you last time. I helped Jerry take out that batch of arms. Otherwise, Detective Cabson's behavior of being a fool could have taken out the gun. Bullock was a little reluctant. The last time he went to catch Joker, it was true that what he did was not very authentic. There was nothing he could do. At that time, they were the two in charge of the scene. If he didn't leave it to Nagi, could he take command? Moreover, when Nagi went to clean up the Assassin's League, he managed to get the batch of arms from the General Administration's Evidence Department. I don't care. I get angry just looking at you. Look at your belly. You've gained weight again. You look like a pig lying on the bed. Nagi vented his temper and walked towards the temporary command post in front with an assault rifle. Bullock touched his belly and said a little unconfidently, I'm not fat. The owner of Kamani's nightclub said that I have lost weight recently, and I can still eat weight loss meals. Police Chief Loeb in the temporary headquarters looked at the live broadcast on the TV screen in front and asked unhappily, can't you cut off the signal? No, Joker said that as soon as they find that the live broadcast signal is interrupted, they will push the hostages off the rooftop. Chief Gordon, the real on-site commander, ignored Loeb's disgusted look as he held his nose and lit a cigarette. He was in urgent need of nicotine to calm down. Gordon looked at a monitor next to him. On the rooftop of the TV station building, there were dozens of tied-up hostages standing next to the rooftop, and they all had bombs hanging on them. Observed from a distance, the bombs on them are still extremely difficult level steel ball bombs, as long as the hostages move too much, or the Joker members take action. Let the steel ball slide onto one end and the explosive will be detonated directly. But are these explosives real? Gordon didn't dare to gamble, or even think about it. He would rather be fooled once than hope that there was a real bomb inside. To this end, he mobilized all the police officers in Gotham who were capable of EOD and formed 4 EOD teams, which could go up and dismantle them at any time. The questions on the rooftop were simple, as they were on TV. Joker was doing his funny joke Q&A. Gordon has no interest in this kind of game at all, but he also hopes that this situation can continue. He dare not look at those TV screens because there is a time bomb hanging on them. There are only 43 minutes left. There are more than 200 hostages inside the TV station building. God, this is simply a nightmare. According to the statistics just now, more than 10 innocent people have been shot. The pressure is too great. Gordon smoked a cigarette and frowned. He was waiting for the Special Operations Team, the Quick Reaction Force, and his ally hidden in the darkness. Get out of my way. Nagi's violent voice sounded from outside. Fraz, the captain of the Serious Crime Team and part-time captain of the Special Operations Team who was standing outside, moved his steps reluctantly with a sullen face, making way for Nagi to come in. Fraz really wanted to put some shoes on Nagi and bully him, but Nagi's aura and the loaded rifle in his hand. Faraz had no doubt that if he embarrassed Nagi here, Nagi would definitely pull the trigger. It's not worthwhile to pit your own brilliant future against this rotten man who lives for nothing. Faraz still knows very well what it means to be a man who knows the current affairs. Walking into the temporary headquarters, Nagi threw the gun on the table. The policemen responsible for operating the lines shrank their necks, stopped looking here, and were busy with their work. Even Police Chief Loeb turned his head and looked to the other side. When we attack the building later, count me in. Jason is inside. Nagi leaned on the table and said in a muffled voice. Gordon didn't comfort him, he just nodded. He was so anxious now that if it weren't for the cigarette in his hand, he would have thrown something and cursed someone. Hee, ha ha ha, let's start the next joke. Whoever laughs the loudest will get a bullet. The Joker on TV was pretending to be holding an answer sheet, and there was a Joker member following him with a microphone, just like a celebrity traveling. Ahem. Joker coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said while holding the answer sheet. A bat was flying in the air and suddenly met a bird. The bat asked the bird, why don't you fly at night? The bird said, I am blind at night. Hey ha ha ha, why don't you laugh? After reading the joke, Joker laughed to himself, then looked up at the lucky audience, as if wondering if his joke was not good. Those lucky spectators had ugly smiles on their faces, but they didn't dare to say anything because Joker was holding a pistol in his hand. When Joker said he was sending bullets, he really meant sending bullets? He was sending bullets into people's heads. Oh, this is not fun at all. Joker drooped his face in frustration. No one took the bait. It's so boring. Where's the host? What should we play next? Joker turned to look at Alexis, who was sitting by the wall with a look of horror on her face, although she liked seeing those bloody and cruel scenes, and even felt excited about them. However, when she was personally exposed to such a life and death situation, she couldn't get excited anymore. Just like Yagong loves dragons, he likes to watch beasts fighting, but he doesn't want to play with them in a cage. What should we play next? Joker tilted his head and asked. Only then did Alexis react. She quickly picked up a book next to her. There were words drawn on it that looked like elementary school students' simple drawings. She finally turned to a page she recognized. Blindfold your eyes, throwing knives. I like this, get the knife. Joker jumped up happily. Hee ha ha ha, I like this guy, he is so funny. Look at his crazy look, I admire him. In an abandoned warehouse at the Crimson Cape Pier far away from downtown Gotham, the broken roof blew cold wind inside. The ground was still covered with a layer of white snowflakes, and a gasoline barrel burning for heating was lit next to it. The flames coming out of it were swaying in the cold wind. Joker, who was wearing a surprisingly large brown windbreaker, was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a bucket of popcorn, pointing at the TV in front of him, laughing so hard. Joker, you are the best? Oh, I love you. Joker looked excitedly at the other Joker on the TV screen, smiling so happily, just like a loyal fan who saw his beloved team enter the World Cup. Behind him, in a huge amount of glass fish tank, Hugo Strange, whose hands and feet were bound with iron chains and wearing an oxygen mask on his face, struggled twice with frowning eyebrows. It can be said that things have turned around. Strange treated Joker's body as a collection and protected it with antiseptic agents. Now, Strange is Joker's showpiece. However, Joker failed to obtain a suitable antiseptic agent, mainly because Strange was still alive. Just in time, Joker stole some antifreeze lubricant from the factory next door and sealed Strange in the fish tank. Joker obviously forgot to get Strange food. Thanks to Strange's strong body and the water straw in the oxygen tank, he managed to survive for so many days without starving to death. Strange was not in the mood to struggle anymore. He had no strength left, so he simply closed his eyes, out of sight and out of mind. He was not beaten to death by Batman, but was almost beaten to death by Joker. He finally escaped and was captured by Joker. He didn't even know what to say, he was so miserable. Of course, if Strange knew that Nagi had posted his wanted posters all over Gotham, he might be even more desperate. Joker grabbed the popcorn and watched this super luxurious and interesting TV show with great interest. This is really great for him. The surprise that the incarnation of Barbados gave him was really interesting. If he could, he would forgive that guy and not beat him to death, but bury him alive. Thinking about it this way, Joker felt that he had been sublimated. Maybe he was also a person with a holy mother's heart. He was so kind. When I saw him, I wanted to go out for a walk. The suit my dear tailor gave me was so beautiful. Joker turned to look at a purple striped suit hanging on a shelf, and the body of a tailor hanging together. In one step, this suit is out of print. The tailor fell into severe anxiety because the customer didn't want the dress after he made it, and Joker solved his pain completely on a physical level. No, I don't want to see him. No, where's my medicine? Where's my medicine? In the toy warehouse, a man with a miserable look was holding an empty powder bag on the ground. He put it on his nose and took 2 strong breaths, making his whole body tremble. Joker's nightmare party was playing on the TV next to him. The man was lying on his side on the ground, holding his legs with his hands, curled up into a ball. His body was skinny, but his face was particularly ferocious. Together with the torn injuries on his lips and corners of his mouth, he looked like a huge amount of smile, making him look extremely ugly. The man got up from the ground and looked at the Joker on the TV. The crazy energy reminded the man again of the day that terrified him to the extreme. My face was torn open by this guy. Just thinking about that scene, the man's body was shaking terribly, not only because of fear, but also because of drug addiction. In order to get rid of this nightmare, even if it only takes a few seconds, he is willing. The man pushed himself up from the ground. His legs were weak and he couldn't stand firmly. He fell down on the table. Everything on the table fell down with a crash, and the man reached out to look for something inside. He finally found his wallet, but it was empty except for his identity document. Maze Curtis. I want money, money. Maze Curtis got up from the ground and fell to the ground again. He was useless. He knew, that's why he was desperate. Just when he got up, he saw a mask that had fallen to the ground. I don't know when it fell here. This is a Joker mask, with green hair, red nose, white face, and that smile. Masato Curtis turned to look at the TV screen, looking at the Joker who brought fear to people. He suddenly picked up the mask and put it on his face. I am Joker. Yes, I am Joker. Masato Curtis chanted it over and over again, as if it could give him strength, and the self-care hypnotic ability empowered him. He got up from the ground. There was no rope behind the mask, so he could only press it with his hands to prevent the mask from falling off. After standing up, Maze Curtis looked around. There were boxes of unsold toys and some worthless sundries. He suddenly remembered what the previous Joker was doing here. He walked over and imitated that guy's example, stuffing himself with things, including a toy knife, rusty scissors, and a handful of glass marbles. Yes, I'm Joker, I'm Joker. I want money, I want money. Maze Curtis raised his head and shouted. The mask fell off his face, and he didn't check it. Instead, he picked up a box of expired paint and smeared it on his face. Then, he walked out of here step by step. Under the TV station building, the Quick Reaction Force was ready to go, together with the special forces mobilized from Blackgate Prison. The police were ready for a storm. Gordon's fifth negotiation plan was rejected again, with only 37 minutes left. Strike? Deal with them. Police Chief Loeb gave the order, and nearly 700 police officers were around, all on standby. Gordon personally went up to take command and divided them into 3 teams. One team used a helicopter to parachute directly to the rooftop and deal with the Joker members. At the same time, the EOD team slid over from the rooftop of another building through a rope to defuse the bomb. The second team, led by Nagy and Gordon, took the stairs and elevator and went straight to the 3rd floor of the studio to deal with Joker and rescue the hostages. The third team is a reserve team, just in case. Okay, you, at such an old age, don't do anything. Nagy put on an explosion-proof helmet, stuffed the remote headset that Nigma gave him into the helmet, and stuck it to his ears. When I got the gun, you were still peeing and muddy. I'm just bigger than you, not much bigger. Gordon said unconvinced, put on a body armor, held a pistol, put on a helmet, and arranged, there will be a power outage 3 minutes after entering. We only have 1 minute of power outage. You don't have to tell me this. I'm responsible for clearing the place and you're responsible for rescuing people. Nagy installed a tactical flashlight on the assault rifle in his hand, turned on the light, and checked it up and down. Gordon was also ready, and he was the first to walk forward, holding a pager and shouting, "Action." Gordon's energetic voice echoed on the channel. On a nearby rooftop, police snipers who were already in position shot directly at the rooftop Joker members. Immediately afterwards, several ropes were launched to the opposite rooftop, and the EOD team slid directly over the ropes. As soon as they landed, they ran towards the hostages standing next to the rooftop, making sure not to let the level steel ball move. You have to act fast. Just as the EOD team ran over to dismantle the explosives for the hostages, several hostages with paper bags on their faces took out pistols from under the explosives in their arms. Facing the EOD personnel in front of him, he pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang, fierce gunshots rang out on the rooftop. The EOD personnel who were shot stared at the crazy eyes behind the paper bags and fell backwards to the ground. In the studio, Joker, who was throwing knives at the Lucky Man target on the wall, suddenly stopped and looked at the ceiling. It's finally here. As Joker finished speaking, the lights in the studio instantly went dark, and the running machines stopped. The originally quiet crowd suddenly became commotion again. The elevator door was forcibly pulled open, and several flashlight barrels shone in. Under the light, the rioting crowd looked like frightened sheep, screaming in fear and begging for mercy. A Joker member saw the police coming out of the elevator and quickly raised his submachine gun. But before he could pull the trigger, the assault rifle fired in advance with the added sound of a silencer. 1 shot in the neck, 2 shots in the chest. 3 consecutive short rounds caused the Joker member to fall backwards due to the impact of the bullets. The aorta in his neck ruptured, and thick and deep red blood spread under his body. Nagy, who did not hesitate to pull the trigger, held the assault rifle, stared at the optical sight above, and ordered to the quick reaction team behind him, rescue the hostages first, and open fire freely for others. The quick response team, wearing black body armor and helmets with conspicuous white GCPD logos on their chests and backs, all spread out and surged forward in a fan-shaped manner. Before the crowd could react, gunshots rang out and bullets flew through the air, crashing into people's bodies, bringing up warm blood and falling on the surrounding crowd. The frightened crowd could no longer bear this desperate fear, crying, wailing, and begging for mercy like hell. Without the backlight of the electric light, the inside of the TV station building seemed very dark and the view was unclear. Especially in the middle studio, it was completely dark, and one could only look at some light coming from the window outside through the glass wall. Joker picked up a women's bag from the ground and didn't care about the scene where his subordinates were killed. Anyway, they were all found casually and used some hypnotic ability methods and drugs. There are as many of these subordinates as they want. The last thing Gotham lacks is garbage, including people. Joker found a red lipstick from his bag and painted it on his lips. There was a burst of fierce footsteps at the door of the studio, and someone ran in. Very quickly, Joker turned his head and looked over. Something as hard and heavy as a hammer hit him hard on the face. Immediately following, there was a somewhat childish roar. Go to hell. Jason held the finger tiger made of copper bullet shells and hit Joker hard on the face, although he was not as strong as Nagy and the others. But in a sudden situation, this full blow also knocked Joker to the ground and fell out. Jason fully demonstrated what a consistent ferocity is. Once he got a hit, he immediately started to hit the target. He clasped his hands together and struck the ground like a hammer. After Joker fell to the ground, although his face was in terrible pain, his body's reaction was very fast and he immediately rolled over and rolled out. With a thud, Jason's finger hit the ground hard, and the marble floor instantly shattered into a spider web. After Joker rolled out, a small knife slipped out of his sleeve, which he had secretly left behind during the blindfolded knife throwing show just now, and he threw it towards Jason with his backhand. Although during the show, his knife-throwing skills were as good as those of a beginner, but at this moment, the throwing knives he threw could collide with bullets. Jason, who couldn't find Joker in the darkness, just retracted his fist when he felt the sound of the oncoming wind. He turned around to dodge, but the flying knife was too fast. With a swish sound, just as Jason turned his head, the flying knife came over. Fortunately, he turned his head quickly enough, and the flying knife only opened a wound on his head. If he had turned his head any further, it would have been inserted into his head. Even so, Jason screamed and fell to the ground, raising his hand to cover behind his left ear. Warm blood immediately filled his palm and flowed out from between his fingers. Good boy, you should be obedient and avoid things like fighting. Joker got up from the ground, reached out and flicked the non-existent dust on his body, raised his head and said, "It's better to fight in the ring, are you right? Bad boy, don't run away if you have the guts." Jason yelled harshly, covering the wound behind his ear. He clenched his fingers and slowly stood up from the ground. In such a dark place, he couldn't find Joker there, and Joker couldn't find him. "Of course I won't run away, fire." Joker grinned and raised his hand. When the two Joker members in the studio heard this, they impatiently picked up their submachine guns and fired a burst of fire at the surroundings. The muzzle flame lit up, Jason was pushed to the ground, and bullets whizzed by. The submachine gun fired continuously, shooting all around without hesitation. The glass wall of the studio was shattered by the bullets, and the glass shards flew everywhere. Jason reached out and grabbed Alexis, who knocked him down, gritted his teeth and hugged her, rolling towards the wall. He remembered that there was a counter table where the host was sitting, which could be used as a cover. When his back hit the wooden board, Jason breathed a sigh of relief. Alexis touched the warm blood on her hand, brought it to her mouth and licked it, and then kissed Jason on the lips. "What are you doing?" Jason wanted to push her away. What did this stupid woman want to do? She was going to kill dead man? But Alexis was particularly domineering and tough. She pried open Jason's teeth with her tongue, making Jason's face turn red. He actually felt like he was being fooled. "I'd like to thank your mother, come here and try." Nagi's angry curses rang out from outside, and then more intense firing sounded. Almost in an instant, the studio was like a battlefield where there was a firefight. There is a tactical flashlight on Nagi's assault rifle, and the strong light shines on it. In such a dark place, it is no less effective than a small flash bomb. In an instant, Nagi locked onto the two Joker members who were firing and fired straight at them. Although his marksmanship was not up to Deadshot's level of blowing off hair and shaving heads with bullets. However, at a distance of less than 20 meters, under the optical sight, there is no miss effect when hitting two human-shaped targets. The two Joker members were shaken by bullets and lay back covered in blood. Nagi held the assault rifle and scanned the surroundings vigilantly, as if he didn't see Joker. Only some injured people were moaning in pain. On the other side, Joker bent over and ran out of the broken glass of the studio. Although he did intend to go to jail, he had no intention of being caught by that rude countryman. Joker took out a white handkerchief from his pocket, shook it hard, and wiped it on his face. Just when he wanted to go upstairs along the corridor to do something else, he just walked to the fire stairway on the side. The door suddenly pushed forward and hit Joker in the face. His nose was flattened and blood flowed. He took several steps back in pain and almost fell to the ground. The handkerchief was put on his nose, which was immediately stained red with blood. Joker was panting and had not yet lost his temper. The black special combat boots kicked him hard in the stomach, knocking him directly to the ground. A strong hand grabbed his collar, picked him up, and slammed him against the wall, followed by another punch. This punch made Joker's eyes flash with stars, but he also saw who was in front of him. He grinned, and the answer was a fist as hard as iron. "Bat, ha 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 ha, ha ha, ah." As soon as Joker said something, he was punched in the face, and a bloody outline was splashed on the white wall. "You're not the Joker, but you look a lot like it." Batman's heavy voice sounded. He was wearing a Quick Reaction Force uniform with the GCPD mark on his chest. That's right, the traffic around the TV station, as well as the sky, are all surrounded by police. If he wanted to get in, he could only use some other method, such as changing his equipment. Anyway, they were all black, and the cloak was mainly used to cover up. No one would care if he was wearing a helmet. "Haha, Burning Angel, is she okay?" Joker grinned and said something that only he and Batman knew. Batman's face turned very ugly, and he recalled in his mind the woman who was seriously burned and died, and said in a deep voice, "She's dead. Oh, that's such a shame, amen." Joker shook his head with a look of pity, and raised his hand to his forehead, tapping his left and right shoulders, as if he was praying. When Batman saw this scene, he angrily grabbed Joker's arm, threw him to the ground, stepped on his body, and twisted his hands hard, making a sound like wood breaking. Joker raised his head and screamed, but halfway through, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Batman. "I'm waiting for you to kill me." Gordon, who controlled the scene from the stair floor, began to evacuate the hostages from the first floor to the top floor. The people who escaped death ran out from upstairs and saw the sun in the sky. They were so excited that they cried. Gordon held a pistol and his mobile phone and read the text message instructions on it. Under the fire stairs, he found Joker, who had been knocked unconscious and hung upside down. The crisis was finally resolved. Batman also cleared out several explosives in the building, but these explosives still contained Joker's bad jokes. Only half of it was real explosives, but the remaining explosives were still scary to watch. Gordon picked up a timed explosive placed in front of the camera, and the detonator on it was removed. Time stopped at 34 minutes. Gordon dropped the explosives, turned around and punched Joker in the stomach. In just 34 minutes, they killed 6 police officers and 21 hostages. This damn madman. After punching him twice in a venting manner, Gordon still stuck to his bottom line, took out handcuffs, put handcuffs on Joker's broken hands, and asked someone to come up and escort him. In the ambulance downstairs, Jason, whose head was wrapped in gauze and looked like an Arab, looked at Nikki discussing the situation of the case with several police officers. Jason leaned against the cardboard. He would have to go to the hospital for stitches later, but Nikki didn't believe in Gotham General Hospital, so he wanted to take him to Ms. Tompkins' place for stitches. Are you okay? Alexis, who had just finished the examination, came from the temporary headquarters. Because there was a sudden attack by Joker members upstairs who were mixed with the hostages. Deadman was not there, but a policeman was seriously injured and was hit in the thigh by a bullet. He was sent to emergency treatment. Nikki asked people to temporarily set up an inspection line. People from other police stations are not going to cooperate with Nikki. They are all at the sergeant level. There are also director level people here. Why should they listen to you? Just because you're a poor guy from Arkham? However, when they saw Nikki kicking the Joker member 3 meters away, it wasn't like they couldn't cooperate. It's just an inspection line, and not many people are needed. Chief Loeb happened to be rushing to hold a press conference. The venue was temporarily requisitioned here to let the people from the logistics team of the Gotham Police Department be busy again. After connecting to the computer and looking up the name, the problem was solved, and everyone felt relieved. Are you feeling better? Jason asked with some restraint. I don't know if it was because of sharing the same adversity or the kiss in the dark studio, but Jason's tone changed a lot. At least it was not as choked as before. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I also saved you once. We are even. Alexis put her hands behind her back, said with a smile, and was about to leave here. Jason quickly shouted in the direction she left, "Hey, you saved me twice, I owe you one more time. Can you teach me to fight?" Alexis turned to ask. Jason opened his mouth. He originally wanted to refuse. Why would a girl fight? But seeing Alexis's eyes, Jason was a little embarrassed and wanted to raise his hand to scratch his hair, but he only touched thick gauze, and finally nodded. Okay, then this is an agreement. Alexis waved a copper bullet case in her hand, raised her eyebrows playfully, and ran outside. Her parents had already arrived and were waiting for her anxiously outside. Jason looked over there. This. Alexis, that's the name. It's quite interesting. What are you looking at? Get in the car? I'll take you to suture the wound. Nikki pressed Jason on the shoulder and dragged him towards the side. Master, can I teach others to practice martial arts? Jason, who was fastening his seatbelt, asked Nikki. You can teach me if you want. Our family doesn't have that many rules. I'll find a very powerful teacher for you in a few days. I hope the teacher won't beat me to death. Nikki shook his head with lingering fear. I drove away from here in the police car, but I was really relieved. Joker was so easy to solve, much easier than the last time. Nikki is still a little doubtful. Is this Joker sick? He made such a big mess and was simply cleaned up in the end? Why? But after thinking about it for a moment, Nikki gave up. He didn't expect to understand the thoughts of such a madman. If he was caught, he would be locked up. If that didn't work, he would apply for the death penalty. There is a death penalty in Gotham, but it is not used in many cases because the prisoners caught are either insane, crazy, or protected by various forces. Nejgi, I couldn't contact you just now. How are you? Nigma's voice sounded from the wireless earphones. Only then did Nikki remember that he hadn't taken off his helmet yet. He was holding the steering wheel with one hand, took off his helmet with the other hand, and threw it on the co-pilot next to him. Just now, we were within the range of the signal jammer. Let me tell you that Joker has been solved. Well, many people died again. Nikki sighed. After hanging out in Gotham for a long time, looking at the corpses of his colleagues, it was really hard to describe how things were different. Are you okay? Where is Jason? Nigma was sure that there was nothing wrong with Nikki and that he was still in the mood to care about other people's lives, so he changed the subject and started asking him about that stupid student. Wait. Nikki took off the wireless headphones and threw them towards the back seat. Jason quickly reached out to catch them and hung them on his ears. Teacher, I'm fine. Joker is here for me. Impossible, Joker is dead. This is a copycat and has nothing to do with you, Nigma said with certainty. After all, Joker's body was confirmed by his own autopsy. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. I'll take him to get 2 stitches and a stab on his head. Nikki reached out and took back the wireless earphones. At the entrance of Ms. Tompkins' hospital, Nikki sat on the sofa outside with a magazine, basking in the sun and feeling very comfortable. Jason started wailing inside, not because the stitches hurt, but because in order to stitch the wounds, Ms. Tompkins shaved him into a mohawk. Both sides were shaved, because it would be more unsightly to shave one side. Jason sat on the chair, gritting his teeth and looking at his unique hairstyle. He still had to go to school. Would you like to dye it for you? I've prepared a hair dye here. It's red and looks very nice. Do you want it? Ms. Tompkins said with a teasing smile. No need. Jason shook his head quickly, but the sutured wound was pulled, and he gasped in pain. Nikki, who was outside, was flipping through a magazine, but his eyes were fixed on a high-spirited woman walking towards him. Even the mink coat cannot hide her sexy figure. She wears a pair of women's sunglasses on her face, a dark red wavy hairstyle, and her red lips are as attractive as ripe cherries. The high heels hit the ground, thumping, and Nikki blinked, seeing how beautiful the beauty is. "Mr. Police Officer, could you please excuse me for a moment?" The woman smiled, then stretched out her hand to press her sunglasses down, and cast a wink at Nikki, a pair of eyes that were as tender as water but as hard as ice. The smile on her face can also be seen as a fake smile for fun, but it makes people don't mind it. Beautiful women always have some privileges. "Of course, I'm happy to, please." Nikki stood up, pulled the chair, moved the seat, and let the woman walk in. "Thank you." The woman nodded with a smile and walked in. As if she felt Nikki's hot gaze, she even twisted her waist, just like a model walking catwalk, trembling. Miyamo's heart was trembling, and his nose was a little hot. He was so busy recently that he felt a little angry. Watching the door close reluctantly, Nikki raised his hand and pinched his nose, but he didn't smell the perfume. Judging from the way this woman is dressed, she is either rich or noble, so she should be good at that. "Well, maybe she won't like her either," Nikki himself answered. "Does it look good?" a woman's voice asked from behind. "It looks good." Nikki nodded honestly. Even if the woman just stood in front of him, he would still tell the truth, because he is candid. With a whoosh, something hit me from behind. Nikki was shocked. Without thinking, he turned around and struck a straight punch, like a wooden hammer striking a bell, and swung it backwards. Nikki's fist hit him straight away, and the man raised his hand to block it. But he obviously misjudged Nikki's strength and impact, and suddenly hit the man's stomach together with his arm. "Sneak attack!" Miyamo shouted sharply, raised his hand and hit it head-on and face-to-face. "If you strike first, you must be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Regardless of whether it is a frontal fight or a counterattack, there is only one goal, to deal with the opponent," and after walking on the line of life and death several times, Nikki is no longer the innocent young man who was just starting out. The man didn't dare to hesitate this time, and quickly crossed his arms and raised his hands upward, trying to stop Nikki's fist from coming down. Although this punch seemed powerful, it was actually a false move. Nikki's punch was not strong enough, and he was waiting for the opponent to raise his hand to parry. A direct kick to the side hit the man in the chest, kicking him out unprepared and falling directly onto the road, where he fell on his back. Not to mention, the kick felt pretty good, much softer than kicking those tires. Nikki lowered his foot and jumped left and right, shaking like a boxing step. "You." The man got up from the ground, wearing a large denim jacket, a hat, trousers, boots, and a pair of half-finger gloves. As the hat was taken off, Nikki also stopped jumping around. He knew this person. Helena Bertinelli, the huntress. They had a lifelong friendship, probably. "UBD." Helena threw her hat on the ground, biting her lip with an angry look on her face. Nikki also became embarrassed. "The weather is nice today." Helena was furious, and Nikki looked at her chest. There was a bright shoe print printed on the black sweater. This was his masterpiece just now, no wonder it was quite soft. "I'm going to kill you." Helena was so angry that she jumped over and hit Nikki with her hand. Nikki dodged twice, picked up the chair to block left and right, and suddenly kicked back, knocking Helena against the wall. The legs of the chair just restricted her fisting hand. "You look really good today," Nikki said seriously. "What are you talking about?" Helena frowned and looked at Nikki with disgust, and Nikki sighed. "Woman." Just as Nikki was about to engage in a sentimental and romantic flirtation, the door was pushed open. The beautiful woman who just walked in opened the door and walked out. She looked at Nikki and Helena, who was pressed against the wall, covered her mouth and chuckled, and walked out with a paper bag in her hand. After walking far away, I still look back from time to time. Nikki's eyes also followed her, watching her go away. Helena's originally uncomfortable mood became even more uncomfortable now. "Does it look good?" Helena asked coldly. "I would be lying if I said it doesn't look good. Everyone loves beauty. I just like to look at it twice. For this hobby, at least, Gan, I should ask what's her name." Nikki slapped his forehead in frustration. Helena suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, pushed the chair away hard, gave the middle finger in the direction where the beauty left, and snorted at Nikki. A woman's natural enemy is always another woman. If he really couldn't beat Nikki, Helena would definitely send him to the hospital today. She would pay for the medical expenses? Okay. Alas. Helena. Ms. Tompkins opened the door and looked at Helena's face with joy. "Ms. Tompkins, I may need to trouble you again. My uncle will make an appointment with you. He will come over in the evening." Helena nodded. "Okay." Ms. Tompkins nodded. She was used to the late-night visits of these mafia bosses. These guys trusted small hospitals or private doctors more than regular hospitals. "By the way, it has been sutured. Don't move the wound. Don't wash your hair recently. You can just remove the stitches later," Ms. Tompkins warned as she pushed Jason out, when she saw the mohawk on Jason's head. Both Nikki and Helena couldn't help laughing. Jason's face was dark and he walked out with his hands in his pockets. 11 stitches were stitched behind his left ear, and the stitches were very delicate. "Haha, thank you. How do you calculate the medical expenses?" Nikki reached into his pocket, but then he remembered that his wallet was gone. "This feels so familiar. It's Christmas soon. Let's give some gifts to the children. Can you do this?" Ms. Tompkins wiped the frames of her glasses. She charges a fee and has various collection methods. "No problem. Let's go now. Goodbye." Miyagi saluted solemnly, turned around, put his arms around Jason's neck, and walked out. Despite looking at him like this, he is a nice young man. Ms. Tompkins stood next to Helena and watched Nagy and the others leave. In Wayne Manor, Alfred took a letter, walked upstairs, looked at the empty bedroom, shook his head, walked to the other side, and struck a few notes on the piano. The bookshelf moved away, revealing a secret door. Alfred walked in and closed the door, and the elevator began to descend. The sound of water washing over stones is clearly audible. Even in winter, the underground river here does not stop for even a moment. When the elevator arrived, Alfred walked out and looked at Bruce Wayne, who was repairing the Batmobile. He was wearing work clothes and had a full tool bag hanging on his waist. "Master Bruce, I have your letter." Alfred came over and shouted. Bruce tightened a screw, put down the wrench, and looked at the envelope with some confusion. He rarely received letters. Whose is it? Bruce took the envelope and checked it. There was no signature or stamp, just his name. "I don't know, I just discovered it, but how are you going to spend Christmas this year? Wayne's old house should also be tidied up," Alfred said. Maintaining a building like Wayne Manor requires a lot of manpower. After Bruce Wayne ran away from home, he closed 97% of the manor. There are only 2 gardeners who come here once a month to repair the trees and lawns in the manor and prevent them from growing wildly. After Bruce comes back, he won't need too many people. His identity needs to be kept secret. After all, things can easily happen if there are too many people. You can figure it out. What did you do in the past years? Bruce looked at the envelope twice and reached out to open it. In previous years, when I didn't spend Christmas in Gotham, I would always go to Florence and drink a glass of pudding on the banks of the Arno River. In the past, I always thought about where I might meet you, maybe by your side. I'll also follow my girlfriend, or my kids. After Alfred finished speaking, he turned to look at Bruce. Bruce, on the other hand, didn't hear what he was saying at all, and just stared at a greeting card in his hand. There is also a playing card inside, with a joker printed on it, and the content of the greeting card is a gift. "What is this?" Alfred asked. "Joker's gift." Bruce held the playing card and looked at it from front to back. After grabbing the joker, he always felt that something was wrong. Is he guilty of imitation? Is it that simple? That crazy look in his eyes, his tone, his actions. However, these 2 jokers are definitely 2 people. Could it be that there is some force behind them and they want to use Joker to do some tricks? Many possibilities came to Bruce's mind at once, but he couldn't be sure which one it was. "The last Joker is dead." "Well, it seems that you are going to be busy again tonight," Alfred said helplessly. "It would be great if I could gain something." Bruce picked up the greeting card and looked at the decorative patterns on it based on the refraction of light. "Miss Sadana's circus is coming to Gotham next weekend. Do you want to invite her here as a guest?" Alfred asked after remembering this incident. After the Waynes were shot and killed, in order to let Bruce come out of the shadows, Alfred once invited the Zadara circus. "Zadana? I will go to see her performance in person." Bruce raised his head and said, an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. In the penthouse in downtown Gotham, this is the home of Roman Falcone, at the top of Gotham. Compared with those mafia bosses who tidy up their homes like fortresses, Falcone has passed that time. He is a businessman and an upper-class person in Gotham. The president of an Italian import company, a famous philanthropist, entrepreneur, real estate tycoon, and boss of a financial group in Gotham City. He has many titles and honors. And these gorgeous titles also allowed him to stand peacefully in this penthouse apartment, overlooking Gotham. No matter day or night, a part of Gotham always belonged to him. Even for those hoodlums who robbed someone on the street in the dark, out of the $100 they grabbed, $30 would pass through layers of transactions and end up in his safe. Falcone was lying on the bed. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that the damn bat was still coming out at night. If Oswald hadn't negotiated the business, the money that the company received this month may cause losses. Money is no longer important to Falcone, but the bat is repeatedly challenging his majesty. This is absolutely inexcusable. If the Romans lost their majesty, it would be like an old lion losing its strength. Those guys who are usually stable and respectful would be ready to challenge his power. In his deep sleep, Falcone dreamed of his dead mother. They sat together to eat, but his son, Alberto, rubbed his fork and knife together. The harsh sound made Falcone very uncomfortable. He suppressed his anger and scolded him, but Alberto acted as if he hadn't heard and continued to rub his knife and fork. Enough. Falcone roared like an angry lion, waking him up from his dream. Falcone raised his head and looked at the dim bedroom, only to realize that he was having a nightmare. He wanted to raise his hands to sit up, but found that his hands were tied to the bed. The sound of the scraping of knives and forks, accompanied by the movement of the mouth, sounded nearby. This was not a dream. After all, Falcone is Gotham's mafia godfather. Years of hardships have tempered his magnanimity and courage. He calmed down and turned to look to the side. A guy in a purple striped suit was sitting at the table, holding a roast goose, gnawing roughly on the tender goose meat, and the roast goose had been heated and roasted. The ferocious eating appearance and the wafting fragrance made Falcone even swallow his saliva. He has passed the age where he can do whatever he wants. For the sake of his health, his personal nutritionist no longer recommends that he eat such high-fat, high-calorie, unhealthy roast goose. "You're awake." Joker, who was nibbling on the roast goose, threw down the bumpy goose and wiped his greasy hands on the tablecloth. "Dang dang dang, do you still recognize me?" Mr. Falcone. Joker stood up with a smile and turned on the light in the bedroom. At this time, Falcone discovered that his bedroom was in a mess, and there was a large refrigerator at the door, which was from the kitchen and had been moved here for some reason. However, when Falcone saw Joker's face, his expression suddenly darkened. He hated this kind of clown. Oh, it seems you don't know who I am. That's right. I'm just an unknown person. Joker lowered his head and walked over like a child who made a mistake. Suddenly, Joker raised his head and laughed. He picked up the fork in his hand and stabbed Falcone directly in the thigh. Ah, ha. Falcone screamed in pain, but he gritted his teeth and swallowed it, turning it into a sneer. Joker turned his head and looked out the window, putting a hand to his ear as if expecting Falcone to scream. After not getting what he wanted, Joker sighed, took out a stethoscope from his arms, hung it around his neck, shook his head and said, "This is my first time seeing such a patient, but don't worry, Uncle Jack will cure you." Joker smiled and took out a medieval armor-breaking hammer from under the bed. It was a decoration hanging on the wall of the living room. Now in Joker's hand, it was a complete murder weapon. Especially the hammer was stained with dark red blood. "No? What on earth do you want to do?" Falcone also became anxious and quickly asked, "Money, or something else, you tell me." SHH. Joker put his finger on his mouth, holding the armor-breaking hammer and smiled. "I just hope that no one will bother me, you know? I have always wanted to be a star on the stage." As he said that, Joker raised his head longingly and looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, as if he saw himself under the spotlight. "I can help you, whether it's making a movie, going to Hollywood or Broadway, I can help you become a star," Falcone said with every opportunity. "No." Joker turned his head, the longing look on his face had disappeared, replaced by extreme indifference. "Someone took my head and exchanged it with you for a lot of money, right? But I'm still alive." Joker licked his scarlet lips, held the handle of the hammer with both hands, swung it fiercely, and hit Falcone's leg. Superior. With a click, the heavy armor-breaking hammer directly smashed Falcone's right leg into a puddle of mud, and the broken bones were pierced out. Ah! Falcone threw his head back and screamed. The severe pain made him almost faint, and sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. "This is just a small warning. Also, don't be so serious, smile." Joker dropped the hammer, pulled the corners of his mouth, and showed a big smile. Falcone's eyes widened and he wanted to crush Joker to ashes. His clenched teeth were shattered and blood flowed from his mouth. "I will deal with that guy, what else do you want?" Falcone forced himself to calm down and asked. In his heart, he wanted to cut the seedling into pieces. Didn't he say that he would die? Let me think about it. Joker walked aside thinking, picked up Falcone's collection of wine, and smashed it against the wall. "It seems gone, but I will blow up your company, otherwise it will be boring. Do you have any objection?" Joker turned around and asked. "No." Falcone gritted his teeth and said, "You are so generous. I kind of like you." Joker ran over, held Falcone's head, kissed him deeply on his forehead, and left a red lip mark. "Then it's settled, I will visit your company. Oh, by the way, I also put some small gifts in the refrigerator, remember to check them. Goodbye." Joker bowed and performed a standard gentleman's courtesy, without looking a bit crazy. But the next second, Joker returned to his true nature, ran to the window laughing and jumped out, breaking the glass. This is a skyscraper with more than 100 floors, and it is also one of the few places in Gotham where you can see the moon. Joker jumped up. Falling rapidly in the air, he opened his hands and enjoyed the excitement. He then reached out and took out a signal device from his arms and pressed it. There was no reaction at all. Joker picked up the signal device with some confusion, turned around, crossed his legs, as if he were sitting on a chair, ignoring his rapidly falling body. Strange? How could it be useless? Joker tapped the signal device hard, and the indicator light on it connected to the signal as it fell. Pressing down with his fingers, in a building in the center of Gotham, a truck filled with explosive materials began to beep rapidly, followed by huge amounts of explosions. The entire building was affected by the explosion, and the glass exploded like a tornado, and flames shot into the sky. Ouch! Joker looked at the explosion in the distance and raised his hands happily. At this time, he was about to fall to the ground. With a bang, Joker pulled a rope on his body, the suit behind him lifted up, and a green parachute with Joker's smiling face unfolded, dragging Joker up and floating away, gradually away. Father. A strong woman, holding a pistol, led someone to open the door and looked at Falcone lying on the bed, with a look of horror on her face. "Sophia, help me up." Falcone raised his head forcefully and shouted through gritted teeth. This is his daughter Sophia. Unlike his son Alberto, who is studying at Oxford University, this daughter is more like Falcone's sister, a complete gangster woman. But now Sophia was crying and kneeling on the ground, untying the rope from Falcone's hand. Someone had already come over to help Falcone stop the bleeding and look for the medical kit. Several other people held pistols and stood in front of the broken window glass, looking at the cold night sky outside. In the distance, Falcone's commercial company burst into flames due to the explosion. "Open the refrigerator." Falcone was helped to sit up. He still remembered what Joker said before leaving, a gift. Only then did Sophia notice the refrigerator that was out of place in the bedroom. She quickly ran over and opened the refrigerator door. White cold air came out of the refrigerator. Inside was a bodyguard who died tragically. His mouth was cut open, his body was covered with ice, and he was holding an open box in his hand. When Sophia saw the box, she was stunned and stared straight at the box, as if she had seen something unacceptable. What's inside? Falcone asked quickly. No. Sophia was about to shake her head. Tell me. Falcone's roar was like a lion's roar, and Sophia, who had never resisted her father, moved away involuntarily. Falcone looked over. It was a dark wooden box, an urn. The photo on it. Mother. Falcone, the underworld godfather who controlled everything in Gotham and bribed half of the city, completely collapsed at this moment. Ignoring the obstruction of his men, he burst out with huge amounts of strength, rolled off the bed like a crawler, and stared at the urn in the refrigerator. It was his mother's urn, and there was a frozen coffee cup on top of it with Joker's message on it. Dear Romans, your mother is not delicious at all, just like your bodyguard, who ate half the box. How good it is. Poof. Falcone spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Blackgate Prison. Deadshot is tired, lying on the table, holding a pen to sign the parole certificate. In the cheerful atmosphere of a group of prison guards, this prison escape maniac is finally leaving. The main reason is that Nagi sent them all a red envelope, otherwise the troubled prison escape incident would be enough for him to stay here for half his life. After changing into thin clothes and throwing the prison uniform on the ground, Lawton stepped on it hard and followed the prison guards outside to find some prisoners behind the iron bars. Watching Deadshot leave, each one looked like a zombie, stretching out their arms, wanting him to stay. Watching others walk out from here felt even more uncomfortable than if they had been punished by a few more years. Outside the Blackgate prison, Nagi held a cigarette in his mouth and leaned against the police car. He watched the iron door slowly open and Deadshot, with a shaved head, walked out of it. Lawton walked to the nursery cart, opened his mouth and stared into the distance. This was quite embarrassing. He didn't like to owe others favors. Is there anyone you want to kill? I'll do it for you for free. This is the most sincere repayment Deadshot can think of, as long as he doesn't encounter an invulnerable existence like Superman. It's not like he can't fight the others. He lost to Batman because he was careless. He's a despicable local bat with no martial ethics. Killing? Look here. Nagi looked Deadshot up and down, then poked the police badge on his chest with his finger. I'm a special policeman. You mentioned murder in front of me? Do you believe I will take you back now? Farewell. Lawton shook his head quickly. Here, let's do the math. Nagi took out a stack of bills from his arms with great skill. Your ex-wife's alimony, parole deposit, and the cost of opening the joints. That's right. Nagi turned around and walked to the trunk, opened the trunk, took out a luggage bag and threw it to Lawton. This is your thing. I got it from the evidence for you. You owe me a favor. Lawton took the luggage bag and quickly unzipped it. Inside was his mobile suit, equipment made of bulletproof materials, and the firearms he carried with him. The most important thing was the laser sight. This. You're welcome, just pay back the money. I'll be your guarantor. During your parole period, you can't leave Gotham and you have to report to me every month. Nagi folded the bill in his hand, threw it to Lawton, and took out the documents prepared by Nigma from his pocket. This is the foundation needed for your daughter's custody battle, a regular job, legal income, and a guardian. Lawton quickly took the document over. Compared with other things, only his daughter was the most important to him, and everything else could be put aside. I also have a shooting range in Arkham. If you don't mind, come and work here. I can write you a legally binding certificate proving that you have the ability to raise your daughter. After saying that, Miyamu opened the car door and got in, lowered the window, raised his hand and leaned on it, looking at Layadin's expression. Another weight was put on the seedlings. My son's school will start a new round of enrollment soon after Christmas. The urban school can directly lead to Gotham University, which is guaranteed. I also have friends in the metropolis who can arrange schools. If you need anything, you can come to Arkham to see me. I'll usually be there. After Nagi finished speaking, he drove away without waiting for Layadin's reaction. The fish has already taken the bait, so there is no need to worry about the seedlings. Riddler Nigma has set up several plans based on Deadshot's psychology. The core is to let him come over by himself. Deadshot's combat effectiveness is absolutely reliable as long as he has a gun. It's not that Nagi looks down on him, but Lawton wants to take custody of his daughter, which is not an ordinary difficulty. And he doesn't have the ability to raise a daughter, otherwise he wouldn't be a mercenary in the wind and rain. Watching the police slowly leave, Lawton looked down at the document in his hand and found a wad of banknotes inside. It's difficult. Lawton frowned, holding the thing in his hand like a hot potato, shaking it back and forth. If Nagi was like everyone else and fished him out, gave him a task, and just did it, he could still sit in the middle and raise the price and ask for extra money. But with this kind of hard to get and a complete conspiracy for his own benefit, Layadin was not a fool, otherwise he would not have survived in the mercenary industry until now. He could tell that Miyamoto was playing a long game to catch the big fish. After he bit the hook, he was tied to them. He was very unhappy. It was so nice to be free. If it were someone else, he would just leave, but the other person would still pay the alimony for his daughter. If he ran away, Lawton couldn't afford to be embarrassed. He just thought about it and threw the idea out of his mind. He opened his luggage bag and checked the firearms he carried with him. He liked 9mm caliber firearms, and his mastery of firearms was far beyond the level of Superman's gun. Firearms were part of his body, but as soon as he picked up these guns, he discovered the fact that there were no bullets. 2 pistols, a revolver, and a special wrist firearm are worn on the wrist like a wide bracelet. They can hold 30 rounds of bullets. Using rapid fire, they can create an astonishing firepower network. But Lawton remembered that he had 2 wrist firearms, why only one? Instead, he found a photo of his daughter Zoe inside the bulletproof suit. Looking at his daughter in the photo, Lawton's murderous eyes softened. Sighing, he picked up his luggage bag and walked along the road. Is this your home? It's so chaotic. Alexis followed Jason and walked into Nagi's house. The house is a mess. It's not that it's dirty, it's that things are placed randomly and it looks very messy. Especially on the table, there are unwashed plates on the left, a pile of documents on the right, just like a workbench, and 2 heavy dumbbells thrown under the table. There are police uniforms that have been washed but have not been dried hanging on the windows, as well as Jason's own sneakers. The 2-story villa has a good original decoration, but 2 bachelors live here. Who cares about that? Jason was a little embarrassed when he saw this scene, and quickly ran over to clean it up. Alexis didn't pay attention, just looked around the room, and stopped in front of Nagi's study. Don't move, the things inside are quite dangerous. Jason cleared the plates, stuffed them into the kitchen sink, and shouted to the back. But Alexis had already walked in, and the place was even more chaotic. A map of Gotham was hung on the wall, 2 military grenades were thrown next to it, and body armor and other items were hung on the bookshelf. There is a water glass in front of the desk with a pesticide sticker on it, which is very interesting. However, what made Alexis curious was that there were several dark green gas cans placed on the bookshelf, and there were small injections next to them. The logo on them was a scarecrow. I'm done cleaning it up, don't move around, he has a lot of dangerous goods in here. Jason picked up a few bullets on the ground, threw them into the ashtray, and beckoned Alexis to go upstairs. There is a practice room on the balcony upstairs. It is not messy. The floor is covered with thick soft mats, and there are wooden dummies and single and parallel bars on the wall. Wait for me. Jason took out a pair of unopened boxing gloves from the box on the side and threw them to Alexis. Neither he nor Nagi needed this kind of protection. Jason turned around and walked to the corner of the practice room, took out the incense stick, and was about to worship the iron fist stone monkey placed on the shelf. This was also a sense of ritual. The incense stick is the Jingshen incense that Nagi bought from Chinatown, which helps to calm the mind. However, when Jason put the incense, he discovered that the statue of the iron fist stone monkey was missing. There is only one cube with no dust left on it, which is on the shelf. It was taken away not long ago. It must have been taken by Meow Mew, and there is no one else at home. What's wrong? Alexis asked. Nothing. Jason shook his head, put on the incense, turned around and made a gesture of discussion, compared to someone like Nagi who started in actual combat. Jason has watched all the movies about martial arts and kung fu, and he is very clear about the fist-holding ceremony. Please. Jason's aura changed. Alexis looked at Jason's current appearance, the corners of her mouth quietly raised, revealing a hint of expectant smile. He took off his sports coat and wore a tight-fitting sports sweater underneath. He seemed prepared and put on boxing gloves. Shall I attack first? Alexis asked with a smile. Okay. Before Jason could finish his words, Alexis raised her fist and punched him, and the untied glove flew over. Jason instinctively raised his hand to block his vision. Alexis rushed over and kicked Jason in the abdomen. Just from the force and strength of this kick, Jason knew that this woman was not as stupid as she thought. She had practiced. Don't underestimate me. Alexis saw the look on Jason's face and sneered, I'm in the 6th level of Taekwondo. Jason dodged the 2 kicks, and before Alexis had time to take a stance, he thrust forward with one foot to stabilize his body, raised his hand and pulled Alexis's arm forward, destroying her balance. Then with a hard push, Alexis took several steps back before barely falling to the ground. I am Taekwondo level 0. Jason grinned. Humph, your godfather is back. Alexis looked behind Jason and signaled with her eyes, and Jason turned his head and looked over. You've been hit, fool. Alexis smiled and kicked back, but Jason raised his hand to block her. Come on, I don't need this trick since I was 7 years old. Jason smiled and turned around, punched Alexis in the face, and stopped when he got close. You can't win with little cleverness, you have to be strong. Master, how do you like it? Nagi put his hands behind his head and leaned against the wall, looking at the people behind the iron railings with a smile. There was a statue of the iron fist stone monkey on the ground. This is the detention room of the Gotham Police Department, on the 1st floor underground. In the past, it would have been called the dungeon. It was said to be a detention room, but it was actually a cage surrounded by iron railings. But now there are many metal chains wrapped around it, just to control one person, Bronze Tiger. 4 iron chains were tied around his body, which controlled his hands and feet, restricting him to the middle of the iron railings. He could only move within a 1-meter range. Moreover, the other end of the chain is connected to a high-voltage wire. If Tong Hu wants to break free from the chain, he can directly pull the switch and electrocute him. It is basically impossible to escape from inside. Nagi carefully inspected the situation of the Blackgate prison and found that it was not that simple to escape from the prison. It was necessary to coordinate the inside and the outside. Without an insider, it would be too difficult to escape from the prison. So Nagi chose to block the news. The people responsible for guarding here have always been Gordon's serious case team, as well as the detectives transferred from Arkham. Even Police Chief Loeb didn't know that people under the Gotham Police Department were detained here, so this became the safest place. No one knew that Bonghu was detained here. Originally, Gordon had some objections when he saw Nagi trying to tie up the unconscious Tonghu with chains, and felt that it was making a fuss out of a molehill. It wasn't until Gordon saw with his own eyes how Tonghu twisted the handcuffs like chocolate and crushed them into flat shapes that he agreed to add more chains, and increased them to 4 in one go. At first, Miyama just wanted to control Tonghu's hands, but now it's not bad, at least it's safe. Inside the iron railing, Tonghu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, looked at the seedlings, and then glanced at the several pieces of food placed on the ground. Whenever a seedling comes, prepare a few more dishes for him and improve the food. In other cases, the food is just bread and water. Although that was Nagi's order, an anesthetic was sprayed into the bread to prevent Bronze Tiger from escaping from prison. If this kind of humanoid Tyrannosaurus really wanted to rebel and escape from prison, the Gotham Police Department really couldn't stop him. Why don't you kill me? Tonghu raised his head and asked. There's no reason. It's your duty to kill me, and it's just my duty to catch you. Have you figured it out? Miyama walked to the iron railing and squatted down, picked up the statue of the Iron Fist Stone Monkey and placed it inside the iron railing. How about we make a deal? I let you out without restricting your freedom. How about you living in my martial arts gym for a while? Bronze Tiger looked at the statue of the Iron Fist Stone Monkey, raised his hand, and made a grabbing gesture forward. The Iron Fist Stone Monkey gradually began to shake, approaching the direction of the Bronze Tiger. It's like there's an invisible thread pulling on the statue. What kind of martial arts do you practice? Tonghu stopped moving the Iron Fist Stone Monkey. This period of confinement made his understanding of Qi feel deeper. Iron Monkey Fist, if you want to learn it, I can teach you. Without any humility, Miyagi stood up, raised his hand and punched the iron railing, bursting with energy and striking with 4 moves. The iron railings shook violently, as well as the iron chains above them. Tonghu looked at Miyama's moves. He looked straight at it, as if he was understanding the way this martial art exerts force. There is no best martial art in the world, only the best people. Learning and fighting are never ending. After Nagi punched, he did not stop. Instead, he started all the moves of the Iron Monkey Fist one by one. As soon as he moved his steps, he entered the space of the Iron Fist Stone Monkey. A faint flow of air appeared around him, and the figures around him were also performing Iron Monkey Fist moves. Unfortunately, although Nagi had made use of his energy, he knew nothing about the sense of energy. Nagi has also improved and harmonized the Iron Monkey Fist moves. Although they look a bit nondescript, their combat effectiveness has increased by more than 1 or 2 points. As Nagi's energy trembled, the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared, and he returned to the detention room of the Gotham Police Department. Tonghu looked at Miyama with a surprised look. Just now he saw that the energy on Miyama's body was rising, but it disappeared instantly. How is it, Master Tonghu? Miyama asked in a deep voice. Very impressive. Tonghu nodded. When fighting against Nagi before, Bronze Tiger was able to steadily suppress Nagi, but in the end he was defeated by Nagi. Although it was 2 against 1, he also used various means to target him. But if you lose, you lose. Bonghu doesn't need any excuse. If you change the place, losing is equal to death. And he was in the League of Assassins just to have a decisive battle with David Kane, the strongest killer. With their level of ability, a full attack would definitely result in 1 death and 1 injury. This is the Iron Fist Stone Monkey, a very special treasure. If you perform the Iron Monkey Fist in front of it, you can enter a mysterious illusion. Nagi said without hesitation. He thought a lot when he came here. Capturing the Bronze Tiger alive was originally an accident, but the title of the world's strongest fighter was too tempting. In particular, Bronze Tiger's superb kung fu is even more frightening. It would be a waste if such a good resource cannot be used. After thinking about it, Nagi discovered that there was only the statue of the Iron Fist Stone Monkey, which had a certain appeal to Bronze Tiger. This guy had been pursuing the strongest martial arts career. In other words, all fighters are looking for ways to become stronger, even the top few in the world. Sure enough, after hearing what Nagi said, Tonghu didn't look surprised, he just confirmed one of his assumptions. There are all kinds of mysterious legends in the world. Tonghu himself has witnessed several miracles. Even Lei Xiaoge, the leader of the Assassin Alliance, is an antique who has lived for 700 years. He has seen the Lazarus Pool who was resurrected from the dead, magicians who used mysterious magic, and even demons wandering around the world. In this regard, Tonghu just lamented the seedling's good luck in finding such a treasure. Tonghu raised his hand, the energy in his palm gathered, and the Iron Fist Stone Monkey statue on the ground moved again. Suddenly, Nagi reached out and grabbed the statue of the Iron Fist Stone Monkey. Tonghu looked up at Miyama. Nagi smiled. Master, let's talk in another place. You can't be locked up here, right? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you if I leave here? I am still a member of the Assassin's League, and I have not given up on this mission. What's the use of being afraid? Miyagi shrugged helplessly and continued. I want to open a martial arts gym. I don't restrict your freedom. You just need to help as a teacher for a period of time. A period of time? Tonghu asked, turning his head. You can stay as long as you want, even if you only stay for a day and then leave. There will be no problem if we face the enemy again. Nagi said frankly. Are you really not afraid of death? Tonghu asked. You've killed me twice. In Arkham District, in a martial arts gym that was converted from a warehouse near the river, Nagi was leading Bronze Tiger to wander around here. It was very quiet here, and there was not even a single person. Only the light bulbs above the martial arts hall were shining brightly. From a distance, the dark riverside looked like there was an extra will-o'-the-wisp. This used to be a warehouse for storing chemicals. There was a dock in front of it, but it gradually became deserted. It is relatively quiet and not many people come here, Nagi said as he walked in front. In Gotham, some vicious cases may occur in crowded places, but in places with few people, especially inaccessible places, absolutely no one lives, and no one dares to approach. After all, in a place with a lot of people, if something happens, the body can be found at worst and someone collects it. In such an inaccessible place, the body cannot be found even if it is dead, or it may even disappear out of thin air. However, because of this reason, this kind of place is extremely cheap, and Meow Mew took down the local factories and warehouses in this area without any effort. As for whether there will be anything at night, Meow can't guarantee it, but Tonghue is not afraid of these things anyway. Nice place. Tonghue nodded and looked at the fitness equipment placed by the wall, as well as several smashed tires, and the wooden mannequins supported inside were all pitted. Fine sawdust emerged from those fractures, which looked like they had been gnawed by insects, but Tonghue could tell that this was penetrated by the force of the fist. You have become a lot stronger, Tonghue said with some emotion, raised his hand and slashed at the seedlings. The movements were clean and neat. Bronze Tiger's arm was like a long unsheathed knife, and even Meow Mew could feel the sharp cold air. Nagi quickly stepped on his feet and jumped back, narrowly avoiding the arm swing. Nagi stretched his left hand forward to face the copper tiger, with the muzzle of the wrist-type firearm exposed, ready to be fired at any time. This is still a seedling, the wool harvested from Deadshot's body. The explosive firepower of this thing is much stronger than those sleeve arrows, wrist knives, and the like. Bronze Tiger missed a single hit and did not pursue again. In this way, he roughly guessed the current strength of seedlings. If Tonghue's fighting strength is 14, Nagi now has 12. In terms of fighting skills alone, Tonghue is sure that he can kill Nagi on the spot. But there were too many gadgets on Nagi, whether they were firearms, the drugs used that night, or things like the Iron Fist Stone Monkey statue. Tonghue recalled the first time he saw Miyama, the scene where his internal organs were seriously injured and ruptured but recovered immediately. Although he was curious, Tonghue didn't intend to ask. Everyone has their own secrets. If you pry into other people's secrets without permission, you may die without a burial place. However, if Nagi's strength continues to improve, he will also have a seat among the strongest fighters in the world in the future. Tonghue put down his hands and turned to look at the glass window of the warehouse. This side had been cleaned and the glass was very clean. Under the light outside, he could see the rolling waves of the river outside. With Tonghue's eyesight, he could directly see the shining neon lights across the river, and the surroundings were also very quiet. Don't fight. Meow Mew stood in a corner with a vigilant face, like a cheetah ready to attack, not daring to take it lightly. If you want to fight, I'll be happy to accompany you. Tonghue turned around and said. There was no hint of joking on his face, his serious look was as hard as a statue made of stone. Nagi shook his head quickly. No, I have to choose an auspicious day to fight you. By the way, there is a place to live upstairs. If anything happens, you can call me. I won't live with you in vain, just like you said. I'll use the martial arts school tuition to pay the rent, but I won't show mercy. If the person you found can't stand it, just hurry up roll. Tonghue turned his back and looked at the Iron Fist Stone Monkey statue that Miyamu put on the shelf. He was indeed very curious about this, but he didn't intend to have anything to do with Miyamu. The Assassin League will not let go of any prey. What he can do is to collect the body of Naomu after he is killed in the future, which can be regarded as repaying this encounter. Nagi didn't know what he was thinking. Even if he knew, he would still thank him with a smile. For him, it was enough to keep Tonghue now. This was an intangible asset. As for the martial arts apprentices, it's not like he can't come to learn. He is very aware of the powerful seedlings of Bronze Tiger, but he is also more curious about what kind of person the legendary Mrs. Siwa is. She is the only woman in the world who can practice kung fu to the point of surpassing her ability. She is also the pinnacle of all fighters. She can also beat Batman like a meter. It's scary to think about it. After walking out of the martial arts hall, Nagi walked along the river bank to the pier on the other side, planning to drive away from here and go back to have a good sleep to spend the next few days. As soon as he stretched out his hand to open the car door, Miyagi felt something was wrong. As soon as he raised his hand, the person in the back seat of the police car pointed his pistol at him, silently warning Miyagi not to act rashly. Who? Nagi shouted loudly. He quickly recalled in his mind whether he had offended anyone recently, but it looked like he didn't want to kill him, or he would have just pulled the trigger. Thinking of this, Nagi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and just talked about it. Our boss asked, Chief Nagi, can you drive? A slightly joking voice sounded. Nagi hesitated for a moment, then got into the car, inserted the key and started the engine, looked at the rearview mirror and asked, Who is your boss? Roman Falcone. The reason why he asked this was because Nagi saw the black windbreaker, suit, and hat on the man's head, so brightly dressed. He just has the word mafia written on his face. After all, ordinary gangs don't pay attention to ostentation, and it's good enough to survive. Only those who have come out of low-level fun such as fighting and killing pay attention to how they dress. Since you know, you don't need me to repeat it. I'm looking forward to your resistance. The mafia in the back seat reached out and took off his hat, revealing a face full of scars. Coincidentally, the Gotham Police Department's air patrol boat flew over here. Due to Nagi's request, Arkham District was also on the air patrol boat's route, and the white light of the searchlight scanned here. Nagi also saw those scars in the rearview mirror, as well as the joking smile on his face. Victor Zus, a killer of the Romans? The Romans came to me and asked you to come. Nagi asked, looking in the rearview mirror, with a look of impatience on his face. Don't think too much. Although I don't like using guns, the action of pulling the trigger is 10 times faster than you think. Zas took the Sig Sauer P210 pistol in his hand, modified it with a longer barrel, and pushed it on the back of Nagi's head. The headrest on the car seat had been removed. As long as he pressed his fingers, Nagi's head would be opened by the bullet. The .44 caliber bullet was enough to penetrate his head and the windshield in front of him. I don't like your tone, but you should at least give me an address, right? Are we just going to sit here in a daze? Nagi tilted his head and said dissatisfied. Zas looked indifferent. Drive, get out of here first. I will tell you where you should go. Nagi put on his seatbelt, turned the steering wheel, and drove the police car out. Zas said nothing on the way. It wasn't until the police car drove along the bridge and out of Arkham District that Zas shook his pistol and said, turn right, go to the cannery. Nagi stepped on the accelerator and drove in the direction of the cannery. When changing gears, Nagi reached out and grabbed it from his collar, touched the gold six-pointed star pendant, and activated the effect of the Eye of True Seeing. In an instant, he gained an unobstructed field of vision, and at the same time he saw Zis behind him. Miyamoto looked straight ahead, with no problem on his face. Even Zis had a little contempt for Miyamoto. The cannery is getting closer and closer. This is considered a suburb, close to the slaughterhouse. This is where the name of the Romans' cruelty comes from. The police car drove into the cannery, and the surrounding area was already surrounded by Roman men, guarding all aspects, carrying long guns and short cannons without hesitation, as if they were going to fight. After stopping the car, Nagi loosened his seatbelt and asked from behind, should I go down by myself, or will you take me down? Go down by yourself. Zas waved the muzzle of his gun. In this place, he didn't worry about what Nagi would do unless he was crazy. Nagi pushed open the car door, and at the same time stretched out his hand to grab the seatbelt. He pulled hard, and with the help of the elasticity of the seatbelt, it crashed into Zas's face in the back seat. The sudden situation made Zas open his eyes wide, and at the same time he pointed the gun at Nagi and was about to pull the trigger. Nagi was already prepared for this move. He directly raised his hand to grab the muzzle of the gun, touched Zas's finger with his finger, and raised it to the roof of the car. There was a burst of gunfire. All the surrounding Roman men pointed their guns at them. Several holes were made in the roof of the police car by bullets, and a ricochet bounced in the car and shattered the glass. Zis threw away his pistol and swung the knife hidden on his wrist at Nagi. He spent dozens of hours training every day. Zis's muscle speed was terrifying. Almost without thinking, he raised his hand and called. Nagi turned his head to avoid the flying knife, and at the same time, he charged up a punch and hit the driver's seat with a bang. The driver's seat was like rubber foam. Nagi punched it through, and hit Zas on the rear seat with unabated force. The narrow space in the police car was Nagi's biggest advantage, especially in the back seat. Even if Zas wanted to attack Nagi, he couldn't make any favorable moves. This punch that penetrated the seat made Zas quickly change his moves to block it, but Nagi was obviously faster, and he directly poured all his strength into it, straightening his arm like a battering ram and hitting it. This punch hit Zas's stomach without any scruples. At the same time, Nagi's body was shaken with strength. He reached out to grab Zas's clothes and pulled him backwards. Zas hit the driver's seat. The seat belt held in Nagi's hand was immediately wrapped around Zas's neck and he pulled hard. The muscles in Zas's neck bulged. He gritted his teeth and looked at Miyamoto. He endured the overwhelming pain in his stomach and smashed the car glass with one punch, trying to reach out and grab Miyamoto. However, Nagi seized the opportunity and tied his hands with the seat belt. At the same time, he took out the handcuffs from his waist and cuffed them on Zas's wrists with a click. Nagi was not polite. He grabbed Zas's arm hard, cuffed the other end of the handcuffs to the steering wheel, turned around, and slammed the car door. There was a muffled sound, and Zas in the car couldn't help but scream. Half of his arms were caught in the car door. Nagi didn't care. He took out the cigarette case from his arms, stuffed a thin cigar into his mouth, took out the lighter, lit it, and took a deep breath. He just wants to beat Falcone's dog in front of him. If he doesn't give him a show of strength, he will really think that his seedlings are made of clay. The Roman men, pointing their guns at the seedlings, had already surrounded him. Nagi didn't feel afraid. Before the other party pulled the trigger immediately, he knew that as long as he didn't kill anyone, there would be basically no accidents. The other party didn't intend to kill him, but just wanted to scare him. You called me here, why can't you see anyone? Miyamoto looked around with gloomy eyes. This cannery was built more than 10 years ago. It was more like a Roman prison cell than a cannery. There are iron cages large and small in size placed on the wall. Some of the iron cages are still stained with dirt. Nagi doesn't want to think about what has been imprisoned in them, but those rumors about the Romans. That was so frightening that even the crying children dared not say a word. Are you Nagi? A tall woman walked over, wearing a double-breasted men's windbreaker, which looked extremely oppressive. Nagi turned to look at her, his eyebrows twitching. The woman was a head taller than him. She was not pretty, she was ordinary, but the evil look between her eyebrows showed that she was a ruthless character. Didn't Falcone ask me to come? I'm here. Nagi raised his head and blew out a puff of smoke, then threw the cigarette butt onto the police car behind him. In the 360-degree field of view of the Eye of Truth, the cigarette butt fell accurately into the broken car window. Zas, who was in the car, gritted his teeth and snorted. The cigarette butt fell on his neck, making him shiver as it was hot. This way please. The tall Sophia looked at Zas who was being tidied up inside the car and turned around to make way for Nagi. Nagi glanced at the people around him and walked forward with his hands in his pockets. The door of the cannery building in front was open and the light came from inside. Where are the people? Nagi looked at the empty factory building and turned around to ask. Sophia walked in and picked up a phone from the table next to her, an old-fashioned rotary phone. Father has something to ask you, but you must be responsible for your words and deeds. If you lie. Sophia looked at Nagi coldly, raised her hand, and with the sound of bullets being loaded, the Roman men at the door pointed their guns at Nagi. Obviously, if Nagi lies, he won't be able to get out of here. No matter how high his skill is, he can't withstand the intensive bullets. There's no need for me to lie to you, right? Nagi raised his head and asked. Hope so. Sophia picked up the phone receiver and put it on the table, pressed the numbers on it, and turned the dial with her fingers. Joker is still alive. Falcone's voice came out of the phone. The sound was very loud. This phone should be specially made. His first words made Nagi frown, but Nagi immediately thought of the Joker who was captured by them. It's not him, he's just a copycat. He's currently undergoing mental testing in Blackgate Prison and will most likely be sent to Arkham Asylum for life. If you need, I can pretend I didn't see him and let your people go in and kill him. Nagi smiled slightly when he spoke. He was really looking forward to it. Falcone used his connections to kill the Joker, which was considered a good thing. You deceived my trust, betrayed my friendship, you let the real Joker escape? You? Phew. Falcone's voice was full of anger. He suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted in a deep voice, I just want to tell you that he is back. Catch him and bring him to me, or you will die. What the hell? Nagi shouted angrily, I didn't even say anything, and you slapped me on. Falcone hung up the phone. Nagi walked over and ignored Sophia's warning gaze, picked up the phone, put his finger on the turntable, and turned to look at Sophia. What is your telephone number? Don't bother. Sophia came over, put her hand on the phone, looked directly at Nagi, and said coldly, you have 10 days to catch Joker and bring him here. Otherwise, the 10 million check will become your bounty, and everyone around you will become the target of the bounty. You are threatening me. Nagi looked coldly. I'm telling the truth. You have to pay a price for being enemies with the Romans. If you don't want to see the people around you suffer misfortune, you'd better catch Joker quickly. Nagi looked at Sophia. In fact, Falcone's words just now really scared him, not Falcone's threat. But, Joker? The Joker who was thrown from a building by him and watched with his own eyes being burned into a box of ashes and thrown into the Gotham River, came back to life? Although in his heart, Nagi believed that this was someone who imitated Joker, or simply created a new Joker. However, looking at Falcone's appearance, it was obvious that, the godfather of Gotham's underworld had encountered something that was difficult for him to accept. This is even more difficult for him to accept than Batman, who is constantly destroying his criminal empire. Have you met the real Joker? Nagi asked in a deep voice. This was the fact he least wanted to accept. The nightmare of Joker was still in Gotham. It's not true, he is Joker? The Joker you said was burnt to ashes. There is a price to pay for deceiving the Romans. Sophia shouted in a stern voice, like a bear losing its temper, wanting to slap Nagi. Miyamo's face was as dark as water. I want evidence. With a bang, Sophia slapped the table, and the phone on it jumped. There was a Joker playing card. This is not enough. Nagi picked up the playing card and took a look. It was exactly the same as the playing card he first saw in the Gotham police station. That's enough, you only have 10 days to see the guest off. They are brave. In the cemetery on the outskirts of Gotham, Meow Mew, wearing a formal police uniform, stood below, watching Gordon perform the last task at the funeral, saying the last prayer for the fallen police officers. Moo Moo. Jerry, who was standing next to him, stretched out his hand and shook him twice before the somewhat dazed Miyamo reacted. What's wrong? Nagi turned around and asked. It's our turn to present flowers. Jerry stretched out his hand to signal, and the surrounding police officers lined up, holding the chrysanthemums in their hands, and threw them onto the coffin. The family members of the deceased police officers wore black mourning clothes and cried silently while being supported. Nagi sighed, walked over and threw the flowers in his hands on the coffin. Following the team, we walked outside, thinking about Joker's situation after returning from the cannery. Nagi didn't sleep all night, and his hair was almost turning gray because he was so annoyed. What was going on with that Joker? That guy is not Superman, nor does he have super ability, but he has a crazy brain and unparalleled execution ability. As long as he thinks of it and wants to do it, he will definitely do it. Resurrection from the dead. This is not surprising. Nagi accepted it quickly and thought of a reliable explanation. Lazarus Pool? There is a magical pool with a resurrection effect in the DC universe, and there is Dionysian factor in Joker's blood. Compared with the two comparisons, resurrection is not impossible. Nagi also confirmed Joker's body with his own eyes and asked Nigma to do an autopsy. This morning, Nagi handed the playing card to Nigma for investigation. You will know the answer when you go back. If Joker is really resurrected, there is only one possibility: the body was swapped. The Lazarus pool can resurrect people, but it also requires a carrier. Once the body is damaged, missing arms and legs, it will be disabled when resurrected, let alone burnt to ashes. So the only possibility is that Joker's body was swapped during the period when the autopsy was completed and the body was burned. Nagi's thinking was very quick, and he had already considered everything. The only thing he was not sure about was who resurrected Joker? The League of Assassins? The Lazarus pool is their standard equipment, but it is not used much, except for Jason, who was dug up by the League of Assassins and resurrected as the Red Hood. Only the Riddler Nigma, who was suffering from cancer, used his high IQ to control a group of villains and used the Lazarus pool without anyone noticing. In Nagi's impression, Alfred, who died, also used the Lazarus pool, which later became a veritable resurrection spring. Moreover, Gotham also has the Lazarus pool, which is under the control of the Court of Owls, but its purity is not high. It needs to be combined with amber gold to resurrect those sleeping claws. While thinking, Nagi stepped forward and unknowingly left the group and wandered along the gravel road of the cemetery. Ding! Encounter hidden treasures, discover obtainable items. The sudden sound in his mind stunned Nagi, and it took him a while to realize that he had discovered something. How long has it been since the last time it rang? Nagi thought that there were no more treasures to be found in Gotham and had forgotten them in the back of his mind, but this happened out of nowhere. However, this is a good thing. Miyamoto turned around and looked around, searching carefully based on the feeling in his heart, and the sadness in his heart disappeared. Along the gravel road, Meow Mew walked towards the mountain. The cemetery here spreads all the way to the mountain, and various tombstones are clearly visible. When Meow Mew walked under a big pine tree and looked at a tombstone stuck diagonally in the soil, he couldn't help but blink. Finally, I closed my eyes and felt for a while before I was sure that the treasure I found this time was this tombstone. The feeling was still very weak. Meow Mew reached out and touched the tombstone. It was a special kind of stone, a bit like black granite. It was shaped a bit like a clock hanging on the wall. Most of it was buried in the soil. Moreover, I have never touched a treasure before and immediately understood what it was. It was very strange. Miyamoto circled around the tombstone twice, then reached out and dug into the ground. It had just snowed, so digging was not easy. After grabbing a handful of soil, Miyamoto stood up and looked around. He took it out of his arms and found nothing suitable for digging. Miyamoto simply took off his coat, covered it on the tombstone, walked along the way he came, and found some useful tools. No, why should I dig here with you? Jerry, who was holding a shovel, complained while shoveling the soil, but his hand movements did not stop at all. He dug a hole in the ground. Miyamoto squatted next to the tombstone, looking at the hole dug by Jerry and getting closer to the tombstone. Come on, just because of you, Mexican restaurants have banned us. I went to have a meal, and the boss was chopping the chopping board in the kitchen with a kitchen knife. It's terrible. Some time ago, I saw us Arkham police officers going to dinner, and the old man was standing at the door holding a shotgun, looking at us like we were scum. This is all your fault. Don't we break up? Jerry frowned, with an unacceptable look on his face. He just had 2 boats and 2 more. Isn't that right? You might as well break up. Also, how do you pick up girls? Give me some experience. Don't think I don't know that the 2 sisters in the Mexican restaurant took the rail train towards you at night. Hehe. Jerry grinned. Nagi grabbed a clod of earth, smashed it in the face of this villain, and cursed with a smile, work. Both of them laughed. Although they no longer work together, they trust each other even more emotionally. But Mumu, this is a tombstone. Jerry dug twice, looked at the unique tombstone, and couldn't help but said, will there be retribution for digging this thing? Given your age, why weren't you so superstitious when you were picking up corpses in the homicide department? Nagi retorted unceremoniously. Stop farting and dig for me? God can't stop you even if he comes. Under the supervision of Miyamoto, Jerry spit on his hand, held the shovel, and dug hard. He, Jerry Cabson, was known as the Buffalo Boy in the Homicide Division of the Gotham General Bureau. His muscles were not only great in bed, but he also had the workload of 2 men. After more than a dozen shovels were shoveled down, the appearance of the tombstone was completely revealed, just a stone grandfather clock. And it is very delicate. Even if the soil on it has not been cleaned, you can still see the patterns on it, as well as the rotating dial and a few exposed gears. It looks like a work in a modern art museum, all carved out of black stone. This is beautiful. Jerry reached out and touched the numbers on the dial, as well as the 2-hour and minute hands, which were still turning. Meow Mew could reach out and touch it, but before he could touch it, Meow Mew immediately raised his head and looked up at the sky. There were flashes of thunder and lightning in the sky. The weather was good today and there was still sun. Why, is this happening all of a sudden? A black lightning flashed in the sky, and Miyamoto suddenly felt something bad. Jerry, get out of the way. Nagi shouted as he rushed towards Jerry and pushed Jerry down into the pit, just as the 2 of them rolled into a ball in the pit. The black thunder and lightning also fell from the sky, hitting the tombstone floor clock below, and the wrapped soil exploded instantly. The pendulum below began to shake, black thunder and lightning flashed on it, and the gears began to rotate driven by the thunder and lightning. Immediately afterwards, a red lightning passed quickly, followed by a black lightning falling on the tombstone grandfather clock. As the red lightning enters, the minute hand begins to move. A lightning mark flashed at the button between the hour and minute hands, and then disappeared, as did the thunder and lightning. There is only the swinging pendulum and the gears starting to turn. Bah, you weren't digging tombstones, but were you really struck by lightning? Miyamo spat and got up from the ground in disgrace. Turning around to look at the grandfather clock that was already running, Nagi's face was no longer one of shock, but an expression of disbelief. "AvK, what is this?" The clock of time, placed object, it has the ability to change time. The fluttering of the butterfly's wings will set off huge waves. The change of time will affect the future and the past. It is reset once 1,000 hours. Nagi's fingers touched the clock of time, and a series of information emerged in his mind. Nagi stared at the button between the hour and minute hands. Press or not. This is the ability to change time. Although there is no clear enough expression, Nagi can still think of a case about time, and that is the Flash. After all, he changed time and directly created a Flashpoint universe. But, it's none of my business. Nagi rubbed his hands and pressed them down. Is there anything worse than now? The Joker who was originally dead appeared again, and there was another Joker, and there was a Roman 10-day deadline, which was so bad that it threatened to drag the whole family into heaven. Let's destroy this world? Nagi's finger pressed the button, and a current flowed through the hour hand, and the pendulum that shook every second suddenly slowed down. Nothing is happening around. But Nagi still discovered something was wrong. A crow flying in the sky was frozen in midair, as if time had suddenly stopped. However, before Nagi could raise his hands in the air and cheer, the crow flew away and everything returned to normal. The time control was a little too fast at this time. Nagi raised his hand a little awkwardly and touched his chest, feeling his heartbeat. Probably, it stops for about 5 seconds. It is useful, but it is not very useful. It stops for 5 seconds. This can't be said to be useless. If the time stops for 5 seconds, Nagi can kill Bronze Tiger 20 times. 5 seconds to do whatever he wants is not bad. Nagi nodded with satisfaction. 1,000 hours, that is, a limit of 40 days, can solve most problems if used properly. Even if it is the end of the world, you can still say a few last words. Okay, I happen to be short of an ornament at home. Miyagi raised his hand and wiped it on the clock of time, turned around and shouted, "Jerry, stop chanting, come here and help me carry it out. I will introduce you to a Chinatown later. Feng Shui Master. Mumu, it's dark." Jerry, who was lying on the ground, raised his head and wailed. The starry sky really scared him. What time is it? Miyamo raised his head blankly, looking at the twinkling stars in the sky and the moon hanging high in the sky. Is it dark? No, Nagi remembered clearly that they came in the morning and attended the burial ceremony. Definitely not before noon, at most around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Inexplicably, a lyric came to Nagi's mind. Where did the time go? Nagi turned to look at the clock of time and quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket. He was afraid that if the time changed and the time was so different and so many years had passed, then he would definitely want to kill someone. I hurriedly took out my mobile phone and looked at the time and date on it. Fortunately, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening and the time and date had not changed. Nagi held her cell phone anxiously and checked online to make sure it didn't turn into the Flashpoint universe, where Bruce died in an alley and Thomas Wayne made a bloody appearance. It seems that the time has only changed a little, from about 7 or 8 hours to just 5 seconds. At least on the Daily Planet website, there is a photo of Superman taking back the balloon flying into the sky for the children on the roadside. The new one, with the date attached, was taken by Jimmy Olsen at Superman theme park. You were knocked unconscious just now and you were dreaming. Get up and help. Nagi kicked Jerry on the butt, put the phone in his pocket, pulled Jerry up, and interrupted him. You are suffering from a typical case of explosion syncope. When you get back, I will help you register with Ms. Tompkins and have your brain checked. By the way, you can have another meal, drink 2 glasses of wine, and have a good sleep. Move this thing away and send it to my home first. Before Jerry could react, Nagi pulled him to the side, with his back to the clock. Nagi ran over, picked up the clock of time with both hands, and placed it on Jerry's back. Jerry, who was tall and powerful, carried a clock that was not very heavy. With Nagi's words still echoing in his mind, he also believed the story that he had been knocked unconscious before. After all, brothers would not harm him. Miyamo picked up the shovel, dug a few shovels into the mound on the ground, filled the hole, turned around and ran out with Jerry. The moonlight is particularly good tonight, and the ground is illuminated very clearly. You don't even need to turn on the lights, and you don't have to worry about not being able to see the road. Just more than 10 minutes after Nagi and the others left, a person's shrill scream rang out from an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then he fell freely and hit the soft soil on the ground with a bang. The soil splashed, as if it had been bombed, and a human-shaped hole was made in the hole dug by Jerry. After a moment, a red hand stretched out from inside, grabbed the soil outside and crawled out. The man was wearing a metal-like tight-fitting uniform, with a yellow lightning logo on his chest, a red eye mask and a hood, and small golden lightning wings behind his ears. If Nagi were here, he would definitely recognize this as the superhero he just remembered, Flash Barry Allen, a hero with the Speed Force who can travel through time and the universe. However, the Flash was now in a very embarrassed state. After crawling out of the pit, he lay on the ground and began to breathe heavily. Where am I? The Flash raised his hands to cover his head, looking at the gloomy cemetery and the cold wind blowing, which made him extremely surprised. He was chasing a guy with the black speed force just now, and he was competing with that guy at super speed. Suddenly his foot slipped, and the speed force on his body seemed to be missing a speed. He fell from the air, or to be precise, he fell out of the space runway created by the super speed. He struggled for a long time and did not fall until he was exhausted. The speed force in his body only protected him from being killed when he fell from a high place, and then dissipated. In this situation, the Flash is not very panicked. He has lost the speed force many times and already has a complete set of methods to retrieve it, but he must first determine where he is. Taking off the hood, Barry Allen's face is revealed. Compared with those superhero uniforms that need to be changed or simply worn under clothes, he is the most special one. The main function of his uniform is to reduce friction, and it is made of special materials that can shrink inside the ring. With his speed, he can complete the change of clothes in 1 second. Wait a minute, I seem to feel the speed force. Barry turned to look at the gravel road in the distance. In his sight, he saw traces of the speed force, although they were very faint. Gotham at night is the cradle of bottomless crime and someone's hunting ground. Patrol boats fly by in the sky, and the light of searchlights scans the place below. On the gargoyle on the roof, Batman covered his body with his cloak and scanned the urban buildings from a high position. He has been looking for news about Joker these days, but what he got was very little information. There was only a group of guys calling themselves the Joker Gang that haunted Adams Port. Apart from that, there was only the Roman company bombing, which was said to be done by Joker. The news was mixed, and gossip spread randomly, but no one dared to say that the Romans were old and could no longer control the situation. Beep beep, an alarm sounded from the radio headset. Batman lifted his cape and looked at the microcomputer on the back of his hand. This is the alarm signal sent by the security cameras he placed in some places in Gotham. The location is in Gotham Old City. The newly opened jewelry store has customers coming in at night. The camera only captured an afterimage, but Batman still figured out who it was: Gotham City's recently famous thief, Catwoman. Some say she is a woman, some say she is a witch who can turn into a cat, or even a cat demon. She can always steal what she wants without anyone noticing. No one has actually seen her until now, and an outdoor tabloid in Gotham City even offered $5,000 to buy photos of Catwoman in action. After all, these two labels, woman and thief, are so imaginative, especially with the addition of a cat character. Batman gathered up his cape and tapped it skillfully on his belt. The Batmobile hidden in the alley below had started its engine, waiting for Batman to fall. With a whoosh in the air, the cloak turned into a glider, and Batman flew in the night sky. Under the semicircular moonlight, he was like a huge amount of bat, falling quickly downwards. Upstairs in the Gotham jewelry store, a black figure jumped quickly on the roof and landed next to the window. Although it was just an old-fashioned commercial building, the precautions were still very high. Catwoman put on infrared detection glasses and looked at the situation behind the glass window. Infrared rays are crisscrossed, like spider webs, everywhere in the house. As long as one is touched, the alarm will sound immediately, and the armed security guards downstairs will arrive immediately. At the same time, the alarm here is also directly connected to the police station in the old city, and the police will arrive within a minute. Phew, it's so beautiful. Catwoman lifted her glasses and looked at a diamond in the card in the innermost display cabinet with appreciative eyes. With its circular arc and beautiful facets, the Star of South Africa is also known as the Tears of the Atlantic. This diamond was once set in a king's scepter, traveled many places, and finally sank in the deep sea of the Atlantic Ocean. It was discovered from the sunken ship last month. It is about to be an auction item on Christmas, and it will be displayed here for only 2 days. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to find a way at the auction house. Catwoman doesn't want to chatter with those old men who smell ugly. Cat will choose a more direct method. Catwoman raised her hand, and the high-hardness metal knife inlaid on her fingertips slowly slid on the glass, accompanied by a slight friction sound. A circular surface was cut out of the glass and placed on the ground. Catwoman stood up and stretched her body. The tight black leather jacket showed off her hot figure. The supermodel-like figure is not only beautiful to look at. Catwoman put her hand through the glass, then raised her leg and made a horse that could make a man's nose bleed. Her body was like soft dough, and she slipped through the file-size hole of the bucket without any hindrance. There are only wrong names in Gotham, but there is absolutely no wrong nickname. Catwoman, she really exists like a cat. Standing in the room, Catwoman put down her glasses and looked at the dense infrared rays around her and the surveillance cameras on the wall staring at the display cabinets. Catwoman took out a small spray gun from behind her. Holding it in your hand, there is a small spray paint can on it, which can cover the cameras with spray paint within a distance of 7 meters, making them all blind. Then, like performing yoga gymnastics, Catwoman used difficult postures to avoid the dense infrared rays. With a sneer, the spray paint shot out, like ink sprayed by an octopus, directly covering the surveillance camera. Catwoman used the same method to make several other cameras become blind. Then she jumped back and stood in front of the display cabinet, looking at the Tears of the Atlantic inside. Just when she raised her hand and cut the glass with her fingertips, there was a whoosh and something flew in from outside the glass. Catwoman turned around warily. In her sight, the dense infrared rays in the room seemed to be cut off by something. She had been careful not to set off any of the infrared alarms, but now they were all set off. The sirens downstairs were already ringing loudly. Catwoman glanced at the display cabinet behind her. There were footsteps outside the door. It was too late. Catwoman bit her bright red lips angrily, looked at the batarangs embedded on the wall, reached out to pick them up, and rushed out of the window quickly. The door was pushed open, and a security guard wearing a blue uniform with a Glock pistol in his hand turned on the light and shouted, "Don't move." There was no one in the room, except for the night breeze blowing in from the cut window, causing the curtains to sway. Catwoman is an elegant thief who likes to steal what she wants quietly, rather than carrying out unprofessional robberies with a gun like those rough guys. But this time the operation failed. Catwoman stood on the roof, looking at the police cars that had arrived below. The red and blue police lights flashed on the road. Catwoman tightly clenched the dart in her hand. With a swish, he threw it towards the police car below. The bat dart flew downwards, but halfway, the dart suddenly changed direction and flew to the other side. Catwoman quickly looked over and saw Batman standing on the fire stairs, holding a small remote control in his hand, controlling this remote-controlled bat dart and flying back. Batman raised his hand and grabbed the dart, folded it, and inserted it into his waist. Compared with the kind of batarang that cannot fly back after being hit, this kind of dart can handle many things. Moreover, he is not able to take back the bat darts every time, so that on some websites, the bat darts are a rare collectible, expensive and highly valuable for collection. The main collector is a rich young man. Yes, he is Bruce Wayne. If Bruce Wayne is photographed wearing a bat suit at home one day, no one would think that he is Batman. After all, there are many rich people with weird quirks. Little did they know that Maxie Zeus played role-playing games at home every day and named the Olympic gods. Even the manager in charge of the power plant in the company was named Thor by him. Just when Batman took out his grapple gun and was about to fly to the roof of the building, a brick was thrown from the building. Batman dodged and the bricks hit the fire stairway with a clang that echoed in the alley. The grappling gun was fired, and as the rope tightened, Batman flew directly up. The moonlight was bright in the sky, and Batman unfolded his cape and landed on the roof of the building. Catwoman, who was leaning on the chimney on one side, stretched out her fingers and stared at Batman with a provocative look in her eyes. "You disturbed the kitten's sweet dream and you want to run away." Catwoman's coquettish voice, accompanied by body movements, showed off her hot figure in the moonlight, provoking people with burning desires, but Batman remained indifferent. Like a rock in the ocean waves, cold, solid, and unwavering. Of course, Batman is also a normal man, but he knows one thing, that is, not to take his enemies lightly. Catwoman's slender thighs and high heels are like a model on the catwalk, walking an elegant catwalk. Batman stood there, looking at the legendary thief. "You." Catwoman stretched out her finger, pointed at Batman, stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. "You have to pay the price for your actions, you perverted BD." The coquettish look on Catwoman's face was instantly shattered. She just wanted this intrusive bat to know that she was angry and dared to disrupt her actions. Cats are very vindictive. Sharp claws coming towards you. Batman instinctively raised his arm to block, and also specially put away the blade side of the gauntlet. Although Catwoman is a thief, she only steals property. On Batman's list, she basically belongs to the harmless category. Because compared to those organized gangs, mafia that colludes with officials, gangsters who use firearms to kill and rob, or perverts who have bad nature and kill innocent people, a lone traveler like Catwoman who only takes action on some property rather than sweeping away everything is considered a white lotus in Gotham. Therefore, Batman, who has seen too much darkness, only stops Catwoman's theft plan, instead of squatting next to the window with a catching net and waiting for Catwoman to fall into the trap. However, just because Batman shows mercy to Catwoman does not mean that Catwoman is polite to him. Women are unreasonable. When this claw went down, 5 claw marks were directly scratched on Batman's armor. The high-hardness metal cutting knife was much stronger than the Kylov bulletproof suit Batman wore. If it hadn't fallen on the gauntlet, Batman would have been bleeding all of a sudden. The bulletproof suit on his body was only made of thickened alloy on the breastplate, and other parts were far from that strong. Batman turned around quickly, and Catwoman pursued her victory without any grace. She was like an angry lioness, waving her sharp claws to leave marks on Batman's face. Let him know what will happen if he messes with a woman, especially a woman born in the year of the cat. Catwoman's continuous attacks forced Batman to dodge, but once he seized the opportunity, Batman began to raise his hands to block. The gauntlet on his arm, accompanied by fierce friction sparks, blocked all Catwoman's attacks and even counterattacked. Although punching the lady in the face was somewhat contrary to the teachings Batman had received, Batman was still very good at counterattacking flexibly. The punch turned into a hand knife and slashed towards Catwoman's neck. Solve this battle as quickly as possible. Maybe Catwoman will be much more honest in prison, Batman thought to himself. So she was no longer merciful. Catwoman could still take 2 moves at first, but there were only 2 moves. Under Batman's fierce attack, Catwoman quickly dodged, realized that something was wrong, and turned around and ran away. But Batman no longer planned to let her escape. He took out the batarangs and threw them out with a wave of his hand. One of the 3 darts shot straight, and the other 2 had the characteristics of a boomerang, one on the left and one on the right to intercept her. Catwoman bent down and narrowly avoided the direct darts. For the 2 intercepted darts in front, Catwoman jumped up and somersaulted to the ground, jumping along the eaves of the rooftop. Batman jumped off the rooftop, caught the batarangs flying back, and quickly chased after him. Catwoman jumped from upstairs and landed on the fire stairs below. She did not choose to go down directly. Instead, she pried open the door on one side, walked in, and closed the door again. Batman then fell down and looked at the empty alley, including the missing fire stairs. Let her escape? Batman frowned slightly, raised his arm, looked at the scratches on it, pondered for a moment, unfolded his cape and jumped off the building. Catwoman pushed the door open with her feet, leaned against the door, looked at Batman's leaving figure with her beautiful eyes, and raised her hand to scratch on the door. Arkham District, Seedling's home. Compared to Batman, who was patrolling Gotham at night, Niggy was also very busy. He only spent 5 seconds during the day. Who would believe it? Nigma didn't believe it. He even thought that Niggy was drunk and talking in his sleep. There was nothing I could do if I didn't believe it. As soon as I got home, Niggy ran to the study on the side, turned on the computer, and checked everything one by one. Even Jason and Niggy didn't let go. They counted all the teeth in his mouth one by one to confirm that he was his son. Even the cavities were exactly the same. There was nothing he could do about it. Niggy was really scared. Although they talk about the destruction of the world, when this thing becomes possible and probable, it is not fun at all. As everyone knows, in the Flashpoint universe, every time the Flash closes and opens his eyes, his girlfriend can have children with other people. The Amazon daughter country and the sea country of Agrantis launched the Third World War, which could be said to explode and destroy the world. Niggy didn't want her casual oral pleasure to become a reality. She checked everything with her computer before she felt relieved and poured 2 sips of wine into her mouth with the flask. Lying on the chair comfortably, he picked up a copy of Gotham Daily and started reading it. Then he reached out from the drawer and took out a carrot to serve as a meal, gnawing on it. It turns out that Niggy liked sausages very much. Meat sausages are foods that can be eaten right away and are also very delicious. However, after later learning some inside information, Miyamoto refused to stay away from this kind of food stuffed with unknown meat fillings. When you go out to eat, you have to eat the whole thing. You have to see the kitchen for grilled lamb chops and steak before you dare to eat. So Niggy likes to eat in Chinatown, which is at least safer. Because in the archives of the Gotham Police Department, Gordon has dealt with this kind of human flesh stuffing, and it is something that some high-end restaurants are rushing to buy. It is simply outrageous. It's not unreasonable for police officers on duty to eat donuts all the time. The sugar content is fatal, and even seedlings eat them. After briefly reading the Gotham Daily, Miyagi took out the Metropolis Daily Planet newspaper and read it. He also picked up the scissors to see if there were any Clark's manuscripts, cut them out and collect them. Items that can increase Superman's favorability are rare, so you definitely can't miss them. If you fully increase Superman's favorability, you will get a gold medal to avoid death from a nuclear explosion on the Earth. Just as Niggy was rummaging for glue, a red light under the table lit up, causing Niggy to stop. When the house was built, Niggy asked Otis and Nigma to help and put in place security measures for the house. There is a secret passage in the bathroom that leads directly to the sewer pipe area. Outside, Nigma also got a set of special testing equipment to repair Arkham Asylum some time ago. Nigma got a set of heat-sensing cameras, which happened to be installed in Niggy's house. It was connected to the study and installed 4 red lights under the desk. When a light comes on, it means that someone is coming. If there are not many people, if there are more people, the lights will all light up. Miyamoto turned on the computer, and the bird's nest hung on the telephone pole opposite the house moved slowly. Under the heat-sensing camera, a sneaky figure appeared on the screen. He lay down at the window in front of the house, looked inside for a while, and then quietly walked around to the backyard. Could this be a thief? Niggy was a little afraid to confirm. What kind of thief dares to steal into a policeman's house? Anyway, he was not from Arkham District. Niggy's reputation in Arkham District was that of the living king of hell. 2 or 3 gangsters who had made confessions to the police were directly broken up by Niggy. However, the security environment has improved a lot. At least the police are indeed out and solving the problem. The relationship between Niggy and Gordon has also made Arkham a place of exile. It has become a place for some poor policemen to make a comeback. As long as they have the ability and are willing to work hard, they can get all Gordon's major crime teams. If they are outstanding, they can be directly transferred to other police stations and get the salary of the quick response unit. There is really no hiding place for sin, and wages and glory go hand in hand. Stealing my house, you are so brave. Niggy took out a wrist-mounted stun gun from the drawer. It was much less powerful than the one modified by Nigma. After all, the one was supported by the equipment and materials of an electrocutor. However, this is enough. It was originally a Christmas gift from Niggy to Jason. To be honest, self-defense is no problem. Just in time to give it a try this time, Miyagi turned off the light, picked up a tactical flashlight, held it in his hand, and quietly walked into the living room. The lights were turned off in the living room. Only Jason, who was in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, was still staying up late watching movies. There were flashing lights. The living room was pitch dark, with the curtains drawn, and he couldn't see the moonlight outside. The clock of time on the wall was making the sound of the pendulum swinging. Niggy stood behind the curtain and reached out to touch the golden 6-pointed star around his neck. The eye of reality effect was turned on. The little thief sneaked in through the back door. There was a small pet door that was not closed. He reached in through there, unscrewed the door lock, and then walked in and closed the door. The little thief walked quietly towards the living room. Miyamu raised his hand and spread his fingers, ready to fire electric shock bombs at any time. The little thief walked in, quite professionally, walked along the corner, and suddenly stopped. Jason came out to use the toilet. There were footsteps upstairs, and the little thief didn't dare to breathe. After Jason returned to the bedroom, the little thief took action and walked towards the clock of time with a clear goal. Suddenly, a bright light came towards him, blinding him so much that he couldn't open his eyes. Meow Mew held the flashlight and turned it on to the maximum brightness. Don't, I'm. The man didn't finish his sentence. Nagi fired the electric shock bombs, and all three were shot out, just in case the resistance was high and there was no stun. The man was stabbed by an electric shock bomb. Just as he was about to open his mouth to defend himself, the electric current surged through him and shocked him to the point of becoming stiff. It fell to the ground with a plop. What's wrong? Jason from upstairs shouted down. When he heard the sound of the heavy object falling to the ground, he thought it was Nagi who had fallen. It's nothing, there's a thief in the house. Nagi turned off the flashlight and walked aside to turn on the light. As soon as Jason heard the word thief upstairs, he excitedly picked up a baseball bat and rushed down. Where is the thief? This. Nagi pointed to the figure wearing a brown coat who was electrocuted and passed out on the ground. Jason ran over, squatted down, and turned the man over. The man's eyes were so shocked that he rolled his eyes and bubbles appeared at the corners of his mouth. Jason searched the man skillfully, took out the man's wallet, and looked at the police badge inside, which was different from the Gotham Police Department badge. Is this a policeman? Jason yelled, holding his wallet. What? Nagi walked over quickly. That's the police officer of the Central City Police Department's Evidence Division, Barry Allen. Jason read out the ID as he looked at it. Who? Barry Allen. When Nagi heard this name, he was obviously stunned. He asked Nigma to make a database. It specially stores information about superheroes and supervillains, among which Barry Allen, the famous Flash, and Nagi cannot be missed. But at this time, Barry Allen is not the Flash yet? I haven't experienced that unexpected lightning strike yet, nor have those chemicals reacted in a special way in the lightning strike. Moreover, Central City is far away from Gotham, even farther than Star City. Why is he here? And even ran to his own home? With a question mark on his head, Nagi looked at the clock of time, which was still swinging the pendulum, and remembered the description above. Does it affect time? Say, who are you? Don't fool me with Barry Allen's name. I checked. Barry Allen in Central City is still busy investigating a murder case, and he's not a police officer? He's a police officer. Inside the construction site of Arkham Asylum, an orange fire lit up in a warehouse built of building materials. Nagi was wearing a white shirt and a paper bag with eyes on his face, and he sternly questioned the guy tied up in front. Barry's bare upper body was tied to a chair with a rope, and a softball was stuffed in his mouth. It was a softball used in lunatic asylums for patients with suicidal tendencies. Woohoo. Barry struggled to explain, but the softball in his mouth made the sound he made difficult to discern. Nagi crossed his arms and stared at him. Through the paper bag on his face, Barry couldn't see the strange expression on Nagi's face. Just an hour ago, Nagi asked someone from the Gotham Police Department to help contact the Central City Police Department. This person was indeed Barry Allen, the legendary Flash. But he is not the Flash of this world. Compared to Barry, who only entered the Central City Police Department this year, this one seems a bit mature. Moreover, the body is not as strong as it looks, and the traces of muscle stripes are different from those of normal people. Those 3 electric shock bombs were enough to electrocute a person to death, but when they fell on him, he was only knocked unconscious for half an hour. To sum up, Nagi basically confirmed that the Flash came to this world for some unknown reason. Nagi also guessed that it was quite right. After all, the Flash sneaked into his house just for the clock of time. It was probably because the moment Nagi pressed it, something changed. But it's not easy for Nagi to ask directly, why are the Gotham natives in this world more knowledgeable than the Flash who wanders the timeline? So let's be more straightforward and use direct threats and inducements, and then we can't get acquainted without fighting. Isn't that how it is done on TV? As for whether the Flash is strong or not, based on the theory that there cannot be 2 Flashes in the same universe, Nagi has just confirmed that this one has become a weakling without the speed force. The muscles of other superheroes are to enhance strength and defense, but the Flash's muscles are to increase control and adapt to changes in the speed force. With the ability to exceed 10 times the speed of light, the Flash can ball up air balloons, raise non, with his bare hands. Since he doesn't say anything, deal with him. Nagi waved his hand. Otis, the rat catcher with a gas mask on his face, walked in carrying a barrel of gasoline. The gasoline sloshed out and fell to the ground, exuding a pungent smell. With a thud, the gasoline barrel was placed on the ground. Nagi snapped his fingers, Otis removed the softball from Barry's mouth, and Nagi said seriously, "Last chance? If you don't tell me, you will die." "Bah, don't." Barry took off the softball in his mouth, spit out the accumulated saliva, and quickly explained, "I can say it. But don't mess around. Nagi, I know who you are, don't think that I don't recognize you because you are wearing a packaging bag." Nagi's eyes narrowed, this is interesting, does this guy know him? It seems that he is quite famous in other worlds. Now Nagi wants to light a cigarette to calm down. At the same time, a guest came to Nagi's house, and he avoided all surveillance cameras with ease. From behind the house number, I took out a spare key. It really hasn't changed at all. The guest holding the key looked at the shiny and new key in his hand, shook his head with some nostalgia, and opened the door. Looking at the surrounding furnishings, he walked to the clock and raised his hand to touch the hour hand gently. He turned to look at the light above the stairs, walked up the stairs, and pushed open Jason's bedroom. Jason, wearing pajamas and headphones on his head, was already lying on the bed, fast asleep. On the TV on one side, the ending song on the DVD was replayed. The guest walked over, turned off the TV, picked up the DVD box on the ground, took a look at it, and then returned. They were kung fu movies rented from Chinatown, and there were a lot of them in the boxes on the floor. Apparently Jason was also a kung fu fan. The guest turned around and looked at the furnishings in the room, including baseball bats thrown randomly on the floor, bomb potato ornaments on the desk, Superman toys on the shelves, photos, and a model of a beetle. Everything is peaceful and nostalgic. The guest took off his windproof glasses, which were flashing with complicated lights, and looked at the dressing mirror leaning against the wall. The person in the mirror is a handsome young man, wearing a brown leather jacket, blue coarse jeans, military boots, and gloves with silver characters on his hands. He is tall and strong, and his sharp eyes are full of learned wisdom and stability. If you look carefully, you will find that he and Jason, who is lying on the bed and sleeping soundly, are somewhat similar, as if they are like a pair of long-lost brothers. He walked out of the bedroom, went downstairs, and walked into the study where the lights had not been turned off. He looked at the messy scene with an unsurprised expression, as if he was used to it. He walked to the desk and looked at the bookshelf behind him. Among the piles of dangerous items, he found several cans of Scarecrow's fear gas, but the small syringes next to them were missing. Call. He let out an emotional sigh, stuffed a can of fear gas into his pocket, put on his goggles, opened the window and jumped out. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace in the dark night. No, do you think I believe it? Are you from 10 years in the future? Damn it. Nagi didn't know what expression to show. He reached out and pulled the paper bag off his face, clenched it into a ball, threw it into a burning iron bucket, and walked back and forth around it. Barry, who was sitting on the chair, lowered his head and looked regretful, but still wanted to struggle. I know this is hard for you to accept, but this time was indeed 10 years ago in the world I live in. I can still name the victims of the murders I investigated. Who is the murderer? Nagi turned around and asked. Barry frowned again and thought for a moment, if I go back 10 years ago, every move I make will change the world. Do you know the butterfly effect? The question is, haven't you changed since you were tied here? No, you have changed since you landed here. Nagi didn't know what to say, but at least he analyzed something from Barry's words. That is, 10 years later, he is still alive, and Barry still knows himself 10 years later, but looking at his expression, is he defensive about himself, or has he been tricked by him? Nagi thought secretly, and even considered whether to let Nigma come over for analysis, but he was also afraid of the butterfly effect of flapping his wings, but this has become a fact. By the way, what kind of person will I be in 10 years? Nagi asked what everyone wanted to know. What will he be like in 10 years? Looking at Nagi's expectant smile, Barry was a little embarrassed. Can I not say it? Because some things will not change as long as the last layer of window paper is not pierced. You said this yourself. I did not say. Nagi defended. What does the future me say have to do with the present me? I just want to know how I will be in 10 years. No, I really can't say. What if it changes? Barry's tangled expression was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and he had completely given up asking for help and struggling. Nagi's expectations gradually disappeared, and finally turned into an impatient look, raising his hand and snapping his fingers. Get him done. Are you really not going to tell me? Nagi asked, squatting on the ground. You've asked me 70 times. Why don't you pour gasoline on me and light me on fire? After being questioned all night, Barry no longer had the energy to spend any more time with Nagi. The sudden departure of the Speed Force made him very uncomfortable with this world, and he even felt rejected by it. The memories in his mind resurfaced again and again. Especially when he accepted the memory of the current Barry Allen, it made him even more uncomfortable. It was like a memory storage that was shunted to him, limited by the transmission speed, making him overloaded. Seeing Barry's look, Nagi was sure that he couldn't ask anything else, so he simply untied the rope for him. Come on, at least I believe what you said, but I want to know, how can you return to the world 10 years later? The Speed Force is a special ability that allows me to have super speed and run back through time. Barry sat on the chair and spoke a little tiredly. The current actions of Barry Allen appeared in his mind, making him feel a little schizophrenic. But now Barry Allen is about to become the Flash. After being struck by lightning in the laboratory, the chemicals in the laboratory had a billionth of an effect on his body. Now Barry Allen has the ability of super speed and super recovery. With the blessing of the Speed Force, he can also divert a little more energy and not be so weak. Then, where can we find the Speed Force? Nagi asked curiously. After all, the Speed Force requires thunder and lightning, and it seems difficult to attract thunder in Gotham in winter. Barry opened his eyes, looked at Nagi, and said, I felt the presence of the Speed Force on the clock in your house, but it was different. I couldn't tell. Then just wait a month. Nagi stood up. He still remembered that the cooling time of the clock of time was 1,000 hours, which was equal to more than 40 days. Barry was a little stunned, but when he remembered who was in front of him, he no longer looked surprised. On the contrary, it feels natural. If Nagi can't figure out his current situation, he can only find a way to find Batman or Superman for help. Nagi looked at his expression and said, "It seems that my relationship with you is not bad. Almost, it's all." Barry reacted immediately and closed his mouth, not wanting to reveal any information. Nagi curled his lips indifferently and called Barry out. It was already dawn outside, and he was in Arkham Asylum, overlooking the shabby slums below. The cold wind, as cold as a knife, blew in my face. The thin white shirt that Nagi was wearing was rolled up by the wind, revealing the black double-layer body armor underneath. Barry folded his arms and shivered, but he calmed down. He stood behind Nagi and looked at the layers of slums below, like the blocks put together by a child. This place sucks. Barry couldn't help complaining. It's definitely not as good as 10 years from now. By the way, how are you going to spend these days? If you want to use my desk clock, you won't have the chance to use it until next month. It needs to store energy. You got it, Nagi explained, but in his mind he was thinking about how to use this flash. Is it almost Christmas? Barry turned his head and looked at Arkham Asylum, which was being rebuilt and repaired after being burned by the fire. The trees in the yard were burned as black as the scorched earth of hell. Nagi turned his head and glanced at Barry. Although the Flash had matured a lot, he still missed words. This was a good habit. Do you need me to give you a Christmas gift? Remember to hang up your Christmas stockings. Santa Claus will visit you in the evening. Nagi smiled and joked, but there was no smile on Barry's face. He just looked straight at Arkham Asylum. Did it bring back your memories? Nagi asked. Barry turned his head to look at Nagi, and finally shook his head. It's nothing, I'm just a little uncomfortable. If you don't mind, just follow me for the next few days, and I'll have someone get you a trainee police uniform to wear first. How about that? After hearing this, Barry thought for a moment and nodded. I agree, but I want to meet Batman. I won't show up, I just want to confirm one thing. Can you tell me? Okay, you don't need to tell me. Remember to follow me closely. Gotham is not as friendly as Central City. Nagi put his hands in his pockets and walked outside, towards the parked police car. He didn't mean to scare Barry, but the crime level in Gotham is much scarier than that in Central City. Even comparing them one by one, the criminals in Central City are full of weirdos that have never been seen in thousands of years. The gang of villains resident in Central City are stars in the criminal world. Compared to Gotham's villains who have no bottom line, these people can be called decent people. Do not kill unless absolutely necessary. This is the gang rule. You must not take drugs, harm women and children, or behave cruelly and immaturely. Gang members cannot kill each other, and the profits gained from actions must be shared reasonably. Only a portion should be taken, and the excess will be distributed to those in need through various means. What is that, Angel? Look at what Gotham is. Compared to those fancy super abilities, it's crazy as hell. A swamp on the outskirts of Gotham. In some dark corners, white snow is still covered, the cold has frozen the swamp, and the snarling woods are like twisted souls. A man in a black trench coat stepped on the solid frozen soil. In his leather-gloved hand, a golden chain was shaking, pointing in the direction like a compass. I don't want to go in here at all. The man looked up and saw that it was Condenston who had been away for a long time and chased Nagi's address to Gotham. In his eyes, there was a huge amount of magical creature sleeping in this swamp. Just the fluctuation of magic power emanating from that guy made him feel the pressure. Moreover, he doesn't want to see this guy. Well, sometimes having too many friends is a kind of trouble, at least that's what Condenston thinks. As for whether it's a friend or a creditor, that's not sure. Thank you, Zaydna, the sweet little girl who is always willing to help handsome John. Condenston took out a magician's cloak from his pocket and put it on himself to cover up his breath. Except that this cloak cannot physically make him invisible. Under other circumstances, he cannot be felt at all. Of course, he can still be seen with the eyes. Condenston took off his gloves, and the golden chain in his palm was pointing to a corner of the swamp, which was still covered with snow. Walking over, Condenston saw the outline of a car, an old-fashioned Beetle, with a black frame burned by the fire. This was not good news. Condenston walked over with a gloomy expression, and just put his hand on the burnt car frame, and he smelled the smell of hell. This smelly sulfur-smelling flame can only be achieved by the magic of hell. Those damn demons. Condenston made a gesture and muttered words. He used a special illusion to recreate the previous situation of the car. Black dust gradually appeared on the frame in front of him. Scene after scene appeared in front of Condenston's eyes. Although this illusion could reproduce what happened to the car before, it was limited. He could only see the situation before the car was burned. The low-level demon who was crippled by Condenston and thrown into the car as a location, ate 2 thieves who stole the car here, and used it as a blood sacrifice to communicate with the son of the devil in hell. With a hula, the illusion in front of Condenston was burned through by flames, and a cold and cruel voice sounded in his ears. Condenston, I will take your soul. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Condenston's forehead. He looked at the burned car in disbelief. He raised his hand and found a black spot on his palm. He quickly raised his hand and wiped it a few times. The black spots were engraved on his skin like tattoos. Damn it. Condenston immediately realized that he had been plotted, and this was definitely not the work of the devil. There is no way those idiots could prepare such a trap. His own arrival, the car burned by hellfire, are all traps that someone prepared to set, and the traps Condenston turned his head to look in the direction of Gotham City. His eyes were as cold as frost, and he clasped his hands together. He had been unwilling to use magic power for a long time, and he was not going to surrender. The black hair disappeared in an instant, and the blonde hair hidden by the disguise magic was revealed. Condenston lit a cigarette. He had quit smoking, at least that was the agreement with Zaydana. After all, he is a poor man who is dying soon. As he exhaled a puff of smoke, Condenston's eyes turned red, staring at Gotham City. The scene kept changing, and finally settled in a dark and damp sewer. Solomon Grundy, born on Monday, baptized on Tuesday. A dull voice recited something in the darkness. Just when Condenston was about to see clearly, a demon's face appeared and a mouthful of flames came out. Ah! Condenston covered his eyes and screamed. The red eyes quickly faded, but the mental pain made Condenston kneel on the ground, grabbed a handful of snow and covered his red and swollen eyes. Okay, great. Condenston gritted his teeth and said with an angry smile. Dare to trick him? Those guys have offended the wrong person? Eat hard, it's enough. Meow Mew, who was preparing breakfast at home, greeted her generously, took out a pot of boiled potatoes, and brought the steaming large potatoes over like bread. There is also a portion of broth and hot sauce on the side, boiled corn nuggets, a bucket of milk on the table, and a pot of boiled eggs. Jason, who was yawning, had finished washing and ran downstairs. He skillfully picked up a potato, peeled it off, put it in a bowl, poured in the broth and stirred it, picked up a hard-boiled egg, cracked it, and peeled the shell. He stuffed it into his mouth and started eating. At this time, Jason saw Barry holding a glass of milk opposite him, and waved his hand awkwardly as a greeting. Hello, Jason. Barry raised the milk glass and said with a trace of relaxation and joy in his brows. Do you know me? Jason asked curiously, chewed the egg in his mouth and swallowed it, then picked up a piece of corn and ate it. That's right, after all, you are quite famous. Barry said vaguely, without any explanation, just casually. Turning his head to look at the time clock on the wall, Barry was wearing Nagi's police uniform, but without the police badge. But the aura about him is indeed very much like that of a police officer. After all, this is the profession he has been working in for more than 10 years. Although he is not on the front line, he is an expert in physical evidence examination. Jason shook his head and continued to fight with the food on the table. He filled his stomach in 3 or 2 mouthfuls. When he looked at the time again, he was almost late, although he still had some time to rush. I'm done eating, let's go now. Jason hurriedly took 2 steps in 3 steps, lifted up and stepped on the stair railing, jumped directly to the 2nd floor, rushed into his bedroom, grabbed his school bag, and the skateboard placed behind the door, jumped down the stairs and ran towards the door. Isn't it going to be a holiday? What classes are you going to take? Nagi leaned on the chair and asked, holding a newspaper. It's the last day of class? I have to help Alexis and the others prepare for the Christmas rehearsal. I'll be back in the afternoon. As he spoke, Jason threw down his skateboard, opened the door and rushed out on the skateboard. The skateboard was under his feet, like a surfboard on the top of a wave, leaving here at lightning speed. This kid won't fall in love prematurely, right? Nagi held the newspaper, said with a gossipy smile, picked up a hard-boiled egg and knocked it on the table. Barry drank milk, turned around and asked, how do we find Batman? How do you find him? Look for it at night. Nagi said helplessly, you can't expect a nocturnal animal to appear during the day, right? By the way, I'll go out with you later. I don't recommend you to go alone. Do you have any plans? Nagi asked. No, I'll just follow you. Barry nodded. After all, Nagi was more confident in Gotham, so he could just follow the arrangements. In the martial arts gym near Arkham Docks, Bronze Tiger had already stood up, practicing his martial arts in the martial arts hall and doing daily exercises. Suddenly, Bronze Tiger's moves changed and turned into Iron Monkey fist moves. Although he only watched Nagi's drills, Tong Hu still brought out the essence and core. For a fighter of his level, there is no way to deviate from the same principles, as long as he grasps the secrets. As he practiced the moves, Tong Hu felt his chi sense being mobilized. When he started to get serious, he found that he had entered an illusion. The huge amounts of Iron Monkey stone statues, burning incense, and figures practicing martial arts around them all made Tong Hu calm down and start focusing on his own moves. The chi in the body has also been mobilized. Compared with Miyamo's use of this chi, Tong Hu's Qigong is quickly adjusting, using the chi sense in the illusion to deduce his own chi sense and control. The time to burn the incense soon came, the illusion dissipated, and Tong Hu shook his head with some pity. He has seen a lot of illusions, but this is the first time he has seen the illusion of being able to practice. Although the sense of energy is false, the feedback to the body is real. Tong Hu closed his eyes and rested his mind, mobilizing the energy in his body. Suddenly, he felt a strange breath, which made him immediately turn around and look at the door. At some point, a man quietly leaned against the door, staring at his drill. The man wore goggles like VR glasses and had a gentle smile on his face. It was the uninvited guest who left Nagi's house. Although Tong Hu was a little wary, he did not feel hostility. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the person in front of him was an acquaintance he had known for many years. But he couldn't remember where he had seen him, and he didn't even have the impression of this person in his mind. Can I ask you a favor? Just once. The uninvited guest at the door smiled and stretched out a finger. Tell me about it. Tong Hu didn't refuse. Even he was a little curious. He seemed to admire the person at the door. This strange feeling made Tong Hu feel unreal. Get out of the way, we can't stop. Jason, who was riding a skateboard, was rushing to school. He shouted loudly on the road, and the skateboard under his feet jumped up in the air. The skateboard under his feet landed on the handrail of the steps. Jason stepped on it and kept his balance while sliding down. The skateboard is under Jason's feet, and there is almost no obstacle, whether it is crowded crowds or steep steps, the progress is smooth. At the school gate, Alexis was walking towards the school arm in arm with her best friend. No, are you really having S*X with that little bully? A female best friend covered her mouth in an exaggerated manner and looked at Alexis expectantly, like a raccoon stealing watermelon. Oh my god, I heard that Senior Vic was slapped in the face with a skateboard. It is said that Vic's family has a mafia background and he wants to kill the little bully. Another female best friend said with some fear, Little Bully is Jason's nickname in school. The citizens of Gotham are simple, and the school is full of flowers. Alexis did not answer the questions of these female girlfriends, but quietly turned up the volume of the earphones. Her straightened black hair covered her ears, and it was impossible to tell that she was wearing earphones from the outside. Coupled with the smile on her face from time to time and the occasional nod, it was natural that those female friends thought she was shy. As everyone knows, she didn't listen to these gossips at all. Hey! A rough shout came from the side, causing Alexis and her best friends to look over. A group of non-mainstream gangsters carrying baseball bats, colorfully dyed hair, and wearing spiked jackets came over. Are you the little bully's son? The leading gangster, wearing metal braces and gleaming teeth, glanced at Alexis and the others. The long, straight black hairstyle, which is completely incompatible with the group of curly hair and big waves, undoubtedly makes Alexis stand out from the crowd and is very conspicuous. Alexis pulled off her earphones, and under her black-framed glasses, she had a cold face that was completely opposite to the hot girl, and frowned. What are you talking about? Alexis asked. I'm talking about your mother. The leading gangster gritted his teeth and raised his arm, about to slap Alexis on the face. With a whoosh, the female best friend screamed, and even Alexis raised her hands to cover it up. The one who screamed was not Alexis, but the leading gangster who wanted to slap her. The hand he waved was pinched by someone's fingers, and force was applied in the opposite direction. The pain made him almost kneel down. His fingers bent into an astonishing arc, like bamboo bent by heavy snow, ready to break at any time. Alexis looked at the hero who saved the beauty with some joy, but the result was unexpected. It was not Jason who saved her, but a tall woman. The woman wore a smiling white mask on her face, with red circular patterns on her nose and cheeks, a bit like a temporary supporting role in a circus to enliven the atmosphere. I like your hair. The woman reached out and wiped Alexis's lips with her thumb. Even through the mask, Alexis could feel the happy expression of the woman in front of her, as if she was happy because she saw her. The leader whose finger was caught screamed again, accompanied by the scream and the sound of his finger being broken. The woman raised her hand and instantly chopped the lead gangster on the neck. At the same time, she took out a bottle of spray and sprayed it on the gangsters who came to join in the fun and wanted to take action. I hate incompetent men, especially idiots who form cliques but behave like weaklings. The woman raised her foot and kicked the leading gangster in the stomach mercilessly. The gangster who was about to faint was woken up by the pain, and he was rolling on the ground holding his stomach. The woman threw the spray in her hand to Alexis and said with a teasing laugh, a little something can bring down a strong man. A little cleverness is also an ability. Alexis looked at the spray in her hand. It was the kind of anti-wolf spray or industrial pepper spray that costs a few dollars a bottle on the street. Haha, the hero is late. The woman chuckled, glanced across the street, and walked into the school. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I will be your teacher in the class today. Before Alexis and the others could react, Jason rushed over on his skateboard. Looking at the leading gangster rolling on the ground, Jason acted as if he hadn't seen him and bumped into him. How about it? I'm not late, am I? Jason jumped off the skateboard, stepped on the skateboard with his foot, and let the skateboard fly up. It was just tucked under his arm. The posture was extremely cool, especially with his handsome smile. It even made the female best friends around Alexis turn red and look at Jason quietly like pregnant girls. Alexis nodded and said, no, but your grade teacher just came in, and I remember he said he was going to let you stay in class to do your homework. Because you took out his green plants again and didn't take them back all night. So cold. Oh, no, I can explain. Jason quickly ran into the school. Zadara Circus has officially entered Gotham and will hold its first grand show tomorrow night. Live reports were being played on the Gotham Police Station's TV. Gordon was holding a coffee cup, leaning against his desk, watching the TV. James. A female police officer with short hair walked in and threw a stack of advertising paper on the table. Barbara invited the two of us to go see a circus show together. Why didn't you tell me? Gordon quickly turned his head. This was his second wife, Sarah Essen, the captain of the 2nd Homicide Division, a policewoman who could eat breakfast without changing her expression when faced with corpses that were smashed into pulp. I see that you are busy, so I put down this invitation for now. It won't start until tomorrow night. You don't have to be in a hurry. Gordon said with a smile. Oh my gosh, I must have been busy. Sarah raised her hand to cover her forehead and said with a look of astonishment before she remembered today's date. Have you been busy all night again? Gordon put his arm around Sarah's shoulders and held her in his arms. In fact, he didn't go home last night, but slept in the office. He is waiting for a report about Joker's mental report. Although he has given up hope, Gordon still wants to throw Joker into court and let him face trial and even death, instead of being thrown into Arkham Asylum and imprisoned for life. It's still Joker. Damn it. Another group of Joker gangs appeared. Last night we went to 3 scenes and 7 people were killed, including a mafia boss. Sarah shook her head helplessly and leaned into Gordon's arms, seeking a moment of warmth. She and Gordon were both the same type of people, that is, they put work first. But their hard work and seriousness at work make them particularly neglectful of other areas, such as family. Gordon has lost count of how many birthdays and important family events he has missed for Barbara, and they are also worried because of his work. After all, not everyone can accept opening the door and seeing a skinned and bloody dead cat hanging at the door, bullets in envelopes, and strangers speaking warning words on the roadside. He only apologized to his first wife, Gordon, but he still trusted Sarah more. This good woman who was delayed by work was as full of hatred for Gotham's evil as he was. Perhaps because when she was young, Sarah's father was stabbed to death several times on the road, so Sarah was very tolerant of Gordon, an old-fashioned and alternative old man. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a place for romance. Can anyone tell me what happened with the vandalism on Struth Street? Fraz, the captain of the serious crime team, pushed open the door and barged in. He looked at Gordon with hostility. It was not the hostility of a struggle for power, but the hostility of a male animal towards another male. Or there is a more suitable word called jealousy. Sarah glared at Fraz with some disgust, turned around and hugged Gordon's stub bled and messy face, and kissed him on the lips. Remember to buy tickets in advance. I will ask for leave tomorrow night. Sarah warned, turned around and left here, without even stopping for a step when passing by Fraz's. Fraz's face twitched. Sarah was a well-known strong woman in the Gotham Police Department, and she was not bad-looking. She could be said to be the most beautiful woman among the frontline police officers. Fraz admitted that he also had a crush on Sarah and confessed to her with a rose. After all, he was not bad at all. What did he see on the day of the confession? This damn old man actually hugged and kissed Sarah on the roof of the building. Flas, who always took debauchery and freedom as his motto, wanted to scold him for being shameless and shameless. Ferris's eyes suddenly turned to Gordon, and he slapped the table angrily. Check it out for me immediately. The Struth Street vandalism case, and more? Did you catch that bat? It's being handled. If you have any objections, I wouldn't mind transferring the case to you. Gordon finished the coffee, put down the cup, picked up the advertising paper on the table, walked over, and placed it in front of Ferris. Merry Christmas. Gordon patted Ferris on the shoulder and walked out. After spending half his life in the Gotham Police Department without being kicked out, Gordon doesn't just have the bottom line. If he wants to go against him, Ferris doesn't have the ability yet. After Gordon walked out, Ferris, who was holding back his anger, grabbed the advertising paper in front of him, crumpled it into a ball and smashed it on the glass. I can't believe that you are actually out shopping. Barry, who was holding a lot of candies in his arms, looked on in disbelief as he was discussing with the supermarket manager about the seedlings for the upcoming food. At least in Barry's impression, Nikki shouldn't be like this. It can only be said that the changes are really big, Barry convinced himself. What else? To be honest, I don't want to bring you here at all. Look at the people who go to the supermarket. They are all a family. I should bring a few beautiful girls to the supermarket with me. Holding 2 boxes of discounted cans, Seedlings walked over from the side and threw the can boxes into the trolley. The department store is full of Christmas atmosphere, even the waiters are wearing Christmas hats. Santa Claus, carrying a gift bag, was playing with some children in the children's toy area next door, handing out small gifts. The tall Christmas tree is under the lights, the hanging ornaments on it are twinkling, and there are reindeer cars underneath. Haha, do I still have to thank you? Barry teased helplessly, putting the candy bag in his hand into the trolley. The bag was so full that it weighed more than 10 kilograms in total. The Seedlings are still buying candies and chocolates, as well as some cheap shelf-stable food. You're welcome. I'm mainly worried about you. You can easily be killed here or cause other troubles. I try to ignore your existence, but you can reveal it appropriately. Regarding the situation 10 years from now, I like it very much. Listen. Nagi threw 2 canned fish and meat into the trolley, picked up a trolley next to it, and walked towards the cashier. Forget it then. Barry shook his head. He was not sure what the world would look like if Nagi knew what happened 10 years later. He didn't want to change the world. The top priority is to retrieve the Speed Force and return to the original world, but when Barry recalled the Black Lightning, a haze appeared in his eyes. Impossible. Barry himself didn't believe that idea, but he still had to confirm it with his own eyes to dispel this doubt. Okay, Mr. 10 years, help move the things back. If you don't mind, I suggest you dress up as Santa Claus. At least the colors of your uniforms are similar. Nagi took out his wallet. For convenience, he had a drawer specifically for his wallet, although he didn't have much money at all. Barry was a little confused. Did he change his uniform? Nagi realized that he seemed to have missed the point, handed the banknote to the cashier, turned around and asked, "Why, don't you like red?" "I like it." Barry nodded, not paying attention to this little thing. Because no matter how weird things are, once you think of him as Nagi, it becomes easy to understand. Even if Nagi knows his identity by heart, Barry won't be surprised. That's good. By the way, help me pack the gift boxes over there. Jason is not here, otherwise I wouldn't need your help. Send these things to the car outside for me. Nagi put away his wallet, picked up 2 bags of candy and walked outside. Mrs. Gunn's welfare home is located near Crime Alley, and there is also a center called Management Center for Troubled Youth, which manages street children. These 2 problems are combined together. Mrs. Gunn is an old woman wearing a nun's uniform with a cigar in her mouth. The children in the orphanage call her Grandma Gunn. The children in the orphanage can stay here until they are 16 years old. I was about to leave here after that. The orphanage looked a bit shabby, maybe because of the winter. The yard was very deserted. There were only a few young children playing on the faded slide. Even in the cold winter, they could not stop the simple joy and smiles on their faces. The cracks on the window glass were tightly taped, and the yellow tape looked like ugly patches. Sitting in a crowded room, leaning against the radiator by the wall, Edward Nashton looked at the children outside with some envy. The radiator was warm, but his hands still had frostbite. A sleeping young man on the ground next to him suddenly woke up, covered his feet and screamed. Nashton turned his head and looked over. The young man was covering his toes, and there was blood flowing out of them. A series of squeak, 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 squeak rattles frightened the young people sitting and lying on the ground to stand up one after another. There were screams and curses, the room was in a mess, old blankets on the floor, and dirty clothes were thrown everywhere. Even so, they failed to catch the biting mouse. Nashton leaned against the wall helplessly. In Gotham, rats are all cannibals. It's not the first time that a rat has bitten off a toe, and it will definitely not be the last time here. Edward, someone called him from the corridor. Nashton turned around and looked over. There were some older boys standing at the door waving their hands. Girls were more likely to be adopted than boys, and there were more people who were younger than boys who were willing to adopt. No one wants them who are older, but those guys outside will leave soon, because they are already 16 years old. Nashton squeezed his way out of the crowd, and the older boys were leaning against the corridor wall with cigarettes in their hands. Although they had not left the orphanage, they already had a sleazy air. Try this, it's a rare item. A red-haired boy with Irish ancestry, while smiling, mysteriously took out a pinch of leaves from his pocket, and rolled it into a small thin cigarette with a piece of paper in his hand. This thing is awesome. I feel like the whole world has become brighter. A boy leaning against the wall said with a grin. One of his front teeth was missing due to a fight, which looked very funny. He was holding a thin cigarette with his fingers and was drifting away. Nashton held a thin cigarette, and the teenagers in the room all looked over. They didn't dare to come over, they only dared to look, because these older boys were the bosses of the orphanage. Even Mrs. Gunn was unhappy to see them. Are you leaving? Nashton asked, rubbing the fine smoke in his hands with his fingers. Asked the question that he was afraid of and curious about. Leaving here, leaving this orphanage, leaving this so-called home. Absolutely. We will all be famous in the future. Do you know the Romans? We will be soldiers of the Roman Empire in the future. The red-haired boy raised his head and chest proudly, as if he was already a feared subordinate of the Romans. He raised his hand and patted Nashton on the back. Of course, we will not forget you. If you hadn't picked up such a large sum of money, I might have been thrown out. The red-haired boy patted Nashton's back gratefully. Nashton smiled indifferently and stuffed the thin cigarette in his pocket. But you kid, if I had picked up such a large amount of money, I would have run away long ago. It's a lot of money. Another lad who was puffing away his words shook his head regretfully. It would be great if he had found so much money. Dang, clang, 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 clang. A rhythmic ringing of bells came from outside, interrupting the chat of these boys, and footsteps sounded on the wooden stairs. Mrs. Gunn came down, and the older boys quickly opened the windows in the corridor and jumped out. They don't want to meet this evil mother-in-law. They would rather live on the streets than stay here and be humiliated by her. Nashton looked at the few people who had escaped and quickly went over to close the window, but it was still a step too late. Edward? Damn it, how many times have I told you not to open the windows? You let it escape even if there is a little bit of heat. You deserve to be frozen to death. Cursing sounds came from the corridor. Nashton lowered his head, not daring to defend himself, but clenched his fists tightly. But Mrs. Gunn had no time to discipline him, otherwise she would definitely let this disobedient boy get out and stand naked for an hour. Outside in the courtyard, Barry, who was wearing Santa Claus clothes and a big white beard, was playing with the children. He likes this feeling, and he also likes children, maybe because he is also an orphan. He always feels grateful to the orphanage, which is one of the reasons why he became a superhero. You're really starting to have fun. How old are you? Meow Mew, who was carrying a box, walked over from the back of the car and looked at Barry, who looked like a big child, and was speechless. What about maturity? Nagi held the gift box in his hand and walked towards the house. The orphanage was a 3-story residential building. The children lived on the first floor. The window glass was covered with curious faces. Welcome, please. Mrs. Gunn greeted her quickly, but before she could be polite, Nagi gave her the gift box in her hand. Okay, this is the 7th orphanage I have sent to. This is Ms. Tompkins' Christmas gift to the children. Nagi clapped his hands. He turned around Gotham again today, which was considered to have completed an extremely powerful task. At least Nagi feels very satisfied and feels a sense of accomplishment when helping others, especially when the action is simple. He is not showing off anyway and has nothing to fear. By the way, I still have 2 boxes of cans in my car. I should change to a pickup truck. There are too few things in it, Nagy murmured to himself as he walked outside. The police uniform he was wearing made Mrs. Gunn's pupils shrink. She swallowed the polite words she just wanted to say. Come here, hold it for me, Mrs. Gunn shouted over her shoulder. Nashton quickly ran over and took the gift box with colorful wrapping paper. It was quite heavy to move. Tell those brats not to say anything, understand? Mrs. Gunn said in a serious voice, slightly threatening. Nashton nodded numbly. This orphanage was not as good as it looked on the surface, except for the older boys who had escaped from Mrs. Gunn's clutches with their age. The others are all chess pieces in the hands of Mrs. Gunn, and some nimble children have become thieves. Like him, who can only carry a cardboard box and sell miserably on the street. Maybe they are still good. Nashton looked up at the ceiling. The first floor was where these unwanted boys were huddled together. But the third floor was empty. For some reason, Nashton didn't envy the girls who were given away for adoption at all. Mrs. Gunn ran all the way and told the kiddies not to talk nonsense. Although the police were not scary, she didn't want to cause any trouble. Meow Mew came in from outside carrying canned boxes. The heavy canned boxes were like empty boxes in his hands. The moment Nashton saw Nagy, he felt as if a bomb had exploded in his head, and he stood blankly blank. Nagy didn't care. He put the can box aside and looked at Nashton, who was standing there, and smiled. There are candies in it. By the way, I'll give you a handful and eat them secretly. Nagy took out a handful of candy from his pocket, stuffed it into Nashton's pocket, and showed a kind smile. You. Nashton was a little excited, but didn't know what to say, and even stuttered. Come quickly, thank you for your hard work. Mrs. Gunn ran back again, quickly shook hands with Nagy, and then stretched out her hand to push Nashton aside. However, the smell of cigarette smoke on her body made Nagy frown unconsciously, waved his hand and said, No, this is a little bit of Miss Tompkins's kindness. I just passed it on. Miss Tompkins from the Upper East Side? Mrs. Gunn asked tentatively. Yes, do you know each other? Nagy asked. Of course, she's a good person. Mrs. Gunn's smile made crow's feet appear, and she quickly asked Miamu to sit upstairs. Nashton was standing in the shadow of the corridor carrying a gift box, his brows furrowed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The window in the corridor was pulled open from the outside, and a gust of cold wind blew in, making Nashton shrink his neck from the cold. A dark green gas tank was thrown in from outside, fell to the ground, and rolled to his feet. Don't say that the old man only favors me, this is what I owe you. A voice sounded from outside. Nashton didn't know what happened, so he dropped the gift box in his hand and ran towards the window. No one was outside the window. A figure jumped up from the wall in the distance and fell out of the wall more than 2 meters high, leaving no trace. Gotham at night is always different, just like the beast is released from its cage as the night falls. On the top floor of the building, Miamu put his hands in his coat pockets and held a thin cigar in his mouth. He stood on the edge of the rooftop and looked down at the darkness between the lights and the green lights. Barry stood nearby with a police hat on his head and a mask on his face in case Batman saw him. Is this the city Batman protects? Barry looked at the flashing police lights below and the car that was being chased by the police car and crashed through the guardrail to escape. There are gunshots in the distance like fried beans, which makes people feel a bit unreal and barbaric, showing its cruelty and terror. Can you tell me why you want to meet Batman? If you go by what you said, you should have no intersection now. Nagy bit the cigarette butt and blew out a puff of smoke from his mouth. The night wind blew over, causing his waxed hair to sway a little. I can't just say forget it. Nagy shook his head. You can tell. Barry looked at the sky. There were no familiar bat lights here, but there were thicker clouds. I came to this world chasing a black speed force. That speed force gave me a familiar feeling. I know that guy, and that guy is Batman. Nagy turned around and asked. Barry shook his head. I don't know, but I fell down, and that guy should be there too, but I can't guarantee it, because I fell off first, so I want to confirm it with my own eyes. Nagy didn't say anything. The Speed Force is indeed a standard feature of the Flash, but there are also many people who have the Speed Force. In addition to the Flash family, the most famous one should be the Flash's fateful villain, Reverse Flash, the leader of the Flash fans, a man who can accompany the Flash to face the end of the world, and who can also say that he is worthy. However, the Speed Force is related to Batman, and Nagy can only think of one character, the Red Death God. Dark Multi-Universe, Batman from Planet -52. The Batman of that world took away the Speed Force from the Flash. To be precise, he merged with the Flash, a two-in-one kind. But that guy was red, blood red, massacred all the villains, and also led to the destruction of Planet -52. But why is Batman late for work today? Nagy looked down with some confusion. Gotham City's model worker Batman seemed to be absent from work today, or did he go somewhere else? After all, Gotham City is not that small. The place Nagy chose is the place where Batman is most likely to appear, but he hasn't been seen yet. A sneeze. Bruce Wayne, wearing an evening gown, sneezed and raised his hand to pinch his nose. Alfred stood nearby, helping Bruce adjust his collar, and persuaded him in a persuasive way. Today is Master Philip's invitation. Don't show off and sneak away in the middle of the auction. He is also your uncle after all, and he represents the Kane family's face. I know. Bruce nodded helplessly, then turned to look at the closed door. The eldest man of the Kane family, Philip Kane, was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking through an auction list. From time to time, he turned his head to look at the oil painting on the wall of the staircase, his eyes lingering on the family of 3 on the painting, especially the hostess who stayed the longest. That was his sister Mary Wayne. Philip Kane lowered his head tiredly, not wanting to think about those past things anymore. "Uncle, I'm ready." When Philip heard the voice, he quickly looked up and saw Bruce, neatly dressed, coming down the stairs. For a moment, Philip felt a little dazed. He seemed to see the appearance of his sister in Bruce, but it was just a daze, because Bruce was as strong as an adult buffalo. This made him feel happy and a little sad. However, these emotions were forgotten by him in the next second. Philip stood up and walked out. "Let's go." Alfred walked to the front and opened the door for them. There was a stretched Lincoln parked at the door. Philip got into the car first, followed by Bruce. There was also a girl in the car who was holding a cane and turning it in her hand. She was dressed in a man's outfit and looked a little unruly. She looked at Bruce with a slight smile. "Hey, our playboy finally crawled out of his castle. Let me smell if there is any woman's perfume on you." As she spoke, she was about to fall on Bruce, but the dark-faced Philip reached out and grabbed her. "Kate, do you have to embarrass me?" Kate Kane sat back indifferently, and Bruce smiled. This was his cousin, Philip Kane's biological daughter. Perhaps because of her mother, Kate is completely opposite to her father Philip's calm personality. Even so, but Bruce knew very well that when he was young, his uncle was not a fuel-efficient lamp. When he was exploring the cave ruins in Mexico, he was almost buried alive underneath. Some of the items in the Gotham Museum were donated by him, and he is also the honorary director of the Gotham Museum. The Kane family donates a fund for the maintenance of the museum every year. At the auction site, a group of successful and upper-class people have gathered. The people present are either rich or noble. Of course, there are also sexy and indispensable female companions. However, compared to these rich people, when the door opened, the one who attracted all the women's attention was Bruce Wayne, the richest diamond king in Gotham, who walked in. Even those Gotham upstarts who had just boasted about how much profit they made in a month had to retreat when they saw Bruce. This edge was untouchable. The centuries-old reputation of the Wayne family is worth everything, and it also makes countless wealthy people willing to look at Bruce differently. Of course, the premise is not to block everyone's financial path, otherwise, the glory of the Wayne family will forever become a part of history. Bruce didn't have much fondness for this kind of gathering of upper-class people. He came here just to satisfy Uncle Philip's invitation during his wandering life. Bruce has seen the world, not the young man in the ivory tower. He has lived in the slums of India and been in prison in a country with political turmoil. Under the oppression of gangsters, he did smuggling, worked as a black miner in a mine under a warlord, and finally escaped. The auction hadn't started yet, and there was a small party here. Bruce stood in an inconspicuous place, looking at the watch on his wrist, which flashed Morse code. However, although the place is not eye-catching, it cannot stop people with ulterior motives, such as a sexy and gorgeous woman in a long skirt walking over with a glass of sparkling wine. He stared at Bruce for a moment and asked softly, "Wouldn't you like a glass of wine?" "Thank you, no need." Bruce refused casually, but when he saw the woman's beautiful face, he suddenly felt a little absent-minded. The arrogance hidden under that charming smile, the unique color in his eyes, and the free and easy energy in his bones made Bruce a little hesitant and even wanted to ask about the identity of this lady. Because he was curious about what kind of person could integrate such complex emotions and states into one, the psychology he had studied did not seem to give him a suitable answer. "Selina, if you think of me as a woman who comes here for your money, congratulations, you guessed it right." Selina smiled unabashedly. This kind of openness made Bruce very happy. "How much will it cost to keep you?" Selina leaned over and whispered in Bruce's ear, "That's a number you can't afford." "What about tonight?" Bruce took the wine glass from Selina's hand. "Maybe you don't need to think about it and let me perform it anyway." Selina playfully licked her lips, and her seductive red lips made Bruce look around sideways, then lowered his head to kiss her. But Selina stepped aside reluctantly, like a qualified fisherman, always teasing the prey's emotions, while Bruce had a smile on his face. "Bruce," someone called him. Bruce turned his head and looked over. It was Cameron, the friend he made at the charity dinner last time. Just when Bruce was about to raise his hand to say hello, Selina came over, stretched out her hand and wrapped Bruce's arm around it, and the softness on her chest gently touched the arm. Bruce is also a normal man. The life of an ascetic is to exercise abundant physical strength and willpower, but this does not mean that he has no affection for and reactions to beautiful women. "Your female companion is very beautiful, Bruce, why don't you introduce me to her?" Cameron came over. He was wearing a light brown striped suit, smiling, looked at Selina who was next to him, and gave a standard kiss on the hand. "Selina. Cameron." The two exchanged names, both with unique fake smiles, and tacitly played their own roles. But under this level of status, they are still peers. No, it should be said that there are 3 people. Bruce is also playing his own role. Maybe they will meet in another identity in Gotham City as night falls. A robber wearing stockings and a hood was thrown out of the supermarket. Before his accomplice could avenge him, he was knocked unconscious by a deer waving his fist. Well, to be precise, it should be a human wearing a reindeer suit, and he moves very fast. Because the driver came with the robbers in his car and planned to buy for free at the night supermarket, he stepped on the accelerator and planned to escape. The reindeer man rushed over and picked up a brick on the ground. With a clang, it hit the car glass, and then punched out, hitting the driver's face so hard that the driver's face was distorted, but he also stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. This black modified car ejected and started, its tires rolled forward instantly, and the vehicle accelerated forward. Where do you want to take the reindeer? Don't you know Christmas is very busy? You have no gifts this year. Meow Mew, who had a big white beard on his face, was carrying a robber-style Uzi submachine gun he picked up from the ground, dressed as Santa Claus, and shot towards the car that was about to speed away. Sparks flew from the bullet all the way to the ground. The two tires behind the car were caught up by the bullet and exploded directly. The rubber tire turned like a rag a few times, and the metal outline fell to the ground in an instant, causing a burst of sparks and a pungent burnt smell on the road. The car that lost power crashed crookedly onto the side of the road. The reindeer man holding the steering wheel tightly in front also rolled off the hood to the ground, and the bell around his neck swayed. How about it? Does it feel like being a masked hero? Nagi took the Uzi submachine gun and threw it into the gift bag hanging on his belt. The reindeer man lying on the ground, no, it was Barry Allen, sat up. The superhero 10 years later looked at the streets of Gotham and smiled. Awesome. It would be my mistake to sit back and watch them commit crimes, no matter where I am. Okay, superhero. Looks like Batman has a replacement tonight. Do you want a gun? I picked up two, Nagi asked as he unfolded his gift bag, which contained the weapons seized from the robbers just now. The black market weapons these days are simply outrageous. Nagi almost misses the time when he was a trainee policeman. At that time, the daring robbers would just grab a revolver and pull the trigger like a cannon. Unlike now, the shot is fully automatic, and the bullets are shot out like water. Damn it. No, it's enough for me. Even if you look at me like this, I still have some strength. Barry stood up from the ground and raised the two fists like reindeer hooves. He wasn't lying. Barry Allen's fighting skills were not bad, but they were often not used. Think about it, a guy who can create tornadoes by running in circles, hitting people with his fists, is not a fighting technique, it is a method of making beef balls with his hands. Okay. Nagi took out his mobile phone and looked at the red area marked on it. It was the red mark that Nigma marked Gotham's criminal area. Where these evils breed or are happening, it is very easy for Batman to appear, although they have not yet seen the big bat spreading its wings at night. Then let's go to the next area. The only time we can work unpaid overtime is tonight. Let's have a good time. Nagi threw the phone into his arms, took out a pistol from the gift bag and loaded it. Can you drive? Two-wheeled. Nagi looked at the reindeer Barry with a pointed look. Barry felt bad and turned to look at the two-wheeled vehicle that was about to drive. A bicycle? Nagi, you know, I hate it when you make your own decisions. Why can't we drive? Barry pedaled the bicycle hard, and Nagi sat back to back with him, holding a gift bag in his arms and scrolling through his phone, looking at the Gotham tabloids news about Playboy Bruce tonight. Turn right ahead. We don't have to stop the crime. I've found Batman's traces. That's not possible. There are innocent people's lives being threatened now, and I will never give up. You Gotham police are too careless. Barry raised his head and roared, stepping hard on his feet, like a responsible reindeer pulling a cart, running on the Aurora Borealis in the North Pole. Okay, then when we come back, we can go to the hotel where the Gotham auction is located. Nagi turned around and said. He looked at a man on the street. The man was following an office worker with his hands in his pockets. He was shivering a little and didn't look like he was cold. Don't do anything stupid. Nagi grabbed a square box in the gift bag and threw it at the man. The man was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. He was obviously a lost sheep who had just embarked on the crime path and had not yet made up his mind. The office worker was also startled. When he turned to look at the knife that fell on the ground, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his body. He turned around and ran away, not daring to stay for a moment. Nagi folded his arms and sat on the back seat of the bicycle, looking at the place where the two people walked by just now. Who knew that man had something unspeakable to hide or what reason he had? Maybe you just want to bring a gift back to your daughter or wife at Christmas, or maybe you just want to get yourself a bottle of wine or a bag of drugs to enjoy yourself. But if he really pulled out the knife and stabbed it, even if he had 10,000 reasons and pity, he would not be innocent at all. Actually, you are a good person, Barry said inexplicably. There are no good people in Gotham, that's a curse word. At the auction site, as everyone shouted for bids, one auction item after another was put on the display stand. During this period, only Philip Kane spent $500,000 to photograph a shield about Indian civilization. He promised that the shield would be donated to the Gotham Museum to fill the gap in the Indian Civilization exhibition hall. Aren't you going to show your face at the auction? My dear Mr. Bruce, will you allow me to call you that? Selina held Bruce's arm lovingly and sat next to him, but she gave Bruce the feeling of a wild kitten. No, she should be a beauty. If he had to describe it, Bruce could only think of a puma he once encountered, which was equally handsome and dangerous. Yes, handsome. Bruce has no doubt that the beautiful woman next to him is probably more courageous than many of the men present. But the wildness under this beauty would probably make those guys who touch her disrespectfully and despise her have bloody faces. Bruce even wanted to know more about this woman surrounded by secrets. Men wrapped in secrets were full of mystery, and women were the same, but Selina didn't think so. She is not interested in secrets, she is only interested in the things she likes, such as cats and expensive and beautiful jewelry. The items that will be auctioned next are treasures that make our mysterious thief in Gotham salivate and want to take them into his pocket. The auctioneer's words attracted the attention of everyone present, but Selina's eyes were a little strange. She didn't expect that her failed action would become a gimmick to promote the diamond, but it was not bad. Selina showed a smile and quietly waited for the diamond to appear. In the auctioneer's persuasive voice, this diamond salvaged from an Atlantic shipwreck has become a unique treasure. Even the dazzling diamonds of Queen Elizabeth's crown cannot be compared with it. Moreover, the auctioneer also successfully mobilized the attention of everyone present. Many people who had no intention of auctioning were also encouraged to take the diamond and appreciate it. Just like the Kane family member, Miss Kate Kane, who had a beautiful female companion in her arms and made the eldest Kate family facepalm, rubbed her fingers to get the diamond. She has no interest in diamonds. She has a bunch of these shiny things at home, and her mother, an agent who works in the CIA, even disdains to appreciate these things. She was only interested in the thief attracted by this diamond. The handsome thief who stalked the city at night and quietly stole treasures. The handsome legend was simply too appealing to her. Of course, Miss Kate also has her own little calculation, because she knows that the jewelry thief is a woman and a very beautiful woman, and she already feels like falling in love. This diamond is a token of her courtship. Yes, Miss Kate is a woman and the file-size sister of the Kane family. However, she likes women, and she likes sweet-smelling girls. Of course, she also likes handsome ones. According to the description, she is a homosexual or LN. Unlike gay men, this kind of flirting behavior by women may be more acceptable, but that will be in the future. Now, although the hippie movement has brought about sexual freedom and liberation, as well as rebellious behavior that goes against tradition, this kind of unethical love is still something that is unspeakable. At least now, homosexuality is a despised existence, even more unacceptable than AIDS patients. Basically, when parents hear that their children are like this, they immediately black out. If a description was needed, it would be, damn. The audience present was ready to move, but the auctioneer did not continue to play tricks, but took a step back and let the people behind him push the booth card over to prepare for the final auction. Everyone. The Tears of the Atlantic, the most dazzling diamond, is here. The starting price is $10,000 and each price increase must not be less than $1,000. Bidding begins. The auctioneer couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, reaching out and pulling off the black cloth covering the booth. He had a hunch that tonight this diamond would fetch the highest price in his career, $100,000. As soon as the black cloth was lifted, Miss Kate Filesize raised her hand and raised the price to the first high. This one price call also made many people stunned for a moment. Only Mr. Philip, as if he was used to it, rubbed his forehead helplessly. Perhaps it would be a good choice to send his daughter to stay with his wife for a while. Philip secretly made a decision. After the auction, he would send Kate away. The black cloth fell to the ground, and the people who were about to continue shouting prices suddenly stopped. Bruce, who was sitting in the crowd, frowned. The one on the booth truck is not an exhibition stand. It was a tied-up person, and the Atlantic tear was stuffed into that person's mouth and biting it. In the surrounding seats, someone had already discovered the identity of the tied-up person. He is the manager of the auction? When they entered just now, they were given a bidding number plate. However, he was now stripped of his clothes, blindfolded, and the ropes tied around his body were dug into his flesh. He couldn't look at all like he was so elegant and gentlemanly. Instead, it looked like a roasted fat pig placed on a baking sheet with an apple stuffed in its mouth. The layers of fat belly made Miss Kate make a disgusted expression. People around felt something was wrong. Even the auctioneer next to the booth felt something was wrong. It was so wrong. With a bang, the incandescent lights on the ceiling of the auction house all lit up, and they were a little dim compared to the lights just now. The stimulation of this bright light caused everyone present to cover their eyes. Only Selina took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag, put them on her face, and looked towards the booth. A guy wearing a long black leather coat with a girdle tied around his waist and looking like an old god was standing next to the booth, with green-dyed hair hanging messily on his forehead. The ugly scar on his face was turned into a smiley face with lipstick, and his face was also smeared with white powder, making him look weird, like a Joker. Well, this title is not unfamiliar at all. The recent circus tour performance was indispensable for the Joker actors, but it also almost caused many Gotham citizens to go berserk. Some people even marched in front of the city hall, demanding that Joker's costumes be banned. It was really that Joker made people feel so bad before, it was simply an unforgettable nightmare. But it doesn't stop some guys from treating Joker as an idol, a god of chaos, someone to whom they would sacrifice their lives. Mace Curtis has almost forgotten his own name. He has a more intimidating name, Joker. When did it start? Did he attack that woman under the torture of drugs? Or shoot those gang members with guns? I don't know when, maybe during the day, or maybe at night, a group of freaks gradually gathered around him. But he didn't hate it, he even liked this feeling. He even fell in love with the scar on his face. That smile was so beautiful, far more than the boring life he once had. Everyone. Masai Curtis, no, it should be Joker, picked up a trumpet from behind, knocked on it and shouted. On the eve of Christmas Eve, please hand over your money. I have no interest in your life. Joker took a few steps to the side, wearing expensive custom-made leather shoes that could only be made by Italian handmade shoemakers. They were taken off the feet of a mafia boss. Originally, he wanted the old guy to eat the shoe, but he couldn't bear it and choked to death on a mouthful of blood. What a waste. Okay, let's have a fair auction. At least this way you will be more willing to pay. You can thank me. I want to hear applause. Joker held the trumpet and turned to look at the silent audience sitting in the seats, with a hint of displeasure on his wrinkled face. Bang bang bang, someone clapped and applauded. The applause was like contagion. Those around him also raised their hands and clapped twice. Even Philip clapped his hands with a cold face. Selina turned to look at Bruce, who was the first to applaud. Well, she admitted that she seemed to have misjudged this playboy. At least he wasn't afraid at all after Joker appeared. The bidding starts now. Mr. Philip, please come up. By the way, bring up the items for Mr. Philip's auction. Joker turned his head and looked behind. Those guys wearing Joker makeup outside were holding guns and turning over a pile of auction items in the back. He ran in with a shield with feathers on one side, and Philip sat there with a gloomy look on his face. Seeing him indifferently, Joker sighed. He hated communicating with these old guys. Maybe he would be happy when his hands were holding the old guy's brains. Invite Mr. Philip. By the way, we should continue the auction of this thing. Joker turned around and took out the Atlantic Tears diamond from the auction manager's mouth. He held the auction hammer in his backhand and hit the manager's head hard, making a clanging sound. Start shooting again now. As Joker's voice fell, several laughing Joker gang members ran over from the side and reached out to grab Philip. What do you want to do? Philip shouted nervously. His hands and feet were grabbed by the Joker gang members and they pulled him out of the chair. Dad. Kate quickly stood up and wanted to chase forward. A loud gunshot made Kate stop. The person next to her fell to the ground with a plop, and a bloody hole was punched out on the right side of his forehead. The warm blood splashed on Kate's face, making her shudder and unable to shout out the words in her throat. Damn it, I forgot to take my medicine again. Joker looked at the gun in his hand, took out a bottle of pills from his pocket, and poured it into his mouth. The white pill fell into his mouth, and Joker swallowed it raw. Taking the medicine like this made his throat very uncomfortable. But he was very happy. The doctor said that he would not live for more than a year, but the doctor could not live for more than 10 minutes. It seems that he is much more powerful than the doctor. Kate was dragged to sit down. The Joker gang members around her were holding fully automatic weapons with smiles on their faces, pointing their guns at the people around them. Bruce supported Kate and looked forward gloomily. He quietly put his finger on the watch. Use Morse code to contact Alfred, ask him to find a way to call the police, and provide him with equipment support. He came out with nothing this time, but Alderd always had a way to prepare it for him. Bruce has already thought of preparing some temporary fortresses to store equipment in other parts of Gotham. Okay, Mr. Philip, how much are you willing to pay for this hand of yours? Joker turned around and asked with a smile. The hammer in his hand pointed at Philip's right hand. A member of the Joker gang grabbed Philip's hand and placed it on the table. 100,000. Philip hesitated for a moment before calling out the price. He was more worried about being attacked by Joker if he said other nonsense. Since it was an auction, there had to be an option to increase the price, right? I'll give you 200,000. Joker grinned, raised the hammer in his hand, and hit Philip's hand in front of everyone's eyes. There was a click, accompanied by heartrending screams. Philip covered the back of his hands, knelt on the ground, and curled up. Dad. Kate burst into tears and looked at Joker fiercely, wanting to rush up and bite off a piece of meat. Okay everyone, we should continue the auction. Who will it be? Joker staggered over with a bloody hammer, looked at the crying Kate, and walked towards her. Philip, who was kneeling on the ground, saw the direction Joker was walking in and quickly shouted, "Don't touch her." No. Joker turned around and said jokingly. Philip looked confused. No, I can give you money. Don't touch her. Don't touch her. You BCH. Philip got up from the ground like crazy and rushed towards Joker, but was kicked down by someone from Joker's gang. Joker walked towards Kate. Look, you always think that you can solve the problem with money, but isn't the problem unsolvable? As he spoke, Joker raised his pistol and pointed it at Kate's white forehead. Kate gritted her teeth and looked at Joker. Bang! A light bulb on the ceiling was broken. A man shrouded in a cloak walked in from the outside, holding a pistol wrapped in gauze. Joker turned his head and looked over. Bruce, who had been hiding and lurking, looked at Joker who was close at hand, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He could guarantee that he could knock Joker down in 1 second. But the safety of other people's lives cannot be guaranteed. With these two choices, Bruce unclenched his fist without any hesitation. He also looked over there. The man in the cloak didn't even show his eyes, but the cloak on him looked familiar to Bruce, as if it was a curtain hanging outside. Joker, this was not in our plan, the man said in a deep voice. Voice changer? Bruce confirmed it immediately. As someone who often uses a voice changer to cover up his voice, he is very familiar with this kind of voice. The other person is very mysterious. That's your plan and has nothing to do with me. Joker turned around and turned the gun from Kate's head to Bruce's head. It didn't mean anything. He didn't even know who Bruce was. Maybe the doctor was right. He wouldn't live long. But this is not his confusion, but other people's. He just needs to let others live shorter than him. Damn it, you drug-addicted lunatic, the mysterious cloaked man cursed. Then you'll never find the person you're looking for. Joker hesitated for a moment, and Bruce was curious about who they were talking about. Maybe, as he guessed, there was an unknown secret behind these bastards who imitated Joker. Okay, I think the plan still needs to be implemented. Tell me how much you are willing to pay for your legs. Joker turned around with the gun, pointed the muzzle at a man's thigh, and asked unceremoniously. The man was so frightened that he started to tremble. All that style and style were useless. The man's voice was trembling, and he quickly thought about his net worth. How much was it? Forget it. Joker pulled the trigger, shot through the man's thigh, and walked forward amidst the man's screams. Please pay more for your own life. Joker threw away the pistol, took out a bottle of medicine from his arms and poured it into his mouth. This time he did not swallow it raw, but chewed it up. The bitter taste of the medicine made him not even blink an eyelid. Bruce also saw clearly the mark on the medicine bottle, which was a mental sedative for the treatment of mental illness. Damn it. Joker gritted his teeth and shouted, grabbing a submachine gun from the nearby Joker gang member. They started shooting indiscriminately at the crowd, with the sound of gunfire, accompanied by the whistling of bullets. There were also screams as if doomsday were coming, causing people attending the auction to dodge in fear and scream. Bruce stretched out his hand to protect Kate, grabbed the seat and threw it out of the window on one side, causing the glass to shatter with a crash. Joker's gun pointed in that direction, and the mysterious cloaked man ran over and kicked Joker. You're crazy. It's over. Joker smiled and threw the gun on the ground. He turned around and walked to the auction table. He knocked on the table with a hammer and shouted like a judge in a courtroom. Now, can you pay for your sacrifice? Kate lay under the chair, hugging her legs in fear. Bruce, who had just stuffed her underneath, was nowhere to be seen. Outside the window, Bruce took off his dress, jumped from upstairs to the floor below, opened the window and jumped in. Alfred, I need help. Where's the car? Bruce said to his watch and hurriedly ran towards the underground parking lot. I have informed Director Gordon, but if you leave suddenly, will something happen? Alderd asked in a deep voice. No, I can't let these guys. Bruce shook his head mid-sentence. I have to hurry. Bruce jumped down the stairs from 3 steps to 2 steps, pushed open the door of the underground parking lot, and a man wearing a cleaner's clothes moved out of the way with a mop. Bruce ignored him and ran out. The cleaner closed the door, walked up the stairs, reached into the bucket and took out a submachine gun wrapped in a waterproof bag. It's not a good habit to pretend to be someone else. Ha 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 ha. Sharp laughter echoed in the stairs and corridors. As a person who has come back from the dead, Joker has too much to say. Just like when he eats every day, he has to thank God and hope that God will make his next meal taste better. However, he hates guys who have no taste. What about the Joker gang? It's really a bad idea. Like a failed circus, a group of pitiful Jokers huddled together to keep warm. It was disgusting to think about it. Joker rolled his eyes and pushed open the door on one side. He was thinking about opening a few holes in the head of that fake. Maybe 10 would be good. First of all, the guy who even smiled apologetically pretended to be serious. Oh, this is so bad. I don't even know how to describe Joker. Isn't his gorgeous performance art worth learning? Pushing open the door, Joker picked up the submachine gun, but tilted his head in surprise. Did he go the wrong way? Worse? Joker turned around and left with his submachine gun in hand, but saw that there seemed to be someone else in the room. Dong dong dong, who is at home? Joker imitated the sound of knocking on the door and walked in, pointing the submachine gun in his hand around. This is a sealed room that looks like a large living room. The table is covered with a white dustproof cloth, the chairs are placed aside, and there is the flame of a candle in the distance. Whose birthday is it? That's probably mine. Joker didn't know what to do with his mind, so he ran over with a submachine gun in hand. He likes cakes, so blowing out candles is a must. Is there anyone else? Joker ran over excitedly and looked at the man standing in the shadows. Then he looked at the traces of a hexagonal circular magic circle drawn on the floor with white powder, and the candles placed around it. Whose birthday is it today? Joker asked, tilting his head. The man standing in the shadow is wearing a black burqa and a metal-patterned mask on his face. This is the mask of Baldwin IV, and the person wearing it is a black magician. If you want, it can be your birthday. Black magician said. His voice was very calm, giving people a very reliable feeling. Joker knelt down and picked up a candle, stood up, blew out the candle, and shouted happily, "Happy birthday." The black magician looked at Joker. You can leave. Although I don't know how you got in, but this is not your world. Thank you for your advice. Where is my cake? Joker asked with a smile. He liked this little surprise very much. Outside, the black magician raised his hand and waved. The candle flames on the magic circle formed a whirlwind of flames, wrapped Joker, and threw him out. Wow! Joker fell to the ground. He quickly stood up in pain. When he opened the door again, the scene inside was an auction site. Standing on the auction stage, watching those people transfer overseas deposits and accounts one by one, Joker also turned his head and looked over. The two Jokers looked at each other. Joker, who was standing outside the door, couldn't help laughing. He ha ha ha, today is such a good day. Are you the so-called fake? Joker smiled happily, but the smile on his face was ferocious, and he raised the submachine gun in his hand. Happy birthday. The submachine gun roared, and bullets flew out quickly. The cloaked man next to the auction table quickly jumped to the side holding the computer, and then stretched out his hand to pull Philip over. Joker didn't move at all on the auction table. He just looked straight at the Joker outside, the source of his nightmare. Those things that could not be controlled by drugs were spreading crazily in his mind. At this moment, he was convinced that he was crazy. He actually became a Joker. What a big dream. Ha 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 ha. The Joker was shot all over as he raised his head and laughed wildly. The bullet passed through his body and blood spattered everywhere. This is a perfect joke. After saying this, he fell backwards and fell to the ground. I actually like you a little bit. Joker walked in from outside, looked at his other self lying in a pool of blood, and smacked his lips with regret. You can go to prison and discuss it. Batman's cold voice sounded from the door. After hearing the voice, Joker wiped away the regret on his face and turned his head to look over. It's so nice to see you. Joker smiled and raised his hand to wipe the non-existent tears on his face. If you are here to comfort me, I can only say that I am very sad. He died too quickly. I regret. Batman looked at the pool of blood, but did not see the Joker's body. His eyes turned cold. He was sure it was a trick played by the guy in front of him, which made him very uncomfortable. In another dimension, the Black Magician looked at the corpse on the magic circle and turned his head in confusion. As soon as Joker and Batman met, the explosive hit the flames, and it was natural that the explosive was originally Batman. As for Joker, he knows how to detonate Batman. Of course, not being killed on the spot is also a skill. Joker was thrown to the ground directly, and Batman's powerful kick hit his side directly, knocking him to the ground. The other members of the Joker gang also recovered from their confusion, mainly because they just saw their boss, Joker, being killed by another Joker. However, they are following Joker, so has their boss changed? It seems not, right? Their nerves that have been damaged by various drugs and their wills that have been distorted cannot think about such a complicated problem at all, but they are sure of one thing, that is, Batman is the enemy? Suddenly, a series of bullets flew towards Batman, and Batman immediately reacted and hid behind the booth. The booth was hit by bullets, causing sawdust to fly. The members of the Joker gang standing on both sides of the auction venue opened fire one after another. The fierce bullets were like mason's knives, heavily chiseling into the booth, trying to force Batman out. Joker, who was lying on the ground in the hail of bullets, held his stomach and let out an excited laugh. He admitted that his previous thinking was that he was narrow-minded. Look how awesome this is. Look at these Joker guys, how serious they are. The fierce sound of gunfire is more beautiful than any music. It might be better if there are more screams. Just like an indispensable embellishment in a symphony. Joker was lying on his back, humming a tune, shaking his hands, with an intoxicated expression on his face, like a conductor standing in front of the band, letting fatal bullets fly past his face. In order to change clothes quickly, Batman did not wear the additional alloy breastplate and bulletproof metal layer on his body. He only wore a black bulletproof uniform and cape. Although he is bulletproof, it does not mean that he can withstand such turbulent firepower, and he is not a foolhardy man. Batman, who was hiding behind the booth, took out 3 balls from the universal belt around his waist and rolled them out from the ground. After the black ball rolled out, several gaps opened in the metal shell, and thick smoke sprayed out from inside. The thick smoke spread quickly, and in just a few seconds, a wall of smoke covered the front of the booth, blocking the shooting line of sight and causing the bullets to miss a lot. Selina, who hid in the gap under the seat as soon as Joker came over, looked at Kate who was gritting her teeth and crying because of fear and worry, and sighed in her heart. This scene reminded her of her past self. Selina reached out her hand and wiped Kate's tears. Don't cry, it will pass. This strong and willful girl gave Kate an encouragement. Afterwards, Selina got out from under the seat and looked at a member of the Joker gang who was shooting next to him. The big-bellied look disgusted her the most. Moreover, the guy held the submachine gun in his arms with a grin on his face and fired at the booth. The 30-round magazine was squandered in just a few seconds. Selina was like an agile cheetah in the forest. She rushed over in 2 steps, raised her slender thighs, and kicked the Joker member hard in the face with her high heels. The metal heel on the high-heeled shoes was like a stick, hitting his fat face hard, and the power that Selina burst out was transmitted solidly. The teeth in the Joker member's mouth were smashed by the metal heel, and mixed blood spurted out, and the body fell heavily to the ground. If Selina became a dentist, there would be very few bad reviews. Using her feet to pick up the submachine gun on the ground, Selina pulled out a magazine from the overalls of the Joker member and threw it to a relatively stable middle-aged man next to her. Although he looked like he hadn't reacted yet. Can you use a gun? Selina turned around and asked. The middle-aged man was holding a submachine gun and was a little nervous, but when he saw Selina's beauty, he felt his heart beat faster, although this was because of fear. But that didn't stop him from defining this scene as love at first sight and giving him the courage to show it off in front of the beautiful woman. Human beings can always burst out huge amounts of courage for some purposes, although it seems a bit naive. Of course, I served in the army and was a second lieutenant in the cavalry regiment. Please let me protect you. As the middle-aged man spoke, he quickly changed the magazine in his hand, loaded the submachine gun, and held the gun with both hands. If his instructor in the army saw this scene, he might be particularly pleased. Protection? No need. Selina chuckled. She didn't hate brave men, even though he was a bit old. After saying that, Selina lifted up her skirt, leaned forward and rushed forward. She raised her leg and instantly kicked down a Joker member who was blocking the way. The Joker member fell forward and fell to the ground. Selina stepped on his back, jumped up like an acrobat, landed on the ground with a backflip, raised her leg and kicked a Joker member next to the door on the neck. The snow-white thighs, with touching muscle lines, and the heroic posture made the middle-aged man holding a submachine gun behind him deeply immersed in it. Kicking over the Joker member who was blocking the way, Selina turned her head and glanced at the place wrapped in thick smoke, frowned slightly, turned around and ran out. "Get out quickly! Cover!" The middle-aged man shouted loudly, even shouting out military terms. He raised his submachine gun and pointed it at the place where the Joker members were. He pulled the trigger and fired bullets. Those who were frightened like little chickens jumped up and ran outside without saying a word. Some people took the opportunity to lie down on the ground and hide in a corner, pretending to be dead. They all had their own abilities and choices. But those Joker members, watching the crowd running outside, instinctively wanted to turn their guns. Whoosh whoosh, several batarangs flew through the smoke, making a clanging sound, and struck the guns in the hands of the Joker members, and the gunshots stopped suddenly. Joker, who was lying on the ground, sat up with some doubts. Looking at the people who were running away without the slightest bit of gentlemanly demeanor, he shouted with some complaints. "Is this how the concert ends? No, your good days are over, Joker." Batman walked out of the smoke with a bandage wrapped around his shoulders, which became very conspicuous on his black armor. Even he did not escape such a dense bullet. He was shot in the shoulder. Thanks to the quality of the body armor, it was only a scratch, not a penetration or a bullet. "Come on, look at you wearing that ridiculous mask and exposing that monster's chin. What are you doing for that?" Joker patted his butt and stood up from the ground, looking at Batman with some expectancy. At the same time, he raised his hand and gave orders to the Joker members. "You're still alive." Batman looked at Joker, his doubts seemed to be written on his face, but this was not the reason for him to let Joker go. "Of course. It wasn't hell, I just woke up in a cold cupboard. You know, in a jar full of sticky liquid." Joker explained seriously, looking a little crazy, but he was originally crazy, otherwise, a normal person would do these things. Batman glanced sideways and saw the Joker members, who were carrying hammers, sticks, and small round tables that they grabbed as weapons. So Batman stopped waiting and took action instantly, attacking Joker. As long as he takes down Joker, the truth of those things will be clear. "What an impatient guy. I thought you would catch up with me," Joker said helplessly. When Batman threw his first punch, Joker dodged sideways, as if he was turning around. Although he was indeed turning around, it was just at the right time. Joker raised his palm and placed it on Batman's abdomen, grinning wildly. "I think you will like this. After all, it was like this for the first time we met." A strong electric current surged out of Joker's hand. Batman wanted to retreat quickly. As soon as he lifted his feet, he felt a stinging pain in his abdomen and the smell of burning flesh. It was like someone took a hot iron and tortured him. Batman gritted his teeth and took 2 steps back. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The place where Joker's palm had just been pressed was still emitting astonishing heat. Abdominal burns? Batman determines the extent of his injuries. Joker looked at his dark palms. There was a big hole burned out of the gloves, and the circuit components inside were overloaded. "What a pity. I like cooking with these things." Joker took off his gloves with regret and threw them on the ground. At the same time, Batman turned his head sharply, and a Joker member carrying a small round table came around at some point, lifted the table and hit Batman. There was a clang, and the small round table on which the phone was placed fell apart. Batman, who received a heavy blow, staggered and swayed. Seeing this scene, other Joker members also rushed over with weapons in hand, hitting Batman 4 or 5 times in a row. There was a loud clanging sound. Batman raised his hand to cover his head and struck a backhand, punching a Joker member in the jaw, sending him flying and falling to the ground. Joker, who was standing nearby, would not just stare. Although he wanted to do this, Batman's strength prevented him from being idle here and had to be busy. "Aha!" Joker let out a strange scream, rushed towards Batman, jumped up and kicked with both feet, which landed heavily on Batman. Batman, who had just thrown a punch and had yet to stabilize his center of gravity, was kicked to the ground by Joker. The Joker members immediately pounced on him and beat him, or rather bitten and struggled with him. This kind of roguelike play is particularly effective when there are a large number of people. At least Batman fell to the ground and had no time to turn over, get up, or jump. Joker grabbed the auction hammer from the ground, shook it in his hand, got up, and walked towards Batman. "Okay, we should crack open the nuts." Joker held the hammer and smiled, then swung the hammer and hit Batman on the head. There was a clang and the door was kicked open. Santa Claus, holding a gun in both hands, walked in from outside, with the beard pulled off his face. Nagi looked around cautiously, but could not see anything. "This is an empty room? Damn it, is this a ghost beating a wall?" Nagi frowned and looked around. They could clearly hear gunshots and screams, and the desperate cries for help from those who escaped. But there is no one in sight. Nagi turned around anxiously and ran out, running up the stairs. As soon as he ran up, he saw Barry, the reindeer Flash, squatting on the ground and still thinking. "Any clues?" Nagi asked. "Do you know about dimensional space?" Barry looked up and asked. "Dimensional space?" Nagi frowned and thought. He really didn't know this. It was probably just like the refraction of light. The space you are in now does not exist in the real world. Barry looked at Nagi's expression and explained to himself, I don't know much about this either, but I know a person who can do this, Mirror Master. After saying this, Nagi understood that the Flash must know the Mirror Master very well, because he is also a member of the Rogue Gang and the resident villain of Central City. It has the ability to travel through space and various mirror images. It can even travel through 2 or 3 dimensions and trap people in the mirror, although the mirror loses its effect after it is broken. But after thinking about it this way, Nagi also confirmed that there is also someone like the Mirror Master in this building who has the ability to create dimensional space and trap people here. As for whether it is technology, magic, or some special circumstances, you have to confirm it with your own eyes to know. Then do you know how to crack it? Nagi put the pistol in his belt and dressed up as a kind-hearted Santa Claus. Now he looked like a bandit leader. A bit difficult. Barry frowned. If he still had the speed force, he would be able to determine it by running around here at super speed for a few times. Now, he can only rely on his old profession of trace investigation. Although he is responsible for testing and inferring the crime in the laboratory, the Flash also needs to investigate the case. It's not just the Riddler who loves to torture people in Gotham. The Reverse Flash from the future also likes to design the Flash. As for whether to trick the Flash or destroy the world, only children make choices. The mature Reverse Flash will let the Flash destroy the world and then trick everyone to death. Hiss. Why do I feel uncomfortable all over, as if I've hit a broomstick and feel nauseous? Nagi touched his stomach, seriously suspecting that the fast food he had eaten tonight was not very clean. Barry also felt something, here. Before he finished speaking, Barry ran towards the corridor at a sprint speed of 100 meters, and Nagi quickly followed. On the wall at the corner of the corridor, a round light emitting purple light appeared on the wall, and then expanded into a door. John, if I find out that you are lying to me, I will turn you into a mouse and go feed Konak. An angry female voice sounded from behind the door. A pair of long legs wrapped in fishnet stockings appeared from the purple portal, and then a beautiful girl wearing a tight dress and a magic hat walked out from behind the door. And behind her, Condenston, who was blindfolded with a white cloth, just like the blind monk, was tricked twice in a row. How could Condenston be able to swallow this breath? Zatanna, who was fooled by him, turned into a magic wand from her arms. With a strong tug, it turned into a walking stick and handed it to Condenstein, although she said she was angry. But she is still a kind girl at heart. Otherwise, based on what Condenston did before, she would definitely take him to give Konak a snack. In addition, Konak is an elephant and a very rare mammoth that is still alive. Although his appearance is covered by magic, Zatanna's strength from the Ice Age needs no further elaboration. Just by eating mice as snacks, he is able to overwhelm other elephants. I didn't, I swear. Condenstein, who was holding a cane, immediately raised his hand and swore, and his movements were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. Forget it. Zatanna raised her hand to cover her forehead helplessly. Her relationship with Condenstein was okay, at least on the surface. Moreover, Condenston also confirmed something. Someone summoned a demon in Gotham and attacked him, although Zatanna felt that the demon might have been summoned by Condenston. After all, Zatanna's father had repeatedly told her to stay away from Condenston, and it was best not to have anything to do with him. This was not a good thing. However, Zatanna looked at Condenstein, who was holding the diagnosis report with a sad face and lost hope in life. This kind-hearted girl did not leave Condenstein in the snow to die after all. Although Condenstein was pretending, he was shameless. Barry, who was running from the corridor, stopped suddenly, braked the car, looked at Zatanna and Condenstein standing by the wall, and almost blurted out. He knew these two, members of the Black Justice League. On the opposite side of the Justice League, Zatanna and the others were people from the magical world, specializing in supernatural events. But that was 10 years later, and now, Barry chose to remain secretive and pretended not to know him. Talking reindeer? Zatanna asked a little naturally. No, it's the lost Santa Claus. Nagi held the M500 revolver in his hand and pointed at Condenstein, who had a white cloth over his eyes. He just said, no wonder it feels weird, this broom star is here. The truth is revealed. He is the murderer. Although Nagi wanted to say this, Condenston really wasn't, but it didn't stop Nagi from threatening him. Hey, you guys. Zatanna was a little confused. Nagi's eyes were fixed on her. She had a good figure, but her long legs in fishnet stockings were really eye-catching. Nagi stared at her for about 5 seconds before changing his gaze. Looking at the clothes she was wearing, Nagi knew who she was. This iconic performance costume, coupled with the magic hat, coupled with the arrival of Zatanna's circus. Only Zatanna fits this situation. It seems that she came with Condenston. Is it considered a couple? Do you know each other? Zatanna turned to look at Condenston. She really wanted to know something, because she felt that she was the only one who was kept in the dark and didn't know anything. Condenston clutched the crutch tightly, with a brown shroud wrapped around his hand to suppress the poison on his hand. It was a kind of witchcraft poison, more like a curse. Condenston couldn't do anything about it, and Zatanna couldn't stop it from expanding with the purification and healing magic. He could only use the shroud and some spells to suppress it, and his eyes were burned by the fire of hell. This is really unlucky. Condenstein, let me ask you, what has you got to do with this matter? You'd better not pretend to be dumb for me, Nagi asked in a strong tone, his finger on the trigger. He didn't want to be betrayed by Condenstein, and he helped him count the money. He has too many criminal records and does not deserve sympathy. Do you know about demons? Condenston smacked his lips and said indifferently, someone summoned demons in Gotham. Nagi frowned. Are you sure this demon was summoned by someone else? Nagi asked with some suspicion, because Condenston had too many creditors in hell, and maybe the big boss came to collect the debt. This time it was Condenston's turn to be silent. With his silence, everyone present looked at him in unison. I don't know, the opponent is better than me, Condenston said dryly, with a look of loss on his face. Nagi wasn't sure whether this was true or not, but Condenston was indeed hurt a lot when he looked like this. Well, you should at least introduce me. I don't even know who you are. My name is Zaydna. If you see the advertisement, you will know who I am. Zaydna introduced herself with a smile, and Barry, who was holding his arms in his arms, nodded, shaking the reindeer hood on his head. My name is Reindeer, Barry said decisively, referring to the suit on his body. Santa Claus. Nagi followed closely. Okay, Christmas is here. Gentlemen, can you tell me where we are now? I feel like I'm in a monster's belly. The magic power here is very abnormal. Zaydna clapped her hands, and a faint light like fireflies appeared in her palms and scattered around, then disappeared instantly. The dimension space should be the space maze created by the person who summoned the demon, or the demon originally created it. We can't get out of here. Do you two have any ideas? Nagi asked with some expectation. Although he didn't believe in Zakon, Condenston, and Zaydna were definitely masters in the magical world in the DC universe. Dimension space, no, this is a barrier. Someone has arranged a magic circle here, as if to hide something. Condenston closed his eyes and was burned by the fire of hell, causing him to temporarily lose his vision, but he was still very good at sensing magic. Especially the golden chain he hid in his hand, which was left to Zaydna by her mother. The magic items left behind by the three mysterious Eastern saints can perceive the fluctuations of magic power and can also track the direction of magic power movement. Of course, Zaydna didn't know about this. Counterfeiting was also Condensstein's specialty, so much so that the Magicians Exchange in New York directly blacklisted him. This so-called dimensional space is just a huge amount of magic circle in Condensstein's mind, and it is still semi-hidden and not fully activated at all. Follow me. Condensstein walked forward with his crutches. Nagi put away his pistol and watched Condensstein pass by. Zaydna walked by wearing a magic hat, and naughtily reached out and pinched the reindeer hood on Barry's head, and also pinched the reindeer's mouth. That's fun. I should prepare a show about Christmas. Zaydna smiled and walked forward. Nagi took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, took out the lighter hidden in his clothes, and put his finger on the hammer. To deal with magic, of course, you have to use magic. He carries the Holy Flame Hammer with him. When encountering special situations, it can also be used as a trump card, of course against magic enemies. In fact, there are better options, such as the demon-breaking runes that Nigma deciphered from the alchemy code, but the materials required are too demanding, requiring N-metal type materials. This thing is not easy to find in the magic world. It is an extremely rare material. Nigma searched carefully for a day from Nagi's magic cloak without destroying the ability of the cloak. Only then did he pull out two thin wires of N-metal and inlay them on the blade to create a demon-breaking dagger. However, Nagi picked it up and looked at it for a few times, and then gave it to Nigma for self-defense. Because it was too hard to take advantage of, it was better to make an amulet for easy carrying. Although Nagi is not optimistic about it, this dagger first appears in the magic world and can definitely be sold for an astonishing price. Magicians are not short of money, but good materials are rare in hundreds of years, and good magic items are worth killing and stealing. Let's go. Barry turned around and reminded. It's strange to say that letting a blind man lead the way is a bit, well, it's hard to put into words. At least Zaydna and the others discovered this too. Condensstein was blindfolded, holding a cane in his hand, and walked forward with a bang. The speed cannot be said to be fast. It can only be said that he is not suitable for the role of a blind man. He has hit his head on the wall 3 times. And these 3 times, Nagi and the others didn't say anything to remind them. They had no choice. Who asked Condensstein to lead them through the wall? Who knew whether the wall in front of them was real or fake? I'm going to thank his grandma? I'm going to take off his head and throw it into the toilet. Condensstein covered his head, rage cursed, and the golden chain on his hand locked the door in front again. Condensstein couldn't bear it anymore, threw down his crutches and rushed forward. He didn't think about stability or planning at all now. He just wanted to slap that BD. The ajar door opened with a clang. Condensstein used too much force and was knocked inside. Nagi and the others heard the sound of tables overturned, chairs falling over, mess everywhere, and Condensstein's screams. Has he always been so fierce? Nagi turned around and asked in surprise. In his impression, although Condensstein was unreliable, he should be the kind of person who could control the whole scene and be as stable as a rock. Zaydna shook her head. She didn't know what to say. But Condensstein was really angry and was plotted twice. None of the devils in hell or the angels in heaven dared to trick him like this, and even God would not make such a joke with him. No, be careful. Barry felt something keenly and quickly pushed Nagi and Zaydna away. Nagi grabbed the revolver at his waist and quickly aimed it at the door, only to see Condensstein fly out faster than he rushed in. From where Nagi and the others were standing just now, they hit the wall with a thud, and with another huff, Condensstein fell from the wall to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Faust. Condensstein hissed. A tall humanoid creature walked out of the door, wearing tattered clothes, like a science monster from a horror movie. The gray-white skin was lifeless, the eye sockets were deeply sunken, showing a sluggish reaction, the thick lips were slightly opened, and he was mumbling in a dull voice. Born on a Monday, baptized on a Tuesday, married on a Wednesday, sick on a Thursday. Solomon Grundy. Nagi held the revolver and looked at the humanoid monster blocking the door, frowning. This guy was not someone to be trifled with. The undead zombie Grundy was resurrected from a corpse that sank into the swamp more than 100 years ago. He possesses the regenerative healing factor, and also possesses powerful strength and endurance. The only advantage is that he has no brains. Bang 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 bang. Nagi directly pulled the trigger, the flames from the muzzle burst out, and Nagi withstood the strong recoil. The muzzle of the gun didn't even vibrate much, and the bullet fired was like a straight line, hitting the undead zombie Grandy's face. The 12.7mm bullet, with its powerful destructive power, caused Grandy's head to tilt back, leaving a huge hole in his face, but no blood flowed out. Grandy's head slowly raised, and his battered face gradually recovered, as if something was inside his body, busy filling the wound. It took a few seconds to recover as before. Even those huge amounts of bullets rolled down his face, and Grandy didn't even frown. Although he had no awareness of frowning at all, he didn't even have the awareness of pain or emotions in his brain. Back off. Cat transformation. As if to say something sarcastic, Zaydena took off the magic hat on her head, reached out and grabbed a handful of powder and threw it out. Just as the powder was thrown out, there was a crash, the surrounding space twisted, and everyone heard a cat meow. But the undead zombie Grandy was still standing at the door, his unusually huge body blocking the door tightly. Your magic failed. Nagi reloaded and glanced at Zaydena with raised eyebrows. Zaydena also had a serious look on her face. She had never encountered such a thing as magic failure, at least not since she started learning magic. She was sure that the irony magic just now took effect, but she didn't know where it landed. This magic circle was difficult to deal with. Ahem. Condenston, who was helped by Barry to sit up, coughed. Grandy had thrown him out just now, almost killing him, and Condenston had put this debt on Faust's head. It's the black magician Faust? That BD has set up a defensive magic circle inside. The magic can't cause harm in this space. It will be transferred to the outer space. Condenston quickly explained their current situation and looked for ways to break the situation. Condenston was more fond of deception than his understanding of magic. Magic requires a price, but deception is different. Except for the risk of being beaten to death, everything else is useless. Two big snakes, tied with rope. Zaydena dropped her magic hat, pressed it down with her hands overlapping, and two ropes flew out of the magic hat. In an instant, they turned into two big snakes-spitting snakes, and flew towards Grandy. The hissing snakes were like hitting an invisible wall when they got close to Grandy. The big snake's body was shattered by the impact and turned into a pile of dense ropes. Like a twisted little snake with its tail cut off, it spread out and disappeared without a trace. The magic failed twice in a row, and Zaydena believed Condenston's words, but there was still no way to break the situation. Wait, who are you talking about, Faust? Nagi loaded the bullets and turned around to ask. When asking, Nagi took out a gift box from the gift bag at his waist and stuffed a tactical grenade from his trouser leg into it. He brought this grenade. He originally planned to use it for self-defense, but he didn't expect to use it here. Felix Faust, a famous black magician, is also a self-taught genius. Condensstein laughed. When he said this, Nagi also remembered that Felix Faust was indeed a genius and also a natural disaster. The old enemy of the Justice League, Dark, a madman who can massacre an entire town in order to determine the truth about a matter, and what is different about him is that he is different from those murderers. He is a super practitioner with a scientific research spirit. He dares to try black magic that he will never use in his lifetime. Big tall guy, I'll give you a gift. Nagi pulled the grenade ring away, threw it into the gift box, and threw it directly towards Grandy. The gift box with colorful wrapping paper slipped from the ground and landed at Grandy's feet. Nagi and the others had already turned around and threw them down, and even Condenston was pulled down by Barry's legs, turning over and lying on the ground. Grandy looked down dully, and saw an explosion, hot fire, and splashing shrapnel and impact, which directly threw Grandy away. Before the smoke from the explosion settled, Nagi held the pistol, kicked off his feet, and rushed towards the door. Without thinking, Nagi instinctively raised his pistol and shot Grande in the head. Nagi hit the gun butt again with his backhand. It felt strange, as if it had fallen on a rubber tire, or a tire soaked in water. However, this did not prevent Nagi from rushing into the house. Turning around and taking a quick glance, Nagi locked onto the magic circle on the right that was filled with candles. The lines drawn on the ground with white dust were dizzyingly complex even at a glance. Come on. Raise your hands. You can protect against magic, but you can't protect against bullets, right? Nagi held a gun in both hands and pointed at the black figure standing next to the magic circle. Wearing a black burqa and a metal mask of Baldwin IV, Felix Faust, who was meditating, turned his head and glanced after hearing Nagi's voice. It's true that it's not bulletproof. But you can't kill me. If you can, please don't shoot and wait. Faust's voice was very calm, and his polite manner made Nagi a little uncomfortable. But Nagi glanced at the magic circle in front, and there was a bloody human figure sinking to the ground. Half of the body sank to the ground. To be precise, it sank into the magic circle. It was as if the body was covered with a thick layer of plasma, making it difficult to see clearly. It's really strange. I wanted to summon a demon and I didn't make any mistakes. How come I summoned this one? Faust was a little annoyed. He remembered that his magic arrangement was not wrong, and there was no need for the devil to lie to him. But the magic circle has activated. Is this a small probability event, or does the magic circle have some other function that he hasn't discovered yet? Faust was thinking hard. The spirit strengthened by black magic allowed Faust to be able to multitask, but when he was thinking seriously, he often ignored the surrounding situation. Nagi came over, looked at the human figure on the magic circle, put the revolver on Faust's temple, and pulled the hammer away. Open the dimension, or I'll blow your head off. That's right. It's because of the dimension space. As if inspired, Faust suddenly realized that he had indeed summoned the devil. Wait. Faust recalled it, and his expression suddenly paused. The one who pushed the door in? Meow 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 meow. Selena almost cursed her with all the curse words she had known since childhood. She was walking downstairs when her high heels broke and she fell down. Just turned into a cat. Looking at the black cat in the mirror, Selena stretched out her tongue and licked her paws. The pink blob was really cute. No, Selena immediately reacted. This is wrong. Why did she turn into a cat? Although she had made a wish on the shooting star and wanted to become a cat, but not now, Selena felt as if her fur had exploded, turning into a black cat and jumping around on the ground. The main reason was that she was not used to walking on 4 legs, and each leg walked its own way as if it had its own ideas. With no other choice, Selena stood up and wanted to leave. Even if she ran away, Selena did not forget to hold the diamond on the ground in her hands. A series of rapid footsteps sounded, and a group of wolf-like police officers rushed in wearing body armor. Selena was so frightened that she jumped up on the spot and ran towards the bottom of the stairs. She could run on 2 legs, but the tail at the back became a stumbling block, swaying and tripping her to the ground and rolling to the bottom of the stairs. The fierce footsteps were like hammering nails, clanging on the stairs. The first wave to rush up were the Special Operations Team from the Gotham Police Department, the best-equipped group. Even Police Chief Loeb rushed over wearing a body armor and helmet. This case was so big that it had no boundaries. The richest son in Gotham, the leader of the Kane family, and wealthy families in various fields. If any one of them dies, the funding of the Gotham police force will be reduced. The police chief will have to apologize, and the mayor will have to kneel down and cry. This death is not a human being, and what happened is not a case. That is their future career? What are you still doing? Go save people. Police Chief Loeb's shouts echoed in the street, and the flashing police lights were like a river, blocking the entire street. Where's Gordon? Where's the man? Loeb roared loudly. At the most critical moment, he actually couldn't see the guy rushing at the front. What was going on? Gordon took leave and went to queue to buy tickets. Bullock, wearing a body armor, held a helmet and put it on his head. The Zatara Circus is very popular, and you approved Gordon's vacation, saying that it would allow the family to reunite and rest for 2 days. Even Captain Sarah Essen's vacation was approved. At this point, Bullock whispered with a strange smile on his face, maybe the 2 of them went home early when they bought the tickets. Bullock doesn't panic when something happens. Someone else is responsible anyway, so he just has to do his duty, that's a word? But Police Chief Loeb's face was already darker than the soles of his shoes. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tell Gordon to come and see me, otherwise, he will sweep the streets for me." There was a clang, and the glass in the window upstairs was smashed by something. The broken glass fell down from upstairs with a crash and landed on the police car below. Several policemen holding riot shields quickly raised their hands to cover the glass shards falling from above. What smashed the glass was a hammer, a wooden auction hammer covered with copper on the front and back. It flew down from above in a circle and hit the glass of a police car, instantly shattering into a spider web. Police Chief Loeb hid behind a police car, and Bullock looked up at the broken window upstairs. With a clang, another heavy object fell from the window. This time it was a person with a bunch of ropes wrapped around him. After falling from the window, he was dragged by the rope and hung in the air. The lights of dozens of flashlights gathered in that direction. It was a guy who was beaten until his mouth was bleeding. His face was painted with Joker makeup. The wig on his head fell off. When he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood with broken teeth. With a clang, the glass of the window shattered again. This time it was a black figure who was knocked against the window, and half of his body almost fell out. The light of the flashlight shone over, and on the head of the black figure, there were 2 long ears like horns, and a black cloak, even though only the back was visible. Loeb and the others also recognized who this was. It was the Batman they had always wanted to catch. Why is he here? But, at least it's not a bad thing, right? Lobu comforted himself in his heart, as if he heard his heartfelt voice, and Bullock next to him reminded him. This big bat attacked the mayor's mansion once. Could it be that he did it this time? Lob's mouth trembled, and he jumped up and slapped Brock on the head. Then what are you waiting for? Go up and capture him for me. Me. Bullock was stunned for a moment. Without any excuse, he grabbed the breast button on his body armor and ran towards the other side. Lobu covered his hand with a look of pain on his face. He just slapped his helmet. It really hurt? But rather than feeling pain in his hand, he hopes nothing will happen to him above. Nothing will happen to him? Look, can you, a monster like you, also suffocate? Joker had a rope wrapped around his hand, and he yanked hard with both hands. The rope was strangled around Batman's neck, causing half of Batman's face to turn red under his mask. The most important thing is that Batman was leaning against the windowsill, unable to exert any strength. Blood was oozing out from where he was stabbed in the abdomen and dripping on the ground. Batman struggled and slid a little further out the window, holding on to the broken glass with his hands to straighten his body. This desperate scene reminds Batman of the time when he learned extreme escape techniques at the Zatara Circus. Taking a deep breath, Batman fell backwards, and his entire body fell out of the window. As he fell, Batman's feet also hooked under Joker's armpits. With a bang, Joker's body was knocked against the windowsill. Batman hooked Joker with his feet and hung him in midair. He raised his hand and cut the rope with the blade on his gauntlet. Batman suddenly bent over and sat up, punching Joker in the face. After being hit by the punch, Joker fell backwards, just in time to drag Batman in through the window. The two fell to the ground again. Batman fell to the ground and stretched out his hand to press on the wound on his waist. Maybe next time, Lucius can upgrade the anti-stab effect of his equipment. Joker licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to get up from the ground, but suddenly he saw Kate hiding under the chair with no chance to escape. After being targeted by Joker, Kate's face instantly turned pale, but Joker laughed. He got up from the ground, grabbed a submachine gun that was thrown on the ground, and kicked the seat over there. Batman also got up from the ground. He was a little exhausted, and there were 2 traces of blood flowing from the cracked hood. Look what I caught, haha. A little rabbit hiding in the rabbit hole. Joker grabbed Kate's neck and stood up, pointing the submachine gun at the ceiling and pulling the trigger. Chug tug tug tug. A short burst of light shattered the light bulbs on the ceiling. Kate was so frightened that she burst into tears, but there was nothing she could do. Joker's hand was so strong that she could barely breathe. Batman looked at Kate, who was being held hostage, and reached for the universal belt, trying to find a batarang, but came up empty. In the previous cover, the bat darts were used up, and the props on the universal belt were also used up. No. Batman suddenly remembered that Lucius had prepared a Christmas gift for him in advance. On the wrist part of the gauntlet, there were 4 thin steel cables that could be launched. It is the latest basic technology, a new material developed by Lex Group, which has extremely strong tensile toughness. Look, are we the monsters? Joker licked his split lips and spread his hands helplessly. Let her go, Batman shouted and stepped forward. He needed to ensure 100% accuracy. Suddenly, a series of bullets hit Batman in front of him, preventing him from taking a step forward. No, I won't let you come over. You have no sense of humor at all. You are simply a terrifying primitive animal. Look at your black equipment. Oh my god, it's so scary. Joker was commenting endlessly, but because of his bleeding lips, he had to stop talking and lick the blood with his tongue. This made him look so ferocious that it could scare a child to tears. For a monster like you, even the lunatic asylum may not take you in. You wrap yourself in a black, scary costume, and then wander around at night. You still have a small window open, showing the monster's face. Joker's hand holding the submachine gun moved up and down, his finger hooked on the trigger, and he pointed it at Kate's face. Can you tell me why you left the window open? Joker asked curiously, speaking like a host. To laugh at you, Batman shouted, immediately raised his hand, and whoosh, an inaudible sound of firing sounded. 4 hair-like black steel cables shot out from Batman's wrist and penetrated Joker's gun-holding arm. First it penetrated the forearm muscle, and then penetrated the biceps of the upper arm at the back. The speed was so fast that Joker didn't even feel anything. Batman stretched out his hand and pulled the steel cable. These 4 steel cables can pull something of the same weight as him. They were given to him by Lucius to save his life. If he falls from a tall building, he can use these to quickly hang in the air without falling to death. This joke is not funny at all, Joker said coldly, pulling the trigger, and Batman pulled the cable hard. Joker's arm was pulled directly, the flesh was torn, and the submachine gun was thrown out. Batman rushed over in 2 steps, raised his arm, and punched Joker in the face. Joker inevitably fell backward again, and Kate, who was being dragged by him, also fell to the ground. Run. Batman reached out and pushed Kate. Joker fell to the ground, grabbed a remote control in his pocket and pressed it. In the bucket at the door, a time bomb wrapped in a waterproof bag lit up red. With a bang, the door was directly covered by the explosion. Kate, who was about to stand up, was almost thrown out by the explosion, but Batman protected her by his side and covered her with his cloak. The dust raised by the explosion made the surrounding area white. Joker stood up, grabbed a stick that fell from nowhere, spit out a mouthful of blood, and walked towards Batman. Batman lay on the ground, his cape turned into hardened wings covering the ground after being electrified. I thought our story could go very far, but it seems that I have to bring it to an end in advance. Joker raised his stick and hit Batman 3 or 4 times in a row. Batman almost fainted. Buzz buzz, everything around was shaking. Joker looked around with his stick in hand, and a magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet, surrounding him. Damn it, I don't want the game to end. Joker seemed to understand the effect of this magic circle ring. He reached out and grabbed a piece of broken glass on the ground, put his hand on his neck, slashed his throat and cut open the arteries. Light blood spurted out from his neck, and Joker sat down on the ground, looking happily at Batman's somewhat unbearable eyes under his hood. Looks like we can still play. After Joker said this, he threw his head back and laughed wildly, but he could no longer make a sound and fell backwards to the ground. The ring paused for a moment and then disappeared, and Joker's body disappeared into a pool of blood in the blink of an eye. Batman saw this scene and stood up forcibly. Dozens of flashlight beams shone in from the blasted doorway. The police are coming. Batman looked at the blood that seemed to have evaporated and disappeared, gritted his teeth and jumped out of the window. Using the steel cable on his wrist, he swung upwards, climbed to the upper floor, smashed the glass with his elbow, and climbed in. Bruce. When Batman was unconscious, he heard someone calling him. Bruce, wake up. Barry, who was wearing a reindeer suit, rolled in from the window and shook the unconscious Bruce. Warm blood flowed from Batman's armor. Barry was a little nervous, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He just looked at Batman with a complicated look. No matter at that point in time, Batman was always an ordinary human being, but he still stood at the front without any hesitation, until he was bruised and bruised. Even Superman was moved by his strong will. I will send you back, Barry said seriously, turning his head to look to the other side, wanting to ask for help. Faust's magic circle happened to be on the upper floor of the auction venue. It used the effect of dimensional space to turn the first floor into an overlapping existence and hide it. Now that the magic circle was released, this level was also released, and Barry also heard the noisy alarms downstairs. There was no need to look outside. The red and blue police lights surrounded the outside of the building, and Barry's newsstand on the street also made up for Batman's current situation. If Batman falls into the hands of the police, Bruce Wayne's true identity cannot be hidden. Think about it, the richest man in Gotham transforms into Batman and does justice at night? Which media outlets would love this eye-catching headline? But those villains who have been taken care of by Batman don't care about the rich young master. It's not like the Wayne family has never been killed by bullets, so they just reunited this time. There will definitely be someone willing to take a pistol or explosives, prepare a grand fireworks, and send him on his way. Therefore, Barry will never let this happen, but now that he does not have the blessing of the Speed Force, it will be somewhat difficult to break out of these layers of siege. Especially with Batman in a coma. There was a bang in the front room, and yellow flames splashed out with the smell of sulfur. Zatanna took the magic hat, jumped out of the flames, and immediately wrapped the surrounding area with magic wards. A ferocious-looking demon stood in front of Faust, opening his mouth and spitting out flames. Nagi held the holy flame hammer in his hand like a knife hilt, slashing fiercely. The white-hot holy flame turned directly into a trace of light, splitting the flames coming towards him into two. Flames flew out from both sides of the seedlings and hit the wall. Zatanna's magic crystal blocked it with a faint purple light. I can't tell that you are actually from the Holy See. Zatanna put on her magic hat and glanced at the white holy flame on Nagi's hand. Only things from the Holy See could have such an effect. But for the demons in hell, this kind of damage is doubled. The Holy See? Pretty much. I am a believer in the second Son of God. Nagi held the holy flame hammer and was still in the mood to joke. Of course, this is also a fact. Although the inheritance of the second Son of God is gone, it is still something that the Holy See has debated and argued, and maybe it is really effective. Nagi withdrew the flame of the holy flame hammer, looked at Faust who was wearing a mask and staring at the magic circle in deep thought, stepped hard on his feet, and ejected directly. The holy flame hammer clicked, flames burst out, with maximum power, and as Nagi's arm swung over, the white flames like a lightsaber slashed heavily at the demon. It was said to be a demon, but Nagi only felt that it was a phantom, or even a soul body, because this guy had no legs, just like the legendary Jinn, dragging a vaporized tail. It was released from a glass pot thrown by Faust, and there was a stone filled with flames embedded in his chest. The holy flame fell on the demon, and the demon let out a shrill scream. The flames on his body grew stronger, and the whole body seemed to be inflated, swelling to the size of half a house. Get away. Nagi held the holy flame hammer with both hands and made a stabbing motion. The white flame fell straight on the flaming stone on the demon's chest. Such a conspicuous place may be a weakness. Moreover, most of the demon's body is made of flames. With this little entity, it must be broken into pieces no matter what. The holy flame fell on the flame stone, and the heat released instantly made Meow Mew feel like he was in the crater of a volcano, and the sweat on his forehead evaporated before it could flow down. The coolness of the waves? The water storage. Zatanna, who was in the back, was not idle either. Using a white handkerchief as a carrier, she summoned the water from the circus pool directly to this place with magic. The unfolded handkerchief was like a high-pressure water pipe spraying water, carrying rolling waves and washing away from behind the seedlings. After pouring some water on the seedlings, the rest of the water also fell on the flame demon. A large amount of steam immediately appeared, making the room as mist-filled as a sauna. At the same time, at the Zatanna circus station, a little dwarf that looked like a goblin, with a red nose like a joker on his face, and a pair of surprisingly large leather shoes, staggered to the inflatable pool. Tomorrow he will perform a comedy show, high diving, so he came over in advance to rehearse. Due to time issues, the high platform had not been built yet, so he stood on the large boxes piled up on one side, waved his hands left and right, clasped his hands and jumped down. Free fall, steady wind direction, boom. You deal with this one, and I'll deal with the one inside. Nagi decisively threw this demon to Zatanna. He specializes in techniques. This thing is too much in the way, so he can only, ladies first. With a sliding shovel, Meow Mew slid across the ground, then reached out and knocked the red-glazed pot off the ground. Faust. The holy flame hammer in Niggy's hand was aimed at Faust's figure, like pulling a trigger. The white flame instantly turned into a straight line and rushed past. Faust seemed not to hear it. When the flame touched him, it was blocked by a protective shield. Niggy was already prepared for this, took out his pistol, pointed it at Faust's head and pulled the trigger again. If you block it once, can you still block it many times? The gunshots of the Glock 17 were almost connected together. The warheads of 15 rounds of bullets, like black and yellow hornets, stopped on the protective cover. Faust also turned his head. The cracks in the protective shield were getting bigger, and he could no longer think about anything. Niggy put away the holy flame hammer, stuffed it into his pocket, took out his revolver, and fired from left to right. The bullet hit the protective shield and became the last straw that broke the camel's back. I hate this kind of unreasonable weapon. The eyes behind Faust's mask showed a depressed look. A small bullet is more terrifying than the offensive magic in magic. Doesn't this need to be restricted by magic? The protective shield shattered, the bullet whizzed into Faust's body, and the black robe spattered with blood. Faust stood there and allowed himself to be hit by bullets. This kind of bullet could not kill him, but it would hurt. Niggy had already clenched his fist and punched Faust in the face with a powerful right hook. Even the metal mask could not block the blow. Faust only felt that his fragile facial bones were broken, and his body was directly hit against the wall by this punch. Before Faust could stand up from the wall, Niggy used all his strength to lift his leg and stepped down hard. With a bang, Faust's body was crushed and turned into a dark, viscous liquid that moved quickly on the ground. Want to run? Seeing Faust without a body, Niggy immediately took out the holy flame hammer from his pocket. He held the white holy flame in his hand and poked it on the ground with his backhand, activating the maximum power of the flame. A ring of white flames began to spread rapidly around the seedlings. The black and viscous liquid like slime was instantly burned into black smoke after coming into contact with the white flames. Something's wrong? Niggy looked at the black liquid that was burned clean on the ground. How could it be solved so simply? This is quite wrong. Faust, are you dead? Niggy stood up on the spot with some doubts. Not only did the holy flame in his hand not be withdrawn, but it burned even more intensely. Not dead. Faust's voice sounded from behind. Niggy immediately turned around and slashed directly with the holy flame in his hand. The flames cut a deep mark on the wall, but a black figure on the wall did not waver. Magic. Niggy looked at the black shadow on the wall. It looked like it was drawn with ink, but it had a human aura. A kind of black magic, not unusual. Faust's eyes lit up on the black shadow, and he stared at the holy flame hammer in Niggy's hand for a few seconds. It should be an artifact of the Holy See, but he was not interested in it. Can you tell me your name? Faust asked in a deep voice. He looked at this. Faust looked up and down and looked at the way Niggy was dressed. The red Santa Claus costume was burned and changed its shape when fighting the devil, and the back was soaked by water. When Niggy wore it, he looked like a homeless man on the street. Niggy hesitated for a moment, raised his hand, and directly poked the holy flame on the wall. The flames exploded, and the wall was burned with a layer of dust. Faust's black figure was still there, unscathed. Niggy suspected that his body had already run away, and what was in front of him was just a cover-up. The name. This is still very important. Who knows what kind of long-range spells this black magician has? Bruce Wayne, has the same name as the richest man in Gotham. Niggy mentioned Bruce's name secretly, and Faust didn't doubt it, but nodded. Bruce, I remember you? Niggy was sweating profusely. This misunderstanding was a bit big. Bruce, let me remind you, Gotham will be a part of hell. Run away if you have the chance. After Faust said this, he raised his hand and the black shadow on the wall disappeared instantly, leaving only the scarred wall. Bah, don't run away. Come out and fight for another 300 rounds. Niggy raised his fist and shouted, paying careful attention to the surrounding environment. There was no change at all, he was really gone. AFK, dead horse magician. Miyamu kicked the ground and turned to look at the magic circle next to him. The candles had been extinguished. The magic circle made of white powder was engraved on the floor as if it had been repainted with red dye, with a bloody humanoid mark in the middle. What is this stuff? Niggy walked over, squatted next to the magic circle, reached out and pinched a handful of powder, squeezed it in his hand, put it to his nose and smelled it. There is blood inside, the smell of blood. Although he didn't understand magic knowledge, Niggy still felt that this was not a good thing and took out the holy flame hammer. Without saying anything else, he burned it first, completely burning the entire magic circle and the floor below. Outside, Zaydena, whose face was smoky, used teleportation magic to throw the demon puppet directly into the Gotham River. But there is no way to kill it. That thing has been transformed into a magician's puppet. There is no way to kill it before the original core stone is smashed. But throwing it into the Gotham River, Zaydena was relieved. In that bottomless river, not to mention a core stone, even a pile of core stones could be swept into the sand and buried. Zaydena, can you help me? Barry, who blocked the stairs and elevator, ran over, looked at Zaydena who had just returned, and asked seriously, is it okay to stay here? In a dark alley, Zaydena opened the portal and turned to look at Barry, who was carrying Batman on his back. Barry nodded, this is enough. His car is definitely nearby, thank you. Zaydena's eyes looked at the unconscious Batman. This man gave her a very special feeling. She knew him. but I don't know who is under this hood. Women's intuition is very accurate, especially since Zatanna has the blood of a prophet. Her views on some things are very accurate. Watching Barry carrying Batman on his back towards the depths of the alley, Zatanna stretched out her hands helplessly, planning to move Condenstein back. Meow. A beautiful black cat jumped down from the trash can on one side, and Zatanna turned to look over. At this moment, two strong white lights shone in the alley, causing both Zatanna and the black cat to look that way. The buzzing sound of the engine is like the roar of a beast in its throat, and the surging power is running. Barry skillfully activated the button in the Batmobile, put Batman in the driver's seat, and activated the autopilot mode. Although he has nothing to do with Batman now, in the future, Barry will be a frequent visitor to the Batcave, and even the fighter jets used by Batman to perform missions in the Justice League were brought back by Barry. In this case, the best thing to do is call Alfred. I miss Alfred's feasts, especially the roast turkey. Barry joked in a relaxed mood. When he saw Batman, he confirmed his prediction. Batman is still Batman, not the Flash who runs with the Speed Force. This made him very relaxed. Although he doesn't know who the Black Speed Force is now, maybe he will only know it after going back 10 years. I hope it won't be a bad thing. The autopilot system was set, the destination was the Batcave, and Alfred's video call was set. Barry jumped out of the Batmobile, closed the sliding door with his backhand, and jumped to the side. The Batmobile, with its roaring engine, accelerated in a few tenths of a second and ejected directly from the alley. Just like a Formula car on the field, the Batmobile disappeared here in almost a few seconds. Zatanna also returned to the building, looked at Condenstein lying on the ground, and raised her hand to open the portal to the circus. But she seemed to have forgotten one thing. Zatanna frowned and thought for a moment. The devil had already sunk into the river, so there should be no problem. As for Faust, Zatanna looked at the seedlings who were burning the magic circle. That guy looked very reliable, and she couldn't feel Faust's aura anymore. It should be fine, probably. She is just a magician looking for her father on the road. The responsibility of saving the world is left to those righteous people. Zatanna stretched out her hand and dragged Condenstein through the purple portal. John, it's time for you to lose weight. Zatanna shouted. Condenstein seemed to be in a coma, motionless, but his eyes were open. To be precise, his soul had reached hell. This was one of his special abilities. He could pass through liquids and the feeling of dying, and reach hell, but this time it was not what he wanted to do, but someone dragged him down. In the blazing hell, Condenstein looked up at a completely unfamiliar hell demon and the Joker laughing next to him. He felt nothing now and just wanted to smoke a cigarette. My name is Malbolgia, human being, offer your soul. Soul? Hearing this question, Condenstein almost laughed. His soul was quite valuable, but it was not easy to collect. After rummaging through his body, Condenstein actually found a cigarette from his body. Due to his soul state, all the injuries on his body were gone. Condenstein carefully held his cigarette in his mouth and looked up at the strange devil. There are many devils in hell, and they are all ugly, and this one is no exception. In contrast, his old friend the first fall can be said to be pleasing to the eye to some extent. Yes, it is the poisonous snake that tempted Adam and Eve to eat the apple in the Garden of Eden. He is an old enemy of God, but he is quite reasonable. I heard that he even built a soul torture paradise for Condenstein to ensure that Condenstein would have a miserable life after going to hell. Condenstein shook his head quickly. He didn't want to go to hell. He offended people? No, he offended too many demons and devils. He didn't even know how many demons he had thrown to hell for heaven. But he committed suicide. Under the teachings of God, suicide is a serious sin and you will definitely go to hell. In order to go to heaven, Condenstein became a professional exorcist. Looking at the devil in front of him, Condenstein narrowed his eyes and took a puff of the cigarette. In the dry and hot place of hell, he smoked up the entire cigarette in one puff. Condenstein was thinking about whether he could sell his soul again. After all, he had terminal lung cancer and might die, although Zatanna used healing magic to extend his life. However, why should we miss out on a good option that can be done quickly? If you want my soul, bring me something real and trade it. Condenstein threw the cigarette butt on the ground, raised his head and said, Do you need an agent in the world? I can help you solve the problem, why don't we cooperate? You. Hell Demon King Malbolgia lowered his huge amounts of head, like an ancient pterosaur on his body, with ugly brown hair, and every move affected the surrounding environment. John Condenstein. A professional exorcist, I can sign a contract with you. You don't want to miss the opportunity to get involved in this world, right? Condenstein said seductively. Having dealt with demons for many years, he understands very well how tempting the real world, which is the boundary between heaven and hell, is to these demon kings, second only to the invasion of the heaven world. No need, I will soon own a piece of earthly territory belonging to hell, but... Malbolgia changed his words and looked at Joker's soul who was laughing on the other side. That kind of restless madness and chaos, in Malbolgia's eyes, was like the ancient emperor who saw the talents of his generals and fell in love with them. I need someone to help me open that door and do a little work. Can you do it? Malbolgia stared at Condenstein. My men will rush to the promised land of hell, and you will help me defeat another guy who is fighting for the land. Who is it? Condenstein asked with a frown. This level of Hell Demon King requires the word defeat, and the difficulty rises directly to the Demon King War. Condenstein does not want to finish playing with these bastards in hell. It's just a little devil, but his followers are one step ahead. You just need to deal with him. My subordinates will go there in person. I have already felt him. Malbukia closed his eyes, and the burning valley around him disappeared in an instant, turning into ruins and debris. How do I know where he will go? Also, you won't let him go too, right? Kondenstein looked at the crazy joker next to him, with a trace of displeasure flashing on his face. Find this. Malbalgia's figure disappeared, and the surrounding ground began to crack. Pieces of gravel flew into the sky, forming a weapon, like a gunhead. When Kondenstein saw the outline and shape, he immediately frowned and whispered, Spear of Destiny, Spear of Longinus. This thing is extraordinary. The holy spear that stabbed Jesus has extraordinary abilities, but it is extremely difficult to control because it is stained with the holy blood. According to legend, this sacred weapon eventually fell into the hands of Nazi Germany and disappeared without a trace. Even the Holy See had no news or clues. Just like a drowning person who suddenly struggles out of the water and puts his head above the water, he takes a breath from his tight chest. Bruce woke up from the big bed in the bedroom. It was already sunny outside, and even the thick curtains revealed some sunlight through the gaps. You woke up earlier than I thought. Alfred came in from outside, holding a cup of green insect tea, placed it beside the bed, and reached out to open the curtains. The sun suddenly peeked in, and Bruce quickly raised his hand to block the sun, like a vampire who had just come out of the coffin. How did I get back? Bruce asked. Although his mind was a little confused and the dream he was sleeping in was still emerging in front of his eyes, he had confirmed that he was back. The bandages on his hands and the dull pain in his body told him what happened. It's the Batmobile. Autopilot mode brought you back. How lucky you are that you can still climb into the Batmobile, Alfred said, helping Bruce up, putting a pillow behind his back and letting him sit up. Last night. It's not last night anymore. Merry Christmas, Master Bruce. Alfred smiled and took out a gift box from under the bed, and Bruce looked shocked. Okay, it seems I have deceived you. Alfred laughed like an old naughty boy. Obviously he was very satisfied with the effect of this prank. Don't make trouble. Bruce raised his hand to cover his forehead and fell back on the bed, recalling last night's situation in his mind. He rolled upstairs and had no other memory. He only remembered someone calling his name and the automatic driving of the Batmobile. That one is manually operated and someone has to start it. Bruce also wanted to believe that he had completed this difficult task unconsciously and returned here. But, these words cannot convince Bruce. Doubt is his greatest strength and also his worst point. He doubts others as much as he doubts himself. Master Philip came this morning and was rejected by me, as well as your friend, Mr. Cameron. Alfred delivered the prepared newspaper to Bruce's bedside, with the explosive news headline on the cover. Is this Gotham or hell? Where is the word safe? Cameron. Bruce thought of the beautiful woman he met once at the auction, but after just thinking about it for a moment, he was thrown out of his mind. He had more things to think about. Such things as the love between children do not happen in dreams. Fortunately, nothing happened to you last night. Today, more than 10 people have jumped from the Gotham City stock market. Alfred took a few pills, placed them on the table, and handed them to Bruce along with the cup of green insect tea. By the way, Master Bruce, do you mind having a cat at home? What? Bruce took the insect tea, threw the pills into his mouth, and drank it all while holding his breath. The taste of the insect tea made Bruce wrinkle his face like a conditioned reflex. Last night, when I was inspecting the Batmobile, I found it on the hood, hanging. Alfred shouted outside. The ajar door was pushed open, and a black cat with a bandage on its left front paw came in from the outside, with some difficulty in moving. The emerald-like cat eyes were full of energy and a hint of joy. It was a very special black cat. The breed was hard to tell, but it was very well proportioned, like a nimble little leopard. He ran over, jumped onto Bruce's bed, grabbed the quilt with his claws, lay down comfortably, and looked at Bruce with a special look. Bruce felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by her, as if he was being stared at, but it was not easy to get angry. Of course, if you mind, I can deduct Hangana's food expenses from my salary. No need. Bruce waved his hand. He doesn't have to worry about raising pets or anything like that. Although he didn't know how to raise one, if Alfred wanted to raise it, he would still agree, and the cat looked, okay. So, not only did you come face to face with the devil, but you also had a fight with an evil black magician. Are you sure you didn't drink too much last night? Nigma was soldering a red circuit board with a soldering iron and said without raising his head, however, what happened last night was really big. Did you read today's news? I haven't looked at it. I can even think of it with my buttocks as to what the news would be like. Nagi leaned against the table, holding a fried dough stick in his hand, dipping it into the Americano coffee on the table and stuffing it into his mouth. People had almost finished their lunch, so he just made up for breakfast. By the way, someone gave you something last night. Nigma put down the soldering iron, picked up the soldered circuit board, and pointed to the door, where there was a wooden box. Who is it? Nagi threw the remaining half of the fried dough sticks into his mouth, rolled the oil-stained bag into a ball, threw it into the trash can, and walked over there. Bronze Tiger, you want to keep that fighting master. I went to the Arkham police station at 3 o'clock in the morning last night and put down my things. I also gave 2 instructions. Do you want to listen? Nigma put down the circuit board and asked. Road. Isn't that right? He left. Nagi picked up the box and asked with a surprised look on his face. He hadn't even started to win people's hearts yet. He said he promised someone something and he wanted to leave here temporarily. He asked you to keep these things for a while and he will come back after he finishes the thing. Nigma thought for a moment and then added, also, don't let others enter that martial arts gym. Things. Miyamo hesitated for a moment. There were really not many people who could make Tong Hyo do things. Apart from a few senior brothers, this guy was just a wandering martial arts idiot. After thinking for a while, Miao Mu was not sure who it would be, so he simply stopped thinking about it and opened the wooden box. This box was for porcelain and was filled with a layer of hay to prevent falling and buffering. Inside is the statue of the Iron Fist Stone Monkey, with the bronze tiger mask underneath, and the set of metal finger tigers. These were brought by Nagi for him, and it seems that he didn't take them with him at all. After rummaging around for a while, Nagi also found an old notebook. It seemed that the original owner used it frequently. The leather surface is a special kind of leather, which feels a bit rough, like cowhide. When you open the first page, you will see the name. Benjamin Turner, Bronze Tiger's real name. After flipping through the first page, Miyamu became energetic and hurriedly rummaged backwards. Only 2/3 of the notebook was written, and the rest was blank, but this was Tong Hyo's martial arts insights. Throwing it out, this can be said to be a martial arts secret book. Although most people can't understand it, Nagi understands it. The main reason is that what Tong Hyo writes is not the moves, but the insights honed in battles. In just 2 pages, Nagi found a sense of resonance, just like the reaction and speed when punching, and the more destructive energy agitation. And the most mysterious thing is the sense of chi that Bronze Tiger has been practicing, using his own chi to adjust his combat power. Bronze Tiger's Qigong is a health-preserving skill that he acquired by chance while traveling around the world after leaving his master's school. Its main function is to restore injuries and hidden wounds in the body. This is also his ability to stay at the bottom of the box. Even if his life hangs by a thread, he can recover half of his injuries, just like having half an extra life. For a fighter, this advantage is terrifying. Especially here, it also records Tong Hyo's development of Chi Sense, which is not the method of Qigong, but some moves and insights that he has learned by himself. It's been a long time, so I owe him a big favor. Nagi looked through the notebook eagerly, and he could vaguely feel the sense of breath that he had always been unable to understand. The reason why Tong Hyo left something behind is unclear to Miyamo, but this thing is too heavy. Where are you going, Nagi? Nigma picked up the thermos cup under the table, took a sip of strong coffee meant for staying up late, looked at Nagi who was about to run out with the book in his arms, and quickly called him. You have a meeting at the Gotham Police Department today. I don't have time. Besides, why am I, a police chief, showing off my prestige? Aren't our chiefs in the police station? We can't just take a salary and not work, and become a salary thief, right? Nagi stopped going downstairs, turned around and said, let him go? This meeting must be a place where that old BD Labu curses. That's what you say, but your schedule today is very full, and you have to hand over a prisoner tonight. Nigma picked up the mouse and looked at the schedule of the Arkham Police Department. There was a task bar marked in red. As for letting Chief Weaver of the Arkham Police Department go to the meeting, there is no problem. The Arkham District's current surname is Meow, and Chief Weaver is an empty frame and can only receive a chief's salary. Financial power, popularity, and reputation, seedlings crush him 10 streets. Even the police officers in the Arkham Police Department had been replaced twice. Chief Weaver no longer wanted to fight for power and just laid down. Fortunately, there is no need to work, and even the police station rarely comes. I heard that I had set up a farm on the outskirts of Somerset, where I could work hard for a few years and retire safely. Prisoner? Is there such a thing? Miyamu turned his head curiously and took his feet back from under the steps. Yes, it's the Joker who was caught in the TV station case and was transferred to Arkham Asylum tonight. Logically speaking, you have to go and receive him in person, but Otis is watching over there. Nigma raised his hand and tapped the keyboard, clicked on it and looked at the time when the task was issued. It was issued at 8 o'clock this morning. The main reason is that last night's auction robbery also involved a group of guys dressed as jokers. The city government wants to get rid of the pressure and burden of public opinion. Just escort the Joker who held the TV station hostage to the lunatic asylum in advance, and choose to hand it over at night, just because he doesn't want any more problems to arise. Okay, I will lead a team to greet him in the evening. How is Otis's job? Are you adaptable? Nagi stood at the door and smiled. Very adaptable. Nigma nodded and switched the computer screen to the surveillance situation inside Arkham Asylum. Rats ran through the hidden pipes one after another, their soybean file-sized eyes staring at the strange-looking mental patients. In order to ensure the safety of Arkham Asylum and prevent it from becoming a prison escape sanatorium for those villains, Nagi is fully equipped there. Ratcatcher Otis directly became the security captain of Arkham Asylum. He was affiliated with the Arkham Security Company and was run by Nagi. There are also more than 40 young men recruited from the slums, all equipped with stun guns, anesthesia needles, gas masks, and explosion-proof shields. They are not equipped with firearms. Because Nagi was worried that if the lunatic deceived him with the gun by talking nonsense, it would be more of a loss than the gain. After all, the people in Arkham Asylum were all unspeakable talents. These young men are also the kind of people who dare to fight hard. They have similar backgrounds to Nagi and the others. They have a clean financial background. At least they have no criminal record and no bad habits such as drug abuse. After all, in some communities, drugs are completely equivalent to banknotes and can be used as currency for transaction circulation and preservation of value. Robinson Park has now become a happy city. There are 3 circuses stationed here, and the one in the middle is the famous Satyra Circus. Lions and tigers roamed around in iron cages, and a muscular strong man stood shirtless on the roadside, performing a show of tearing apart a frying pan. Vendors selling cotton candy, hot dogs, popcorn, and ice cream stood on both sides in front of the stalls, preparing food for those customers. Although some places are still covered with snow, there is a bustling atmosphere here. Many parents bring their children to play here and relax by watching a circus performance. Look, cornfield boy, it's an elephant. Louise, who received the interview assignment from the Daily Planet, happily pointed to the elephant in the circus tent with its long trunk stretched out to steal bananas from the roadside fruit stall. Clark, the sunny man next to him, made a quick decision, picked up the camera hanging around his neck, and took 2 pictures of the elephant. Okay, real thief. Louise watched the elephant sweep away a bunch of bananas, then quietly closed the fence of the tent, lay down on the ground carelessly, secretly eating the bananas, and couldn't help laughing. Clark wore glasses and secretly looked at Louise's smile, with a happy look on his face. When taking the boat this morning, Louise's face looked as bad as if a relative had arrived, and she didn't like anything. For no other reason, today is the day Lex Luthor, the president of Lex Group, is released from prison after trial. Louise was going to put the microphone in the robber's face and ask him what he was thinking about robbing a bank, and even talking about the threat of Superman in prison. But as soon as Louise was ready, she was given an interview assignment by the newspaper boss and thrown on the ferry to Gotham, asking her to interview the famous Escape Magic Masters Circus. Euphemistically called a welfare holiday for Louise. But everyone can see that this is a choice made by Daily Planet because it does not want to offend the Lex Group. After all, everyone still needs to eat. If you offend Lex Group to death, Planet Daily may be fired by another owner. It wasn't that Louise couldn't see it, so she came over holding her nose. It was just out of sight and out of mind. However, Louise quietly turned her head, looked at Clark who was watching her, smiled and snorted, "What are you looking at?" Elephant." Clark blushed and turned his head. Although he has a body stronger than steel and invincible strength, at heart he is still a kind and simple boy who grew up on a farm. A bit too simple, maybe because nothing can hurt him, so he has a kind heart. Otherwise, you can see that Batman is covered in bruises at every turn, and he always hits the most critical places in fights. His despicable, insidious, and non-stop shooting with firearms are already his greatest martial virtues. Our interview plan, have you bought your tickets? Louise then remembered that the Satyra Circus only started performing at 6 in the afternoon, so maybe all the tickets were sold out, right? Just by looking at the people queuing up there, you can feel that the citizens of Gotham welcomed the Satyra Circus mainly because of the rare celebration, and the care of the Wayne family behind it. The Satyra Circus is known to everyone in Gotham and even in surrounding cities. Of course, 2 tickets. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, there is still some time before the start. We can go and shoot some material. Clark took out 2 circus tickets from the travel bag he was carrying. After confirming that he wanted to come to Gotham, he excused himself to go to the toilet on the ferry and sped up here. I queued up to buy a ticket and flew back at super speed. The whole journey took less than 3 minutes and no one even noticed. You have everything you want, but we can go meet a friend. You forgot, your fan, Officer Nagy, is also in Gotham. Lois reminded Clark with a smile. Condenstein, who was wearing a brown coat and dressed like a detective, happened to pass by with a cigarette in his mouth. When he heard Nagy's name, he stopped and glanced at Louise. This glance didn't matter. Condenstein's eyes fell on Clark. His expression changed instantly. He quickly quickened his pace and left here as if he was running away. What kind of world is this? What kind of monster is this? Condenstein muttered. The tattoo-like mark of hell on his wrist made him frown frequently due to the tingling sensation. The cigarettes in his mouth never stopped, and there were a whole carton of cigarettes stuffed in the pockets on both sides of his coat. He had already smoked 3 packs today. The good news is that his lung cancer is cured and he can continue to smoke heavily. The bad news is that his life is tied to Gotham. When Gotham becomes part of hell, he will have to die. The point is, he is not the only one who made Gotham a hell, but there are 2, and possibly more. Condenstein recalled the crazy and uncontrollable Joker and his last actions, but he was not worried about what he would do. However, the Hell Demon King made it very clear that his men were rushing to Gotham, and that Faust, that guy, was obviously working for another Hell Demon King. And Condenstein turned his head and looked at the crowd of people behind him, wondering who the guy he just saw was. The soul was as strong as a god. Because of the hell mark on his wrist, Condenstein could see the human soul. But he doesn't want this thing at all. This kind of brand is like a dog chain. Although he can use the magic of hell, his life is also in the hands of the devil of hell. In Condenstein's past experience, he was at a bit of a loss this time, but it is not difficult to untie this mark. At worst, he can find a good friend to replace him. The key is, hell will be connected to the present world. This is extremely exciting news, no less than the second war in heaven. Condenstein wanted to know, would those angels sitting leisurely in the church be so scared that they would wet their pants after learning about this? Well, he is indeed evil in his heart, just like he once thought about breaking the wings of his immediate boss, Angel Gabriel. Maybe I should go to Los Angeles. Condenstein turned around and looked at the small flag on the top of the circus tent behind him. He should really be more prepared. A magic bar in Los Angeles is the territory of Midnight Dad, and he happens to have to go home to prepare something. Using Midnight Dad's portal, he can sit in a restaurant on the streets of New York and have a serious breakfast tomorrow morning. The bronze tiger who left Gotham did not fly far away. Instead, he took a speedboat that had been prepared in advance and sailed along the coastline in the direction of Star City. Tong Hu skillfully controlled the speed and direction of the speedboat. The cabin was filled with gasoline barrels, enough to support him for a long journey. Master Bruce, if you don't get ready, you may miss tonight's performance, although I hope you stay in bed and rest. Alfred came out of the elevator and looked at Bruce, who was in front of the bat computer, holding a dumbbell in one hand and tapping the computer with the other. The upper body was bare and wrapped in thick white bandages. It was clear that the serious injury had not healed, but he had already been able to resume exercise. Bruce placed the heavy dumbbells on the stand next to him and moved his shoulders. I think there's nothing wrong with it. Are the spare sets ready? Get ready. Mr. Lucius suggested that if you have time, you should attend the Wayne Group meeting. Alfred walked over and stretched out his hand. Bruce thought he was coming to help him and quickly stood up. He was not weak enough to need help, but soon, Bruce felt that he was being overly sentimental. Because Alfred picked up the black cat on the table, well, the items in the Batcave are basically dark, and the cat lying there is simply the best disguise. Not even Bruce noticed. Even when Bruce looked at the black cat lying in Alfred's arms, he felt a little bit jealous. But then he shook his head, stood up and moved his numb thighs. The wound on his abdomen no longer mattered. Wayne Group? What's wrong with William? Bruce grabbed the table and stretched his arms. William Earl, the current CEO of Wayne Group, is a profit-seeking businessman, but he is very shrewd. Bruce used the names of various financial companies to get back part of the shares of Wayne Group. William Earl also reacted quickly and used several cooperation contracts to win over the board of directors. Although Bruce didn't know how to break the situation, with his support, Lucius, who was hiding in the Wayne Group warehouse, had already begun preparations. Lucius investigated all of the more than 14 arms branches under the Wayne Group, found some bad news, and helped Bruce get some good equipment. At least for William Earl, the news was extremely bad, enough for the board to fire him outright. Regarding some material issues, do you remember the Environmental Protection and Energy Department? Alfred asked while petting the cat. I know this. Wayne Group is committed to developing environmentally friendly energy and has invested a lot of money in this. What's wrong? Bruce was a little confused. There was nothing wrong with this project. Even if he took the company back, he would continue to develop the project. If. Alfred used 2 ifs in a row, which had never happened before. Bruce immediately realized that there was a big problem hidden behind this matter, and his expression became serious. The black cat in Alfred's arms struggled, jumped from his arms to the table, stuck out its tongue, and licked its paws. Eyes full of humanity looked at Bruce's figure, mainly taking a second look at his strong muscles. Sometimes Selena feels that there is nothing wrong with turning into a cat, at least, she has discovered some very interesting secrets. Of course, this secret cannot be told, otherwise, a handsome guy with good looks, a good figure, and a rich family will never let her go. However, the food cooked by the old housekeeper tastes really good, and even the cat's food is so exquisite. Thinking of this, Selena's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. Night, Arkham Asylum. Although the restoration of Arkham Asylum has not yet been completed, it does not hinder the admission of patients. The first floor was previously burned by fire, and there were no problems with the floors above. The floor specially approved for Joker is on the 3rd floor, in a former doctor's office, now converted into an intensive care unit. Under Nagi's arrangement and Nigma's planning, Arkham Asylum changed from a hospital to a prison. The most important thing is to separate the places where patients and doctors are. After Christmas, a small building specially built for doctors began to be built just to the right of Arkham Asylum. It was in the style of those European medieval bunkers, with searchlights installed on the top of the building. Except for the wards on the 1st floor, all the upper floors are designed as closed single rooms, the kind that Nagi refers to the Blackgate prison, and also has an improved design. The most important thing is that Nagi put down a general here. Ratcatcher Otis' control over the rats has firmly controlled every corner of the asylum. The car lights outside came on, 3 police cars were in front, 2 black canister escort vehicles followed, and behind them was a car full of heavily armed special forces. The convoy stopped, and Nagi, wearing a police uniform, stepped forward to prepare for the handover. 20 policemen transferred from the Arkham Police Department were also armed with live ammunition. Coupled with the security personnel of the lunatic asylum and the rats lurking in the dark, it can be regarded as a tight protection like an iron wall. What a coincidence. Are you on duty tonight? Sheriff Gordon opened the car door and walked out. He was wearing a black body armor and headphones on his ears. His face was a little tired. It seemed that the agreement he had made with his daughter tonight was broken again. How can I not come for such a big thing? But thank you for your hard work. After the handover, you can go back quickly. Nagi also said a few polite words, and looked at the tank escort truck in the middle. With the Special Forces members behind, guarding on both sides, the door opened and the baffle was lowered. Joker, who was wearing a white straitjacket and sitting in a wheelchair with a black cloth covering his head, was pushed out of the car by the escort. What's wrong? Nagi asked hesitantly. He was, dropped. It was like this when he was arrested. We are taking him out of the hospital. The handover procedures have been prepared, and he was sent here in advance to avoid shock. Gordon warned, if a reporter comes over, it's best not to let anyone know that Joker is being held here. Nagi walked up to Joker, put one hand on his hips, and stretched out the other hand to pull off the black cloth covering Joker's head. The green-haired Joker was a little uncomfortable with the light shining in his face. He quickly raised his hands to cover his face, losing all the makeup on his face, leaving only a circle of scars on his face and wounds on both sides of his mouth. Are you that Joker? Nagi looked at the circle of scars on Joker's face with complicated eyes. So far, he doesn't know why Joker is called Joker. Maybe it's a joke, or maybe it's a self-deprecation, but it's more of the madness and chaos that is the most integral part of Gotham. This is my home. After Joker said this, he lowered his head and put a strange smile on his face, but it was not visible due to the shadow. Jeremiah Arkham, this is indeed his home. Although I don't know why he became like this. After Gordon finished speaking, he looked towards Arkham Asylum. There seemed to be a doctor standing in front of the window on the second floor. Who is that? Gordon pointed to the window upstairs. Nagi turned around and looked over. A doctor. I feel like he has something wrong with his head. He has been living in a lunatic asylum, but the few patients he manages and treat are quite stable. Hand over, Joker, I'll leave it to you. Gordon raised his hand and patted Nagi on the shoulder, as if he had entrusted a heavy burden to Nagi. Okay, let's take him to take pictures. By the way, I'll shave his green hair. No hair is allowed to be left. Oh my god, can't you be gentler? Joker, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted loudly, but here, his words didn't count. Two capable security guys pushed him into the bathroom, took electric hair clippers, grabbed the green hair on Joker's head, and cut it off at once. In just a few minutes, he had his head shaved. Joker looked at the mirror on the wall and said with dissatisfaction, if you open a barber shop, you will starve to death. Stop talking nonsense, Jeremiah, can you tell me how you became like this? Nagi walked in from outside. When Joker, who was sitting in a wheelchair, heard this, he tilted his head back to see the seedlings, but his back was to the seedlings and he couldn't see the seedlings when he tilted his head back. He gave up after 2 attempts. That's it. I think, there's a voice in my head telling me what to do, but I think it's too noisy. Joker shook his head. Originally, he wanted to lift his arm, rub his face and talk, but the arm that was broken by Batman could not be raised even after treatment. Moreover, he was still wearing a heavy straitjacket. Joker had no choice but to continue shaking his head and said, so, I will kill him. My mind is clean, and there is no longer that nagging voice. After saying that, Joker closed his eyes comfortably, very satisfied with this matter. At least he was sleeping peacefully now. Nagi stood at the door, looking through a medical record handed over with Joker, which was used as evidence in the court. Severe schizophrenia is synonymous with Joker, but Nagi threw the medical records behind him. Otis, the security captain in a striped suit, quickly reached out to catch Joker. His eyes looked at Joker in the bathroom. The emotion conveyed by the nearby mice was that this guy was dangerous. Congratulations on coming to Arkham Asylum. I'm looking forward to your escape, but that's basically unlikely. Nagi walked up to Joker, grabbed Joker's shaved head with both hands, and pressed hard with his hands. According to Nagi's own estimation, he could crush Joker's head directly with his maximum strength. His fingers slowly compressed hard enough to make a mark on Joker's scalp. You're committing murder. Joker suddenly shouted. Nagi smiled and took back his hand. He really hadn't thought about how to deal with the Joker. If he thought about it, he would mix the concrete and stuff the Joker into a pillar and bury it underground. Just use it as a pile to hide people's eyes and ears, and it can be regarded as a good thing to eliminate harm for the people. However, the various situations he has experienced recently, as well as the Joker who appeared first, have left Nagi a little helpless. Lock him up first so his injuries don't need to be treated. Nagi raised his hand and ordered, then slapped Joker on the head, causing Joker to squeal. I finally know why he hates you, you BD who has no fun. Joker muttered while sitting in his wheelchair. Who? Nagi asked, holding the handle of the wheelchair. Joker raised his head with that ferocious smile on his face. You know, you've been afraid of him too, haven't you? Nagi looked at Joker in front of him, stretched out his hand to pinch the front teeth in his mouth, and applied force with his fingers, which made Joker smile even happier. With a bang, the 2 front teeth in Joker's mouth were forcefully pulled out along with the roots by Nagi's pliers-like fingers, and were thrown to the ground with bright red blood stains. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed scared. Joker laughed crazily, and the blood from his mouth kept flowing out, staining half of his straitjacket red. I pulled out his remaining teeth and locked him up. I don't want him to do anything else besides eating. Nagi shook off the blood on his hands and walked out of the bathroom with a sullen face. A sturdy security guard took out a pair of electrician's pliers from his pocket and walked towards Joker. Oh, you security guards, do you still work part-time as electricians? It seems like your salary should be able to get a few more cents. Joker kept talking, but the other 2 security guards held his head and pulled him away. He was still muttering in his throat. I hate going to the dentist. If I could, I really wish I had a few cavities instead of being misdiagnosed by quacks. Afterwards, Joker stopped mumbling. There was only a whining sound, and teeth were thrown to the ground with blood stains, and the last thing that fell was a pair of pliers. The security guard who was extracting the tooth could no longer hold the pliers, and a cold sweat broke out on his body. He looked at the Joker with horrified eyes who stuck out his tongue and licked the bleeding gums. It was as if the tooth that was extracted just now was not his, and there was no sign of pain. But in Joker's eyes, the security guard saw his own death. Lock him up, Dr. Hurt will stop the bleeding later. Room J2 on the second floor. Otis said, standing outside. Standing in front of the window, he lit a cigarette and stared at the lights of Arkham District. After being here for such a long time, the seedlings can already see which household is below through the light. However, this kind of life also puts a lot of pressure on him, and the thin cigar in his hand has been replaced by a Marlboro. Otis walked over from behind, and a big light brown mouse pulled the curtains from the ground and climbed onto the windowsill. Niggy reached out and touched the big mouse, took out a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to the big mouse. Bastion, the big mouse, happily took the candy and ate it. Keep an eye on that guy, he is a pile of explosives. Try not to let the doctor get close to him casually, Miyagi warned. Otis nodded. I understand, there are 3 people present. By the way, who is the doctor who was standing here just now? Niggy looked at the windowsill and thought of the doctor who was standing here just now. Dr. Simon Hurt, he has been in Arkham Asylum for many years, but he suffered a head injury, anyway. Otis thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. How to describe it? Fortunately, Niggy waved his hand, and he didn't care about this. It doesn't matter, don't let him get too close to Joker. I haven't figured out how to deal with him yet. Niggy held the cigarette in his mouth and flicked the ashes. He is not an old-fashioned person like Gordon who sticks to the bottom line. If there is a chance to get rid of Joker, he will definitely do it. In room J2, Joker was thrown on the bed, and 2 security guards stood on both sides with batons on the left and right. Dr. Simon Hurt walked in carrying the medical kit. The moment he walked in, the lights in the room flickered as if there was a bad contact, but they recovered immediately. The 2 security guards didn't pay attention. Dr. Hurt took the medicine, cleaned the wounds of Joker on the bed, and left. Meanwhile, in the basement of Arkham Asylum, there is a laboratory hidden behind a freezer. A doctor wearing a pig face mask eagerly picked up the blood-stained metal saw on the bed and walked over. Joker, who was lying on the ground, looked at a place he was familiar with and looked up at the smashed culture tank on the wall behind him, and laughed with great joy. It seems that the master has a new mission. Come on, this is not why I came back. Joker looked at the pig-faced doctor approaching him, curled his lips helplessly, and turned to look at the werewolf corpse specimen on the other side. It looked like a piece of peeled skin, but it was really bad. It looked like weeds in the ground. Let me think about it. Joker was pulled up by the pig-faced doctor, with a thoughtful look on his face, and his toothless gums bumped against each other. I think about it, that's it. Joker's broken finger shook. Then Joker suddenly jumped up, grabbed a bloody and rusty scalpel on the table next to him, stabbed it into the pig-faced doctor's neck, and twisted it with him. Before the pig-faced doctor opened his mouth to let out a scream, Joker reached out and covered his mouth, whispering, "Don't wake others up." Joker suddenly pulled out the scalpel, and the blood flowing from the pig-faced doctor's neck spurted out like a fountain. Fortunately, the floor here was covered with a thick layer of blood stains, and you couldn't tell how bloody it was. Joker pushed the pig-faced doctor's body to the ground, stood up and shook his neck. Everything is fine, but... Joker stretched out his finger and touched his bare gums, which were still bleeding. Joker turned to look at the wolf skin on the wall and the skinned corpses thrown on the operating table like meat cases in a slaughterhouse. I need some teeth, and I need them now. Joker grabbed the scalpel, bent down and overturned the corpse of the pig-faced doctor, took off the ridiculous pig mask, and opened his mouth. Joker looked at the teeth critically. He retched in disgust. Isn't the sanitary condition too bad? Joker couldn't help but ran to the side, vomited against the wall, and wiped his mouth with the pig face mask. He promised that he had never seen such a disgusting scene. The teeth corroded by drugs were full of pits, dark and rotten, and exuded an unpleasant smell. Joker shook his head and looked at the teeth in the werewolf's mouth. After hesitating for a second, Joker ran over and opened the werewolf's stiff mouth. Looking at the snow-white fangs, Joker nodded with satisfaction and picked up the saw and hammer next to him. What a well-behaved little dog. After watching Nagi and the others leave, Dr. Hurt also got off work. He was currently the only doctor on duty at Arkham Asylum. Otis also paid enough attention to him and helped him tidy up a room in the demolished office on the 3rd floor. But Otis didn't like the plastic smile on Dr. Hurt's face, because it looked like he was talking to a dummy, which felt weird. As the high-power lights outside Arkham Asylum were turned off, the dark silence fell over again. The occasional screams in the corridor have also made the patrolling security guards accustomed to them. They are the scarecrows in room J6 on the 2nd floor. He probably had another nightmare. The guy hadn't slept well for many days and could only rely on some sleeping pills to fall asleep for a while. Dr. Hurt sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the pipe mouth next to the ceiling with a look without any emotion, quietly looking at the mouse patrolling with a miniature camera on his back. The entire asylum is under Otis surveillance, but for Dr. Hurt, it's a bit too simple. Or if he wanted to deceive these brainless mice, for him, it was so simple that he didn't even need to lift a finger. The mouse seemed to be frozen in the pipe without crawling over, and the camera was also in darkness. Dr. Hurt's figure flashed and he was instantly teleported to the underground laboratory where Otis and the others were not discovered. Those people rely too much on rats, but they don't know that rats are also afraid of and have places they can't get close to. Dr. Hurt raised his hand and touched his chest. Inside his body, next to his heart, there was a golden egg-shaped machine. It was so delicate that it didn't look like a human creation. It was wrapped with traces of black energy. He could feel that the call of his great master Darkseid was approaching, spanning 200 years. No, he has another mission, to make Gotham a sacrificial gift, to... Dr. Hurt suddenly stopped, as if the machine was down. It took him a while to recover, and black mist emerged from his hands, turning into ferocious bone claws. I am Barbados. Dr. Hurt looked at the bone claws emerging from his hands and repeated it as if to confirm. After saying that, Dr. Hurt teleported into a laboratory that looked like a slaughterhouse, and Joker was holding a bunch of fangs, sitting cross-legged on his desk, looking in the mirror and stuffing teeth into his mouth. I thought you would come quickly. Joker opened his mouth and smiled, and all the teeth he had just put in his mouth fell out. You didn't complete your mission. Dr. Hurt suddenly appeared in front of Joker and reached out to grab Joker's neck. With a bang, the two of them were teleported to the cold storage outside. Joker's face was hit against the ice-wrapped freezer. The biting cold directly stuck Joker's face to it. Damn it, I didn't come here just to let you deal with me. Do you want to make something big happen together? Joker's face was pressed against the ice cube, but his eyes widened, wanting to see what was inside the ice cube, and his tears were about to freeze. Dr. Hurt said nothing, just stared at Joker's head and hesitated for a moment. Have you met him? Him? Are you talking about Uncle Jack? He is dead. Joker shook his arm, raised his hand and slapped it on the ice, and pulled his face hard. It hurt, so he simply gave up. What do you want to do? Dr. Hurt asked. I stole a pesticide plane, and a little bit of technical support. I was hoping for something better. Joker grinned and said, for example, you give him something that he has used before. I need one, or you should give me something better. Tell me, something. Dr. Hurt suddenly felt something, turned his head and looked behind him, but his eyes had already crossed the Arkham district. Can. Dr. Hurt grabbed Joker and teleported again. This time they did not appear in any corner of Arkham Asylum. Instead, it was in an underground abandoned mine. The surrounding area was pitch black, with only a pool of green spring water emitting a faint light on the ground, as if it had been blended with a bunch of chemicals. With a plop, Joker was thrown in. The green spring water boiled, just like mints thrown into carbonated soda. It reacted instantly. Joker raised his head from the water, shook his bare head a few times, and looked at the transparent liquid in his palm. Before he could laugh, he was thrown on the streets of Gotham. Remember your mission, let this city fall into despair, completely collapse, and destroy everything. Dr. Hurt warned and left. Joker sat on the ground, looked around, and then lay back on the ground. Looking at the sky with his eyes wide open, Joker also had his own troubles, as if he saw something weird again. Maybe I should find a plastic surgeon to fix my teeth, Joker said, touching his empty gums. But, Joker turned his head and looked at the water not far away, stood up, and walked over. Under the illumination of the street lamp, he could see his own appearance on the water, but it was completely different from his own. It was a Joker with flames burning on his body. As if he was saying something to himself, Joker shook his head. I'm very busy. At the Hyman Island Pier, a transport ship from New York docked here. The crew member on board took a flashlight and shined it down several times, as if signaling something. After a while, a trailer drove over. People above and below were busy, and a red container was hoisted up. What kind of cargo is this time? The captain came out of the cabin wearing a coat, holding a cigarette and looking at the shipping containers. You know the price of a batch of things shipped to Star City. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. A warning sounded from the pager nearby. The captain held his cigarette in his mouth and snorted disdainfully, pretending to be mysterious. Didn't he still have to rely on his ship to transport something? Just as the containers were placed on the ship and the sailors were reinforcing them, a burst of gunfire rang out on the dock in front. The captain was so frightened that he immediately threw himself to the ground. In his profession, he was not afraid of anything else but the dark side. However, there was a burst of gunfire over there, and it was not directed this way. Don't be afraid, it's those lunatics from the Whispering Gang. It seems that none of the flamencos are good at it. An explanation voice sounded from the intercom placed on the side of the ship. The captain got up from the ground in some embarrassment and urged the sailors to quickly put the goods in place and fix them. What is the Whispering Gang? The captain urged, picking up the telescope hanging around his neck and looking at the dock over there, and asked curiously, because it was within the field of view of his telescope. I just saw some guys in different clothes carrying machetes and chopped a guy with a submachine gun into pieces with a few cuts. The bloody scene was even from a long distance away. It still made the captain shiver. Being beaten to death by guns and bullets is completely different from being chopped into pieces of flesh with a knife. The Whispering Gang is a group of bloodthirsty lunatics. They always like to make the scene a mess and dripping with blood to show their terrifying deterrence. Ha, it's so vulgar. The voice on the pager obviously looked down on these crazy bandits who chopped people into pieces, and even a little despised these bastards who could only steal things in subway stations and docks. But it is true that the underworld in Gotham is dominated by the Italian mafia, led by Falcone, while other gangs have been severely squeezed out and can only have some scraps of territory. Just when the captain was about to ask further questions, a container at the back suddenly fell off and crashed down with a loud bang. Damn it, is there a typhoon? The captain only felt that tonight was really unlucky. How could a well-fixed container fall? It must be that the sailors were lazy and did not fix it properly, but there was no wind on the sea. The sailors also looked at each other in confusion, looking at the logo on the container, which was a container transported from the New York port. Just when they were shining their flashlights on the container, all the door locks hanging on the container fell to the ground. When I shined the flashlight, I saw that all the door locks were cut from the middle, and with a clang, the container was pushed open. The red cloak was like red waves, all flying out with a roar, covering the sky above the transport ship, and several chains also flew in the cloak. This scene made the captain's eyes widen. He remembered a strange night story in New York City, but that shouldn't be the case. Nagy looked at Louise sitting at the table, unceremoniously eating the takeaway breakfast he ordered this morning. It was really dumbfounding. Barry was squeezed into the same bed with Jason upstairs. He directly put the reindeer hood on his head again, sat in front of the table, and looked at Clark with an innocent face. You came to Gotham to have fun. Nagy came over with the bread, looked at some circus dolls thrown on the table, and glanced at Barry next to him. Barry was wearing a jacket and holding his arms in silence. Although he felt that the world line had been irrevocably changed, some places remained unchanged. For example, the situations of Clark, Lois, Batman, and Nagy are not much different. Basically there is no change. But are they getting together in advance? Although silent on the surface, Barry is not a silent person. He just grumbles and complains in his stomach. Almost, let's catch up on a manuscript. The interview with Zedra Circus was completed last night. Louise put a soup dumpling dipped in vinegar into her mouth with a happy look on her face. By the way, can I interview you? Louise asked with a look of joy, wiped her hands professionally, picked up her notebook and was about to start recording the interview. Louise. Clark reminded helplessly. It's okay, interview me, it doesn't seem like there's anything to interview, right? After all, our place isn't as safe as the metropolis. Nagy tore off a piece of bread and threw it into his mouth. The specialty of our place is all kinds of homicides and homicide cases, which are not suitable for recording. No, it's about Batman, your superhero here. I heard that you met him. Louise turned over the record book and asked Nagy to look at the sketch she drew in the circus auditorium last night and listened to what the audience said. She is very interested in superheroes, and of course the one that interests her the most is Superman. But what would a superhero be like in a city with a very high crime rate like Gotham? Louise has already smelled the exclusive news. Of course, she also read Gotham's newspapers, but she was hesitant about Batman's existence. Unlike their metropolitan counterparts, who directly pursue interviews with Superman, if there is no topic about Superman on any news page, it must be a street tabloid with no future. This, how should I put it, it's very vivid and cruel. Nagy looked at the sketch and nodded repeatedly. The Batman painted on it is like a huge amount of black triangle, the image of a devil, two pointed ears, and a bat logo on the chest, which basically conforms to the stereotype of Batman. Then can you tell me? Or do you know where I can interview him? Louise clapped her hands excitedly. On the street, that area has the highest alarm rate. He probably appeared there, but it's not necessarily that he could not come out and take action due to some things. Nagy threw down the bread in his hand, unable to help his breakfast being eaten by Louise, and picked up the soy milk on the table and took a sip. By the way, Christmas is coming soon, do you have to complete your interview mission here? Nagy turned his head and looked at the calendar on the wall. Christmas was only 2 days away. He started preparing red envelope benefits for the Arkham Police Department and preparing to give the police officers an early vacation. After all, this holiday in the United States is the Chinese New Year, one of the most important holidays of the year. I plan to leave after the interview. Of course, directly to take a vacation. By the way, cornfield boy, where are you going? Only then did Louise remember that Clark's vacation had been cut short in order to find a partner for herself, so he came with her. Me. Clark sat down at the table and raised his hand to push up his glasses. I want to go back to Kansas to spend Christmas with my mother. When talking about his mother, Clark smiled like a big child. He was also a filial son. He would occasionally fly back in the middle of the night to help his family clean up the land. Therefore, often when Superman's mother gets up, she will find that the seeds she just bought yesterday have been planted in the ground. However, this situation gradually became less and less as Clark became busier and busier in the metropolis, so he wanted to go home for Christmas, although he didn't need a ticket if he wanted to. Wow, what a caring baby. Louise teased, turning to look at Barry, who was sitting in front of the table and wearing a reindeer hood. In fact, Louise wanted to ask from the beginning, who is a serious person wearing an animal hood in the house and sitting on a chair with his arms folded. But she didn't have the nerve to ask. Ahem, this is my friend, that Barry. Nagy introduced him first, otherwise it would be difficult to describe the image of Barry. Hello. Louise greeted politely. Barry nodded quickly, but his hood could not block Superman's gaze at all. Not to mention the coat, Superman could clearly see how many times his heart was beating. By the way, where's that Jason? Louise then remembered that she didn't seem to see the boy she saw last time at the Nagy house. At his teacher's house, he seems to be getting something. It's almost Christmas, and I think he is also preparing gifts for his friends. By the way, I seem to have noticed since last time that you don't have a girlfriend, right? Louise asked. How can you tell this? Nagy looked at his body with some confusion to see if his single smell had been pickled, making it obvious at a glance. You just said it yourself. Louise Pist smiled and couldn't help laughing and said, the main reason is that there are too many things lying around in your house at any time. It doesn't look like you have a mistress at home. Actually, I'm a little busier than you think. Nagi changed the subject. By the way, if you don't mind, I can introduce you to the Gotham Police Department. My old friend Commissioner Gordon has a lot of information about Batman. Of course I don't mind. When are we leaving? Shit. Oswald the Penguin was running away along a winding path with his palms in his hands. The palm of his hand was pierced by the iron chain, and blood was constantly coming out. Fortunately, he was accustomed to wearing white gloves with him. Now the wound has just been blocked. But the one behind, that monster, is still chasing him. Oswald didn't even know how to describe it. The Night Legend of Gotham, Batman, is a very powerful guy, but the pursuers behind him are completely beyond his imagination. Demons, monsters, biological weapons in the laboratory, whatever you call them, Oswald doesn't want to touch them at all. God testifies, he is just helping people to be a broker, acting as a middleman to smuggle some things out and earn some money. He's not going to be hunted down like this, right? Even if Batman comes over, he can't be thrown into jail. He hasn't committed any crime? Just when Oswald saw the entrance of the alley and was about to run out, a figure fell from the sky and happened to be in front of him. His scarlet cloak unfolded instantly as if it were alive. Damn. Oswald stopped quickly and frowned at the monster in front of him. The black tight-fitting uniform has white traces, as if it were painted on with a brush. There are iron chains wrapped around the body, and there are red wrist armor with spikes on the arms, and a scarlet cloak on the back. What frightened Oswald the most was that the fluorescent green eyes on that guy's face were like the will-o'-the-wisps in the cemetery, making people feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. It was like facing a cold corpse. Tell me, where this thing is. The corpse-like monster unfolded a parchment from his hand, with the outline of a spear drawn on it. Louise, who got off the police car, looked at the citizens holding signs in protest at the door of the police station and asked with surprise, "How is this going?" "This is normal." Nagi raised his head and glanced at the Gotham citizens who were holding signs to protest. It was just that the police department was incompetent, unable to protect the safety of the citizens, and crimes were frequent. This topic was already cliché. No one talks about this kind of news. The hot news right now is about the rich people jumping off the rooftops of high-rise buildings in the city center. To be honest, I quite like watching it. Not surprised, Nagi waved towards the inside of the police station and asked the police at the door to help open the door so that they could go around the door, otherwise they would not be able to go up the steps. However, your Gotham City is indeed quite unique. Louise smiled dryly. She had indeed never seen such a scene. Clark nodded in the same way, but it had nothing to do with him. If he saw a crime happening, he would definitely rush forward without hesitation. But in this case, the most he can do is write a manuscript and publish it, which feels quite powerless. Okay, the crime team is over here, if you want to know some information. Nagi walked into the busy lobby of the police station, introduced Louise, and walked towards the crime team office in a familiar manner. The place was even more busy with people jumping on their backs, phones ringing, voices chattering, and the coffee machine bubbling. When Louise entered, she was shocked by the busy atmosphere, but she quickly adapted to it. She often saw this scene, such as when their Planet Daily was rushing to produce exclusive news. Nagi was not surprised. The crime unit now has an office of more than 50 people, with more than 100 non-staff members, gathering most of the elite members of Gotham's police force. It is also an important place in the Gotham Police Department. This is also the reason why Police Chief Loeb asked Ferris to work as captain here. It is simple. He is really worried. God knows what Gordon would investigate when he found the time. Renee, is Chief Gordon here? Nagi walked to a desk and raised his hand to knock on the table. The female police detective Renee Montoya, who had 2 dark circles under her eyes and resented working overtime, raised her head from her 2-finger meditation on the keyboard. When she saw Nagi in front of her, she even complained, shouting, "I don't know. Oh my god, why should I come to the crime squad? Because of the double salary, your income this month is higher than that of me, the police chief. Give me the cigarettes, I've just finished smoking them." Renee grabbed the cigarette case on the table and threw it to Nagi. She scratched her hair in an indistinct manner and looked at Louise, who was standing at the door, very curious about the surroundings, and Clark, who was standing in a military posture. "Who is that?" Renee turned around and asked. "The reporter from Metropolis wants to know something about Batman. I just asked Gordon to come over and introduce him. But why is this cigarette flavored with strawberry? What kind of heresy are you doing?" Nagi complained with a cigarette in his mouth and walked towards Gordon's office. When Renee heard this, she raised her fist to protest. "What do you know, a stinky man who smells like cigarettes. TCH. Nagi shook his head disdainfully. A female police detective like Renee who can work on the front line facing the crime rate is much more aggressive than men. Of course, it is similar in life, but she is a little woman. At least she was gentle with her girlfriend, which was still a secret, although not in Arkham. In a cake shop that Nigma often goes to, the female pastry chef who is extremely good at making tiramisu is Rena's girlfriend, and Nagi saw it with her own eyes. A few of them were eating dessert at a cake shop, and they witnessed with their own eyes Renee and the female pastry chef kissing passionately in the car outside. The kind that left Jason stunned and knowledgeable. "Where are the people?" Nagi shouted as he pushed open the office door. Can you knock on the door first when you come next time? This is the police office after all. Gordon frowned and raised his head. Gordon was looking through some photos taken at the scene. The only one who dared to open the door and come in directly was Miyamu. However, even if it was the police chief's office, Gordon was sure that Nagi would still break into it. Nagi is both the most popular and the most hated in the Gotham Police Department, and this is no lie. The top reporter from Metropolis is here. Why don't you go out to receive him? He's here just for you? Nagi put out the cigarette butts in the ashtray. The file-sized ashtray was filled with cigarette butts. It looked like someone had stayed up all night again. Smoking less, you may get lung cancer. Nagi tried to persuade him kindly. After all, with this level of smoking, he could compete with Konstantin. Why are you like Barbara? By the way, a reporter from the metropolitan city is looking for me? What for? Gordon looked up and asked. As for Batman, people want to know more about Gotham's superheroes. Haven't you always wanted to rectify Batman's name? It's just right. Nagi clapped his hands. This is Metropolis, not Gotham. Their city's business card is Superman, the legendary Man of Steel. Don't miss this opportunity. I just hope there are fewer crazy people. Gordon shook his head and stood up from behind the table. I'll go see where they are. Turning right at the door, there is a man and a woman. The man is particularly strong, you can tell at a glance. I want to borrow the toilet. After saying that, Nagi opened the door and ran out first, going to the toilet next door to relieve the 3 urgent needs of life. It's such a crazy BCH. Konstantin was shirtless and soaked in the holy water, his face roaring ferociously, and his body was illuminated by the holy light. The mark of hell on his arm flickered, spreading toward his heart as if alive. Konstantin, you owe me your life. An old black man dressed as a wizard came over, holding an iron chain in his hand. On the other side of the iron chain was a half-demon who broke his rules. And he is the owner of the magic bar, the owner of the forgotten corner between hell and heaven, Midnight Dad. His rule is that no matter angel or devil, they are not allowed to fight in his bar, let alone attack each other. Of course, Angel looks down on this dirty corner. Even though angels don't have American-style racial discrimination, they still look down on the curse and witchcraft used by Father Midnight. So here, there are only demons, half-demon, or the occasional half-angel. Of course, he also welcomes deceptive exorcists like Konstantin. However, Konstantin is still on his blacklist. His Magician's Exchange in New York is strictly forbidden to Konstantin. Dogs can enter, but Konstantin cannot. I don't like hearing that. Konstantin gritted his molar teeth and was still in the mood to joke. When Father Midnight saw the stubborn Konstantin, he really had the idea of tying him up and sinking him into the sea, but considering the bills this BD owed him. If he dies, these bills will be over, although he doesn't know when he will be able to pay them off while he is alive. Thinking of this, Father Midnight's dark face became even darker, but the movements of his hands were still very fast, and the black smoke of witchcraft instantly rose from the iron chain in his hands. Accompanied by a skeletal wail, the iron chain seemed to have a soul and flew toward Konstantin with black smoke. Konstantin did not dodge. He stood in the holy water bath and exposed his chest. The iron chain instantly penetrated his chest and passed out from his back. Blood dripped from the iron chain. Ah! Konstantin raised his head and screamed. No blood spurted out from the wound on his chest, but the blood crawled along the iron chain toward the other end like a spreading vine. At the same time, the mark of hell on Konstantin's body also left Konstantin's body along with the blood from the wound. But this kind of pain almost made Konstantin faint. The hell mark on the iron chain exuded a terrifying atmosphere. The half-demon bound at the other end had been suppressed by this breath and almost collapsed. The parts of his body that belonged to the devil were becoming more and more obvious, with horns growing out of his head and fangs growing out of his mouth. Just after all the hell marks came out of Konstantin's body, Father Midnight took out a silver coin from his pocket, threw it on the half-demon, and then took out the Bible and started reciting. With a burst of hellfire burning, the half-demon was banished to hell. Father Midnight closed the Bible and threw it on the ground. It was Konstantin's thing and he didn't need to protect it. Dad, I survived. Konstantin was lying in the holy water bath with his eyes closed. Under the pool, there were many silver crosses. Only Father Midnight could have such a large inventory. Where did this brand come from? Father Midnight shook the wizard robe on his body and asked curiously. After all, some people want this kind of thing, and only Konstantin would choose to fake his death to escape debt. That's right, debt evasion. Father Midnight was a little worried about whether Konstantin, this BCH, would find a way to escape from his debt, but he didn't want to see that kind of scene at all. Konstantin opened his eyes and remembered something. By the way, Dad, I need to use the portal to go to the New York Superplane Library. I need to know the name of a demon. Who? Malbolgia, a dead turkey with dog hair, will come out of hell and turn a city into the territory of hell. Nagi had just finished filling the water and when she went out to wash her hands, she suddenly heard a sound in the toilet cubicle behind. This is normal, but there is something wrong with the sound, like someone covering their mouth and laughing, and the sound is very high-pitched. Nagi turned to look at the cubicle over there. The last one in the toilet was against the wall. There was a maintenance sign hanging on the door, but the shiver that made Nagi's hair stand on end was also because of the repair brand. There was a playing card stained on it, the Joker card. Joker? Nagi only felt a buzzing sound in his head and went blank. This thing shouldn't be here, but Nagi doesn't take any chances, especially regarding Joker. Nagi knows very well that this guy dares to do anything. Nagi took out his pistol, hesitated, and immediately rushed over, without even opening the door, and kicked in directly. The plywood toilet door couldn't stop Nagi's full kick, and it broke into several pieces with a bang on the spot. Nagi glanced at the toilet with the gun in his hand, his finger on the trigger tightly, ready to fire at any time. There was only a toilet inside, and a Joker doll hanging above the toilet. It's very realistic, with a purple suit, green hair, and exaggerated red lips on the face. The only thing that's certain is that this is a Joker made of fabric. But it is laughing, covering its mouth. This doll is very anthropomorphic. If the place and style were changed, Nagi might pay to buy one to play with. But now, Nagi directly pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. The sound of the M500 revolver echoed in the toilet. The Joker doll was penetrated by bullets, its body was torn to pieces, and the cotton stuffing inside came out. The bullet hit the wall behind without mercy, shattering the tiles and leaving broken bullet holes. Damn prank. Nagi stared at the broken Joker doll while changing bullets, frowning. You are such a BD. You should be the one who deserves to go to hell. Look at my body. I like this doll very much. The scene that made Nagi's eyes widen appeared. The Joker doll that had been torn apart by bullets climbed up from the toilet seat, and used its missing arm to pull the bullet-torn face. AFKU. Nagi was more surprised than scared. He even had no fear. He raised his foot and stepped on the doll. Nagi even used his strength to hit the doll. With a clang, the white porcelain toilet bowl was crushed to pieces by Nagi. Water emerged from it and flowed freely on the ground. The Joker doll was also stepped on the ground by Nagi, and was crushed again and again with his feet. Scare me, how dare you, who gave you the courage? Miyama gritted his teeth, twisting his feet, like stepping on a cockroach, crushing it, crushing it. Oh my god, you damn lunatic, can't you just listen to what I have to say? By the way, I didn't want to meet you either. Joker's random thoughts made Naomi even more furious. This feeling was like being attacked by a poisonous snake. It was so disgusting. The broken doll was crushed into a wet rag under Nagi's feet, and Joker's voice seemed to disappear. Only then did Nagi remember that he was carrying a holy flame hammer. He never left his hand on cigarettes, and a lighter was indispensable. Just after he moved his feet, the holy flame hammer was in his hand, and the broken doll on the ground began to heat up. The next second, it burned directly. The white holy flame also burned in Miyama's hand, and he slashed at the orange-red flame. As soon as the two flames came into contact, it was like a special reaction, and instantly turned into huge amounts of heat waves and swept out. The seedlings were knocked to the wall, with a glass mirror behind them, and the heat wave was as terrifying as a hurricane on the sea. A burnt sharp claw stretched out from the glass and strangled the neck of the seedling. This sudden attack shocked Nagi, but the fighting instinct had been integrated into his muscle memory. He raised his hand, Nagi grabbed the holy flame hammer and stabbed it in the back. There was a bang, and Joker's scream sounded from inside the glass, along with endless complaints. You damn BD, can't you let someone say a few words? Only a lunatic like you should be thrown into a lunatic asylum? By the way, if you stay there, I can be your attending doctor. Get the hell out of here, you got the guts to come out. Nagi didn't care about Joker's crazy words. He raised his right arm, exerted all his strength, and hit the glass behind him with an elbow, making a cracking sound. The entire large glass shattered into spider-like fragments under Nagi's elbow, not even an inch was spared, as if it had been shattered. This was the aura that Nagi had just touched. The hand holding Nagi's neck disappeared after the glass shattered. Nagi covered his neck, ran 2 steps forward, turned his head sharply, and the glass was so shattered that no reflection could be seen. Joker, Nagi called tentatively. I'm warning you one last time, if you don't listen to what I have to say, I will tear you apart. You ruined my masterpiece. You damn criminal. Joker's voice sounded again. The holy flame in Nagi's hand also emerged again, but Joker did not show up, as if he was scared. Hide your head and show your tail, I'm right here, come and kill me if you have the guts. Miyama raised his foot and stepped hard on the ground, causing a splash of water. The broken water pipe spurted out a lot of water. Forget it, come and see for yourself, hee ha ha ha. Joker laughed, and Nagi looked around cautiously. The holy flame in his hand grew bigger again, but Nagi suddenly felt a collapse, and his feet collapsed, and he fell. Just like in a dream, dreaming about the feeling of slipping and falling, Nagi quickly opened his eyes, but here. The sky is dim, the air is filled with the smell of sulfur, there are raging fires, the surrounding buildings. Nagi looked around. This was not the toilet of the Gotham Police Department, or even, it was not Gotham City. La la la, look, who is this? Sheriff Nagi. Joker's sinister voice came from behind. Nagi immediately turned his head and waved the holy flame in his hand, but there was nothing there. He did not hold the holy flame hammer in his hand. Strange. Nagi looked at his empty palms, then looked up at Joker, making him stunned. All he saw was that Joker looked like a burnt corpse, and the clothes he was wearing were like burnt leather clothes, clinging to his skin and merging with his flesh. There are also some special lines on it, like hot iron sheets stuck on plastic. His face is no longer human-like, but his iconic smile can still be seen. Moreover, it can be seen that he is in a good mood. Where is this? Nagi asked doubtfully. Although he already had some assumptions in his mind, he still wanted to confirm. Hell, congratulations on coming to this boring amusement park. I'm the tour guide, you can call me Mr. Joker, or Uncle Jack, although, you really should stay here. Joker's figure flashed and he was in front of Nagi in an instant. He reached out and grabbed Nagi's neck and lifted him up. You try. Nagi raised his legs and clamped down on Joker's arm, turned around and twisted it, but it was like a mud cow drowning in the sea, unable to exert any strength. Don't waste any effort. If there was a dead man here, it wouldn't be hell. It's too boring here. But maybe you. Having said this, Joker looked up to the sky. 6 or 7 black shadows fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The flames of hell instantly emerged and swallowed up those few people. Subsequently, several low-level demons were born. There are new members. Joker dropped the seedlings and ran over with gleaming eyes, looking at the new members. But after a while, he returned disappointed. Those low-level demons were simply mindless trash, or in other words, their souls were burned away after being burned by the flames of hell. Not everyone's soul is like Joker, who can guess punches with himself in the flames of hell and win. Nagi sat on the gravel and realized that his soul was dragged into hell, just like a psychic. Condenston also used this ability, but a medium, namely water, was needed to complete this operation. In a state of near death, some people with extraordinary talents and psychic abilities can also see hell and escape alive. Well, this is also Condenstein. After all, after committing suicide, he witnessed the scene of hell with his own eyes, so this guy chose to be an exorcist in exchange for atonement from God to enter heaven. Okay, can you listen to people now? If not, I can throw you into the volcano to wash yourself. Joker clasped his hands behind his back and walked over slowly. Nagi turned to look at him and snorted coldly. I need you to do something for me. After all, it's so boring here. I want to go out. Joker shrugged helplessly. It's really fun here. It's like a huge amount of amusement park to Joker, but it's empty. No matter how fun the amusement park is, it's not fun if you're the only one there. You should stay here honestly and accept the punishment for what you have done. Hell is the place for you bastards. I pay tribute to God. Nagi raised his hand and saluted. What if Gotham falls too? Joker grinned as if he had planned it. Don't think that you can escape, you can't escape either. After saying that, Joker grabbed Nagi's hand, and the hot hell flame suddenly woke Nagi up. Nagi looked around and saw that he was still in the toilet of the police station, with broken water pipes and water flowing out. Is it a dream? Nagi looked at the shattered glass mirror in front of him, and then looked down at the brand on his wrist. It was stuck on it like a black tattoo, but there were lines like magma in the middle. Damn it, Joker. Nagi yelled out loud, followed by Joker's voice in his mind, and a series of memories. You know what to do. We may all be considered comrades in arms. I like this title, although I don't like you. A series of memories appeared in his mind, which almost made his head explode and made Nagi almost faint. The toilet door was pushed open. Someone discovered that there was a leak and came in to check. Nagi was hiding with one hand on the wall, soothing the pain in his brain and extracting useful information. Malbolgia, King of Hell, Condenston, Faust, Advent, Army of Hell, Spear of Destiny. No? Nagi saw a strange scene in Joker's noisy memory, Arkham Asylum, late at night, a dirty white coat, and that plastic expression. That doctor. Nagi reacted immediately, and ran out without caring about his dizzy feeling. As if he was drunk, he staggered and knocked open the policeman who was peering inside the toilet door. Nagi ran out with his head down. Gordon, who was taking pictures in the hall, saw Miyamo running over and quickly raised his hand and shouted, Miyamo, let's take a photo together. Nagi didn't hear his voice, but just repeated the memories of some places in his mind over and over again. He didn't dare to repeat Joker's memories, but he could still watch some places selectively. Especially that doctor. Damn it, it was the first time Nagi felt regret and hatred like this. The darkness under the lamp touched his face. However, when I heard the doctor yelling with a crazy look, he is Barbados, and the master he serves is Darkseid. Nagi almost hit a telephone pole on the roadside. These two guys are completely different, right? Even though his head is dizzy and his body's reactions are a little sluggish, Nagi's brain still clearly remembers that Barbados is the master of the dark multi-universe and the god of darkness in the DC universe. The main body is a black-dimensional dragon, and its original job is to destroy those twisted and impermanent universes. Let the Craftsman Third Party recreate a new universe, but Barbados killed the Craftsman Third Party and became the god of darkness, the synonym of despair, and the god of bats. Darkseid is one of the most terrifying new gods in the DC universe and the ruler of Apocalypse. He is so powerful that even the Green Lantern Corps in the universe has been annihilated by him. However, it is impossible for these two terrifying guys to have any relationship or interference. They are just like the meteors in the sky and the shadows in the palace, they do not exist in the same place at all. Nagi held on to the telephone pole and slowly squatted down. With trembling fingers, he took out the cigarette case from his pocket, held a cigarette in his mouth, and reached for the lighter. A flame was handed over from the side, and Miyagi raised his head and glanced. The man was a bit familiar, but the groggy Miyagi didn't have time to pay attention anymore, so he lit up the cigarette and took a deep breath. The sweet strawberry flavor fills the air, with a hint of tobacco. I don't know how much flavor has been added, but there is no bitter taste of tobacco and it is easy to smoke. Continuing to sort through the memories in his mind, Nagi noticed another Joker. Damn, there were actually two of them. But Nagi also noticed something. Joker already has the Dionysian factor in his body, which is a high-purity liquid metal. It is even more difficult to kill him. Condenston made a deal with the Demon King of Hell, and the Demon King's men quickly rushed to Gotham. Nemo held a cigarette in his mouth and took a deep breath. Some of Joker's experiences kept flashing through his mind, but the focus was still on the nearby. No, there is another demon. Has this dim Gotham City become a nest of demons? So many of them suddenly appeared. However, after seeing the Spear of Destiny, Nagi just wanted to give himself a big mouth, connecting Hell to Gotham and turning the entire Gotham into a part of Hell's territory. Have you seen it? It always makes people feel helpless. Why does such a happy place have to become like this? Joker's voice rang in Nagi's ears. Nagi looked down at his wrist. The tattoo-like brand on it was flickering slightly. It was this that allowed Joker to convey the voice from Hell. Tell me, you don't want Gotham to become a boring hell, right? Nagi held the cigarette in his hand and knocked the ashes. Others dare not say it, but Gotham's villains all have a strong sense of being protagonists. They can demolish Gotham and blow it up, but if foreign villains want to take it down, they will have to get beaten up. The only ones who care more about Gotham than Batman are these villains. As the leader of the villains, Joker is second to none, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find his head. Nagi took a drag on the cigarette, but he felt that the one Joker prepared in the Gotham police station toilet was not prepared for him. If I had known in advance that it was you, I would have stuffed you with a bunch of bombs and told you to get out in advance. Shut up, tell the truth, what should I do? Nagi asked in a mutter. He didn't want to have anything to do with Joker at all, but under the current situation, they actually wanted to cooperate. Deadman really laughed. You need to find a body. Those demon kings want to come out of hell and need a body. Joker's voice paused. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to eat the birthday cake. Nagi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but after a random thought, he immediately found the situation where Joker met Faust, and the two corpses overlapped on the magic circle. Nagi thought about it carefully, threw the cigarette butts at his feet on the ground, and figured out something. He needed a plan. By the way, do you still have cigarettes? Nagi turned to look at the strong man squatting on the side of the road with him, Deadshot, Floyd Lawton Jr. in casual clothes. I don't smoke, my daughter doesn't like the smell of smoke, and I'm here to report to you. Deadshot glanced at Nagi and said helplessly, okay, I need a serious job. On the word serious work, Leodun emphasized his tone. In the past few days with his daughter, he was tortured by his ex-wife with a bad personality, and was ridiculed by that damn pretty boy. The man had no money and couldn't harden his waist. Although he could chop that pretty boy into pieces in minutes, he didn't want to be a cold-blooded killer in front of his daughter. At least he should be a reliable father. This may be because of the bad family environment he once had, or it may be a psychological compensation. Lawton does not want his daughter to live in this kind of environment. But he doesn't have many choices. Continuing to be a killer is also a good choice. Gotham also has very generous business channels. After all, it would be easier to directly kill the person who found the problem than to engage in a serious business war. There is a bounty list among them, which makes Lawton very excited. As long as he completes one of them, he can take his daughter and fly away. The two people with the highest amount of money on the bounty list, one is called Joker and the other is called Batman. Well, there was everything in the dream, so Leodun had no choice but to come here, intending to try his luck and see what seedlings had to say. I have a security company. Miyamoto picked up a half-cigarette butt from the ground, blew on the cigarette holder, and held it in his mouth. Lawton picked up a lighter and lit it for Miyamoto. He repeated this action more than 10 times. Now, I am responsible for the security of Arkham Asylum, and there are also some contracts in the Arkham District, the Upper East Side, the Upper West Side, the Balilla District, and the more chaotic areas in the new city. I have found some good young men. But if you want to manage the store safely there without being asked to empty the shopping cart at gunpoint, you need a certain amount of force support. Nagi paused for a moment, then turned to look at Lawton. The security company needs an instructor. I also have a shooting range and an arms store, and I have all kinds of formal certificates. Breathing out a puff of smoke, Nagi offered his own price. If you come to work with me, the arms store will be yours. The security company can give you 10% of the shares. I can cancel your criminal record in Gotham City. Similarly, I will honor what I said before. I will use my connections to help you get your daughter's custody back. Of course, if you still want to consider it, go away. Nagi turned around and laughed, and Lawton also grinned. The price was generous enough, and it was enough for him. Boss, Deadshot is happy to serve you. Lawton bowed his head respectfully. I hope you can really bring death and do something for me. Nagi patted his pants and stood up, walked to a store on the side, bought an envelope, wrote something casually, stuffed it in, and threw it to Lawton. This is. Lawton held the envelope and looked at Miyamoto in confusion. Send this to Arkham Asylum, find a guy named Otis, and give him the letter. He will tell you what to do about other things. Nagi waved his hand and ran back to the police station. Deadshot Lawton was left standing alone on the street. After taking a look at the envelope, Lawton unzipped his casual clothes and stuffed the envelope into his inner pocket. Is this an entry test? It's awesome. Lawton recalled the training and tests he had received in the army, and turned around and ran towards the Arkham District. If it were an entry test, then he would definitely get an absolute perfect score, as always. Inside the Gotham Police Department. After receiving the first-hand information provided by Gordon, Lois promised to give Batman a comprehensive image, and she was definitely not hesitant like the media in Gotham. Although he acts a little rough, he is a good person. Gordon said with some emotion. The masked knight at night visited his home again and again, but Gordon was convinced that the guy was on the right side. You too, if the interview is over, how about I treat you to lunch as a landlord? I know a good fish shop, but it's a bit far away. Nagi put his hands in his pockets and walked in from the outside with a relaxed expression. Louise waved quickly when she saw him. Where, we have to thank you, I got very good information. Louise said very happily. She can be sure that this information is definitely breaking news in Metropolis, and people in Metropolis like superheroes. Think about it, the knight fighting evil in the Dark Knight Batman, is much more eye-catching than those serial comics. If this newspaper is published on Christmas Day, the citizens of the big cities will sit around the fireplace with the newspaper and read the newspaper together after eating the turkey dinner in the evening. Those kids will love this superhero too. You can always have a meal. Chief Gordon, do you want to come with us? I always drink coffee and eat donuts with you, but I never have any real meals. Nagi teased with a smile. Gordon shook his head quickly. No, I'm still busy. Some cases require further investigation, so I'm leaving first. After Gordon finished speaking, he hurried towards the crime squad office. Nagi shook his head, turned around and invited Louise and the others out. Clark, who had been silent and smiling, noticed Nagi's right hand in his pocket. Under his clairvoyant eyes, he could clearly see the hell mark on Nagi's wrist. But he didn't know what it was and couldn't ask, so he had to follow Louise outside. Nagi was already in the parking lot and found the police car he drove. The entrance to Arkham Asylum. Leia Dunn, who came by taxi, yelled at the driver before throwing the fare on the seat and walked out. Not many taxi drivers are willing to come here, which is too bad, especially because of the demonic rumors about Arkham Asylum, and the drivers are only willing to park under it. Lawton held a pistol and put it against his forehead, forcing him to drive up. Then, as soon as Lawton got off the car, the driver extended his middle finger and greeted him in his hometown dialect. A hole. Before Lawton turned around and cursed a few words, the taxi went downhill and disappeared. If he stayed even a second longer, he would be hesitant. Lawton shook his hand and turned to look at the busy Arkham Asylum. Two tough-looking security guards in black uniforms came out, with white M logos on their chests. I'm here to deliver a message. Who is Otis? Lawton took out the envelope from his clothes and shook it. Who sent the letter? Nigma drove over in a hurry, wearing a green suit and holding a cane in his hand, and turned to look. At the door of Arkham Asylum, Otis, wearing a black suit, stood nearby and raised his hand to signal Deadshot, who was squatting on the ground and adding bullets to the gun. Boss Nagi asked me to come here, and the letter was delivered. He said, the person who receives the letter will arrange what I will do. Lawton closed the revolver in his hand, closed the cylinder, stood up without hesitation, and looked at Nigma. Nigma knew Deadshot. After all, Lawton was still ranked high in his database. Yes, Mr. Lawton, or I should call you Deadshot. Since Nagi asked you to come, it means that he trusts you, and I hope you will not betray his trust. Of course, I don't like betraying the boss. Killers also have rules. The boss is God. Nigma nodded and turned to look at Otis. Where is Dr. Simon Hurt? Room J6 on the second floor, checking the scarecrow's body. Otis said with a gloomy face. There are unexpected people under his nose, which really makes Otis a little disappointed in himself. He will not doubt Nagi's judgment, let alone question Nagi's choice. The rat in the ditch is satisfied if he can have a clean identity, hold his head high and walk on the street openly. Okay, let's make arrangements. We need to pick up a patient and ask Dr. Simon Hurt to come and help. After Nigma finished his instructions, he looked at Lawton again. I heard that your marksmanship is very good. How good is it? I can put one bullet through 3 people's heads. Lawton said without hesitation that maybe in other places, he might have some gaps, but when it comes to firearms, the flight path of the bullet will only hit according to his choice. Great. Nigma clapped his hands and took out a small rectangular box from his pocket, which looked like it was for jewelry. The gun is in the trunk of my car, M24 military sniper rifle, complete set, and headphones. Nigma took out another remote wireless headset from his pocket and handed it to Lawton. Welcome to Arkham Gang. Nigma said this title with a somewhat suppressed smile. To be precise, this title was given to them by people in the Gotham Police Department. The reason was what Police Chief Loeb slapped on the table and cursed, these poor bandits from Arkham District. In this way, the police officers selected from the Arkham Police Department were sent to the Gotham Police Department, the Major Crime Division, the Homicide Division, and other local police stations by Nagi in various ways. The reputation of Arkham Gang couldn't help but spread. You know, in the Arkham District at the bottom of Gotham, it is a barren land and ruthless people everywhere. It is the last place of exile for the police who have been pushed to the margins. As a result, we have become some low-level police officers with no future. Who wants to stand on the street and post tickets when they can climb up? Now, almost half of the most fearless policemen in the Gotham Police Department who dare to rush to the front line are from Arkham. I'm more than happy, I like this title. Deadshot smiled and agreed. This was not flattering, but this vulgar nickname did make him, a reckless man who had been in the army, mercenary, and killer world, feel a little bit warm. The jewelry box was opened, and inside was a very delicate sniper rifle bullet. The reason why it was exquisite was because the bullet was inlaid with spiral patterns like hair, which was very nice and beautiful. Hit the heart if you can. After Nigma said this, he turned around and left here. He needed to prepare something else. 10 minutes later, the Arkham Asylum ambulance-style medical vehicle, carrying Dr. Simon Hurt and several temporarily equipped doctors, drove along the road toward the patient's location. Lawton walked to the Ford sedan left by Nigma and opened the trunk lid. Inside was a cello box, which was well disguised. Lawton gave it a high rating. Opening the box, the M24 sniper rifle was lying inside, and there was a box full of bullets next to it, but Lawton didn't need so many. What he needed was an excellent perfect score. So, Lawton picked up the bullet in the jewelry box, picked up the sniper rifle, stretched out his hand to pull the barrel, and stuffed the bullet in. This one bullet is enough? This squid is very fresh, just delivered. Nagi took a barbecue fork, inserted the squid with its twisted tentacles, and hurriedly poured a little oil on the iron plate. With a bang, there was a burst of oil fire. Miyamu took the kitchen knife next to him, cut the squid into pieces, and started frying it. The chef next to him was busy adding seasonings to it. Nagi was still talented at cooking and didn't let the chef take over. This is so rich, I feel like I'm going to gain weight again. Louise looked at the various seafood feasts on the table and said hesitantly that Nagi had arranged so much for them, including desserts. We can walk back. Of course, the handsome guy Clark next to you will help with the backpack, Nagi said with a grin, but his eyes were looking at the beach outside from time to time. I'll be fine, Clark said, holding a glass of Coke. Then I'll trouble you, cornfield boy. Louise leaned against Clark as if she was drunk. Clark was so frozen that he didn't even know where to put the Coke cup in his hand. This sudden treat of dog food almost made Meow Mew almost vomit. However, a medical vehicle passing by outside made Nagi chuckle, and he speeded up, plated the teppanyaki squid, and put it on the table. I suddenly remembered that there are some things in the car. I'll go and deliver them first. Here are the car keys. Can Clark drive? Nagi picked up the car keys from his belt and weighed them. I got my driver's license last year and can drive. Clark quickly stood up and said, while Louise sat on the chair and looked at Nagi. Are you leaving? No, I'll be back later. There might be a little trouble. Nagi wiped his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and used the shark tooth gauntlet to cover the hell mark on his wrist. When not being attacked, the shark tooth armor is like a sports arm guard, with the flexibility of shark skin. Need help? Clark asked softly. He had a good feeling about Nagi. After all, he and Louise took advantage of others' short-tonguedness and soft-handedness. Moreover, Nagi and him also have a secret, which is Superman's true identity, but neither of them has revealed it clearly, nor has it been made clear that Nagi is just a fan of Clark's readers. It may be necessary, but it shouldn't be necessary now. You can continue to eat. This tiramisu is very good. I think it is the best dessert cake in Gotham. Nagi raised his hand and patted the dessert cake on the table. It would be great to have Superman's help, otherwise he wouldn't have worked hard to bring the two of them to the beach. With Superman as a big guarantee, even if Darkseid came in person, he would still get a slap in the face. As for after being slapped, the Earth will probably be gone. The tires of the medical ambulance made 2 ruts on the beach, and a police car was chasing after them. Otis, who was sitting in the passenger seat, reached out to untie the tie around his neck and shouted to the driver next to him, "Stop." The driver stopped the car quickly, and the police car behind him immediately passed by and parked sideways in front of the medical vehicle. Nagi, who was sitting in the police car, took off his police uniform jacket, looked in the rearview mirror, straightened his clothes, and pushed his gauntlet back. Looking at the hell mark on his wrist, he snorted in displeasure, dug out a box of cigarettes in the car, opened it, and lit one. He needed nicotine to quiet him down. He, your actions are much faster than I thought. I really look forward to seeing you again. Joker's disgusting voice sounded in Nagi's ears. You think too much, you will only stay in hell, don't even think about escaping. Nagi exhaled a puff of smoke, held the cigarette between his fingers, flicked the ashes, and pressed the cigarette butt on his wrist. The pain from the skin burn made Nagi raise his eyebrows, pick up the wine bottle on the side, and pour it on his wrist. The wound healed quickly, but the hell mark did not change at all. This idea failed. Nagi took a drink from the wine bottle, opened the door and got out of the car. Otis and the driver also opened the door and got out. Boss. Otis lowered his head, not daring to look at Nagi. Dare to hand over Arkham Asylum to him, which is Nagi's greatest trust. Now that something like this happened, Otis really felt like he was running away. He had betrayed this trust. It's okay. I didn't expect such a thing. I don't blame you. Nagi raised his hand and patted Otis on the shoulder. Now that I know, it will be much easier. Nagi stretched out his hand to open the hammer of the revolver and walked towards the door of the medical vehicle. The doctors in the car who were temporarily formed by security guards saw Miyamu approaching and quickly walked out of the car. There was only one doctor left holding a medical box, sitting in the car slightly blankly. Nagi stepped into the car and sat opposite Dr. Hurt, looking up at him. That dull expression is just like a plastic dummy. There's nothing scary about it? Hello, let me meet you. My name is Nagi. Miyagi stretched out his hand. Dr. Hurt looked down at Miyagi's hand, hesitated for a moment, and quickly extended his hand to shake Miyagi's hand. I am Simon Hurt, the chief physician at Arkham Asylum. I am currently in charge of the patient in room J6. He has severe insomnia phobia and will wake up during his sleep. You should know Joker, right? He asked me to come to you. Nagi held Dr. Hutt's hand, put his fingers together and squeezed hard. There was a clicking sound, and 2 of the phalanges were dislocated. At the same time, Nagi raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Dr. Hurt's head. Now, you can struggle. Nagi pulled the trigger directly. Although he could see Joker's memory scene by scene, Nagi didn't believe Joker's words until the moment he pulled the trigger. The M500 revolver can only be loaded with 5 bullets. Now there are only 4 bullets in this gun. What Nagi told Otis was that Simon Hurt was a spy and a traitor. Only Nigma guessed the truth of the matter from the half-riddle left by Nagi, and arranged for Deadshot to provide insurance protection. There was a click, the hammer fell, but the bullet did not fire. But Simon Hurt's expression changed the moment he pulled the trigger. It was a distorted face, as vicious and ferocious as a corpse soaked in water. Joker? That damn beast. Simon Hurt roared out in a hoarse voice, and his words were like echoes repeated by many people. At least that's what Nagi heard, and it's true. Before Simon Hurt could shout again, Nagi kicked him in the chest and slammed him into the wall of the carriage. This time, Nagi didn't need to hesitate anymore. He directly put the revolver against Simon Hurt's head and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang, 4 dull gunshots echoed in the car. Otis, who was waiting outside, also took out his pistol, pointed it at the door of the carriage, and put his finger on the trigger with a vigilant expression. In the car, Nagi looked at the corpse whose head was directly blown to pieces by the bullet. He blew the gun smoke from the muzzle, then raised his foot and kicked him hard. He had had enough. Everyone was pretending to be dead. Are you just waiting for others to be careless and raise your hand to fight back? After 5 or 6 kicks in a row, the medical vehicle was swayed by the kicks. The body of Simon Hurt with his head smashed, and the black air spread on the metal mechanical parts in the heart. With a click, Nagi's raised leg stopped, and a slender black bone spur pierced his calf. A drop of blood dripped from the bone spur and fell on the floor of the carriage. I am Barbados. With the reconstruction of blood vessels, Simon Hurt's bullet-shattered head recovered again. Nagi raised his right hand before he fully recovered. The blade on the gauntlet popped out and hit it hard, like a watermelon smashed by a hammer. Simon Hurt's head was shattered again, but this time he died. Simon Hurt's dull soul returned to the original address of Arkham Asylum 200 years ago. At that time, there was no asylum and no Arkham. It is just a small island with higher terrain, located on the edge of the city, and there are some weird legends. But he knew that this was not a legend, because he saw with his own eyes a man dressed in black, with wings spread like a bat, flying past there. There was another meteor following closely behind. When the meteor fell, he picked it up and saw God, Darkseid. The magic circle under his feet and the rituals held by the cultists turned him into a monster. He is Barbados. Ah. The black air filled the air, and the seedlings were knocked out directly. The entire carriage was torn to pieces. A huge amount of Batwing monster stood out from the torn carriage and waved its wings made of bones. Barbados, Wayne, I am Barbados Wayne. After more than 200 years, Simon Hurt once again recovered the memory of his time as a human being. He is a member of the Wayne family and a believer who pursues traces of demons. He is the messenger of God who uses the heart of a girl and the corpse of a bat to summon demons. He is Toth Wayne, Barbados. It seems that you are not a fool either. Nagi stood up from the beach and was used to seeing the ferocious-looking monster standing on top of the damaged carriage. Simon Hurt turned his head, opened his mouth, and black flames spurted out from his mouth, just like the dragon in the fairy tale spitting out flames. Get away, Nagi shouted quickly. A tactical roll, lowering the body, and then raising his legs to sweep, and the soft beach was kicked up by Nagi to create a sand curtain. Black flames swept across, and Otis and the others quickly fell to the ground. The next second, Simon Hurt's figure appeared behind Nagi like a flash. Lifting up the terrifying bone claw, he slapped Nagi on the head. Nagi gritted his teeth and rolled sideways. The bone claw passed by him. Even if only his fingertips brushed against him, blood still splattered everywhere. Nagi grabbed a handful of sand and threw it backwards, but it was almost ineffective. Simon Hurt, who turned into a demonic state, was almost 3 meters tall, just like a dinosaur. The sand that was thrown out was just thrown onto his downy belly, which had no effect, but Simon Hurt's sharp claws fell like huge amounts of forks. Miyama quickly kicked off his feet, stepping on the sand pit to gain strength. Before he could throw himself out, the terrifying sharp claws were about to fall and cut Miyama in half. 2 red lasers flew from the air, knocking back the sharp claws. A red cloak swayed in the air, and a blue tights wrapped the steel body and slowly landed. Everyone, it seems you need help. Seeing Superman falling from the sky, Nagi just thought that this guy was really pretending to be cool and he only appeared at a critical moment, but that was normal. Seedling stood up like a carp and turned over. Simon Hurt's sharp claws were punched through a hole by the laser shot from Superman's eyes. Although it healed quickly, a black bone spur grew out of the wound. He is now very wary of Superman. Although he has turned into a demonic form, it does not mean that his IQ has also dropped to the lowest level and he has turned into a demon who only knows how to destroy. On the contrary, in more than 200 years, his thinking has never been so clear. Superman threw a black ball and hit Simon Hurt as the ball flew past. Nagi just activated the golden 6-pointed star on his neck, and his field of vision instantly expanded, allowing Nagi to clearly see the shape of the ball, which was a metal ball made with some firearms. With a whoosh, like a shell being discharged, it hit Simon Hurt accurately, but at the moment of the hit, Simon Hurt teleported again and killed Nagi. With a bang, it was like a mine explosion on the sea, setting off water waves several meters high. Nagi also raised his arms and resisted Simon Hurt's claw attack with his arm armor. The huge amounts of power made Nagi's expression distorted. The body that had just stood still flew directly out, as if it had been hit by a large truck moving at full speed. Man, you might want to stay away. Superman used his super speed to catch the seedling the moment he landed and sent him to the road railing 500 meters away from the beach. As soon as he landed, Nagi covered his arms, leaned against the fence, and turned to look at Simon Hurt. When he looked back, Superman was gone. Where are the people? Nagi quickly looked around. It's such a mess here. Superman flew back again, carrying 2 or 3 firearms in his hand. He flattened and rounded it into a bowling ball and hit Simon Hurt on the head. He took this from the dock next door, where 2 gangs were fighting. He stopped the killing in time and took the weapon over and destroyed it. Simon Hurt looked at Superman, raised his head and spit out a black flame, like burning asphalt. The flames kept falling on the beach, and the bowling ball flying from the air was directly melted. Superman was flying at a low altitude, with only the red cape behind him making a sound. Superman straightened his arms and clenched them into fists. It hit Simon Hurt hard in the abdomen. With this blow, Simon Hurt's eyes almost popped out. He punched Superman from the flying state and fell to the beach with a backhand punch. Nagi moved his arms and watched the fight on the beach. To be honest, Superman's fighting ability is not very strong. In terms of technique alone, he is not even among the top players in the Justice League. But, however, he is invincible. The Man of Steel's physical defense is at full capacity, and even the heat laser hitting him is only at the level of a shave. He also has super speed, strength, and the ability to fly. Technology? What technology do you want? Just crush it? Others may be multifunction off-road vehicles, but Superman is a strategic cruiser driven on land, and the tonnage is different. Simon Hurt punched Superman twice, then immediately spread his wings and flew up, and his broken arm quickly recovered. Superman looked at Simon Hurt, who looked like a bat and a pterosaur, spreading his wings in the air. Red heat rays gathered in his eyes and shot up instantly. Simon Hurt's wings were pierced by the heat ray. He quickly turned around, used flash teleportation, and teleported behind Superman. Hey! Superman turned around sharply. Simon Hurt has brewed a flame in his mouth and sprayed it towards Superman's head. The rich black flame is like burning darkness, which is an element from the dark multi-universe. Superman raised his arm and withstood the flame spray, and his body was knocked out more than 7 meters by the flames. Superman's feet stepped on the ground, plowing 2 deep grooves on the beach. He extinguished the flames with a flick of his arm. Superman also took a deep breath and exhaled the cold air that froze everything. A layer of white frost appeared on the beach, just like the refrigerated ice in the refrigerator, and within the scope of the freezing breath. Simon Hurt was frozen directly, and the white frost turned into ice and completely wrapped him. Just when Superman flew over, intending to smash the ice with a punch and give Simon Hurt a metropolitan all-round package. Simon Hurt's eyes suddenly turned in the thick ice, and a string of black twisted waves spread out from the ice, like a large open net. Superman flew over, like a homing pigeon that crashed into a bird net, and stopped instantly. When seedlings on the side of the road saw this scene, they immediately thought of Superman's shortcomings. This perfect superhero also has weaknesses. Although he has invincible physical defense capabilities, in terms of magic resistance, Superman's defense is far from enough. If his physical defense is 100, his magic resistance is only about 30, but even so, his resistance is still much stronger than other superheroes. The ice exploded, and Simon Hurt walked out of the broken ice. He kicked up a piece of ice and held it in his hand. As the spikes on his fingers spread, the ice turned into a giant sword. He admitted that this big man in tights was indeed very strong, but he was far from adequate in combat. Although the effect of this magic can wipe out a town, it is not known how long it can last on him. Simon Hurt raised the giant sword in his hand and muttered obscure spells, communicating the negative elements of the dark multi-universe. The giant sword was surrounded by darkness, and the twisted darkness was like burning fire. Simon Hurt pointed the giant sword at Superman. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in Simon Hurt's ears, and the impact of the explosion shook his body. Another thing flew over right behind, and Simon Hurt raised his wings and flapped them. A military high-explosive grenade flew out and landed on the beach not far away, creating a deep pit. The flying sand fell down like rain. I said, the person you wanted to kill in the first place was me, right? Nagi walked down the steps with a cigarette in his mouth, holding the holy flame hammer in his hand. With a click, the white holy flame rose up, and Nagi held it in his hand like a lightsaber. Simon Hurt's eyes rolled, and he looked at Nagi's dazed figure through the gaps in his wings, walking towards the beach. Having his head blown off twice in a row, Simon Hurt couldn't bear it even after living for 200 years. Although his head was blown off twice, his sleepy soul was revived. However, being angry is just being angry, and there is no other explanation or forgiveness. The figure of Simon Hurt flashed up, and the seedlings, who had been prepared for a long time, inserted the holy flame in their hands directly into the ground, with maximum power. Simon Hurt, who suddenly appeared behind Nagi, was ejected by the protection of the holy flame before he could drop his giant sword. It seems that this thing is very effective for you. Nagi picked up the wine bottle and took a sip into his mouth. Simon Hurt rushed over again, and the giant sword like a door panel swept forward with unparalleled power. You got the wrong guy. Nagi grinned, spitting out the wine in his mouth, and swept the holy flame in his hand. With a bang, the holy flame exploded and turned into a dazzling white fire curtain, blocking the giant sword from outside. The negative elements from the dark multi-universe turned into black smoke and dissipated in the air under the consumption of the holy flame. I seem to have had a nap. Superman broke free from the magic and blocked in front of Nagi as fast as he could. A giant sword like a door panel struck Superman's body, making a dull sound like a metal collision. Superman reached out to grab the giant sword, and released the heat rays in his eyes, knocking Simon Hurt away. With a click, the giant sword was broken by Superman and thrown to the ground. Without the protection of magic power, the giant sword quickly collapsed into a pile of broken ice. Seeing the recovered Superman, Nagi was not surprised, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he was really asked to carry Simon Hurt hard, he wouldn't be able to get this equipment. He didn't even bring his N-metal cloak. This is really a miscalculation, and it's all Joker's fault. Nagi immediately found the tip of the spear. If this guy hadn't done so many evil things, he should have made more preparations. Who dares to believe the memory of a madman? Nagi thought about it. Even now, he dare not believe everything Joker said. Because apart from being crazy, Joker has a very good brain. When he is serious, he can even fool Batman around. Nagi never imagined that he could take risks by relying on his IQ. He only knew the negative example of playing with fire and burning oneself. Superman exploded with all his strength, including ordinary left and right punches, which almost caused Simon Hurt's body to collapse. Maybe many people don't know that Superman has been a good boy since he was a child. For others, when he was 4 or 5 years old, he only played with toy cars. When Superman was 4 or 5 years old, he used to play with his family's crawler tractor, the kind that pushed it all over the ground. Compared with the King of Land war tank, his family's tractor was only a little lighter. Others would end up in the hospital if they were messing around. The young Superman was messing around, just like the female teacher who was thrown to the roof while playing toss with the young Superman. She cried more than the children below. Still awesome. Call. Superman blew out a burst of cold air again, freezing Simon Hurt's body, preventing him from moving instantly. After confirming that Simon Hurt had an ability similar to immortality, Superman did not intend to hold back. In other words, he was looking forward to such a battle, although he was not a militant. Superman punch. This move imitates Superman's flying movements. The whole body's strength is gathered in one place, and he leaps up to deliver a heavy blow. Now when the real Superman uses this move, he doesn't need to jump up and punch. He can fly, accelerate directly at low altitude, and hit Simon Hurt in the face with a punch. He took Simon Hurt and flew directly into the air, like a rocket rising in the sky, straight into the sky, with only a few pieces of ice falling from the sky and falling on the beach. Nagi looked up at the sky. Although the effect of the golden six-pointed star pendant in his neck was still there, the effect of the Eye of Truth was still there. The 360-degree viewing angle range allowed Nagi to see without raising his head. However, it is most refreshing to witness such a blockbuster-level scene with your own eyes. Nagi even wants to copy the martial arts secrets and let Superman learn JoJo's fighting style. Ola ola ola. Superman can really produce that dazzling effect. Wait, this idea seems really good. Nagi rubbed his chin, secretly thinking about the feasibility. Suddenly, Miyamo noticed the pier lighthouse in the distance, which was not too close to here. He turned around and looked. Because it was too far away, Miyamo couldn't see what was there clearly. In a flash of light, he saw a lens. Sniper? Nagi's first reaction was this. On top of the dock lighthouse, Deadshot lay his coat flat on the ground, set up his sniper rifle, and pointed the muzzle at the beach. Deadshot was breathing steadily. His eyes were fixed on Superman, who was flying rapidly in the sky, and Simon Hurt, who was knocked up by him. To be honest, when he saw Simon Hurt transform, he really wanted to run away because there were so many abnormal people everywhere. But with the appearance of Superman and the performance of Nagi, Lawton fell silent and the safety on the sniper rifle was turned on. Lawton couldn't think of any reason why he could shirk someone who could allow Superman to protect him personally. Superman, who was in the air, retracted his fist, flew over Simon Hurt, and with enough strength, punched him downward. Chance? Deadshot found a fleeting opportunity in an instant, grabbed the sniper rifle, knelt down on one knee, and pointed it at the sky. Superman punched down, and Simon Hurt's body hit the earth heavily like a meteorite falling from the sky. Deadshot also pulled the trigger, and then put away the sniper rifle. He didn't need to look again. The bullet's impact point and trajectory were all simulated in his mind. This bullet will only hit the target, and what he has to do now is to get out of here before Superman discovers the bullet. As a killer who was hired to snipe Superman, Lawton knew very well how strong Superman's ability was, so much so that he almost gave up the nickname Deadshot. The anti-material sniper rifle, an armor-piercing bullet that could punch a hole in a tank, hit Superman on the forehead, which only made his forehead turn red, and he screamed that it hurt. That way, it was as if someone had hit him and his brain had collapsed. As for Lawton's favorite 9mm bullet, when hit on Superman's body, not only it has no effect, it can only be said that it has no effect at all. Superman's understatement made Lawton want to shoot himself to see if the bullet was fake. Pulling on the rope fixed in advance on the lighthouse fence, Lawton carried the cello case and slid down the rope. It was his habit to arrange the retreat route in advance. He didn't want to throw away his life for a little money. Walking along the pier, Lawton suddenly stopped at the parking place in front and looked at the people getting out of the car on the other side. A dwarf, a guy in a weird costume. Loudon looked at the short man's height and smiled contemptuously. Although the guy was not particularly short, it did not prevent Loudon from using him to soothe his mood and stabilize his nervous heartbeat. As long as you give him a little more time, he can adjust his emotions. By then, even if he is given a polygraph test, he will be able to deny what he just did without changing his expression. For example, he could speak Russian in his youth, but while serving in the American military camp, he obtained a Russian party membership card. However, the dwarf looked at him like this, but he didn't feel comfortable at all. His small eyes narrowed, and his mouth under his big aquiline nose clenched his teeth. If he didn't have to worry about his image in front of outsiders, Oswald was absolutely going to find a car, and throw the DMNR in front of him into the sea and drown him. What he cares about most is his height, and this damn BD still dares to laugh when he looks at his height. Just when Oswald the Penguin was about to take action, the weird guy next to him, wearing an oversized windbreaker and a top hat that covered his whole body, turned his head and glanced at Loudon. The smile on Loudon's face suddenly disappeared, and the barrel of the gun on his wrist popped out. After the two looked at each other for a moment, the man turned and left. Loudon stood there, recalling the feeling just now. Under the guy's top hat, there was a pair of green eyes, which penetrated people like a will-o'-the-wisp. This Gotham was really full of monsters. Simon Hurt's body fell rapidly from the air. He wanted to wrap his body with wings, but Superman's extremely destructive fist made it impossible for him to control the almost falling apart wings. He could only let his body fall. At this moment, a bullet with a cold light flew from the air, passed through the gap in the wings at just the right time, and pierced his chest. He is not afraid of bullets, which may cause him a little pain, but the power of the dark multi-universe will keep him alive. The bullet penetrated his downy chest, and the spiral metal wire inlaid on the bullet ejected instantly, like delicate steel needles, stabbing his heart into a hedgehog. The damage caused to him by N-metal, which also belongs to the power of dark magic, is like a vampire encountering high-concentration holy water, which is enough to kill him. Even in demon form, his heart is one of his weaknesses. It contains everything, including the metal mechanical egg that he picked up as a meteor and worshipped the gods. Simon Hurt wanted to struggle, but as he was falling rapidly in the air, he had no choice but to stretch out his hand blankly. Superman flying in the air also noticed the bullet. His supervision and hearing could even cover the entire Gotham City, but he almost never used them. This caused huge amounts of trouble to his childhood just because he heard and saw something when he was young. He could hear the flapping of bees' wings 40 kilometers away, but in the kindergarten, countless voices and whispers rang in his ears, making him lose his temper all the time. Wanting to escape all this, he just likes to squat in the vegetable field of the farm and stare blankly at the insects crawling on the vegetable leaves. In his eyes, it is a complete microscopic world. Fortunately, Superman's adoptive parents were an excellent pair of parents and brought him out of this predicament. Of course, it was also because Superman was a genius and he learned how to block, or rather ignore, these voices. Only then did he have no problems in his life. He went to school and lived like an ordinary person, except for occasional differences, such as lifting a car with one hand. He went through various situations from elementary school, to college, to graduation, and finding a job peacefully. There was a loud bang, and the seedlings standing on the beach felt their feet shake, and Simon Hurt fell to the beach. A huge amount of deep pit was made on the beach, and his stabbed heart was completely shattered under the heavy blow from the fall. The power of N-metal is extremely terrifying when used against creatures of the same dark element. It is even more terrifying than the effect of breaking magic. It can be called a nemesis. When Simon Hurt's eyes lost the last ray of light, the metal egg next to his heart suddenly turned and released an invisible wave. Fly to the sky with a message and fly to the distant universe. Superman, who was in the air, quickly landed. Looking like dust, Simon Hurt disintegrated. The demon's posture receded, leaving only an emaciated corpse wearing black gloves, lying in the pit, with a big hole in his chest, like a hollow pottery figurine. Superman looked up at the place where the bullet was fired. The dock lighthouse in the distance was very close to his sight. In an instant, Superman flew over. Nagi watched Superman's red cape flash in the air and walked to the pit. After just one glance, Nagi was sure that this person was really dead and could not be saved. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Miyamo sighed. The corpse lying in the deep pit has no breath. Even if you look at it, you don't feel anything different, just like this corpse is no different from the gravel that makes up the beach. Ding! The adventure treasure has been refreshed. Please explore by yourself. Ding! Encounter hidden treasures, discover obtainable items. Nagi looked at the body lying in the pit with question marks, and quickly looked up in the direction where Superman flew out. Determined that the guy wouldn't fly back immediately, Nagi tugged on his clothes, jumped into the pit, and looked at Simon Hurt's body. Nagi rubbed his hands a little excitedly. What kind of treasure is this? Anyway, the owner is gone, so he can take it, right? And since he is a policeman, isn't it normal to check evidence? No problem. It's normal. Nagi rolled up her non-existent sleeves and felt the location of the treasure with her heart. The big hole on Simon Hurt's broken chest really looked like a pottery figurine that had been smashed. There were no internal organs or anything inside, not even blood. It was completely made of clay. Nagi reached out and touched the contents inside carefully with his fingertips. Touched it? A round, oval-shaped object was held in Nagi's hand, and the item information instantly appeared in Nagi's mind. Super Adapter, the artifact, Darkseid the Forger, can enter endless parallel worlds and accumulate Omega's destructive energy. Note, it contains a trace of the coordinates of the Dark Multi-Universe. Damn it, why is this? Miyamoto immediately broke through the defense. Looking at the exquisite workmanship in his hand, it looked like a metal egg at a mechanical art exhibition. This thing was really hot to the touch. Apart from anything else, this thing was indeed made by Darkseid, and with the label on it, it accumulates Omega energy. Nagi has completely remembered what this is, the equipment used by Darkseid to hunt down Batman. In the vast DC universe, the most difficult person to kill is the character protected by the will of the universe. Among the moves with Darkseid is Omega Ray, which is not just a high-temperature and destructive effect, but a magical skill that can completely obliterate the opponent and also resurrect him. But those who are protected by the will of the universe can bear it head-on, such as Batman, who directly confronts Darkseid's old face. Then he was thrown into endless parallel worlds by Darkseid using Omega energy, and experienced irreversible destruction again and again until he accumulated enough Omega energy. Then, the whole world will end with him. To put it simply, this thing is a time bomb that accumulates energy. Nagi is a little bit confused. Thinking back to the following introduction, what is the coordinate of a dark multi-universe? No, does this really have anything to do with Barbados? Who doesn't know that Barbados is the god of the dark multi-universe? Is this sending food over there? And where is the dark multi-universe? Either Batman is crazy, or the world is destroyed, and everyone on Earth is finished. I don't think about it anymore. I still want to live a good life. Nagi stuffed the super adapter into his pocket, patted his face, and forgot about this matter for a while. It was a bit too exciting. By the way, Nagi turned his attention to the black gloves that Simon Hurt had been wearing. He stretched out his hand and touched it, and the glove could be taken off. Nagi carefully took off the glove, and even broke off one of his fingers. The body was too fragile. Underneath the gloves is a tattoo, the Wayne family crest tattoo. Tisk, 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 the Wayne family is really a weirdo. Nagi smacked his lips and shook his head. In front of him was the 6th generation old man, who was tortured to death by an owl in the sewer, and now there is. It was hard to tell, so Nagi rolled up his trouser legs, took out his phone, and took 2 photos of the badge. Maybe it could be used. At the dock lighthouse in the distance, an explosion suddenly sounded. Superman and a guy also wearing a red cape got into a fight on the dock where the fishing boat was docked. Nagi quickly turned around and looked over. There was a loud explosion, and the spire above the lighthouse was thrown away by Superman, who was flying towards him. With a thud, it fell into the sea and caused a huge wave. In the dust of the lighthouse, Superman flicked his cloak, and the bright red cloak roared, completely blowing away the surrounding dust. Superman looked with deep eyes at the top of a fishing boat next to the pier. A guy with a red cloak behind him was standing there, looking up. But it's different from Superman's red cape. The man's red cloak was as scarlet as blood, and it expanded around him as if alive, opening violently like demon wings that covered the sky and the sun. That man was also wearing a tight suit. Probably, even Superman wasn't sure, because the black tight suit was wrapped around the man's body like a viscous liquid. Only the white lines made a difference on his body, especially the fluorescent green eyes, which were like burning will-o'-the-wisps. What made Superman hesitate was the metal chains around the man that looked like snakes and the poor condition of his internal organs. Superman's clairvoyant eyes can clearly see the condition of the person's internal organs, just like Deadman's internal organs. They are not active at all, but they are still moving. This is amazing. Superman even doubts that there is blood flowing in his body? Al Simmons, who came from New York and followed Malbolgia's order, looked at Superman in front of him and the godlike golden soul, and took the lead in launching the attack. The magic from hell clung to the chain and was thrown forward by him. Superman looked serious and released heat rays from his eyes to resist. There was a bang explosion, and 2 different forces collided together, setting off an explosive air wave and impact in the air. Oswald, who was hiding behind the container next to the dock, covered his head with his hat and watched the gods fighting above. He couldn't run even if he wanted to. After all, the legendary monster walked around Gotham with him. Although no one in Gotham knew who that guy was, Oswald, who had returned from traveling overseas, had heard about the legend of hell in New York from the mouths of those villains. Spawn? Although most people think this is just an urban legend, only those who have committed crimes, and those who have committed heinous crimes, know that this is not a legend but a messenger from hell. He will bring those people a ticket to hell, causing their souls to fall into hell and become a member of the demon army. Of course, in the mouths of homeless people wearing rags in the streets and alleys, the name Spawn is the name of their homeless friend who lives with them in the alleys. Oswald didn't believe it at first. It wasn't until Spawn Al Simmons recruited a wave of soldiers in Gotham that he really believed in this hell legend, but it was a bit too scary. Especially after Superman flew over, Spawn took action directly. Well, he didn't know Superman. I just instinctively feel that this golden soul should be a hunter in heaven, or an angel spreading its wings. Although, Angel's underwear is not worn outside, nor is he wearing red underwear, nor is he wearing blue tights. As Al Simmons, who signed a contract with the Demon King of Hell, he was not like Condenstein, who sold himself several times and used various tricky methods to evade debts. He is just a conscientious office worker, although at first, he just wanted to see his wife again. However, when he saw his wife, the color on his head was already greener than the grass next to his tombstone. With a whoosh, the chain swept through the air. Superman directly strengthened the heat ray and swept it towards Spawn's position. The fishing boats were cut in half by the heat ray. Spawn jumped and landed on the dock. He reached out from his cloak and took out a strange-looking firearm, aiming it at Superman. The reason why I say it has a strange shape is because this gun looks like a huge weapon forcibly pieced together by dozens of guns. It's a bit like holding a Gatling handheld by Spawn. The densely packed gun barrel is like a honeycomb. The most important thing is that this gun has unlimited bullets, which is a kind of Spawn's ability, although he prefers to use the metal spikes on his wrists and knees to smash the heads of those bastards. However, this did not prevent him from using fire suppression, pulling the trigger, and the energy in Spawn's body was transferred into the gun. In an instant, the fierce sound of gunfire was like an explosion, causing the surrounding sounds to completely disappear. Superman, who was flying in the air, looked at the densely packed bullets flying up, and quickly raised his hands and crossed them in front of his face. Chug tug tug tug. A series of bullets hit Superman like a storm. The steel body's defense was enough to allow him to ignore the damage, but Superman was not happy at all to be beaten like this. With heat ray lasers brewing in his eyes, he swung his crossed arms forward heavily. With the addition of super strength, Superman waved his arms this time and made a sonic boom. The dense bullets also created a vacuum period, and 2 red heat ray lasers shot out from Superman's eyes. Spawn below, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. The red cloak behind him unfolded instantly, and the dense metal chains inside popped out, blocking the heat ray. The iron chain was penetrated by the heat ray and melted, but it was slightly slower than a few tenths of a second, which was enough time for Spawn to prepare. With a clang, Spawn stretched his hand forward, and an energy display of huge amounts of energy appeared behind him. Only those with ties to hell could see it. The number 9999 on it was beating rapidly. Destroy plasma energy manipulation? This is Spawn's move, and it is also the countdown to his existence in this world. After the energy is cleared, he will return to hell again. Therefore, rather than using energy to fight, Spawn prefers to use physical moves to fight, but this time he can make an exception. Without any need to accumulate energy, Spawn directly activated the energy manipulation, and the destruction plasma gathered in his hands, and a dark green light shone. The heat ray penetrated the last chain, and Spawn also used the destruction plasma energy, where the two energies collided. In an instant, everything around him turned into a vast expanse of white. Oswald, who was not too far away, was as if he had been baptized by a flash bomb and became blind. Nothing can be seen and nothing can be heard. Huge amounts of circular shock waves were thrown in the direction of the ocean. There was a bang, like a tsunami approaching the end of the world. The waves were so strong that they set off huge waves hundreds of meters high, and dropped a large number of water droplets in the air, making it sound like rain. Superman fell from the sky, looked at Spawn who had left, and then turned to look at the ocean. When they fought, they both chose to let the impact of the explosion avoid their surroundings and throw them into the ocean. Maybe he's not a bad person after all. Superman crossed his arms and said, he is a person who believes that human nature is good, but not perfect. He accepts all kinds of shortcomings that humans have and always believes in their goodness, which is, well, a bit naive. This is also the highest rating Superman Clark has received. Asking Otis and the others to come over and collect the bodies, Nagi started the police car parked on the beach and drove towards the pier. Although the medical vehicle was torn into pieces by the demonized Simon Hurt, the police car blocking the front was not affected. It was really lucky. Nagi's driving skills were also good. He ran directly from the beach to the road, knocked over 2 railings, and then saw the huge amounts of green energy monitors on the other side of the pier. The number 9999 was beating rapidly, followed by a strong light like the sun falling. What? What is that? Nagi raised his hand to shield his eyes from the bright light, stepped on the accelerator, held the steering wheel steady and drove in that direction. It was raining. Drops of water splashed against the car glass. Nagi tilted his head and looked at the sun hanging in the sky through the car window. The rain was a bit strange and smelled a bit like seafood. A sea fish fell from the sky and slapped on the windshield with a snap. The wipers activated by Nagi were blown away, and the police car swerved on the spot and drove into the pier. The water waves here were bigger, and the seedlings could see huge tsunami-like waves in the distance, and saw a clumsy figure running towards this side carrying something. It looked familiar, so Nagi squinted his eyes and looked over there. His memory was very good, but it was really difficult to confirm who the person was, mainly because the water droplets falling from the sky were too dense, just like a downpour, and the visibility did not exceed 20 meters. The man was getting closer and closer, and Nagi activated the police lights. The red and blue police lights flashed on the roof of the car, startling the man and turning around to run to the other side. When he turned around, Nagi laughed. Isn't this the penguin? That big hooked nose is so recognizable. Hey, where are you going? I have coffee here. Nagi took the car pager and turned on the speaker and shouted outside. Oswald, who was about to turn around and run away, heard Nagi's voice and almost cried with excitement. Oswald was hurriedly carried on his shoulders. Al Simmons, who fell into a brief coma due to excessive energy consumption at one time, picked up Oswald and ran towards the police car. Compared with Superman's energy coming from basking in the sun, Spawn's energy comes from hell and life. The two are not on the same level at all. This is the son of the Kryptonian challenge version. Of course, the more reason is that it is the first time for Spawn to mobilize such a large amount of energy, and he is a little uncomfortable. Even the suit and cloak on his body have been put back. His ulcerated skin was exposed, like a corpse that had been dead for a long time, although he was indeed a living corpse. Are you killing people and dumping their bodies? Do you know? This is a crime. Nagi looked in the rearview mirror, opened the door, stuffed a corpse with ulcerated skin and deteriorated muscles into Oswald's car, and gave Oswald a serious reminder. Don't expect me to testify in court. All I can say is, I haven't seen you today. Oh my god, I've seen you in jail. Nagi raised his hands a little unbearably, covered his eyes, and thought to himself, the Penguin is unreliable in his work, and he has to find a place where no one is around to mess with people. Should he, a just policeman, be allowed to protect him? No? If I kill someone, do I still need to come here? Oswald sat in the back seat of the car and raised his hand to wipe his wet hair. The spot on his hand that was pierced by the chain had healed. This was the effect of Spawn using a little magic. Although, Spawn's duty is to punish those extremely evil people, torture their souls, and make them fall into hell. But among his abilities, there is not only the ability to purify sin, but also the magical ability to heal and resurrect. Then you went to dig a grave. Nagi turned around and asked, glancing at the corpse and feeling a little strange. Alive? Nagi could feel that this rotting corpse contained powerful vitality, more powerful than Simon Hurt's vitality when he transformed into a demon form. Who is he? Nagi asked quickly. He felt that the Penguin had brought back an incredible guy. Oswald leaned on the seat, took out a dry handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the water on his face, lowered the window, and twisted it outside. Don't pretend to be serious, you have to tell me the truth. Nagi shouted quickly, he didn't want to encounter any accidents. Aren't I just organizing my language? If you asked me to say it, I was worried that you wouldn't believe it. Do you know New York? Oswald continued to wipe his face with a handkerchief. He was really a little nervous. He couldn't tell whether it was rain or cold sweat on his face, right under Superman's nose. He picked up Al Simmons and escaped. He had no idea at the time, just to show loyalty and not leave his friend behind. Looking back now, it was really a cold sweat. New York, I know. Nagi nodded. Speaking of New York, in his mind was the Spider-Man wandering around Queens, not Stark's godson, but the Peter Parker who only wanted double his salary. It's a pity that this is the DC universe, and it doesn't seem to be far from Marvel, it's on the set next door. Then do you know the legend of Hell in New York? Oswald wiped his hands, folded the handkerchief, and put it into his pocket again. He was very concerned about his image and every move he made, he had to feel like a gentleman and aristocrat. Of course, these behaviors are hypocritical in the eyes of the seedlings, but Oswald thinks that the seedlings are like wild boars eating dry food, and he doesn't care. I don't know, wait, is it, that ninja, what's his name? Nagi thought about it attentively, is it Shredder? Bigfoot Ninja. Nagi still remembers that there are Ninja Turtles in New York in this world, so that place should be their territory. Ninja? No. Oswald shook his head. Suddenly he remembered something and quickly looked out the window. The falling water droplets were getting bigger and bigger. Who knows, the energy collision just now sent so much seawater into the sky, and it hasn't finished yet. It's really scary. I suggest you drive away and find a safe place. Okay. As Nagi started the car, he also remembered something and took out his mobile phone to call Louise. Big reporter, I may not be able to pick you up. I met a friend on the road. Yes, okay. If possible, I will make some arrangements in the evening. No, my friend has a bar to open. You can't advertise for me. No need, just take a group photo. After hanging up the phone, Nagi yawned. He hadn't slept well recently and had to take some time to catch up on his sleep. Okay, are there any secrets that we can't tell? Nagi asked, looking in the rearview mirror. Oswald had a heavy look on his face. You know, Spawn. Oops. The police car braked suddenly and almost rolled over. Oswald, who was sitting in the back without a seat belt, bumped into the seat in front of him and got up. He did not suspect that Nagi made a mistake, but was worried about whether someone was blocking the road ahead. What's wrong? Oswald shouted quickly. Nagi, who was pressing the brakes tightly, turned his head in disbelief. What did you say? Spawn? From that generation. We can't blame Nagi for being surprised. He knows about Spawn, but there are many generations of Spawn. This is a sustainable plan for the Devil of Hell to rest on his laurels, and it has existed since the Middle Ages. However, the most famous Hell Spawn should be the spokesperson for the tragic life, Al Simmons. A Marine Corps member later became a professional killer and helped the CIA to complete some shady tasks. Because he offended his boss, he was fired during the mission. Simmons, whose hands were stained with blood, naturally could not go to heaven, but in hell, he survived the trial of fire, and his memory for his wife allowed him to maintain his sanity. He did not become the fuel of the hellfire, but was taken by the hell demon Malbolgia, signed the hell contract, became the hell reborn man, and returned to the world, but he has been dead for 5 years. His beloved wife is married to his best friend and has a 1.5-year-old child. And he has nothing left, not even his original appearance, only a withered and festering body. Even if he uses magic, he cannot change back to his previous appearance. As Nagi drove the car, she turned her head and looked behind her, especially looking at Al Simmons' face many times. Oswald could only remind him over and over again, watch the road. Nagi quickly turned the steering wheel to avoid the large truck in front of him, overtook it directly, and took another look in the rearview mirror. He is indeed quite curious, mainly because Spawn has an image that is really hard to forget, the shoelace face. The image of using a white shoelace to sew the left and right sides of the face from the middle is so classic, and this is also revealed in the black tight-fitting uniform that gathers energy. There are white outlines on the left and right sides of the face, and a black outline in the middle. Speaking of which, the initiator of this is Batman. Using the bat dart, he almost cut Spawn's face in half. That time, Batman was on a business trip to New York and accidentally interrupted Spawn's hunt. Two assholes poured gasoline on a sleeping homeless man and tried to light it to see what it would look like when it burned. Being encountered by Spawn, a hell of fire magic made those two bastards feel this feeling personally. Of course, few criminals could survive in his hands. Of course, what Spawn has to do is not to protect justice and the weak, it is just Simmons' own choice. Spawn is the farmer of the Demon King of Hell, harvesting the fruits of sin that have matured. They will not care about the small troubles, they will only wait for a person's sins to accumulate. Batman, who witnessed the burning of people, had a fight with Spawn. The two had different ideas and different methods, but that didn't stop them from working together to do a big thing. At the end, Batman threw a batarang with his backhand, but Spawn, who could dodge bullets, did not dodge. This shoelace face can be regarded as a testimony of their friendship, right? Probably, Nagi didn't know, but Spawn was here, and something came to his mind. That subordinate of the Demon King of Hell, could it be him? Thinking about it again, it is true that if you compare the name of Hell Demon King Malbolgia with Spawn, you can make a connection. Just knowing this name, Nagi really didn't know who he was. However, Malbolgia is very strong, and his goal is not to kill the gods in this world, but to kill the gods, kill them in heaven, and destroy God. He contains 8 billion souls in his body, but there is only quantity, not enough quality. Therefore, he needs to use extremely evil souls to build a demon army to increase the bargaining chip for the war. Aha, this is not funny at all. Nagi snorted with the corner of his mouth pulled. This Christmas is so sad. What's the matter? Oswald asked. Nothing, I was wondering where I could meet Batman. A sneeze. Bruce, who was doing daily training in the Batcave, sneezed, put down the fitness equipment, and rubbed his nose. Perhaps because of the dust, Bruce felt a little allergic, and as for a cold, he hadn't had one in years. His strong body also gave him a strong immunity. But there was nothing he could do in the face of the dust. Alfred was carrying out extensive construction work to tidy up the Wayne mansion, or it would be more accurate to say it was an old mansion. Because 6 generations of the Wayne family have lived here, any item you take out will be of antique quality. Even a door handle may be traced back to the founding era of the United States. But, again, the mansion is very old. If you put it in a fairy tale book or a horror movie, in a dilapidated old villa, there is a young master who behaves strangely, and a loyal and old housekeeper. Well, to put it bluntly, it is the kind of villa where vampires live. There is no sense of surprise. Such a big house requires maintenance and cleaning is a big trouble. The annual protection fee is quite a lot, but after Bruce comes back, there will be fewer servants here. Only Alfred can clean the living room, bedrooms, and corridors. Now that Christmas is coming, and it is also the first Christmas that Bruce has spent at home, Alfred decides to take charge of it himself and clean up the old house first. A total of 6 teams from cleaning companies came and cleaned the entire house, including the road outside and the glass greenhouse that had not been touched for many years. Hangina, my dear, where have you been? Alfred wore white gloves and was looking for the beautiful black cat. However, it seemed that she was nowhere to be seen in the busy old house. Alfred didn't care. It was probably in the Batcave. The cat was much more obedient than expected. The book said, keeping a pet can relieve mental stress. Alfred didn't need it, he had no pressure, but he felt that Bruce needed it. At this age, the mentality should not be so old and vicissitudes of life. Sneeze. Bruce sniffed, walked to the table on the side, and assembled the items on the universal belt. Micro flash bombs, bat darts, smoke bombs, remote controls. There is also this spray can explosive, a liquid explosive that can cause a directional explosion as long as it is sprayed on an object. Meow, a cat meowed, causing Bruce to stop what he was doing and turn his head to look over. The black cat jumped onto the table nimbly, with a string of pearl necklaces hanging around its neck that it found somewhere. It walked over with its head held high and glanced at Bruce. This human expression made Bruce very silent. This cat was a little too smart. He even thought about putting the cat into the instrument to check it, but he didn't catch it. Okay, where did you find this necklace? Bruce looked at the necklace around the black cat's neck and smiled. He remembered something sad, but the necklace was broken and it was just a replica. You wear it beautifully. Bruce complimented and continued to assemble the necessary weapons and equipment. Black Cat looked at the board. Bruce turned around and walked to the bat computer, touched the start button with his paw, and more than 10 pop-up windows lit up on the bat computer, all of which happened today. An exploding pop-up window lit up, attracting Bruce's attention. He put down his omnipotent belt and walked over. Looking at the picture above and the flash of red cloak, Bruce changed the picture, which was a little blurry. However, Superman can still be seen, the red cape, and the red underwear worn outside, which are eye-catching features even in the blurry mosaic. Superman. Bruce whispered softly, and according to his reasoning, he checked all the surveillance cameras around him. It's a pity that there are only a few cameras, one of which is still on the pier. A white light flashes, and then it rains. There is no other picture, but there is a picture of red and blue police lights flashing, which is the reflected light of water droplets. Check the surrounding addresses and the weather. There is no rain today. Although the weather in Gotham changes day by day, it is indeed not raining. Checking the surrounding cameras and specific information, Bruce looked at the search situation and raised his hand to grab the mouse. The result came out, a police car, zoomed in, and saw the people sitting in the car. Bruce's eyes narrowed. Miyamo. The black cat sitting on the table stretched his neck and looked at the screen on the computer, and then Nagi's information popped up. Bruce had been studying him for a day or two. He reached out and picked up the black cat on the table. Bruce thought about the past with Nagi. According to his investigation, he can only say that Nagi is a policeman. As for whether it is good or bad, he cannot say because people are complicated. However, psychologically speaking, Bruce does not want Nagi to become a bad person, but he is always unclear. He is a hero who dares to risk his life to chase criminals, and he is also a policeman who has no connection with the gang. Suddenly, both Bruce and the black cat in his arms discovered something. How? Meow, the black cat barked, quickly jumped out of Bruce's arms, and ran away without a trace. Bruce smiled awkwardly and looked at the 2 scratch marks on his hands. This cat is not easy to raise. The black cat ran out, slipped under the operating table on one side, and turned on the flashlight underneath. Under the operating table, it was like a small room, filled with all kinds of things she could find. The black cat stood in front of the mirror, wiping his face with water, and his eyes showed human emotions. He stuck out his tongue and licked a trace of blood on the tip of his claws. She wants to leave here. Maybe she will live a good life as a rich second-generation pet cat, but this is not her life. She wants to change back. She is free and no one can deprive her of this. She doesn't need to rely on others to live, just like she did back then. The black cat raised his head and looked at the mirror. Selena's face appeared in it. The arrogant wildness will not be tamed. Alan Simmons woke up. Sleep was still useful to him, but it couldn't relieve his tired heart. Would you like a cup of coffee? Sitting on a chair made of tires, Nagi greeted him with a cup of high-concentration instant coffee. Simmons quickly sat up and realized that he was lying in a coffin. The surrounding environment was like a warehouse. There was a police car parked next to it. The wheels were full of mud and looked dirty. This is a warehouse I have at Dixon Wharf to stock up on some cheap food. Do you want some carrots? They were just delivered from the market today. They are very fresh. Nagi pointed to the plate on the table, which contained a few washed carrots, which were much fresher than those in the supermarket. Who are you? Simmons raised his hand and touched his face, staring at Miyamo with green eyes like will-o'-the-wisps. Except for the drunken tramps who didn't mind his appearance, others avoided him for fear of being contaminated with something dirty, although there was nothing wrong with it. Nagi, Sheriff of Arkham District, the police number is here, you can confirm it. Nagi threw the police badge in his pocket onto the lid of the coffin next to him, and Simmons glanced at it. As a killer who once did dirty work for the CIA, Simmons still has a way of identifying documents, but this is of no use to him now. Hula, the warehouse shutter door was pulled open. Oswald, wearing a tang suit and holding an umbrella, walked in with a happy face. His face was rosy, and his hair was a little wet. Nagi, you really should take a shower. I've never felt that taking a shower is so relaxing. It's so comfortable. Oswald sat down with a smile. He went to Chinatown not far from Dixon Pier and had a bath, scrub, sauna, and massage. After doing this, his whole body felt comfortable and trembling. You may not know that I feel like this is the first time since I was born that I have been so clean. I should go to church for a service. Even God is touched by my sincerity now. You took my card to wash it. Give it back to me. Nagi stretched out his hand to ask for it. Oswald took out the VIP card from his pocket and smacked his lips. I should get one too. It's much better than listening to the teachings of those priests. Watching the two chatting, the light in Simmons's eyes flickered. In the state of soul vision, he saw the hell mark on Nagi's wrist, which was a bit familiar. Brother, why don't you introduce yourself? We almost buried you. This coffin is not cheap. Nagi took back the VIP card. Although he had the card, he had never washed it. He was too busy to do so. Hellspawn? Simmons hesitated. He originally wanted to use the name Al Simmons, but he was already dead, and he didn't want others to know his former identity. What a great name. Malbolgia is your boss, right? Nagi took out the cigarette case, poured out a cigarette and asked, then threw the cigarette case to Oswald, took out the lighter and lit the cigarette. Simmons was silent, the name of the devil of hell. He suddenly thought of the hell mark on Nagi's wrist, and then recalled Malbolgia's order to show up. Someone would come looking for him in Gotham. Looking at Nagi again, Simmons almost confirmed that the guy in front of him was the person sent by Malbolgia to meet him. Of course, Nagi knew nothing about this, because the real handler, Condenston, had successfully escaped from the debt. Nagi just wants to build a relationship. After all, he is also one of Gotham's gangsters. If he can make friends with such a superhero or anti-hero, he must make friends. There is a saying that goes well, make friends with heroes all over the world. Although Nagi doesn't want to be a hero, he doesn't want to be a villain who gets beaten up by the hero. They are all friends, so don't fight and kill them. Have you received the mission Malbolgia gave you? Simmons climbed out of the coffin, closed the lid of the coffin, and sat on it. Since he was one of his own, it was easy to talk about it. Mission? No. Nagi shook his head honestly. This is it, we need to find this weapon, the Spear of Destiny, the Spear of Longi News. Simmons took out the parchment from his arms and handed it to Nagi. Oswald next to him raised his eyebrows. These two people didn't treat him as an outsider, but they didn't treat him as a human being either. They didn't avoid talking at all, but Oswald lowered his head slightly and looked at Nagi quietly. This good brother who walked out of the slums is more than just a police chief. Nagi looked at the parchment and the picture of the Spear of Longi News on it, and compared it with Joker's memory in his mind. The results were exactly the same, which made Nagi a little curious. Did Joker really not deceive him, or did he have another agenda? Nagi then threw the matter out. He did not consider Joker's problem. The biggest characteristic of that guy is that he will give you a big slap when you think it is safe. Where to find it? To find something like this in Gotham is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. That's the problem. I don't know where this thing is. However, there are still people looking for it. As long as someone holds this weapon, everyone will know where it is. Nagi glanced at the parchment again and nodded. If you don't mind, I'll leave first. I have a date with someone else. After stuffing the parchment roll into his pocket, Nagi stood up and said, no one usually comes here. If you want to stay here, stay here. I will investigate through my channels. The dock lighthouse stood alone on the shore at night, and the lights on it flickered. The damage caused by the battle during the day has not been repaired, and the maintenance personnel who came over only restored the light of the lighthouse to guide the ships. Faust, wearing a black robe and a metal mask on his face, strolled on the pier, holding a stone in his hand. It smells like hell magic here, it's a bit strange. Faust stopped where Spawn had stayed and looked around. Patiently feeling the fluctuations of magic power around him, he knew the magic of hell very well. After all, he had also made a deal with the devil, and the magic of hell was extremely destructive. However, what is different here is that there is a strong breath of life, which is very strange and arouses Faust's curiosity. Buzz buzz. The sound of the engine sounded from a distance and gradually came closer. Faust raised his head and glanced at the dark sky, then raised his hand to create a blindfold to eliminate his own aura. A black tank drove over. The thick armor made the tank look like a tank. The two huge amounts of tires in front of the chariot rushed over without any hindrance. After Faust saw the chariot, he used magic again to make himself invisible. The roof cover popped open, and Batman jumped out of the car. As soon as he took 2 steps forward, he looked around cautiously. His keen intuition makes him feel that he is not the only one around. Faust's face looked a little ugly. This was not the first time that he had been discovered through magic in Gotham. Although this happened in other places, it was definitely not as common as in Gotham. Seeing Batman's vigilant look, Faust could only sneak into the shadows and evacuate quietly. With a clang, a can on the ground was stepped on, and a black figure ran off the Batmobile and disappeared into the alley. Batman chased after him, and Faust looked at the black figure with more curiosity in his eyes. What did he see? A beautiful woman turned into a cat? This city is really interesting. The shadow that Faust turned into followed on the ground. Batman chased for a few steps in the dark alley, then lost track of his target. He hurried back and checked with a microcomputer. After he was in a coma last time, the Batmobile's autopilot system took him back to the Batcave. He added a monitoring system to the Batmobile, and it was a real-time upload signal source. Although the traces may be exposed, Batman did not want to keep himself in the dark, so he sent the same signal source to various areas of Gotham through the Wayne Winter Assistance Program. It may be difficult to find traces of him. However, he checked the microcomputer, the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously, and turned to look at the alley in the distance. Alfred might be thinking about it again. However, Batman didn't care much about it. When he put on this uniform, his heart was as cold as the Gotham night, and the cat really confused him. It was too humane and made him feel very uncomfortable, as if someone was monitoring his every move. At least he had secretly checked some information, but he couldn't find the type of cat. After clearing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Batman walked towards the lighthouse on the pier, took out an energy scanner, and checked the surrounding energy fluctuations and various values. The black cat ran in the alley, crossed the street, climbed along the fire stairs, and finally jumped up to the rooftop of the building, looking up at the night sky of Gotham. She is Selina Kyle, the most famous phantom thief in the city, and she also has a nice name, Catwoman. But now, she has really turned into a cat. This is very strange, just like the auction. She looked forward to seeing the round moon, and maybe she could turn back into a human being, just like in those fairy tales. However, there is no moon tonight. Transformation magic uses transformation powder as a medium. This magician's attainments are quite good. It's probably the little girl Zaydina who did it. Faust appeared from the shadows, looked at Selina who had turned into a black cat, and commented seriously, just like an academic teacher watching a display work. Selina turned around suddenly, her whole body was like hair, she bared her teeth and showed her power at Faust, telling him not to come close. Zago Lumakaka. Faust flicked it, and the shadow next to Selina instantly turned into a monster and swallowed her, then expanded in place like a black balloon. With a bang, the balloon burst. Selina, who was wearing an evening gown, fell to the ground, her slender thighs stepped on the ground, her hands were on the ground, and she grinned like a cat. However, Selina reacted immediately. She changed back and quickly looked down at her hands. Before she could be happy, Faust raised his hand and with a bang, Selina turned into a black cat again and fell to the ground. I can see that you really want to become a human, but everything has a price. I don't know how you turned into a cat, but if you want me to change you back, you need to pay a corresponding price. Faust raised his hand and waved it again, and Selina changed back again. She stood up slowly, still a little uncomfortable. Find this thing, otherwise, you can only turn into a human at night. Faust threw down a parchment and disappeared in a flash. He wasted no time looking for something. With this time, he will do something more meaningful. Moreover, if a beautiful woman wants to find something, she can find it much faster than him. A woman. Faust thought of an old woman. Maybe he could go to her shop if he had a chance. Although the wine she made was terrible, it didn't stop them, the magicians, from calling her Madame Xanadu. Seeing Faust disappearing in front of her eyes, Selina folded her arms and slowly squatted down. She really hoped that this was a nightmare. But Selina picked up the parchment on the ground and looked at the pattern of a weapon on it. She hit her head with her hand in frustration. It shouldn't be like this. Why, Selina thought about her recent situation, everything was fine, and then she met, it was him? Batman? Well, Selina could only think of him. To be honest, she had a completely new understanding of Batman and Bruce Wayne under the mask. However, she was convinced that if Batman hadn't caused trouble, she would have stolen the diamond and would not have participated in the auction. Selina stood up, clutched the parchment in her hand, looked at where Batman parked, and took off her high heels. With her smooth feet on the ground, Selina jumped down from the rooftop as light as a swallow. Like an acrobat, she grabbed the stairs below with a dazzling posture and jumped down slowly. In the pile of debris on one side, Selina found a clean black garbage bag and a can of white spray paint. Putting a garbage bag on her head, digging 2 holes with her nails to expose her eyes, Selina ran towards that direction with bare feet. Women are unreasonable. At least, Selina wanted to put Batman in a bad mood tonight. On the lighthouse, some energy fluctuation data were recorded. Batman strengthened the mobile light source in the lighthouse, then unfolded his cloak and flew down from the lighthouse. He also picked up a strange-shaped warhead from the cracks in the bricks of the pier. Time was running out. It was just a casual thing for him to check here. He had a lot to do in the evening. Falcone suddenly went into seclusion, which made some gangs in Gotham ready to take action. A large amount of arms flowed without batches, and gang fights happened every night. And tonight, Batman also discovered an arms smuggling freighter that was about to dock. The person in charge was an overseas gang, the Penitent Cartel, who was originally a Mexican drug smuggler. However, for some reason, they actually took the route of arms dealers and transported large quantities of arms to Gotham. With his black cloak hiding his figure, Batman was like a ghost, quietly returning to the place where the Batmobile was stored. As soon as he walked in, Batman was stunned for a moment. Even at that moment, Batman wondered if he had gone the wrong way. On the sturdy outer armor of his Batmobile, someone painted graffiti with white spray paint, "You idiot Bat." Judging from the font analysis, this should be a very angry person, but he didn't smash the car. Batman turned around and looked around. I really didn't feel anyone there, I'm afraid they were gone long ago. Batman walked to the car and wiped the spray paint on it with his finger. It was not dry yet and he had just left it not long ago. With a whoosh, the grappling gun shot out the rope. Batman stepped on the wall quickly and ran all the way to the roof next to him, looking down at his surroundings. There was a taxi leaving here along the road, and Batman's eyes were fixed on that taxi, on that car. 07 Ice House Bar. The tall Sophia, wearing a black coat, walked out of the back door, holding a gun tightly in her arms. She couldn't tolerate being so vigilant. Falcone was so angry when he was attacked by Joker at night that he went crazy. Now he has been recuperating and unable to deal with matters in Gotham. Those usually respectful gangs have expanded rapidly during this gap period, and several established mafia groups have been hit. Although no one has dared to touch the majesty of the Romans, Sophia is still as vigilant as ever. She walked to a newsstand on the street. The newsstand was closed. In the shadows, Selina, barefoot, sat there haggardly with a cigarette in her hand. After seeing Selina, Sophia put away her gun, leaned against the newsstand and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you being so anxious to find me? I heard that something happened to that old guy." Selina asked playfully while playing with the cigarette in her hand. She and Sophia are close friends, and she once rescued Sophia. Even though Sophia is tall and thick, she looks like a bad BCH, but she is not as old as her. Or strictly speaking, Sophia is really her sister, half-sister, but no one knows it. Only Selina knows, but she will never recognize Falcone as her father. Her mother's death was because of Falcone, which is why she will never forgive him. Don't worry about those things. Why don't you ask me to come out and ask about these things? Sophia turned around and asked, "What good stuff did you get again?" In the past, Catwoman had stolen treasures, except for some exquisite items that she kept for herself. Others were given to Sophia and sold through smuggling channels in the Roman Empire. Otherwise, Selina wouldn't be able to get so much good equipment, as well as the money to raise cats, friends, and besties. Nothing. By the way, how is Fifi? Selina took a drag on her cigarette and asked another thing. "It's very good. It's much better than before. The old man also likes it very much." Sophia nodded and said, "Fifi is a white cat, given to her by Selina, but it has become an iconic pet of the Romans. Sophia, do me a favor." Selina took out the parchment roll from her chest. She only had a long skirt on her body, and her soft breasts were half exposed. She couldn't care less about this trivial matter and threw the parchment to Sophia. If she was looking for something in Gotham and even the Romans couldn't find it, then the thing might not exist. What's this? Help me find it, quickly, Sophia, please. Selina closed her eyes. She hated her current helplessness and weakness. Her mind was so confused that she didn't know what to do. Sophia looked at the parchment, stuffed it into her pocket, took off her coat, and put it on Selina's body. Give it to me. Sophia turned around to leave, but on the side of the road, she suddenly stopped and immediately took out her pistol and pointed it at the black figure in front of her. Batman walked out of the shadows, and the car lights behind him instantly turned on. The intense bright light made the nervous Sophia pull the trigger directly, and a gunshot rang out. Bang 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 bang. A series of bullets flew past, and the warheads landed on the bat chariot behind. On the thick outer armor, the bullets only scratched out a little spark, but left no trace. And Batman's figure also disappeared under the gunshots and bright lights. Sophia stopped pulling the trigger, but the bright light in front limited her vision and made her unable to react in time. Restricting the opponent's line of sight and interfering with the opponent's attention are Batman's unique skills. After being knocked to the ground by Batman, many people don't know where Batman came from. Therefore, in the urban legend of Gotham, Batman is not human. Although many people scorn this, there are also many people who believe it to be true. Sophia squinted her eyes and looked around. Batman suddenly appeared. She immediately raised her arm and fired, and the bullet landed on the wall. It's a shadow on the wall? Before Sophia could turn around, Batman punched her in the abdomen, even through the body armor. Batman's punching power, coupled with his special force-generating skills, also caused Sophia to kneel down on the ground and drop her pistol. She was completely unprepared, and she didn't even think that Batman would suddenly attack women. Batman was not willing, maybe because of his family upbringing. He was very gentleman. Except that it is a bit heavier when it strikes, defeating the enemy with one move. Sophia Falcone, if I remember correctly, you have 2 other charges. Before Batman finished speaking, a white thigh silently kicked from behind. Although it looked very sexy, the strength of this kick made Batman a little serious, and he quickly raised his arm to block it. There was a clang, the collision of flesh and arm armor. Batman didn't suffer any loss, he just took a step back and prepared to charge forward. A black coat suddenly flew over and landed on Batman's head, blocking his vision. As soon as Selina landed, she grabbed the coat and wrapped her arms around Batman's neck. Let's go, Selina shouted behind her. Sophia clutched her stomach and knew it was not the time to show off, so she quickly got up from the ground and ran towards the bar. Selina looked at Batman, who tore open his coat. She couldn't control him with her strength, but Selina knew something. For example, this Batman suit has a part of a metal bracket added to prevent the limbs from being injured and unable to fight. Selina stretched out her fingers and grabbed Batman's inner thigh. Her fingers hooked a tab and pulled hard. With a clang, Batman, who had just turned around, almost fell to the ground. The metal bracket on his right leg bounced off, causing him to lose his center of gravity for a moment and almost fall. Fortunately, he moved quickly enough. He put one hand on the ground, swept his legs to stabilize his body, raised his hand and hit his knees a few times, and resumed his activities. Selina stood in front of him, tore off a corner of her long skirt and covered her face. She didn't want to face Batman with this appearance. I don't want my photos to become files in the Batcomputer database. That would be too bad. It took Batman a few seconds to disassemble the metal bracket. This sudden change really caught him off guard. Maybe you should prepare a few more sets of equipment. This complete set seems a bit cumbersome in such a battle. Batman was thinking in his mind and looked at Selina. As a man, Batman had to praise Selina. Selina's figure is indeed sexy and hot, not inferior to those top supermodels. Catwoman? Batman asked tentatively. Selina stared at him, suddenly turned around and ran away. Batman hurriedly chased after him, and used a microcomputer to activate the automatic driving mode of the Batmobile and leave here. He didn't want his chariot to become a trophy for some gang members, so he would rather blow up the vehicle. Catwoman shuttled through the darkness, but she found that Batman was not catching up, at least the silence around her was not fake. However, this made Catwoman even more vigilant, and she quickly picked up the clothes she had snatched from a window during her escape. Jeans, and a white shirt. Selina casually pulled off the damaged black dress and threw it in the corner. She changed into clothes as she walked forward, her feet were worn out. Bang, something ran across the wall. Selina quickly reached out to cover her chest and looked up at the top of the wall. A stray cat ran across it. Selina breathed a sigh of relief, she was indeed a little frightened. Wearing a white shirt and tying the hem of the shirt in front, Selina looks like a sexy hottie on the street with her hot figure. It's just that this outfit doesn't have any cold protection ability on the streets of Gotham in winter. Selina was unaware of the tense mood she felt while running just now. When a gust of cold wind blew over, Selina still crossed her arms and shivered, let out a breath of white air, and quickly walked towards the lighted place outside. She just wanted a glass of strong wine now. To warm her body and comfort her from the restless night, it would be best to have a burning fireplace. If possible, it would be nice to have a handsome man with that kind of strong chest that I can rely on. A person's face appeared in Selina's mind. He was indeed handsome and handsome. A hole? Even if I'm looking for a duck, I won't even think about him. Selina stomped her feet as if she was mad, and frowned in pain. Running around barefoot was not a good thing. Damn it. Selina walked forward angrily with tears in her eyes. It was all about that damn bat. Batman was chasing a transport truck in the cross tunnel of Fifth Avenue when he suddenly felt a sense of resentment. But he was immediately swept out of Batman's mind. He didn't have much time to think about other things. What he was about to face was the extremely vicious gangsters. There was no time to chase a stolen Catwoman, or to find out whether Falcone's daughter was involved in a crime, but if he had time, he would do it, but not tonight. He arrived a little late. The arms had been unloaded from the ocean-going transport ship. There were 3 containers, and he was following one of them. Batman looked at the positioning point on the Gotham map and started to accelerate the engine. The Batmobile roared and rushed forward. On the transport trailer in front, the driver was laughing with the people escorting the truck, and the safety of the submachine gun in his arms was turned off. Originally, they were worried about whether something unexpected would happen. After all, there was a nosy guy standing in their way, and as a result, tonight went particularly well, and that's great. After I go back, I'm going to Kiefer Park to play. This mission really made me unable to sleep well for several days. The driver wearing sunglasses held a hand-rolled hemp leaf cigarette in his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, and showed a strange smile on his face. The co-pilot and the escorts sitting behind them all laughed when they heard the name of Kiefer Park and looked at each other. That place was a PP's department store. It lacked everything, but it didn't lack women, let alone cigarettes, and it was very high. Wait, what is that? The person in the passenger seat saw a strange-looking car chasing after him from behind in the rearview mirror. The driver turned his head and looked in the rearview mirror. After the others heard this, they hurriedly poked their heads out of the car window, and the Batmobile was also accelerating and approaching. Those people paid attention to the words on the Batmobile and smiled strangely. Is that Batman's car? Why is it like this? Ha 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 ha, ha ha, ha, shit, Batman is here. Laughing, they couldn't laugh anymore. The heads that originally poked out of the car window all retracted, and when they came out again, they were greeted by guns. What the hell, Bat? Die. A big black man, wearing a white hood on his face, looked like a bank robber, holding an RPK light machine gun in his arms. He leaned out of the car window and held on to the trigger. The gunfire was muffled by the accelerating tow truck. The bullets fired continuously hit the Batchariot like a metal whip. The strong outer armor was enough to withstand the 7.62mm baptism. Even if it is hit by a rocket in the front, the sturdy Bat Chariot is not afraid. Batman holds the steering wheel and activates the attack mode on the Bat Chariot. A special vehicle-mounted machine gun poked out from the front of the Batmobile, and the bullet assembly was completed. Batman locked the tires of the trailer in front, continued to accelerate, and at the same time pulled the trigger. The Batmobile rushed over from the right side of the trailer, covered by light machine gun fire. Chug tug tug tug. The machine gun on the Batmobile also showed its power. The rapidly rotating tires of the trailer were directly shredded by bullets. As if bitten by an invisible monster, the double row of tires on the right side of the trailer burst, the container fixed on it tilted sideways, and the entire rear half of the vehicle was dragged to the ground, sparks flying from the friction. The Batmobile accelerated to the front and hit the front of the trailer heavily. The driver pulled the steering wheel desperately, unable to control the trailer that was about to roll over. Everyone shouted in despair. Next to the Batmobile, the roof cover slides open. Batman jumped out, threw a black bat package in his hand through the car window. There was a bang explosion, and a black airbag expanded rapidly, filling the windshield in an instant, and the people in the car were also swallowed by the airbag. Then there was a roar, the trailer rolled over, the containers were thrown out, and the windshield was shattered. Batman turned off the current on the cloak, and the cloak was like a wing-like glider. Turning into soft fabric, Batman landed on one knee, looked at the overturned trailer, walked to the cab, stretched out his hand to pull the door open, and the blade of the gauntlet on his wrist swiped across it. With a bang, the inflated airbag exploded. The people in the car had already fainted. In order to deploy quickly, the airbags were charged with explosives and stuffed with steel balls outside, which was no less than an anti-infantry mine. Batman picked up a man and rolled up his sleeves, revealing a pink motorcycle tattoo with a tearing skull logo on the motorcycle. Confess the cartel, you got the wrong person. Batman stretched out his hand to open the man's eyelids and looked into his pupils. If he wanted to ask, he might not be able to do it. He didn't have time to wait for him to wake up. Throwing the man down casually, Batman took out a spray can of explosives, made a mark on the container, and attached a tracker. Use a voice changer to call Gordon to the police. Someone should come to finish the call. Besides, Batman also wants to know where the weapons will be ended up. He never thought that Gotham would be safe once these gangsters were eliminated. Crime would always exist, not just here. Eggplant. Nagi, with an exaggerated smile on his face, took pictures with Louise and the others at the door of the bar. Moreover, Louise also agreed to help him write an advertisement, which made Miyagi very happy. It was free of charge and he paid the bill. Anyway, these drinks are also the stocks in the bar before. They just need to be cleaned out and replaced with new ones. The key is that it will be easier to build a reputation for the bar, and it is not worth the effort of Nagi. Watching Louise and the others leave, Nagi didn't intend to send her off. Although the nights in Gotham were particularly dangerous, there was nothing that could defeat the real God Clark, right? Boss, there are more and more customers. The bar manager came over, his bald head shining under the light, and advised with some worry, "The drinks we have in reserve may be emptied tonight." "Don't worry, my dear Mr. Gao." Nagi turned around and stretched out his hand to straighten the tie for the bar manager. "We won't be short of drinks. I've stocked up a batch and will deliver it tomorrow. What you have to do is let the brothers on the Upper East Side know about our bar zero. Go get to work." Nagi patted him on the shoulder, and Hijis Gao quickly ran back to the bar. The reason why he was worried was because his salary income depended on whether the bar's business was good or not. Nagi waved his hand, it was his money that was lost. "Ha, it's getting late." Nagi smacked his lips, put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the Arkham district. He didn't drink and drive, and he didn't drink while driving. He was very serious about this, and walking a few steps could help dissipate the smell of alcohol. Although this amount of wine was of no use to him, Nagi wanted to be quiet for a while and sort out the situation in his mind. The recent events are almost a mess, if not a mess. Nagi suddenly felt someone's eyes looking at him, and quickly turned his head and looked over. There was an empty roof over there, and it was still dark. "Aren't you going to patrol at night?" Nagi asked directly. After all, the only one in Gotham who has the habit of peeping is the Big Bat. However, other people also have this habit, but if there is a problem, it's okay to go to Batman first. There was no movement on the roof over there, and Nagi was too lazy to care, at least on the surface. The pocket of his coat was torn, and he could reach directly to the pistol at his waist. Moreover, no movement could be seen outside. Nagi continued to move forward, and the thoughts he had just remembered were also confused. After walking 2 blocks forward, Miyamu turned around again. At the intersection behind him, a figure stood on the roadside. The street lights with poor wiring were flickering, and the person's appearance could not be clearly seen, but judging from the outline of the body, she must be a woman. After all, men should not have twin tails. "No way." The man grinned, and under the flickering street lights, he threw something in his hand, which was round and flew over with a string. Nagi, who was well prepared, took out his pistol and shot the round thing flying. That thing was made of metal and very strong. The sound of the bullet hitting made Nagi's face darken. The round thing fell to the ground, was pulled by the man's hand, and flew over again. "It's a yo-yo. It's metal. Who is it?" Nagi secretly thought to himself that it was really difficult for him to guess a person's identity from a weapon, or a hidden weapon. Unless it's a highly recognizable weapon, such as Wonder Woman's lasso of mantra, that iconic presence. He ducked to avoid the flying yo-yo. Although the thing was not big, it was extremely destructive when it hit the ground. Just like a meteor hammer falling down, Nagi stood up and stepped on the yo-yo, pointed the gun at the person in front of him and pulled the trigger. If you can dodge bullets, it means your opponent is capable. If you cannot dodge bullets, it means your opponent did not die unjustly. Bang 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 bang, gunshots rang out. The person opposite was quite agile. He relied on his flexible waist to turn over backwards, and with a push of his hands, he jumped to the other side. "Huh, interesting." Nagi sneered, kicked the yo-yo away from his feet, and rushed forward with his gun. Whoosh! A slight tremor caused Nagi to break out in cold sweat. He hurriedly bent over and fell to the ground before he could slow down. A few locks of black hair fell from his head to the ground. The yo-yo had a metal cutting wire on it. When it was thrown over, it was wrapped around the street lamp, like an open spider web, waiting for him to rush in and cut himself in half. Fortunately, Nagi kicked the yo-yo back and discovered this situation, otherwise, Nagi's face turned frighteningly dark, as if he saw his own head falling to the ground. The yo-yo flew back and was held in the man's hand. At the same time, the metal cutting wires were also retracted. The street lamp was cut into 2 sections and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Only the neatly cut wires were still emitting sparks. "Who are you?" Nagi asked as he stood up. "Ha." The other person laughed, quite disdainfully. However, Nagi didn't feel any hostility or murderous intent, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, even though things look good on the surface, the next moment there are lunatics who poke pencils into other people's eyes. He didn't come. The person opposite scratched her head. She stood in the shadow, and Nagi could only see the outline and movements of her body. Let him collect the body for you." The other side suddenly had murderous intent, and Nagi's hair stood on end. He picked up the pistol and pulled the trigger, suppressing it with direct fire. The Glock 17 Kai poured out firepower, and the barrage it fired made the opponent too tired to dodge and temporarily unable to take action. Nagi pulled out a magazine from his waist and reloaded at the speed of light. The fire stopped for less than 3 seconds, and the opponent couldn't even lift his head. Whoosh, whoosh, 3 yo-yos were thrown out, and were directly intercepted by Nagi. With a whoosh, a blow needle with a red feather landed on Nagi's thigh. The feathers were still trembling slightly, and Miyamu only felt a stinging pain. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, with wet hair, and his hair was spread around his body. He raised his head sharply. Thalia's appearance appeared on her ghost-like face, and she rushed over waving a short sword. The trigger of Nagi's pistol was tightly pressed, and bullets spurted out. The hallucination only affected him for a moment, and Nagi recovered. When he first got the fear gas, he smoked a whole bottle out of curiosity. After recovering from the Dionysus gem, he became resistant to it, and at most he felt a little dizzy after drinking too much. But when Nagi's visual state returned to normal, he discovered that the person opposite had already started fighting with someone else. A shimmering fist flashed in the dark shadow. Nagi raised his pistol and pointed it at the 2 fighting men. The mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole follows, and the snipe and clam compete for the fisherman's profit. The trigger clicked, and the magazine was empty. Nagi reached out to grab the revolver at his waist, and the two people seemed to have reacted. They looked at each other and jumped up at the same time. They easily climbed over the two-story store building on the roadside. The two figures chased each other one after another, flying over the walls and looking like the legendary Snitch. Damn, what's going on? Nagi changed his pistol and looked at the mess around him. He felt irritated because the effect of the fear gas had not yet passed. Pulling out the needle on his leg, Miyamu looked at the red feathers on it and thought about it, but he didn't have any clue. He stuffed it into his pocket and turned away. After a while, Nagi ran back and searched the surroundings carefully. Haha, I thought you would be here, hiding from me forever. The woman wearing a smiley mask on her face, standing on the top of the tall building, folded her hands on her chest and stared at the people in front of her. Yeah, the man in the jacket just started to speak, but was interrupted by the woman. You should call me Xiaodian, that's my name. When the man heard the name, his eyes dimmed for a moment, and then he became absolutely indifferent. You shouldn't have taken action against him. Then what? Hurt your little heart. The woman smiled teasingly, bent down, and hugged her hands, revealing her plump curves. You always have great truths to say, but it's just boring. For your justice, kill me. Alexis, I can change this, we can do it together, instead of this. I said, don't call me that name. That's not me. The woman shouted hysterically. You always say you want to be a good person, but have you ever thought about why you are a good person? If you want to change everything, what can you change? Stop destroying us. The woman's voice was almost pleading. Is it still me who changed everything you changed? If you kill me, you can change everything. I don't want to lose you, the man said in a gentle voice. Ha. The woman laughed, and 2 tears shed behind her mask. Then you have misjudged the wrong person. I am a bad person. You can't save me. I am as crazy as ever. After saying that, the woman gestured like a pistol, put it on her head, and whispered bang. She fell backward and jumped from the tall building. The man rushed over, only to see a black lightning suddenly appear and take her away. I can change everything. If you want to scare dead man, just say so. Superheroes can't do that either. Nagi, who had just returned home, was so frightened that Barry, who was lying on the table to eat, sat down on the ground. Sorry, I really need some energy. Barry clasped his hands together very apologetically, and Nagi pulled over the chair and sat down, looking at the empty cans on the table. This shelf life is still in the 1960s. It is a can of Purim that Nagi found in the dock warehouse. Maybe the meat inside is an antique from the World War II period. Nagi glanced at the table. There were at least 70 empty jars, all piled up with the pyramids. Is your speed force back? Nagi turned around and asked. The speed force consumes a lot of money, so the Flash is also very serious about eating, and most people may die from exhaustion after eating so much. Almost, but very weak. Barry didn't hide it, raised his hand and moved it. The empty cans on the table were all shaped into balls and placed neatly on the table. Beautiful, can you go back? Nagi saw a sudden flash in front of his eyes, and then the table changed, and he clapped his hands excitedly. Maybe a little worse. Barry said sheepishly, I got a little bit of the speed force, but I can't run and enter the timeline. In other words, you are now the Flash. Nagi remembered that this Barry came from 10 years later. He now has the speed force, which means that the current Barry Allen has become the Flash. Yes, what happened tonight? Barry was originally very happy, but something happened in the shared memory. What's wrong? Nagi asked quickly. I saw Reverse Flash, and he wanted to stop me from becoming the Flash. Nagi's expression changed. It was Reverse Flash Albert Swan, the Flash's old enemy, also known as Professor Zoom. That guy comes from the 25th century in the future, an era where there are no more superheroes. Because he dug up the Flash's uniform, Reverse Flash copied the Speed Force through technological means. However, when he wanted to become the Flash, he was stopped by the Flash who transcended time and space. Once people's rebellious psychology is stimulated, they will take an extreme route. The yellow Reverse Flash was born, and the battle across time made Reverse Flash want to kill the Flash countless times, but found that it was completely impossible. In the first place, he wanted to prevent Barry from becoming the Flash. However, once Barry Allen cannot become the Flash, Reverse Flash will not be able to exist. This seems to be an unsolvable situation, but Reverse Flash has a clear mind. Unable to change the outcome of Barry Allen becoming the Flash, he started from another angle and eventually made Barry an orphan. Let me ask you this, is your mother still there? Nagi asked hesitantly. After Barry heard this, his face darkened. His mother's death had always been the biggest guilt in his heart, and it was this guilt that allowed him to travel through time and create a Flashpoint world. It goes without saying, I'm sorry. Nagi nodded. If this is the case, the Flash and Reverse Flash are actually inseparable. Reverse Flash changed Barry's life in the past and made him the Flash, and in the 25th century. When Albert Swan was studying the Speed Force, he discovered Barry Allen's uniform and became the Reverse Lightning, completing the closed loop. By the way, how did you know that Reverse Flash was coming? Nagi felt a little strange, but Barry started to explain. I can feel what Barry Allen is doing now, because that's who I was 10 years ago. Furthermore, I analyzed it from my memory, because it is a little different from my original memory, and I also saw yellow lightning. I have had many interactions with Albert Swan. I'm familiar with the way he moves. After Barry finished speaking, he leaned back on the chair and frowned. What he was most worried about happened and the time changed. Although the current changes are still very weak, no one knows whether they will become a crack that tears the world apart. Are you homesick? Come have a drink with me. It's really a bad night. Nagi stood up and walked to the wine cabinet, grabbed a bottle of brandy, grabbed 2 glasses, and threw them on the table. It depends on people, don't worry about anything else. Nagi picked up the wine bottle, poured himself a full glass, picked it up, banged it, and drank it all in one gulp. By the way, where's Jason? Nagi put down his wine glass and asked, smelling of alcohol. He didn't seem to have seen this BD. He's sleeping upstairs. It's already very late. Barry took a sip from the wine glass and raised his finger to the shaking clock. By the way, Barry, do you have a girlfriend? Nagi looked through the cans on the table, intending to find some snacks to go with the wine, and took a look at the gossip news. In a flash, there were several snacks on the table, as well as fruits, carrots, and other things taken out of the refrigerator. Tisk, it's so convenient. Miyama praised it, grabbed a handful of dried fruits and ate them. Barry sat next to him and smiled. Yes, Iris is the most wonderful woman I have ever met. Iris Woolwist. How do you know? Guessed. Nagi quickly poured another sip of wine into his mouth. After receiving the injection, why did he talk about everything? He has no friendship with the current Flash, Barry Allen. But Barry didn't care. He had encountered this kind of thing many times in the future. There was basically no secret in front of Nagi, which was not surprising. After all, he had seen even stranger things. Who would have thought that he is proficient in orangutan language as his second language? You want to leave for this time? Nagi asked. Yes, but depending on my current ability, I'm afraid I have to borrow the speed force in your grandfather clock. Only in this way can I break away from the constraints of this timeline and go 10 years later. Barry clenched his fists. Although he could now achieve the effect of super speed, the diverted speed force was not enough to support his high-intensity consumption. Okay, you can use it when it becomes available. Nagi turned to look at the clock of time placed by the wall. This thing. I need to study it carefully. By the way, what will I be like in 10 years? Nagi asked curiously again, although Barry still refused. In short, you are better off than you are now, living well. Barry finally choked out this sentence. This is not nonsense. I can figure it out with my butt. I want to know something else. For example, let's. Relationship is friendship. Barry nodded. Iron or not? Very iron. Barry frowned and said, as if he was remembering something that he couldn't bear to witness, miserable. Then who is my girlfriend? Nagi asked carefully. That. This time it was Barry's turn to be confused, because it's hard to say, the number is fluctuating. What's that? How many of them are there? I don't know. Barry held up his wine glass and pretended to be dumb. What's Jason's name? Nagi asked slowly. This interrogation technique was actually used here, and no one else. The weather is really nice. Barry just choked out a word and swallowed it back immediately. I'm sleepy, let's go to bed first. After leaving a word, Barry disappeared in an instant. The speed is so fast that people can't even see it with the naked eye, for fear of revealing something that shouldn't be said. Early in the morning, a pickup truck drove up outside Wayne Manor, specifically to transport food to Wayne Manor. Mr. Pennyworth, are you preparing for Christmas? A strong young man, with a towel around his neck and carrying a box of cut beef, walked in, looked at the Wayne mansion being cleaned, and asked curiously. Yes, Morse, are you ready for the roast turkey for Christmas? I still remember your grandma's apple pie. It was really a rare delicacy. Alderd smiled with some memories. Haha, of course, Grandma also said that she would prepare a gift for Master Wayne on Christmas Day. Morse carried the box with ease, put it into the kitchen, and then hung the meat in the huge amounts of refrigerator by category, leaving some sliced bacon on the dinner plate. Alfred stood aside and watched. The people who transported food to Wayne Manor were all elders of the Wayne family. Maybe they don't have Wayne's surname in their names, but they have served in this old mansion for half their lives, just like Morse's grandmother, who was once the headmaid of Wayne Manor. The farm they are running now is also the property of the Wayne family, and they are part of the glory of the Wayne family. Morse, don't be lazy and unload the eggs from the car. Yes, Dad. Morse rolled his eyes helplessly, ran out of the kitchen, and started carrying eggs. A fat, bald, middle-aged man walked in with a bulging belly. He looked at his son and snorted proudly. He was obviously the head of the family. He put down the milk bottle in his hand, looked at Alfred again, and smiled like a spring breeze blowing on his face. Merry Christmas, Mr. Pennywall. Well, it's not Christmas yet, it will be tomorrow. Alfred blinked and walked towards the other side. The middle-aged man followed behind with steady steps and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Master Philip, he has been inquiring about Master Bruce's situation recently. Their family's financial crisis has long passed. Now, he is not inquiring about Master Bruce's safety. Nudev, do you remember when you came here? Alfred stopped. Looking at the living room that has been tidied up, with historical furniture placed around it, it is like suddenly walking into a museum. 31 years ago, my mother brought me here, and Mr. Thomas personally played a song for me because it was my birthday. The middle-aged man Nudev lowered his head. Although they do not have the surname of the Wayne family, they are indeed members of the Wayne family and are also the most powerful bodyguards of the Wayne family. After all, He is Bruce's uncle. Inquiring into the situation is more or less out of worry. Don't worry too much about it, compared to this. Alfred turned around, looked at Nudev's bald head, smiled and patted it. Merry Christmas. Hey. Nudev also laughed, but he still bowed respectfully. Please say hello to Master Bruce for me. Look, what a beautiful cat. Morse ran in from outside holding a black cat. Alfred saw the cat and quickly shouted, Hangina. The black cat in Morse's arms turned his head when he heard the familiar call. In his big and smart eyes, there was less human cunning and more ignorance. Is this your cat? Nudev crossed his arms on his chest and looked at the black cat that looked as confused as if it had just been weaned. Yes, her name is Hangina. She is a beautiful little girl. Alfred reached into his pocket, took out the cat's favorite snacks, and waved to the black cat. He had specially driven to the urban supermarket to buy them. The black cat smelled the scent of the food, and quickly broke away from Morse's arms, ran to Alderd's feet, looked up at the snacks. Alfred smiled kindly, and picked up the black cat. After combing it, there were some messy hairs on the black cat's back. Poor little guy, where have you been? Alfred felt a little pity, looking at the hair on the black cat, as if it had rolled in a garbage pile, and there were some vague scars on the soft cat paws. Seeing this, Nudev and his son did not stay any longer. Their mission was to come over and replenish some food. Mr. Pennyworth, let's go first. Nudev nodded. Go slowly. Alfred walked them to the door and watched the light blue pickup truck drive away. If I'm not mistaken, who is the man in the west who was shot into a hedgehog? Nagi squatted on the ground covering his nose, looking at a corpse next to him. The corpse was full of blood holes, and the skin was swollen because it was thrown into the river. Kyruanlovsky, a Russian, the leader of the Whispering Gang, but how did he get here? Nigma, who came over temporarily to act as a forensic doctor, put on a white coat and walked over. When he saw the holes on the body, he was sure that the man was not killed by bullets, but rather looked like a form of punishment. Because none of these injuries are fatal, they just look scary. For this fat man who starts at only 300 pounds, the thick layer of fat has already isolated some of the injuries. However, this also caused him to suffer greater pain before he died, as you can tell by looking at his broken nails, although there was also a hole in the middle of his palm. Maybe it's a gang seeking revenge, but floating here, I feel more like a warning. Nigma put on rubber gloves and looked at the river below the dock. Because there are several chemical plants and sewage treatment plants in Arkham, the river here has the color of an oil film. The key is that the bodies were fished out on the dock. This dock has been taken down by Nagi and the others, and the speedboats that used to secretly trade some things here have also been confiscated. Warning? Give them a severe beating and they'll be honest. Nagi stood up, grabbed a piece of gravel next to him, and threw it into the rushing Gotham Canal. There was a loud bang and splashes of water were produced. But the gangs outside are expanding rapidly now, and there are rumors that the Romans are dead. Nigma snapped his fingers and asked the policeman next to him to bring over the autopsy tools and take pictures along the way. That's not good news. Aren't those people's idiots showing their wits? Nagi joked with his hands in his pockets. This Christmas will definitely be bloody, but for us in Arkham District, we need sufficient material preparations. Nigma took out the hook knife and cut open the abdomen of the corpse. The watery internal organs and intestines flowed out directly from it. The policeman next to him quickly placed a plastic sheet next to it. I've already said hello to this. I can help many people have a good Christmas at a cheap price. Hey, if I run for mayor, I might even get some hardcore votes. Nagi couldn't help laughing. If you want to, you might be able to do it, but what you need is not the support of these people, but... Nigma opened the trachea of the corpse, took the forceps next to him and inspected the inside, and continued. It's about the support of others. At least you need to let the gentlemen in the Diamond District know that you can do things for them. Of course, you can also choose not to do it, but they won't let you go. Forget it, I'll take over Arkham District first. By the way, you reminded me that we should have our own people in the city hall. Next year is the mayoral election, right? Yes, if you run an election, I can be your staff and help you plan. Although your Chinese identity is a bit special, your heroic deeds are also a good call to action. Farewell, I just asked you to help me keep an eye on someone. Speaking of which, I looked for him before but didn't find him. Nagi squatted down helplessly. Although his brain was easy to use, it was really difficult to find people in reality. Who? Nigma asked, putting down the tweezers. Harvey Dent should be a lawyer, and if he were to vote to be district attorney, I'd be happy to give him a vote. The sun has set, night has risen, the dark clouds covering Gotham have been blown away by the wind, and the white moonlight has fallen. The black cat hiding in the corner of Wayne's mansion looked around as if he suddenly woke up, then stood on 2 feet. His body gradually grew larger, and his black fur faded away and turned into soft skin. This scene is like the transformation of a monster in the legend. Although it's not that far off, because Faust didn't unlock the magic, but improved it casually. Turning it into a curse, turning it from magic to a curse, is not even a difference. Only a master of black magic like Faust can retransform an already fixed magic structure, and the effect will be exceptional. However, the mood of the person involved was not so wonderful. Selena already wanted to cut Faust into pieces. She promised that she would definitely do this, take the bone-cutting knife on the kitchen chopping board and chop him to death. Selena would still feel a little novel when she turned into a cat, but when she really turned into a cat without human consciousness, Selena just wanted to die. What kind of things has she done? Selina didn't want to think about the unlimited operations she performed during the day just for a little food, and even being trained by that damn young master to do a backflip with dried fish. Damn it! Damn it! Selina was like a resentful woman who had been abandoned from beginning to end. She bit her shirt in her mouth and used the most vicious words in her heart to curse those damn bastards. She wants to find the spear. She doesn't want to go on like this anymore. She doesn't want to be a cat without freedom. Selina stood up quietly, remembered something, hid back, and waited for about half an hour. Selina put her ear to the floor and heard the sound of the door opening and closing. Batman had gone away, and Alfred came out, probably preparing a late-night snack. Selina waited until Alfred walked into the kitchen, then jumped quickly from the stairs to the second floor. After turning into a cat, Selina was not without gains, at least her stealth ability was stronger. Selina walked into Bruce's bedroom. In front of the piano by the window, Selina crossed her hands and flexed her fingers, listening to the movement outside, but there was no sound. The big advantage of the house is that it is quiet enough. Selina's fingers tapped on the piano keys, a few notes popped out, and there were a few slight clicks. The wall filled with books cracked, revealing the elevator leading directly to the Batcave. It is said that there are 3 caves for cunning rabbits. There are exactly 3 elevators leading directly to the Batcave, including a fireplace in the living room, a piano in the bedroom, and tiled walls in the bathroom. After getting on the elevator that went directly to the underground, Selina crossed her arms and looked down at her feet without shoes. She couldn't help frowning and her toes flicked playfully. The elevator door opened and Selina walked in. The black mat floor spread from the ground into the cave. The Bat computer is running, displaying the Batmobile's movement trajectory in real time, as well as constantly refreshing information. Selina twisted the camera hidden on the wall to one side and walked towards the Bat computer. This computer carried the Wayne Group's database, with a search scope all over the world. This was the fastest way Selina could think of, which was to use a computer to search. Selina sat next to the computer and hand-drawn a pattern based on the memory in her mind, which was 80% similar. Using the Bat computer's global search, Selina obtained a massive amount of information in just 10 seconds. One of the most useful pieces of information is a batch of cultural relics that are about to be put into storage by the Gotham Museum, among which, the gun of Longinus. It was found at a construction site in Mexico, wrapped in a Nazi swastika flag, and was acquired by Philip Kane. After seeing the news, Selina wanted to go to the Gotham Museum immediately, wishing she could grow a pair of wings and fly there right now. She just wants to get this thing and let that BD magician help her unlock this magic. Then, Selina sneered. Women are very vindictive. Just when she turned around and left, she stepped on a screw under her feet. She jumped up in pain, quickly grabbed the screw, and threw it out. Even a nail dared to bully her. The nail bounced on the ground and landed on a box on one side, which contained cut leather, shaped Kevlar body armor, and the basics of various equipment. It is the material Bruce is going to use to improve his uniform suit. His current suit is too heavy. It has almost every device, and it looks like data like a bucket. But in actual combat, this uniform actually reduced his speed and agility, and some protective and therapeutic devices might even hinder him in a sudden fight. Selina walked over barefoot, rummaged inside, took out a pair of black special combat boots, and looked at the modified machine tools on the side, as well as the welding and sewing machines. Hey, it looks like someone is feeling distressed. Selina smiled softly, picked up the materials inside, and went over there to sort them out. What is that cloak? Cats don't need a cape, but Selina looked at the pointed ears on the hardened hood and raised her eyebrows. She could have this. Half an hour later, Catwoman appeared in a new uniform. The fiber bulletproof layer of Kevlar is made into the style of a tight leather jacket. Selina has good skills. The skills she has developed since childhood make her uniform look very well proportioned. However, there is an extra tail on the back of the uniform, which not only looks sexy, but also adds a sense of enchantment. If anyone thinks this tail is good looking, they are probably right. Inside is a high-strength fiber rope, which is fixed on the belt to form a triangular protection lock. It can always be used when climbing high places, but the only thing Catwoman is dissatisfied with is this. There is no other means of transportation in the Batcave. The only Batmobile is repainted by Batman and driven away. No, there is also a transportation vehicle. Catwoman turned to look at a folding bicycle hanging on the wall. It could be transformed into a wheelchair. It was the one Batman used to ride on. Of course, there are still more than a dozen sports cars in the garage of Wayne Manor, from all periods. Although Bruce Wayne doesn't drive much, some people give them as gifts every year. Catwoman got on the folding bicycle, pedaled hard, and rushed out of the Batcave. Outside was a covered waterfall. The bicycle flew through the air, landed on the desolate mountain road, and moved quickly under the moonlight. Aha, look what I found. Joker, who was holding an umbrella and wearing a purple tuxedo, grinned, revealing a set of inlaid fangs. Stop it. Batman jumped from the air and kicked him over. The scarlet cloak below stirred, and Spawn, who was also wearing a black uniform, turned to look. The white patterns on his body and the green light in his eyes became the most obvious distinction. This kick hit Spawn in the lower back and kicked him out. Batman fell to the ground and stood up with a flick of his cape, looking at the 3 people who were burned alive in the alley. The twisted body, ferocious expression, and the unpleasant smell of burnt fat in the air all made Batman frown. Spawn, who fell to the ground, raised his head and looked at Batman's figure. In his soul state, Batman's soul was surrounded by black lines, but there was pure white in the middle. Batman also looked over, but neither of them spoke. Spawn came out to investigate, looking for traces of the gun of Longinus. Of course, Spawn also has the responsibility of eradicating evil and expanding the army for Hell Demon King Malbolgia. I have to say that Gotham is indeed a very special place. It's so special that Spawn burned out 3 demons in one go. This exchange rate seems a bit too high. You know, even in New York, those notorious villain leaders may not degenerate into demons after death. The next second, Batman and Spawn were fighting. Batman's quick attacks were fully utilized at this moment. The armor of the new uniform was modified, adding metal pads to the elbow joints, and using Muay Thai moves. Every blow fell like a heavy hammer, with a deafening roar. At least Spawn's bones have been heard clearly, but Spawn is a person who has died once. He is originally a living corpse, which is much stronger than zombies, vampires, and so on. He is not afraid of sunlight, garlic, or crosses. On the contrary, he liked to bask in the sun, warm himself by the fire, and even preferred to stand on the cross and look down at the surroundings. Each of Batman's heavy blows, especially the continuous attacks on Spawn's vital parts. With a punch to the liver and an elbow to the head, Spawn also found an opportunity, instantly hugged Batman's shoulders and slammed Batman against the wall. At the same time, he raised his fists, and the black uniform on Spawn seemed to have grown. The uniform on the wrists and back of the hands turned into red, thickened gloves. Moreover, metal spikes grew out and hit Batman hard on the head. At the critical moment, Batman leaned back and used the iron horse and golden bridge to avoid the punch. With a bang, a hole was made in the wall, broken bricks and stones flew around, and Batman kicked Spawn away. He wants to bring this murderer to justice. He is not opposed to the death penalty, but he does not think that the person in front of him is qualified to burn people alive. This is also a crime. Spawn was kicked back a few steps and steadied himself. In terms of fighting skills, Spawn L. Simmons' original strength is the Marine Corps. The level of a CIA supernumerary agent is not as good as that of a guy like Batman who is all-round in fighting. But, he is Spawn, who signed a contract with the devil of hell to live in this world. He is not afraid of death. He can manipulate magic, create magic, and even, life. Spawn raised his hand and waved, and the 2 chains wrapped around his thighs instantly flew towards Batman. Batman swung the cloak behind him, instantly energizing him, hardening the cloak, turning around and wielding it as a weapon, knocking away 2 chains. Immediately afterwards, 3 batarangs flew over, and Batman put away his cloak at the same time, covering his face. Bang bang bang, after the bat dart was intercepted, the shock bomb effect on it was activated, followed by an explosion. The alley was suddenly as bright as daytime, or even brighter, and the noisy sound echoed around, like 10,000 wasps vibrating their wings at the same time. Spawn covered his ears. His green eyes were so bright that he couldn't see anything. As soon as the light stopped and the surrounding area fell into darkness again, Batman swooped over, got up, and kicked Spawn hard on the chest. This kick was full force. Because Batman has discovered that something is very wrong with this guy. The kick he jumped from the roof hit Spawn right in the lower back. From a normal perspective, with just that kick, the kidneys had been damaged and ruptured, and a normal person would not even have the strength to get up from the ground. But the guy in front of him was still jumping around. Batman was a little impatient. This was the first time he faced this situation. The types of monsters we usually encounter are just not afraid of pain. They are almost effective in damage to joints and internal organs. They are still within the scope of biological creatures in essence. Spawn covered his face and rolled over, and the cape behind him expanded instantly like living wings. Batman backed away out of caution. The 3 burnt corpses in the alley were glanced at by Spawn, and 3 green will-o'-the-wisps floated in Spawn's hands. He calls his ability necromantic power, and he can use this power to do many things, such as this. The 3 charred corpses suddenly began to move, and their limbs that were twisted by the flames of hell began to stretch, and they rushed toward Batman like zombies. These 3 men robbed 19 times on the street, killed 11 people, and RD 4 women. Their deaths were well-deserved. Batman turned around sharply and looked at the corpse that suddenly came to life. If he said he wasn't scared, he would be lying, but this emotion couldn't shake Batman's quick reaction at all. He raised his hand and dropped his elbow directly, hitting the temple of a scorched corpse. With a click, the head of the scorched corpse seemed to have been hit by a sledgehammer, and half of its head was broken. Batman turned around and kicked a charred corpse away. It fell to the ground and fell to the ground, leaving only 1 corpse left. Batman narrowed his eyes, reached for the universal belt quickly, and threw out 3 bat darts again. Spawn, who had just gotten up from the ground, was intercepted by these 3 bat darts. The last charred corpse was directly broken at the waist by Batman. The upper body was directly folded with the lower body and fell to the ground. The power of the dead that drives them as motivation has also been recovered by Spawn. The energy consumed is the currency of his life in this world. If all the energy is exhausted, he will fall into hell and become the slave of Hell Demon King Malbolgia, his slave forever. Although he wanted to die after his obsession with seeing his wife was broken, he definitely didn't want to be so miserable after his death. Batman took out a folding batarang from his waist and held it in his hand like a dagger, staring at Spawn. Energy recovery. The black uniform on Spawn also has a red protective layer, and the joints are reinforced. The feet, knees, waist, wrists, and elbows all turned into red protective layers with metal spikes, as if they were thickened. With a whoosh, the bat dart came through the air. Spawn raised his hand and punched the bat dart away. He had confirmed that Batman was just a human being who could fight. Maybe he is stronger in terms of fighting ability, but he is Spawn who can't die, so that's easy to solve. This bat can't fight a war of attrition, let alone the tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries. No need to waste energy, just deal with him like this. Spawn had a clear idea, and his attack routine became to exchange injuries for injuries. Batman punched him, and he immediately retaliated and suppressed Batman's offensive. However, even he knew something, and Batman clearly thought that he really couldn't afford to fight for injuries. But it's not that there's no other way. This isn't the first time Batman has faced this. Since he wants to use the tactic of replacing injuries with his own, let's make sure he won't be caught first. The bat darts that were knocked out by Spawn were suspended in the air like propellers. After Batman revealed a flaw, Spawn wanted to pursue the victory and hit Batman against the wall. With a strong kick of his foot, the bat dart flew sideways and hit the crook of Spawn's leg that was supporting his body hard. This suddenly caused Spawn's body to lose balance. Batman, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, had been controlling it with a miniature remote control, took out the deformed handcuffs, and cuffed them on Spawn's wrist. Looking at the handcuffs on his wrists, Spawn looked up at Batman again, opened his palms, and more than a dozen iron chains hit Batman's chest like an endless river. This sudden impact was as terrifying as a high-speed motorcycle. Batman spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards, and fell to the ground. The thickened black bat logo on the chest was hit by the iron chain, and there were a lot of uneven injuries. Fortunately, there was this protection, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Spawn put away the chains and was about to take a step forward when his eyes flashed and he quickly withdrew. The handcuffs on his wrists had tightened into his flesh and rubbed against his bones, making it impossible for him to break free for a while. The only option is to evacuate here quickly. Batman took a few deep breaths and used the breathing technique he had learned from a group of miners when he traveled around the world to spit out all the bleeding caused by internal injuries. After 2 mouthfuls, blood was dripping on the ground. When the guy ran away just now, he seemed to glance behind him. Batman raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then turned his head and looked back. A strong man wearing blue tights was suspended in the air, looking down at him, with a red cape swaying behind his back, a diamond-shaped S logo on his chest, and red underwear worn backwards. He has proven who he is, at least in this world of fancy clothes. Few people dare to dress like this. Superman? Batman jumped up from the ground, covering the injury on his chest with his cape, and looked at this man suspended in the air, like a god, the guardian of Metropolis Superman. Need some help? Superman smiled kindly. He had just dealt with a few robbers who were robbing a store in the next block. He heard the noise and flew over, and saw Batman. After studying the information provided by Gordon to Lois, Superman determined that this hero who hides in the darkness and fights with violence and fear is on the side of justice. Why are you here? Batman asked in a deep voice. The voice changer around his neck made his voice very deep and rough. Traveling, passing by. Superman is not good at lying, and his main range of activities is in Metropolis. Of course, if someone elsewhere calls out to Superman and he happens to hear it, he could appear anywhere. Batman's eyes were a little suspicious. Metropolis was not far from Gotham, and everyone knew that Superman could fly. Batman even took the time to study Superman, the Man of Steel. Of course, as an imaginary enemy, Batman has not yet found a way to defeat Superman unless Superman loses his super ability. Superman slowly fell from the air and looked at the charred corpse on the ground with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Compared with Batman's principle of not killing as his own creed, Superman is a non-killer of human beings. Yes, in addition to humans, he faces alien invasions, monster actions, and mechanical monster attacks. The heat ray swept past without any pause, and was directly cut into several pieces, with a killing rate comparable to Ultraman Ace. Well, in fact, Batman is similar. In his no-kill principle, aliens are not humans. Your condition is not very good. Do you want to go to the hospital? Superman turned his head and looked at Batman. Under his perspective eyes, he could clearly see where Batman was injured. But what makes Superman a little surprised is that Batman's true identity is actually Bruce Wayne. Well, just a bulletproof hood can't block Superman's clairvoyance at all. Moreover, even in Metropolis, Superman Clark, who is an investigative reporter and writes news for newspapers, is well known. The Daily Planet also reprinted the news about Bruce Wayne's return. No need. Batman refused directly. He didn't like Superman's gaze very much. It felt like he had no clothes on. This feeling of being seen through made him very uncomfortable. Okay. Superman withdrew his gaze apologetically. He usually didn't use his clairvoyance very much, this time it was just out of curiosity. After reading a lot of information about Batman, Superman was looking forward to Batman. Perhaps because he was lonely and the only one who stood up for justice, he suddenly discovered that there are such heroes who are dedicated to the cause of justice. Superman also wanted to make friends, because he felt that there should be a lot of common topics between them. However, Batman's attitude is to keep others away from him. The moment he became Batman, Bruce Wayne put life and death aside, and only Batman was real. Bruce Wayne is just a phantom of himself in front of the public. The two looked at each other for a moment, then the Batmobile from outside the alley drove in, its lights shining on Batman's back, and the roof slid open. Batman jumped up and landed on the Batmobile. The moment he got off, he turned to look at Superman. "Welcome to Gotham, don't go out at night." After giving a friendly warning, Batman got into the Batmobile and turned off the autopilot system. Batman gritted his teeth and coughed. Senbai's teeth were stained red with blood. He needed to find all the information about the previous guy. This unstable factor became his biggest enemy. The Batmobile left here, Superman looked up at the sky, his cape swayed, and he flew upwards. "So, is this thing dangerous?" Nagi stood behind the cabinet and stuck his head out to ask Nigma. Nigma held the green test tube in his hand and looked at him speechlessly. "Are you so scared? You didn't say this thing would explode. Is this an alchemy potion or an alchemy bomb?" Nagi was even more helpless. The alchemy code has been deciphered by Nigma to some extent. It should not be said, but the Riddler's high IQ, as long as he doesn't focus on guessing riddles, he is an absolute powerhouse everywhere. Although the code has been deciphered, it is not an ordinary difficulty to make those alchemy items, just with the materials. There are always cadmium metal, N-metal, amber gold, and even divine gold, magic stones, energy crystals, magic clusters, and abnormal compounds required for the manufacture of artifacts. After just one glance, Nagi was stunned. None of these materials were rare, and money could not buy them, and he wanted to get these materials. The only thing Nagi could think of was to raid the homes of those magicians, or simply raid the home of the god of fire, Hephaestus. The former will trigger a hunting operation in the magical world, and the latter will trigger punishment from the gods of the Olympian pantheon. Maybe Wonder Woman will personally come over with a long sword and cut the seedlings into pieces. This thing is quite stable. The last bottle was an accident. It may be due to the material. There are so many strange plants. Nigma shook the test tube in his hand casually, and Nagi's heart trembled. He was not worried about the thing exploding. Nagi was just worried that Nigma would be blown to death. After all, the bottle just exploded the metal table in the laboratory. "Don't worry, it won't explode." Nigma put the test tube on the shelf aside and spread his hands harmlessly. Nagi wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and walked over. They were in a secret base. Just like Batman's Batcave and Superman's Fortress of Solitude, Nagi also built a secret base, a bomb shelter to be precise. This was excavated during the Cold War, but with the end of the Cold War, no one knew about the air raid shelter here. This place happened to be in the Arkham district, and it was directly below the lunatic asylum. It had the highest protective layer on top. If Otis hadn't searched thoroughly here, they really wouldn't have been able to find it. However, as time went by, some parts of the air raid shelter had collapsed, but with the lunatic asylum reconstruction plan, Nigma deducted another amount of funds from the budget. The air raid shelter was simply repaired. This place was well designed and could accommodate hundreds of people. However, when it was built, only half of it was built, and the rest was not completed. According to Nigma's inference, it is very likely that the nuclear crisis stopped when the air raid shelter was halfway through construction. The biggest crisis was gone, and the project naturally stopped. At least in Gotham's library and the sanitation department's sewer management plan, this air raid shelter does not exist at all. But this is also good news. Nagi plans to build his own engineering team to renovate this core base. Nagi held a metal pole and carefully placed the rack holding the test tubes into the room on one side. This is a specially packed laboratory. All kinds of equipment are fully prepared. They were all obtained by seedlings from the warehouse of the Gotham Evidence Department through various means. To be honest, it's almost like a treasure house there. It has everything. It's just that there are too many soul rings on it. You might even see ghosts and will-o-wisps at night. But, is that a problem? No? Nagi directly invited two priests to perform a series of consecration treatments, just for peace of mind. Everyone was friends. "Okay, now you can introduce to me, what is this, great alchemy product? Don't tell me it's for treatment." "You guessed it right, it's for treatment. If you go by what the book says, this thing can give people a wonderful sleep." Nigma turned around and picked up the alchemy code that was placed on the table. He looked at the translated words on it and thought to himself, it is probably a defect in the material that has changed the properties of this drug, and Nigma looked at the instruments he was operating. They were different from those in the book. He needed to prepare some good alchemy instruments. A wonderful sleep, isn't it? It's all reincarnated. Nagi looked at the other side speechlessly. The metal table was blown to pieces and torn into several pieces like rags. By the way, is there anything on it that can deal with demons? Also, it needs to be cheap, can be produced in large quantities, and has good effects. Nagi thought of the Demon King who was ready to move in hell and wanted to turn Gotham into the territory of hell. Some things must be prepared as early as possible. Miyama has long been familiar with the things in the alchemy code. Among the requirements he made, there is actually only one, and that is high concentration holy water. The key to the antidote against hell-type demons is that it can be produced in large quantities. For those demons, these harmless holy water are more terrifying than sulfuric acid when it falls on them. Moreover, what the seedlings need is high-purity holy water. In the alchemy code, there is a technology that can purify the material, which is similar to the legendary Midas turning into gold. However, Nagi would not say it directly. He cared about Nigma's attitude. That guy cared about his own sense of existence. He needed the recognition of others to cheer for his life. Naturally, Nagi also liked what he liked, and he couldn't do without Nigma, a super think tank. When he had no money, he would dare to borrow money to give Nigma a good meal. Now that he has money, Nagi directly throws all Arkham's business to Nigma. He is the second boss of the gang and part-time general manager, plus the chief financial officer. Of course, Nigma did not disappoint Nagi. Arkham District's business is booming, and his methods are indispensable. Devil, this is really an interesting topic. Nigma couldn't help laughing when he heard Nagi's request. He really wanted to know what the devil looked like. After all, alchemy exists, so it is not impossible for legendary things like magicians and demons to appear. Batman was silent because he discovered that his Batcave base had been visited by thieves, losing some equipment and a bicycle that he didn't like very much. It's a good thing that that thing is lost, but... Batman picked up a pair of black women's lace panties on the ground, and his already gloomy face looked even gloomier. Is the other party being too arrogant? Batman looked up at the empty Batcave. In the shale layers directly above were hibernating bats. He turned his head and looked outside. The sound of rushing water washed over the rocks. It was the waterfall hiding the Batcave. He needed some security facilities now, at least he couldn't let thieves in casually. As for who the thief is who came in this time, Batman doesn't have to guess. He can guess that except for the vengeful Catwoman, there is probably no one else. Because if it were someone else, what would greet him now would be the shooting of bullets and the explosion of explosives. Only that woman would use such a mischievous attitude to arouse his anger. The elevator inside slowly came down, and Alfred came over with the prepared dinner and a piece of ginger juice without alcohol. There's always something good to eat on the eve of Christmas Eve, which is why Alfred didn't wait in the Batcave. He prepared a rich meal. At least this charcoal grilled steak was very flavorful and could fill Bruce Wayne's stomach. Master Bruce, welcome back, you should. What is that? Alfred narrowed his eyes in confusion. He is older and has a bit of presbyopia, but fortunately he wears reading glasses in order to read the menu when cooking. So he clearly saw that the women's lace panties in Batman's hand were still black. The scene was a bit awkward for a while. Batman calmly threw the lace panties in his hand into the trash can and looked at the pile of cut materials and the running sewing machine. He turned around and walked towards the wall, and sure enough, the bat camera he had prepared was pushed to the other side. Ahem, Master Bruce, let's eat first. How was the patrol tonight? Did the robbers on the street use new weapons? Did they gain anything new? Alderd also changed the subject tacitly, put the dinner plate in his hand on the table, and picked up a piece of long black hair. Batman walked over and stuffed the long hair into the evidence bag. He would definitely cause trouble for her. But before that, Batman looked at a piece of information displayed on the Bat computer, the gun of Longinus, Gotham Museum. This was a clue Catwoman left behind because she didn't think she could find this thing so easily, and whether the magician could keep his word was another matter. Although Catwoman doesn't like Batman very much, she has to admit that this guy is a good person, probably. But at least it's an ally who can reassure her. It is already late at night in the Gotham Museum, and there are only a few hours until dawn. Catwoman, wearing a tight-fitting leather jacket, slid down from the skylight on a rope, stepped on the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton below, and jumped down in 2 or 3 steps. These movements were silent. Okay, next, let me take a look. Catwoman held a flashlight and avoided the shooting range of the surveillance camera. She jumped towards the newly decorated booth in the corner of the museum and lightly touched the glass layer with her toes. Catwoman supported her body with her hands, let her toes fall gently, stood on the glass display cabinet, took out the laser cutter that came out of the Batcave, and cut a circle out of the glass. I took out the replica that was used as a temporary exhibit. Catwoman looked at the fake Longinus gun in her hand, and hesitated a little. Should she deceive the magician? After much thought, Catwoman decided not to gamble. After all, that kind of magical magic or curse is not something she wants to face, but she doesn't want to become a cat either. This tangled mood made Catwoman run on the building in Gotham. With her agile posture, Catwoman jumped off the rooftop of the building and climbed to another building using a rope. At the place where she met Faust before, Catwoman just tried her luck and found this place, but unfortunately Faust was not there. However, she is not alone here. So, why are you here? Catwoman turned around helplessly and looked at Batman, who had changed his uniform. When you took other people's things, didn't you look at the signal sources of these things? Batman shook the microcomputer on his arm. The signal source linked to it was directly connected to the Batcomputer. He could see Catwoman's actions clearly. Catwoman's face darkened. She pulled the portable microcomputer from her waist and threw it on the ground. She didn't like the feeling of being watched. So, are you coming to catch me? Catwoman smiled seductively, walking towards Batman with a standard model step and one hand on her hip. If you are willing to go to the cell, I will arrange a private room for you. Before that, hand over the things you took from the museum, and why you went. Before Batman finished speaking, Catwoman came over and kissed him on the lips without hesitation, kissing him wantonly. Batman instinctively wanted to push her away, but seeing the tears falling down Catwoman's face, Batman didn't know where to put his raised hand. It even seemed a bit redundant, like a gesture of surrender. Sorry. Catwoman smiled, turned around and wiped her tears. She just felt angry, but helpless. No, nothing. Batman said solemnly. However, you ate charcoal grilled steak tonight, and I tasted cumin, but you didn't brush your teeth. Catwoman said with a look of disgust. Batman was silent again, and he even doubted what he was here for. But one thing is certain, Batman walked over and grabbed Catwoman's wrist. He wanted to catch her. This is the first priority? I really should say something and let me go, okay? Catwoman said coquettishly. Although her smile was beautiful, she instantly kicked Batman. Batman immediately raised his leg to block Catwoman's direct kick with his knee, but Catwoman stepped on Batman's knee, used her strength to jump, broke away from Batman's hand, and jumped down the stairs. Batman immediately chased after him. His chest still felt a little heavy, but his speed was not slow at all. Catwoman fled in front, using the rope on her body to quickly jump to the windowsill on one side, and then used the same method to jump to the windowsill on the other side. Batman is chasing after her, and Catwoman is obviously more familiar with the environment here. She can always use the terrain to throw Batman away, keeping him 1 or 2 positions behind. The sky was already dark, and Catwoman felt the black hair on her palms and her shrunken body. She looked panicked and ran towards her home without caring about Batman who was chasing after her. This is the Upper East Side, one of the largest slums in Gotham. This is also the home of Catwoman, in the old house over there. Batman was in hot pursuit. After falling from the roof of the building to the street, he suddenly couldn't find any trace of Catwoman. The old houses around are very dilapidated, and there are several chimneys still emitting warm smoke. A few cats that woke up in the early morning are looking here. Batman searched around with a steady pace and looked at a house in front of him. There was a cat house at the door with a small sign Kyle's house on it, and the window was not closed. Batman walked over and took a look. It was a cat's footprints. The cat's footprints were stained with mud and were particularly conspicuous in the white painted window, like brown plum blossoms. The paint was freshly painted recently. Just in case, Batman quietly opened the window. There were many cats in the house. Before Batman could enter, the cats all raised their heads and looked over warily. Being stared at by more than a dozen pairs of eyes, even Batman was a little helpless and could only hope that these cats wouldn't meow. It is said that the more you are afraid of something, the more likely it is. One cat raised its head and meowed. The sound was very lazy, but the other cats also meowed, like a symphony orchestra, meow, meow, meow. There was a boom, and there was someone in the bedroom inside. Selina, is it Selina? A girl's voice sounded from the bedroom, and Batman quickly left from the window. Wearing a plush pajamas and messy clothes, Holly got up from the bed with sleepy eyes, quickly opened the door and ran out. With a face full of joy, I wanted to see Selina, but there was nothing. It was impossible. Only when Selina came back, those cats would meow. When Holly was confused, the curtains were blown by the wind. Holly ran over quickly, and a black shadow flashed past in the distance. Is it Selina? Holly muttered uncertainly. She had never seen Selina again after the auction case. Meow, a black cat came out from under the table, rushed to the cat food jar on one side, and hooked the jar with its paw. Do we have this cat at home? Holly looked at the black cat with some confusion, but that cat was so beautiful. Holly ran over, tilted the cat food can, took a small basin, picked up the greedy black cat, and combed its hair. Mau, are you sent here by Selina? Holly asked curiously, because Selina often sends stray cats to her home. Al Simmons, who was sitting on the sofa using a sander to dismantle the handcuffs, had already lost his Spawn costume. The ulcerated skin and body were exposed, and it looked very scary. He had a way to turn himself into a person, but that was not him, and what he turned into was not what he looked like. So he basically doesn't need the ability to transform. Anyway, he will neither get worse nor recover in this state. 2 deformed handcuffs that had been cut open were held in Simmons' hands and collided with each other. He felt something and quickly stood up and walked to the window. This is Oswald's home. Oswald is sleeping soundly in the bedroom with his pillow in his arms, dreaming of becoming a powerful gangster in Gotham. Simmons closed his eyes and opened them again. The surrounding environment all turned into blue and white lines in his eyes. The souls are all kinds of strange, but there is one soul that is incompatible with the surroundings. He is leaving here quickly. So familiar, it's that Batman. Simmons responded immediately. He knew a lot about Batman from Oswald. In some places, Simmons admires Batman, at least he is more transparent than himself, but if Batman blocks the way, they may become enemies. Simmons grabbed the deformed handcuff fragment in his hand, squeezed it hard, twisted it into a twist-style iron ring, and threw it on the ground, etc. Simmons stopped what he was doing and looked in the opposite direction where Batman left. He saw an interesting picture. A woman was turned into a cat? The soul vision ended and Simmons jumped out of the window. He stretched out his hand and tugged on his windbreaker, turned up the collar, and covered his face so as not to frighten other people. Deep down in his heart, Simmons is still a very gentle person, but this tenderness is rarely revealed. When he walked to the old house, the cats all seemed to sense something and turned their heads to look over.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.